Orlando Furioso. By Ludovico Ariosto. To Sir Walter Scott, of Abbotsford, Bart. Who persuaded me to resume the present work, which had been thrown aside, on the ground that such labor was its own reward. Scott, for whom fame a gorgeous garland weaves. Who what was scattered to the wasting wind, as grain too coarse to gather or to bind, badst me collect and gird in goodly sheaves. If this poor seed hath formed its stalk and leaves, transplanted from a softer clime, and pined, for lack of southern suns, in soils unkind, where Ceres or Italian flora grieves, and if some fruit, however dwindled, fill the doubtful ear, though scant the crop and bare. Ah! How unlike the growth of Tuscan hill, where the glad harvest springs behind the share won. Praise be to thee, who taught me that to till was sweet, however paid the peasant's care. William Stewart Rose. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Introduction. It will, probably, be expected that a new translation of the Furioso should be prefaced by some account of the versions which have preceded it. And I the more readily undertake this little task, as in the execution of it my reasons will be found for the enterprise upon which I have myself adventured. The first version of Ariosto's great poem was made by Sir John Harington, the godson of Queen Elizabeth, who translated it into the same stanza as that of the original. The main defect of this work is its infidelity, and I cannot better illustrate this than by observing, that he has compressed a canto of nearly 200 stanzas into 90. A more unpardonable defect is, that he always omits what is best worth preserving, and, as an Italian friend once observed to me, it is the poetry of Ariosto which he sacrifices. Another defect of this translator is that of exaggerating the extravagances of his author, and often spreading a ray of humor into a broad glare of buffoonery. The history of his work may explain these faults, and more especially the last, as we are told he began his labors with the story of Jocondo, without the intention of pursuing them further. When his royal mistress imposed upon him the entire version of the Furioso as a sort of covering for the indecent episode which he had chosen to give as a specimen of the Italian. If, however, Harington cannot pretend to much merit as a translator, he has some claims to consideration as a writer. And his work has fallen into more obscurity than the antiquated language in which he writes will serve to explain. His idioms, his grammar, and his construction, though things with difficulty kept free from foreign modes of speech in a translation, are exclusively English. His narrative is light and lively, and, in perusing it, the reader always feels as if he is swimming with the stream. The gleam of Italian sunshine, during which he wrote, though it produced beneficial effects upon our literature, was of short duration. At one stride came the dark. 2. The study of Italian letters was dropped at once, and I believe that no traces of literary intercourse between Italy and England are to be found during the succeeding age. In the reign of George II, however, we have a proof of renewed intercourse in the publication of a new translation of the Furioso, dedicated to that monarch, as Harington's version had been to Queen Elizabeth. This work was produced by William Huggins, Esq., of Headley Park, near Farnham, in Surrey. He was, I am told, reckoned in his day a very learned man, was passionately devoted to music, said to be a great proficient in it, and to have been the person who figures in Hogarth's picture as the enraged musician. But, whatever other accomplishments he may have possessed, he had certainly no feeling of poetry, and seems to have taken it up as Vernon did rebellion, because it lay in his way. At least I know no better reason for his translation of Ariosto than his having made a journey to Italy. The title page of his book, in 2 volumes, quarto, bears the date of 1757, and was printed for Rivington in Paternoster Row, and John Cook, a bookseller of Farnham, whose shop I remember frequenting in the days of my boyhood. It is printed with the English and Italian confronted, executed in the same stanza as Harrington's version, and translated line for line. Though there are to be found in it some very strange mistakes of Ariosto's meaning, it is, generally speaking, faithful, and as such, has prima facie, strong claims upon attention. But a species of fidelity is hardly to be coveted, which, at the best, does not accomplish the only end which should be proposed by it. For the translator often departs from the sense of the author, while he echoes his very words. Take an instance. Ariosto has this line. Dove presso a Bordia meta Carana. Where the Garonne disembogues itself near Bordeaux, which Huggins has rendered. Where to Bordia runs Carana near. The thing, perhaps, most worthy of remark in his book, is a passage of the preface, which throws a curious light upon the state of Italian literature in England at the period of its publication. It may not be improper, says the author, to observe, that after this work was pretty far advanced, I was informed there had been a translation published in the reign of Elizabeth, and dedicated to that queen. Whereupon I requested a friend to obtain a sight of that book, for it is, it seems, very scarce, and the glorious original much more so in this country. A few years produced a singular revolution in this respect. Several editions of Ariosto have since that period been published in England. And Hoole's version, the next which succeeded that of Huggins, has, I believe, gone through nearly 20 editions. This last circumstance may, however, be cited, rather as a proof of the new passion entertained for Italian literature, than as an illustration of the progress which had been made in it, for never was a worse or more faithless translation executed than that of Hoole. Every grace, every shade, every gradation of coloring which distinguishes Ariosto, is lost in it. Thus, where the Italian poet, in imitation of Homer, wishing to diversify a scene of slaughter, by giving something of character or of locality to his victims, tells us that Rhadamant wounded Louis the Provençal, Luigi il Provenzal, Hoole has absurdly translated the passage, Provincial Louis, thus awakening a most ridiculous train of ideas, and suggesting the notion of some unfortunate provincial who had the misfortune to have his brains knocked out on his visit to the metropolis. Nor are they only tints and shades which are sacrificed in this miserable copy, for the sense of the author, where most obvious, is frequently misinterpreted. And in one couplet the translator has actually mistaken north for south, and sun for wind, the one specified, and the other obviously implied. The words of the original are Ver ponent iona lungo la sabbia. Che del settentrion sente la rabbia. Canto VI, stanza XXXIV. Which passage is thus rendered by him. Against the west along those sands we came, which feel the southern heat of Phoebus' flame. 3. In addition, however, to the mistakes of Hoole, and what I must call the meanness and monotony of his poetry, I am inclined to consider the meter which he has chosen. As one among the many causes of his failure, this is our heroic couplet, which appears to me to be the measure most opposite to that of Ariosto which could possibly have been selected. Nothing but a stanza can reflect the original. For it is to be observed, that the poet usually closes the idea with it, and that the end of most of them is marked by something epigrammatic either in sense or sound, which would be out of its place except in the concluding couplet. Each canto, or collection of stanzas, then, may be compared to a gallery of cabinet pictures, all perhaps striking or beautiful, but frequently executed on different principles, each of which is often only in harmony with itself. Whoever, therefore, unites any of these little paintings, yet more, he who runs them into one piece, will necessarily either present a picture full of cross lights and every species of inconsistency, or will only avoid this by leaving out whatever is most characteristic in the original, and by making a smear without light, shade, or distinction of outline. Entertaining this opinion, I have chosen the stanza in preference to the couplet. And because I would imitate Ariosto as closely as the nature of our language will allow, have, like Harrington and Huggins, chosen his own ottava rima as the most preferable form of it. Like Mr. Huggins, I have also translated stanza for stanza, but have not, however, imitated that gentleman and some German translators by imposing on myself severer restrictions than appeared to me to be necessary, as in rendering him uniformly line for line. The less so because there is little analogy between the construction of the two languages. And what is easy in the Italian, I need not say that ease is one characteristic of Ariosto, might often appear harsh and inverted in English. It is for this reason that I have not fettered myself by the rule I have mentioned, wherever I conceived any bad effect would result from the adherence to it. But I have, on the other hand, observed it where I thought such a compliance was not objectionable, because I would, wherever it was practicable, tread in the very footsteps of the Italian poet. My reasons for so religious, some may think so superstitious, an observance of my author's text, have, at least, not been hastily adopted. A long consideration of the means through which he wrought, has convinced me that many strong or beautiful effects produced by him, result out of an accumulation of circumstances, which, though they may appear of little value taken separately, are to be esteemed important as conducing, each in its place, to the main object of the poet. In this particularity he bears a striking resemblance to Defoe. The Furioso, moreover, often pleases as a whole, where it offends in parts, and, notwithstanding many defects, is perhaps the poetical work which is oftenest reperused with pleasure. Among the many things which have probably contributed to this, may be remarked Ariosto's frequent sacrifice of force to truth, which, to take a short instance, I should say was illustrated by Pinabel's narration of the loss of his lady, in the second canto, where some may be inclined to think that the poet overtalks himself. And many might wish to see the infusion of a spirit, which would perhaps be out of harmony with the circumstances. He is often also studious of what the artists call a repose, and upon which a translator should be most cautious never to intrude. These are some of the reasons why I have followed my leader so warily, and have never intentionally deviated from the print of his steps. I am, however, well aware that a very weighty objection may be made to a translation so close as that which I present to the reader. It may be said that a simplicity of diction, which is leasing in the Italian, is only to be endured in a less perfect, when seasoned by the addition of some grace congenial with the spirit of that into which it is transfused, and hence that to translate the Furioso faithfully into English, would be, to borrow a metaphor used somewhere by Alfieri, to transfer an air from the harp to the hurdy-gurdy. There is, undoubtedly, great force in this reasoning and illustration. To this, however, I will oppose, in the way of question, another illustration which is drawn from a sister art. Would a real lover of Raphael prefer a copy of one of his pictures, which, though well painted, did not convey a true idea of his coloring, or a print of it carefully executed, which gave, at least, a faithful idea of the design? To those who would choose the engraving I offer the following translation. That it is diligently executed, I may venture to assert. For, mistrusting a hasty mode of reading and a facility of composition, I have sought to guard against the faults incidental to these habits, by frequent and attentive correction. I have with this view, submitted every sheet of my present translation to judicious English and Italian friends. Have carefully, if not impartially, weighed their objections, and revised my translation more than once by a close comparison with the original. Orlando Furioso. Canto. Chapter 1. Angelica, whom pressing danger frights, flies in disorder through the greenwood shade. Rinaldo's horse escapes, he, following, fights Faro, the Spaniard, in a forest glade. A second oath the haughty Paynim plights, and keeps it better than the first he made. King Sacripant regains his long-lost treasure, but good Rinaldo mars his promised pleasure. Of loves and ladies, knights and arms, I sing, of courtesies, and many a daring feat, and from those ancient days my story bring, when Moors from Afric passed in hostile fleet, and ravaged France, with Agramant their king. flushed with his youthful rage and furious heat. Who on King Charles's, the Roman Emperor's, head had vowed due vengeance for Troiano dead. In the same strain of Roland IV will I tell things unattempted yet in prose or rhyme, on whom strange madness and rank fury fell. A man esteemed so wise in former time, if she, who to like cruel pass has well nigh brought my feeble wit which fain would climb, and hourly wastes my sense, concede me skill, and strength my daring promise to fulfill. Good seed of Hercules, 5 give ear and deign, thou that this age's grace and splendor art, Hippolytus, to smile upon his pain, who tenders what he has with humble heart. For though all hope to quit the score were vain, my pen and pages may pay the debt in part. Then, with no jealous eye my offering scan, nor scorn my gifts who give thee all I can. And me, amid the worthiest shalt thou hear, whom I with fitting praise prepare to grace. Record the good Rogero, 6 valiant peer, the ancient root of thine illustrious race. Of him, if thou wilt lend a willing ear, the worth and warlike feats I shall retrace. So thou thy graver cares some little time postponing, lend thy leisure to my rhyme. Roland, who long the lady of Canto VII, Angelica, had loved, and with his brand raised countless trophies to that damsel gay, in India, Median, and Tartarian land, westward with her had measured back his way, where, nigh the Pyrenees, with many a band of Germany and France, King Charlemagne had camped his faithful host upon the plain, to make King Agramant, for penance, smite his cheek, and rash Marsilius rue the hour. This, when all trained with lance and sword to fight, he led from Africa to swell his power. That other when he pushed, in fell despite, against the realm of France Spain's martial flower. 'Twas thus Orlando came where Charles was tented in evil hour, and soon the deed repented. For here was seized his dame of peerless charms. How often human judgment wanders wide, whom in long warfare he had kept from harms. From western climes to eastern shores her guide, in his own land, mid friends and kindred arms. Now without contest severed from his side, fearing the mischief kindled by her eyes. From him the prudent emperor reft the prize. For bold Orlando and his cousin ate free. Rinaldo late contended for the maid, enamored of that beauty rare, since she alike the glowing breast of either swayed. But Charles, who little liked such rivalry, and drew an omen thence of feebler aid, to abate the cause of quarrel, seized the fair, and placed her in Bavarian Namus' care, vowing with her the warrior to content, who in that conflict, on that fatal day, with his good hand most gainful succor lent, and slew most Paynims in the martial fray. But counter to his hopes the battle went, and his thin squadrons fled in disarray. Namus, with other Christian captains taken, and his pavilion in the rout forsaken, there, lodged by Charles, that gentle Bonnibel, ordained to be the valiant victor's meed, before the event had sprung into her cell, and from the combat turned in time of need, presaging wisely fortune would rebel that fatal day against the Christian creed, and, entering a thick wood, discovered near, in a close path, a horseless cavalier, with shield upon his arm, in knightly wise, belted and mailed, his helmet on his head. The knight more lightly through the forest hies, than half-clothed churl to win the cloth of red. 9. But not from cruel snake more swiftly flies 10. The timid shepherdess, with startled tread. Then poor Angelica the bridle turns, when she the approaching knight on foot discerns. This was that paladin, good Aemon seed, who Mount Albano had in his command, and late Bayardo lost, his gallant steed. escaped by strange adventure from his hand. As soon as seen, the maid who rode at speed, the warrior knew, and, while yet distant, scanned the angelic features and the gentle air, which long had held him fast in Cupid's snare. The affrighted damsel turns her palfrey round, and shakes the floating bridle in the wind, nor in her panic seeks to choose her ground, nor open grove prefers to thicket blind, but reckless, pale and trembling and astound, leaves to her horse the devious way to find. He up and down the forest bore the dame, till to a sylvan river's bank he came. Here stood the fierce Pharaoh 11 in grisly plight, begrimed with dust, and bathed with sweat and blood, who lately had withdrawn him from the fight, to rest and drink at that refreshing flood, but there had tarried in his own despite, since bending from the bank, in hasty mood, he dropped his helmet in the crystal tide, and vainly to regain the treasure tried. Thither at speed she drives, and evermore in her wild panic utters fearful cries, and at the voice, upleaping on the shore, the Saracen her lovely visage spies, and, pale as is her cheek, and troubled sore, arriving, quickly to the warrior's eyes, though many days no news of her had shown, the beautiful Angelica is known, courteous, and haply gifted with a breast as warm as either of the cousins too. 12. As bold, as if his brows in steel were dressed. The succor which she sought he lent, and drew his falchion, and against Rinaldo pressed, who saw with little fear the champion true. Not only each to each was known by sight, but each had proved in arms his foeman's might. Thus, as they are, on foot the warriors vie, in cruel strife, and blade to blade oppose. No marvel plate or brittle mail should fly, when anvils had not stood the deafening blows. It now behoves the palfrey swift to ply his feet, for while the knights in combat close him vex to utmost speed, with goading spurs, by waist or wood the fright damsel stirs, after the two had struggled long to throw each other in the strife, and vainly still, since neither valiant warrior was below his opposite in force and knightly skill. The first to parley with his Spanish foe was the good master of Albano's hill, as one within whose raging breast was pent a reckless fire which struggled for a vent. Thou think'st, he said, to injure me alone, but know thou wilt thyself as much molest. For if we fight because yon rising sun this raging heat has kindled in thy breast, what were thy gain, and what the guerdon won? Though I should yield my life, or stoop my crest, if she shall never be thy glorious meed, who flies, while vainly we in battle bleed? Then how much better, since our stakes the same, thou, loving like myself, shouldst mount and stay to wait this battle's end, the lovely dame, before she fly yet further on her way. The lady taken, we repeat our claim, with naked falchion to that peerless prey. Else by long toil I see not what we gain, but simple loss and unrequited pain. The peer's proposal pleased the Paynim well, and so their hot contention was foregone, and such fair truce replaced that discord fell. So mutual wrongs forgot and mischief done, that for departure seated in his cell, on foot the Spaniard left not Amon's son, but him to mount his courser's crupper prayed, and both united chased the royal maid. Oh! Goodly truth in cavaliers of old! Rivals they were, to different faith were bred. Not yet the weary warrior's wounds were cold, still smarting from those strokes so fell and dread. Yet they together ride by waste and wold, and, unsuspecting, devious dingle thread them, while 4 spurs infest his foaming sides. Their courser brings to where the way divides, And now the warlike pair at fault, for they knew not by which she might her palfrey goad. Since both, without distinction, their survey the recent print of hoofs on either road, commit the chase to fortune. By this way the Paynim pricked, by that Rinaldo strode. But fierce Furioso, bewildered in the wood, found himself once again where late he stood, beside the water where he stooped to drink, and dropped the knightly helmet, to his cost, sunk in the stream. And since he could not think her to retrieve, who late his hopes had crossed, he, where the treasure fell, descends the brink of that swift stream, and seeks the morion lost. But the casque lies so bedded in the sands, 'twill ask no light endeavor at his hands. A bough he severs from a neighboring tree, and shreds and shapes the branch into a pole. With this he sounds the stream, and anxiously fathoms, and rakes, and ransacks shelf and hole. While angered sore at heart, and restless, he so lingered, where the troubled waters roll. Breast high, from the mid-river rose upright the apparition of an angry knight. Armed at all points he was, except his head, and in his better hand a helmet bore the very casque, which in the river's bed Furioso sought vainly, toiling long and sore. Upon the Spanish knight he frowned, and said, "Thou traitor to thy word, thou perjured Moor, why grieve the goodly helmet to resign, which, due to me long since, is justly mine? Remember, pagan, when thine arm laid low the brother of Angelica. 13 That night am I, thy word was plighted then to throw after my other arms his helmet bright. If fortune now compel thee to forego the prize, and do my will in thy despite, grieve not at this, but rather grieve that thou art found a perjured traitor to thy vow. But if thou seek'st a helmet, be thy task to win and wear it more to thy renown. A noble prize were good Orlando's casque, Rinaldo's such, or yet a fairer crown, Almonte's, or Mambrino's iron mask. Make one of these, by force of arms, thine own, and this good helm will fitly be bestowed where, such thy promise, it has long been owed." Bristled the Paynims every hair at view of that grim shade, uprising from the tide, and vanished was his fresh and healthful hue, while on his lips the half-formed accents died. Next hearing Argelia, whom he slew, so was the warrior hight, that stream beside. Thus his unknightly breach of promise blame he burned all over, flushed with rage and shame, nor having time his falsehood to excuse, and knowing well how true the phantom's lore, stood speechless, such remorse the words infuse. Then by Lanfusa's life the warrior swore, never in fight, or foray would he use helmet but that which good Orlando bore from Aspremont, where bold Almontes 14 paid his life a forfeit to the Christian blade, and this new vow discharged more faithfully than the vain promise which was whilom plight, and from the stream departing heavily, was many days sore vexed and grieved in sprite, and still intent to seek Orlando, he roved wheresoe'er he hoped to find the knight. A different lot befell Rinaldo, who had chanced another pathway to pursue. For far the warrior fared not, ere he spied, bounding across the path, his gallant steed. And, "Stay, Bayardo mine," Rinaldo cried. "Too cruel care the loss of thee does breed." The horse for this returned not to his side, deaf to his prayer, but flew with better speed. Furious, in chase of him, Rinaldo hies. But follow we Angelica, who flies. Through dreary woods and dark the damsel fled, by rude unharbored heath and savage height, while every leaf or spray that rustled, bred of oak, or elm, or beech, such new affright, She here and there her foaming palfrey sped, by strange and crooked paths with furious flight. And at each shadow, seen in valley blind, or mountain, feared Rinaldo was behind. As a young roe or fawn of fallow deer, who, mid the shelter of its native glade, has seen a hungry pard or tiger tear the bosom of its bleeding dam, dismayed, bounds through the forest green in ceaseless fear of the destroying beast, from shade to shade, and at each sapling touched, amid its pangs, believes itself between the monster's fangs. One day and night, and half the following day, the damsel wanders wide, nor whither knows. Then enters a deep wood, whose branches play, moved lightly by the freshening breeze which blows. Through this two clear and murmuring rivers stray. Upon their banks a fresher herbage grows, while the twin streams their passage slowly clear, make music with the stones, and please the ear. Weaning removed the way by which she wends 1,000 miles from loathed Rinaldo's beat, to rest herself a while the maid intends. Wearied with that long flight and summer's heat, she from her saddle mid-spring flowers descends, and takes the bridle from her courser fleet, and loose along the river lets him pass, roving the banks in search of lusty grass. Behold! At hand a thicket she surveys, gay with the flowering thorn and vermeil rose, the tuft reflected in the stream which strays beside it, overshadowing oaks enclose. Hollow within, and safe from vulgar gaze, it seemed a place constructed for repose, with boughs so interwoven, that the light pierced not the tangled screen, far less the sight. Within soft moss and herbage form a bed, and to delay and rest the traveller woo. 'Twas there her limbs the weary damsel spread, her eyeballs bathed in slumber's balmy dew. But little time had eased her drooping head, ere, as she weened, a courser's tramp she knew. Softly she rises, and the river near, armed capapi, beholds a cavalier. If friend or foe, she nothing comprehends, so hope and fear her doubting bosom tear, and that adventure's issue mute attends, nor even with a sigh disturbs the air. The cavalier upon the bank descends, and sits so motionless, so lost in care, his visage propped upon his arm, to sight changed into senseless stone appeared the knight. Pensive, above an hour, with drooping head, he rested mute, ere he began his moan, and then his piteous tale of sorrow said, lamenting in so soft and sweet a tone, he in a tiger's breast had pity bred, or with his mournful wailings rent a stone. And so he sighed and wept, like rivers flowed his tears, his bosom like an Etna glowed. Thought which now makes me burn, now freeze with hate, which gnaws my heart and rankles at its root. What's left to me, he said, arrived too late, while one more favored bears away the fruit? Bare words and looks scarce cheered my hopeless state, and the prime spoils reward another's suit. Then since for me nor fruit nor blossom hangs, why should I longer pine in hopeless pangs? The Virgin has her image in the rose 15, sheltered in garden on its native stock, which there in solitude and safe repose blooms unapproached by shepherd or by flock. For this earth teems, and freshening water flows, and breeze and dewy dawn their sweets unlock. With such the wistful youth his bosom dresses, with such the enamored damsel braids her tresses. But wanton hands no sooner this displace from the maternal stem, where it was grown, then all is withered. Whatsoever grace it found with man or heaven, bloom, beauty, gone. The damsel who should hold in higher place than light or life the flower which is her own, suffering the spoiler's hand to crop the prize, forfeits her worth in every other's eyes. And be she cheap with all except the white on whom she did so large a boon bestow. Ah! False and cruel fortune! Foul despite! While others triumph, I am drowned in woe. And can it be that I such treasure slight? And can I then my very life forego? No! Let me die, poor happiness above. A longer life, if I must cease to love. If any ask who made this sorrowing, and poured into the stream so many tears, I answer, it was fair Circassia's king, 16. That sacripant, oppressed with amorous cares. Love is the source from which his troubles spring, the sole occasion of his pains and fears. And he to her a lover's service paid, now well remembered by the royal maid. He for her sake from Orient's farthest reign roved thither, where the sun descends to rest. For he was told in India, to his pain, that she Orlando followed to the west. He after learned in France that Charlemagne, secluded from that champion and the rest, as a fit guerdon, mute her for the night. Who should protect the lilies best in fight? The warrior in the field had been, and viewed, short time before, King Charlemagne's disgrace. And vainly had Angelica pursued, nor of the damsel's footsteps found a trace. And this is what the weeping monarch rued, and this he so bewailed in doleful case. Hence, into words his lamentations run, which might for pity stop the passing sun. While sacripant laments him in this plight, and makes a tepid fountain of his eyes. And, what I deem not needful to recite, pours forth yet other plaints and piteous cries. Propitious fortune will his lady bright should hear the youth lament him in such wise. And thus a moment compassed what, without such chance, long ages had not brought about. With deep attention, while the warrior weeps, she marks the fashion of the grief and tears, and words of him, whose passion never sleeps. Nor this the first confession which she hears, but with his plaint her heart no measure keeps. Cold as the column which the builder rears, like haughty maid, who holds herself above the world, and deems none worthy of her love, but her from harm amid those woods to keep. The damsel weened she might his guidance need, for the poor drowning caitiff, who, chin deep, implores not help, is obstinate indeed. Nor will she, if she let the occasion sleep, find escort that will stand her in such stead. For she that king by long experience knew, above all other lovers, kind and true. But not the more for this the maid intends, to heal the mischief which her charms had wrought, and for past ills to furnish glad amends. In that full bliss by pining lover sought, to keep the king in play are all her ends. His help by some device or fiction bought, and having to her purpose taxed his daring, to reassume as wont her haughty bearing. An apparition bright and unforeseen, she stood like Venus or Diana fair, in solemn pageant, issuing on the scene, from out of shadowy wood or murky lair. And, peace be with you, cried the youthful queen, and God preserve my honor in his care, nor suffer that you blindly entertain opinion of my fame so false and vain. Not with such wonderment a mother eyes, with such excessive bliss the son she mourned, as dead, lamented still with tears and sighs, since the thinned files without her boy returned. Not such her rapture as the king's surprise, and ecstasy of joy when he discerned the lofty presence, cheeks of heavenly hue, and lovely form which broke upon his view. He, full of fond and eager passion, pressed towards his lady, his divinity. And she now clasped the warrior to her breast, who in Catti had haply been less free. And now again the maid her thoughts addressed towards her native land and empery, and feels, with hope revived, her bosom beat, shortly to repossess her sumptuous seat. Her chances all to him the damsel said, since he was eastward sent to Saracen, by her to seek the martial monarch's aid, who swayed the scepter of that fair domain, and told how oft Orlando's friendly blade had saved her from dishonor, death, and pain, and how she so preserved her virgin flower, pure as it blossomed in her natal hour. Haply the tale was true, yet will not seem likely to one of sober sense possessed, but sacripant, who waked from worser dream, in all without a cavil acquiesced. Since love, who sees without one guiding gleam, spies in broad day but that which likes him best. For one sign of the afflicted man's disease is to give ready faith to things which please. If good Anglantes lord the prize forbore, nor seized the fair occasion when he might, the loss be his, if fortune nevermore him to enjoy so fair a prize invite, to imitate that lord of little lore. I think not, said, apart, Sir Cassia's knight, to quit such proffered good, and, to my shame, have but myself on afterthought to blame. No, I will pluck the fresh and morning rose, which, should I tarry, may be overblown. To woman, this my own experience shows, no deed more sweet or welcome can be done than, whatsoever scorn the damsel shows, though she a while may weep and make her moan. I will, unchecked by anger, false or true, or sharp repulse, my bold design pursue. This said, he for the soft assault prepares, when a loud noise within the greenwood shade beside him rang in his astounded ears, and sore against his will the monarch stayed. He donned his helm, his other arms he wears, I wont to rove in steel, with belted blade, replaced the bridle on his courser fleet, grappled his lance, and sprang into his seat, with the bold semblance of a valiant knight. Behold, a warrior threads the forest hoar. The stranger's mantle was of snowy white, and white alike the waving plume he wore. Balked of his bliss, and full of fell despite, the monarch ill the interruption bore, and spurred his horse to meet him in mid-space, with hate and fury glowing in his face. Him he defies to fight, approaching nigh, and weens to make him stoop his haughty crest. The other knight, whose worth I rate as high, his warlike prowess puts to present test, cuts short his haughty threats and angry cry, and spurs, and lays his levelled lance in rest. In tempest wheels Sir Cassia's valiant peer, and at his foeman's head each aims his spear. Not brindled bulls or tawny lions spring to forest warfare with such deadly will as those two knights, the stranger and the king. Their spears alike the opposing bucklers thrill. The solid ground, at their encountering, trembles from fruitful vale to naked hill. And well it was the mail in which they dressed. Their bodies was of proof, and saved the breast. Nor swerved the chargers from their destined course, who met like rams, and butted head to head. The warlike Saracen's ill-fated horse, well valued while alive, dropped short and dead. The stranger's, too, fell senseless, but perforce was roused by rowel from his grassy bed. That of the Paynim king, extended straight, lay on his battered lord with all his weight. Upright upon his steed, the knight unknown, who at the encounter horse and rider threw, deeming enough was in the conflict done, cares not the worthless warfare to renew, but endlong by the readiest path is gone, and measures, pricking frith and forest through, a mile, or little less, in furious heat, ere the foiled Saracen regains his feet. As the bewildered and astonished clown, who held the plough, the thunder storm o'erpassed, there, where the deafening bolt had beat him down, nigh his death-stricken cattle, wakes aghast, and sees the distant pine without its crown, 17, which he saw clad in leafy honours last. So rose the Paynim knight with troubled face, the maid spectatress of the cruel case. He sighs and groans, yet not for mischief sore, endured in wounded arm or foot which bled, but for mere shame, and never such before or after, dyed his cheek so deep a red. And if he rued his fall, it grieved him more. His dame should lift him from his courser dead. He speechless had remained, I ween, if she had not his prison tongue and voice set free. Grieve not, she said, Sir Monarch, for thy fall, but let the blame upon thy courser be, to whom more welcome had been forage, stall, and rest, than further joust and jeopardy. And well thy foe the loser may I call, who shall no glory gain, for such is he, who is the first to quit his ground, if aught Angelica of fighting fields be taught, while she so seeks the Saracen to cheer. Behold a messenger with pouch and horn, on panting hackney, man and horse appear, with the long journey, weary and forlorn. He questions Sacripant, approaching near. Had he seen warrior pass, by whom were borne a shield and crest of white, in search of whom through the wide forest pricked the weary groom? King Sacripant made answer, as you see, he threw me here, and went but now his way. Then tell the warrior's name, that I may be informed whose valor foiled me in the fray. To him the groom, that which you ask of me, I shall relate to you without delay. Know that you were in combat prostrate laid, by the tried valor of a gentle maid. Bold is the maid, but fairer yet than bold, nor the redoubt virgin's name I veil. 'Twas Bradamant 18 who marred what praise of old your prowess ever won with sword and mail. This said, he spurred again, his story told, and left him little gladdened by the tale. He recks not what he says or does, for shame, and his flushed visage kindles into flame. After the woeful warrior long had thought upon his cruel case, and still in vain, and found a woman his defeat had wrought, for thinking but increased the monarch's pain. He climbed the other horse, nor spake he aught, but silently uplifted from the plain, upon the croup bestowed that damsel sweet, reserved to gladder use in safer seat. 2 miles they had not rode before they hear the sweeping woods which spread about them, sound with such loud crash and trample, far and near. The forest seemed to tremble all around, and shortly after see a steed appear, with housings wrought in gold and richly bound, who clears the bush and stream, with furious force, and whatsoever else impedes his course. Unless the misty air, the damsel cries, and bows deceive my sight, yon noble steed is, sure, Bayardo 19 who before us flies, and parts the wood with such impetuous speed. Yes, 'tis Bayardo's self I recognize. How well the courser understands our need. 2 riders ill a foundered jade would bear, but hither speeds the horse to end that care. The bold Circassian lighted, and applied his hand to seize him by the flowing rein, who, swiftly turning, with his heels replied, for he like lightning wheeled upon the plain. Woe to the king! But that he leaps aside, for should he smite, he would not lash in vain. Such are his bone and sinew, that the shock of his good heels had split a metal rock. Then to the maid he goes submissively, with gentle blandishment and humble mood, as the dog greets his lord with frolic glee, whom, some short season past, he had not viewed. For good Bayardo had in memory Albraca, where her hands prepared his food what time the damsel loved Rinaldo bold. Rinaldo, then ungrateful, stern, and cold. With her left hand she takes him by the bit, and with the other pats his sides and chest, while the good steed, so marvelous his wit, lamb-like, obeyed the damsel and caressed. Meantime the king, who seized the moment fit, leapt up, and with his knees the courser pressed, while on the palfrey, eased of half his weight, the lady left the croup, and gained the seat. Then, as at hazard, she directs her sight, sounding in arms a man on foot espies, and glows with sudden anger and despite, for she in him the son of Aemon eyes. Her more than life esteems the youthful knight, while she from him, like crane from falcon, flies. Time was the lady side, her passion slighted. 'Tis now Rinaldo loves, as ill requited. And this effect two different fountains wrought, whose wondrous waters different moods inspire. Both spring in Arden, with rare virtue fraught. This fills the heart with amorous desire. Who taste that other fountain are untaught. Their love, and change for ice their former fire. Rinaldo drank the first, and vainly sighs. Angelica the last, and hates and flies. Mixed with such secret bane the waters glide, which amorous care convert to sudden hate. The maid no sooner had Rinaldo spied, than on her laughing eyes deep darkness sate. And with sad mien and trembling voice she cried to Sacripant, and prayed him not to wait the near approach of the detested knight, but through the wood with her pursue his flight. To her the Saracen, with anger hot, is knightly worship sunk so low in me, that thou shouldst hold my valor cheap, and not sufficient to make yonder champion flee? Already our Albracca's fights forgot, and that dread night I singly stood for thee? That night when I, though naked, was thy shield against King Agramant and all his field? She answers not, and knows not in her fear what 'tis she does. Rinaldo is too nigh, and from afar that furious cavalier threats the bold Saracen with angry cry. As soon as the known steed and damsel dear, whose charm such flame had kindled, meet his eye. But what ensued between the haughty pair, I in another canto shall declare. Canto. Chapter II. A hermit parts, by means of hollow sprite. The two redoubt rivals' dangerous play. Rinaldo goes where love and hope invite, but is dispatched by Charles another way. Bradamant, seeking her devoted knight, the good Rogero, nigh becomes the prey of Pinabel, who drops the damsel brave into the dungeon of a living grave. Injurious love, why still to mar accord between desires has been thy favorite feat? Why does it please thee so, perfidious lord? Two hearts should with a different measure beat? Thou wilt not let me take the certain ford, dragging me where the stream is deep and fleet. Her I abandon whom my love desires, while she who hates, respect and love inspires. Thou to Rinaldo show'st the damsel fair, while he seems hideous to that gentle dame. And he, who when the lady's pride and care paid back with deepest hate her amorous flame, now pines, himself, the victim of despair, scorned in his turn, and his reward the same, by the changed damsel in such sort abhorred. She would choose death before that hated lord. He to the pagan cries, forego thy theft, and down, false felon, from that pilfered steed. I am not wont to let my own be reft, and he who seeks it dearly pays the deed. More, I shall take from thee yon lovely weft. To leave thee such a prize were foul misdeed. And horse and maid, whose worth outstrips belief, were ill, methinks, relinquished to a thief. Thou least, the haughty Saracen retorts, as proud, and burning with as fierce a flame. A thief thyself, if fame the truth reports. 21. But let good deeds decide our dubious claim. With whom the steed or damsel fair assorts, best proved by valiant deeds, though, for the dame, that nothing is so precious. I with thee search the wide world throughout, may well agree, as two fierce dogs will sometimes stand at gaze, whom hate or other springs of strife inspire, and grind their teeth, while each his foe surveys, with sidelong glance and eyes more red than fire. Then either falls to bites, and hoarsely bays, while their stiff bristles stand on end with ire. So from reproach and menace to the sword, pass Sacripant and Clermont's angry lord. Thus kindling into wrath the knights engage. One is on foot, the other on his horse. Small gain to this, for inexperienced page would better rein his charger in the course. For such Bayardo's sense, he will not wage war with his master, or put out his force. For voice, nor hand, nor manage, will he stir, rebellious to the rein or goading spur. He, when the king would urge him, takes the rest, or, when he curbs him, runs in giddy rings, and drops his head beneath his spreading chest, and plays his spine, and runs an end and flings. And now the furious Saracen distressed sees 'tis no time to tame the beast, and springs, with one hand on the pummel, to the ground, clear of the restless courser at a bound. As soon as Sacripant, with well-timed leap, is from the fury of Bayardo freed, you may believe the battle does not sleep. Between those champions, matched in heart and deed, their sounding blades such changeful measure keep. The hammer strokes of Vulcan with less speed descend in that dim cavern, where he heats, and Jove's red thunders on his anvil beats. Sometimes they lunge, then feign the thrust and parry. Deep masters of the desperate game they play, or rise upon the furious stroke, and carry their swords aloft, or stoop and stand at bay. Again they close, again exhausted tarry. Now hide, now show themselves, and now give way. And where one knight an inch of ground has granted, his foeman's foot upon that inch is planted. When, lo! Rinaldo, now impatient grown, strikes full at Sacripant with lifted blade, and he puts forth his buckler made of bone, and well with strong and stubborn steel inlaid. Though passing thick, Fusberta 22 cleaves it, grown greenwood, and covert close, and sunny glade. The Paynim's arm rings senseless with the blow, and steel and bone, like ice, in shivers go. When the fair damsel saw, with timid eye, such ruin follow from the falchion's sway, she, like the criminal, whose doom is nigh, changed her fair countenance through sore dismay, and deemed that little time was left to fly, if she would not be that Rinaldo's prey. Rinaldo loathed by her as much, as he dotes on the scornful damsel miserably, so turned her horse into the gloomy chase, and drove him through rough path and tangled alley, and oftentimes bent back her bloodless face, and saw Rinaldo from each thicket sally, nor flying long had urged the frantic race, before she met a hermit in a valley. Devotion in his aspect was expressed, and his long beard descended on his breast. Wasted he was as much by fasts as age, and on an ass was mounted, slow and sure. His visage warranted that never sage had conscience more precise or passing pure, though in his arteries time had stilled the rage of blood, and spake him feeble and demure. At sight of the delighted damsel, he was inly stirred for very charity. The lady prayed that kindly friar, that he would straight conduct her to some haven near, for that she from the land of France might flee, and never more of loathed Rinaldo hear. The hermit, who was skilled in sorcery, ceased not to soothe the gentle damsel's fear, and with the promise of deliverance, shook his pocket, and drew forth a secret book. This opened, quick and mighty marvel wrought, for not a leaf is finished by the sage, before a spirit, by his bidding brought, waits his command in likeness of a page. He, by the magic writ constrained and taught, Hastes where the warriors face to face engage. In the cool shade, but not in cool disport. And steps between, and stops their battle short. In courtesy, he cried, let either show what his foe's death to either can avail, and what the guerdon conquest will bestow on him who in the battle shall prevail. If Roland, though he has not struck a blow, or snapped in fight a single link of mail, to Paris town conveys the damsel gay, who has engaged you in this bitter fray. Within an easy mile I saw the peer, pricking to Paris with that lady bright, riding, in merry mood, with laugh and jeer, and mocking at your fierce and fruitless fight. Sure it were better, while they yet are near, to follow peer and damsel in their flight. For should he once in Paris place his prize, the lady never more shall meet your eyes. You might have seen those angry cavaliers change at the demon's tale for rage and shame, and curse themselves as wanting eyes and ears, to let their rival cheat them of the dame. Towards his horse the good Rinaldo steers, breathing forth piteous sighs which seem of flame. And, if he joins Orlando, ere they part, swears in his fury he will have his heart. So, passing where the prompt Bayardo stood, leaps on his back, and leaves, as swift as wind, without farewell, his rival in the wood. Much less invites him to a seat behind. The goaded charger, in his heat of blood, forces whatever his eager course can find. Ditch, river, tangled thorn, or marble block. He swims the river, and he clears the rock. Let it not, sir, sound strangely in your ear. Rinaldo took the steed thus readily, so long and vainly followed far and near. For he, endued with reasoning faculty, had not in vice lured on the following peer, but fled before his cherished lord, that he might guide him whither went the gentle dame, for whom, as he had heard, he nursed a flame. For when Angelica, in random dread, from the pavilion winged her rapid flight, Bayardo marked the damsel as she fled. His saddle lightened of Mount Alban's knight, who then on foot in equal combat sped, matched with a baron of no meaner might, and chased the maid by woods, and floods, and strands, in hopes to place her in the warrior's hands. And, with desire to bring him to the maid, galloped before him still with rampant play, but would not let his master mount, afraid that he might make him take another way. So luring on Rinaldo through the shade, twice brought him to his unexpected prey. Twice foiled in his endeavor, once by bold Pharaoh, then sacripant, as lately told. Now good Bayardo had believed the tiding of that fair damsel, which produced the accord, and in the devil's cunning tale confiding, renewed his wonted service to his lord. Behold Rinaldo then in fury riding, and pushing still his courser Paris ward. Though he fly fast, the champion's wishes go faster, and wind itself had seemed too slow. At night Rinaldo rests his steed, with pain, to meet Anglante's lord he burned so sore, and lent such credit to the tidings vain of the false courier of that wizard whore. And that day and the next, with flowing rain, rode, till the royal city rose before his eyes, where Charlemagne had taken post, with the sad remnant of his broken host. For he fears the Afric king's pursuit, and sap and siege, upon his vassals calls, to gather in fresh victual, and recruit, and cleanse their ditches, and repair their walls, and what may best annoy the foes, and suit for safety, without more delay forestalls, and plans an embassy to England, thence to gather fresher forces for defense. For he is bent again to try the fate of arms' intented field, though lately shamed, and send Rinaldo to the neighboring state of Britain, which was after England named. ill liked the paladin to cross the strait. Not that the people or the land he blamed, but that King Charles was sudden, nor a day would grant the valiant envoy for delay. Rinaldo never executed thing less willingly, prevented in his quest of that fair visage he was following, whose charms his heart had ravished from his breast. Yet, in obedience to the Christian king, prepared himself to do the royal hest. To Calais the good envoy wends with speed, and the same day embarks himself and steed. And there, in scorn of cautious pilot's skill, such his impatience to regain his home, launched on the doubtful sea, which boded ill, and rolled its heavy billows, white with foam. The wind, enraged that he opposed his will, stirred up the waves, and, mid the gathering gloom, so the loud storm and tempest's fury grew, that topmast high the flashing waters flew. The watchful mariners, in wary sort, haul down the mainsail, and attempt to wear, and would put back in panic to the port, whence, in ill hour, they loosed with little care. Not so, exclaims the wind, and stops them short. So poor a penance will not pay the dare. And when they fain would veer, with fiercer roar, pelts back their reeling prow and blusters more. Starboard and larboard bears the fitful gale, and never for a thought its ire assuages, while the strained vessel drives with humble sail before the billows, as the tempest rages. But I, who still pursue a varying tale, must leave awhile the paladin, who wages a weary warfare with the wind and flood, to follow a fair virgin of his blood. I speak of that famed damsel, by whose spear, earth-thrown, King Sacripant on earth was flung, the worthy sister of the valiant peer, from Beatrix and good Duke Aymon sprung, by daring deeds and puissance no less dear to Charlemagne and France, since proved among the first, her prowess, tried by many a test, equal to good Rinaldo's shown confessed. A cavalier was suitor to the dame, who out of Afric passed with Agramant. Rogero was his valiant father's name. His mother was the child of Agalant. And she, who not of bear or lion came, disdained not on the child her love to plant. Though cruel fortune, ill their wishes meeting, had granted to the pair a single greeting. Alone thenceforth she sought her lover, he was named of him to whom he owed his birth, and roved as safe as if in company of thousands, trusting in her single worth. She having made the king of Circassy salute the visage of old Mother Earth, traversed a wood, and that wood passed, a mountain, and stopped at length beside a lovely fountain. Through a delicious mead the fountain rill, by ancient trees o'ershad, glides away, and him whose ear its pleasing murmurs fill, invites to drink, and on its banks to stay. On the left side a cultivated hill excludes the fervors of the middle day. As first the damsel thither turns her eyes, a youthful cavalier she seated spies. A cavalier, who underneath the shade seems lost, as in a melancholy dream. And on the bank, which gaudy flowers displayed, reposing, overhangs the crystal stream. His horse beneath a spreading beech is laid, and from a bough the shield and helmet gleam, while his moist eyes, and sad and downcast air, speak him the broken victim of despair, urged by the passion lodged in every breast, a restless curiosity to know of others' cares, the gentle maid addressed the knight, and sought the occasion of his woe. And he to her his secret grief confessed, won by her gentle speech and courteous show, and by that gallant bearing, which at sight prepared who saw her for nimble knight. Fair sir, a band of horse and foot, he said, I brought to Charlemagne, and thither pressed, where he an ambush for Marsilius spread, descending from the Pyrenean crest. And in my company a damsel led, whose charms with fervid love had fired my breast. When, as we journey by Rhone's current, I a rider on a winged courser spy. The robber, whether he were man or shade, or goblin damned to everlasting woe, as soon as he beheld my dear loved maid, like falcon, who, descending, aims its blow, sank in a thought and rose, and soaring, laid hands on his prize, and snatched her from below. So quick the rape, that all appeared a dream, until I heard in air the damsel's scream. The ravening kite so swoops and plunders, when, hovering above the sheltered yard, she spies a helpless chicken near unwatchful hen, who vainly dins the thief with after cries. I cannot reach the mountain robber's den, compassed with cliffs, or follow one who flies. Besides, way-foundered is my weary steed, who mid these rocks has wasted wind and speed. But I, like one who from his bleeding side would liefer far have seen his heart out torn, left my good squadrons masterless, to ride along the cliffs, and passes least forlorn, and took the way love served me for a guide, where it appeared the ruthless thief had borne, ascending to his den, the lovely prey. What time he snatched my hope and peace away. 6 days I rode, from morn to setting sun, by horrid cliff, by bottom dark and drear, and giddy precipice, where path was none, nor sign, nor vestiges of man were near. At last a dark and barren vale I won, where caverned mountains and rude cliffs appear, where in the middle rose a rugged block, with a fair castle planted on the rock. From far it shone like flame, and seemed not dight of marble or of brick, and in my eye more wonderful the work, more fair to sight. The walls appeared, as I approached more nigh. I, after, learned that it was built by sprite, whom potent fumes had raised and sorcery, who on this rock its towers of steel did fix, case hardened in the stream and fire of Styx. Each polished turret shines with such array, that it defies the mouldering rust and rain. The robber scours the country night and day, and after harbors in this sure domain. Nothing is safe which he would bear away, pursued with curses and with threats in vain. There, fruitless every hope to foil his art. The felon keeps my love, oh, say my heart. Alas! What more is left me but to eye her prison on that cliff's aerial crest? Like the she-fox, who hears her offspring cry, standing beneath the ravening eagle's nest, and since she has not wings to rise and fly, runs round the rugged rock with hopeless quest. So inaccessible the wild dominion, to whatsoever has not plume and pinion. While I so lingered where those rocks aspire, I saw a dwarf guide too of goodly strain, whose coming added hope to my desire. Alas! Desire and hope alike were vain. Both barons bold, and fearful in their ire. The one Gradasso, king of Saracen. The next, of youthful vigor, was a knight, prized in the Moorish court, Roger O'Hight. The dwarf exclaimed, "These champions will essay their force with him who dwells on yonder steep, and by such strange and unattempted way spurs the winged courser from his mountain keep." And I to the approaching warriors say, "Pity, fair sirs, the cruel loss I weep. And, as I trust, yon daring spoiler slain, give my lost lady to my arms again." Then how my love was ravished I make known, vouching with bitter tears my deep distress. They proffer aid, and down the path of stone, which winds about the craggy mountain, press, while I, upon the summit left alone, look on, and pray to God for their success. Beneath the wily wizard's castle strong extends a little plain, 2 bowshots long. Arrived beneath the craggy keep, the two Contend which warrior shall begin the fight. When, whether the first lot Gradasso drew, or young Rogero held the honor light. The king of Saracen his bugle blew, and the rock rang and fortress on the height. And, lo! Apparelled for the fearful course, the cavalier upon his winged horse. Upwards, by little and by little, springs the winged courser, as the pilgrim crane finds not at first his balance and his wings, running and scarcely rising from the plain. But when the flock is launched and scattered, flings his pinions to the wind, and soars amain. So straight the necromancer's upward flight. The eagle scarce attempts so bold a height. When it seems fit, he wheels his courser round, who shuts his wings, and falling from the sky, shoots like a well-trained falcon to the ground. Who sees the quarry, duck or pigeon, fly? So, through the parting air, with whizzing sound, with rested lance, he darted from on high. And while Gradasso scarcely marks the foe, he hears him swooping near, and feels the blow. The wizard on Gradasso breaks his spear. He wounds the empty air, with fury vain. This in the feathered monster breeds no fear, who to a distance shifts, and swoops again. While that encounter made the Alfana rear, thrown back upon her haunches, on the plain. The Alfana that the Indian monarch rode, the fairest was that ever man best rode, up to the starry sphere with swift ascent. The wizard soars, then pounces from the sky, and strikes the young Rogero, who, intent upon Gradasso, deems no danger nigh. Beneath the wizard's blow the warrior bent, which made some deal his generous courser ply. And when to smite the shifting foe he turned him in the sky, and out of reach discerned his blows Rogero, now Gradasso, bruise on forehead, bosom, back, or flanks, between, while he the warrior's empty blows eschews, shifting so quickly that he scarce is seen. Now this, now that, the wizard seems to choose. The monster makes such spacious rings and clean, while the enchanter so deceives the knights. They view him not, and know not whence he smites. Between the two on earth and him the sky, until that hour the warfare lasted there, which, spreading wide its veil of dusky dye, throughout the world, discolors all things fair. What I beheld, I say, I add not, I. A tittle to the tale, yet scarcely dare to tell to other what I stood and saw. So strange it seems, so passing nature's law. Well covered in a goodly silken case, he, the celestial warrior, bore his shield. But why delayed the mantle to displace? I know not, and its lucid orb concealed, since this no sooner blazes in his face than his foe tumbles dazzled on the field. And while he, like a lifeless body, lies, becomes the necromancer's helpless prize. Like carbuncle, the magic buckler blazed. No glare was ever seen which shone so bright. Nor could the warriors choose but fall, amazed, and blinded by the clear and dazzling light. I, too, that from a distant mountain gazed, fell senseless, and when I regained my sight, after long time, saw neither knights nor page, nor aught beside a dark and empty stage. This while the fell enchanter, I supposed, dragged both the warriors to his prison cell, and by strange virtue of the shield disclosed, I from my hope and they from freedom fell. And thus I to the turrets, which enclosed my heart, departing, bade a last farewell. Now sum my griefs, and say if love combine other distress or grief to match with mine. The knight relapsed into his first disease, after his melancholy tale was done. This was Count Pinabel, the Maganzese, Anselmo di Altarapa's faithless son. He, where the blood ran foul through all degrees, disdained to be the only virtuous one, nor played a simple part among the base, passing in vice the villains of his race. With aspect changing still, the beauteous dame, here's what the mournful Maganzese narrates. And, at first mention of Rogero's name, her radiant face with eager joy dilates, but, full of pity, kindles into flame, as Pinable his cruel durance states. Nor finds she, though twice told, the story stale, but makes him oft repeat and piece his tale. And, after, when she deemed that all was clear, cried to the knight, repose upon my say. To thee may my arrival well be dear, and thou as fortunate account this day. Straight wend me to the keep, Sir Cavalier, which holds a jewel of so rich array. Nor shalt thou grudge thy labor and thy care, if envious fortune do but play me fair. The knight replied, then naught to me remains, but that I yonder mountain passes show. And sure, 'tis little loss to lose my pains, where everything is lost I prize below. But you would climb yon cliffs, and for your gains will find a prison house, and be it so. Whatever betide you, blame yourself alone. You go forewarned to meet a fate foreshown. So said, the cavalier remounts his horse, and serves the gallant damsel as a guide, who is prepared Rogero's jail to force, or to be slain, or in his prison steed. When lo! a messenger, in furious course, called to the dame to stay, and rode and cried. This was the post who told Sir Casha's lord what valiant hand had stretched him on the sward. The courier, who so plied his restless heel, news of Narbonne and of Montpellier bore, how both had raised the standard of Castile, all Aquamorta siding with the Moor, and how Marseille's disheartened men appeal to her, who should protect her straitened shore, and how, through him, her citizens demand counsel and comfort at their captain's hand. This goodly town, with many miles of plain, which lie, twixt Var and Rhone, upon the sea, to her was given by royal Charlemagne. Such trust he placed in her fidelity, still wont with wonder on the tented plain the prowess of that valiant maid to see. And now the panting courier, as I said, rode from Marseilles to ask the lady's aid, whether or not she should the call obey. The youthful damsel doubts some little space, strong in one balance fame and duty weigh, but softer thoughts both fame and duty chase. And she, at length, resolved the emprise to essay, and free Rogero from the enchanted place. Or, should her valor in the adventure fail, would with the cherished lover share his jail. And did with such excuse that post-ape he was contented on her will to wait. Then turned the bridle to resume her way, with Pinable, who seemed no whit elate, since of that line he knows the damsel gay held in such open and such secret hate, and future trouble to himself foresees, were he detected as a Maganzese. For, twixt Maganzas and old Clermont's line, there was an ancient and a deadly feud, and oft to blows the rival houses came, and oft in civil blood their hands embrued, and hence some treason to this gentle dame. In his foul heart, the wicked county brewed, or, as the first occasion served, would stray out of the road, and leave her by the way. And so the traitor's troubled fancy rack fear, doubt, and his own native, rancorous mood, that unawares he issued from the track, and found himself within a gloomy wood, where a rough mountain reared its shaggy back, whose stony peak above the forest stood. The daughter of Dodona's Duke 23 behind, dogging his footsteps through the thicket blind. He, when he saw himself within the brake, thought to abandon his unweeting foe, and to the dame, 'twere better that we make for shelter ere the gathering darkness grow. And, yonder mountain passed, save I mistake, A tower is seated in the vale below. Do you expect me then, while from the peak I measure the remembered place I seek? So said, he pushed his courser up the height of that lone mountain, in his evil mind, revolving, as he went, some scheme or sleight, to rid him of the gentle dame behind. When lo! a rocky cavern met his sight, amid those precipices dark and blind. Its sides descended 30 yards and more, worked smooth, and at the bottom was a door. A void was at the bottom, where a wide portal conducted to an inner room. From thence a light shone out on every side, as of a torch illumining the gloom. Fair Bradamant pursued her faithless guide, suspended there, and pondering on her doom, and came upon the felon where he stood, fearing lest she might lose him in the wood. When her approach the county's first intent made vain, the wily traitor sought to mend his toils, and some new stratagem invent, to rid her thence, or bring her to her end. And so to meet the approaching lady went, and showed the cave, and prayed her to ascend, and said that in its bottom he had seen a gentle damsel of bewitching mien, who, by her lovely semblance and rich vest, appeared a lady of no mean degree, but melancholy, weeping, and distressed, as one who pined there in captivity. And that when he towards the entrance pressed, to learn who that unhappy maid might be, one on the melancholy damsel flew, and her within that inner cavern drew. The beauteous Bradamant, who was more bold than wary, gave a ready ear, and, bent to help the maid, imprisoned in that hold, sought but the means to try the deep descent. Then, looking round, descried an elm tree old, which furnished present means for her intent. And from the tree, with boughs and foliage stored, lopped a long branch, and shaped it with her sword. The severed end she to the count commended. Then, grasping it, hung down that entrance steep, with her feet foremost, by her arms suspended. When asking if she had the skill to leap, the traitor, with a laugh, his hands extended, and plunged his helpless prey into the deep. And thus, exclaimed the ruffian, might I speed with thee each succor of thy cursed seed. But not, as was the will of Pinable, such cruel lot fair Bradamant essayed. For striking on the bottom of the cell, the stout elm bough so long her weight upstayed, that, though it split and splintered where it fell, it broke her fall, and saved the gentle maid. Some while astounded there the lady lay, as the ensuing canto will display. Canto. Chapter 3. Restored to sense, the beauteous Bradamant finds sage Melissa in the vaulted tomb, and hears from her of many a famous plant and warrior, who shall issue from her womb. Next, to release Rogero from the haunt of old Atlantes, learns how from the groom Brunello hight, his virtuous ring to take, and thus the knights and others' fetters break. Who will vouchsafe me voice that shall ascend as high as I would raise my noble theme? Who will afford befitting words, and lend wings to my verse, to soar the pitch I scheme? Since fiercer fire for such illustrious end than what was wont, may well my song beseem. For this fair portion to my lord is due, which sings the sires from whom his lineage grew, than whose fair line, mid those by heavenly grace chosen to minister this earth below, you see not, Phoebus, in your daily race, one that in peace or war doth fairer show, nor lineage that hath longer kept its place, and still shall keep it, if the lights which glow within me, but aright inspire my soul, while the blue heaven shall turn about the pole. But should I seek at full its worth to blaze, not mine were needful, but that noble lyre, which sounded at your touch the thunderer's praise, what time the giants sank in penal fire. Yet should you instruments, more fit to raise the votive work, bestow, as I desire. All labor and all thought will I combine, to shape and shadow forth the great design. Till when, this chisel may suffice to scale the stone, and give my lines a right direction. And haply future study may avail to bring the stubborn labor to perfection. Return we now to him, to whom the mail of hauberk, shield, and helm, were small protection. I speak of Pinabel the Maganzese, who hopes the damsel's death, whose fall he sees. The wily traitor thought that damsel sweet had perished on the darksome cavern's floor, and with pale visages hurried his retreat from that, through him contaminated door, and, thence returning, clomb into his seat. Then, like one who a wicked spirit bore to add another sin to evil deed, bore off with him the warlike virgin's steed. Leave we sometime the wretch who, while he laid snares for another, wrought his proper doom, and turn we to the damsel he betrayed, who had nigh found at once her death and tomb. She, after rising from the rock, dismayed at her shrewd fall, and gazing through the gloom, beheld and passed that inner door, which gave entrance to other and more spacious cave. For the first cavern in a second ended, fashioned in form of church, and large and square, with roof by cunning architect extended, on shafts of alabaster rich and rare. The flame of a clear burning lamp ascended before the central altar, and the glare, illuminating all the space about, shone through the gate, and lit the cave without, touched with the sanctifying thoughts which wait on worthy spirit in a holy place. She prays with eager lips, and heart elate, to the disposer of all earthly grace. And, kneeling, hears a secret wicket grate in the opposing wall, whence, face to face, a woman issuing forth, the maid addresses, barefoot, ungirt, and with dishevelled tresses. O generous Bradamant, the matron cried, know thine arrival in this hallowed hold was not unauthorized of heavenly guide, and the prophetic ghost of Merlin told thou to this cave shouldst come by path untried, which covers the renowned magician's mold. And here have I long time awaited thee, to tell what is the heavens' pronounced decree. This is the ancient memorable cave, which Merlin 24 that enchanter sage, did make. Thou mayst have heard how that magician brave was cheated by the Lady of the Lake. Below, beneath the cavern, is the grave, which holds his bones, where, for that lady's sake, his limbs, for such her will, the wizard spread. Living he laid him there, and lies there dead. Yet lives the spirit of immortal strain, lodged in the enchanter's corpse, till to the skies the trumpet call it, or to endless pain, as it with dove or raven's wing shall rise. Yet lives the voice, and thou shalt hear how plain, from its sepulchral case of marble cries. Since this has still the past and future taught, to every wight that has its counsel sought. Long days have passed since I from distant land my course did to this cemetery steer, that in the solemn mysteries I scanned, Merlin to me the truth should better clear. And having compassed the design I planned, a month beyond, for thee, have tarried here. Since Merlin, still with certain knowledge summing events, prefixed this moment for thy coming. The daughter of Duke Aemon stood aghast, and silent listened to the speech, while she knew not, sore marveling at all that passed, if 'twere a dream or a reality. At length, with modest brow, and eyes downcast, replied, like one that was all modesty, and is this wrought for me? And have I merit, worthy the workings of prophetic spirit? And full of joy the adventure strange pursues, moving with ready haste behind the dame, Who brings her to the sepulchre which muse the bones and spirit, erst of Merlin's name. The tomb, of hardest stone which masons use, shone smooth and lucid, and as red as flame. So that although no sunbeam pierced the gloom, its splendor lit the subterraneous room. Whether it be the native operation, O certain stones, to shine like torch the dark, or whether force of spell or fumigation, a guess that seems to come more near the mark, or sign made under mystic constellation, the blaze that came from the sepulchral ark discovered sculpture, color, gems, and gilding, and whatsoever else adorned the building. Scarcely had Bradamant above the sill lifter her foot, and trod the secret cave, when the live spirit, in clear tones that thrill, addressed the martial virgin from the grave. May fortune, chaste and noble maid, fulfill thine every wish, exclaimed the wizard brave, since from thy womb a princely race shall spring, whose name through Italy and earth shall ring. The noble blood derived from ancient Troy 25. Mingling in its two most glorious streams, shall be the ornament, and flower, and joy of every lineage on which Phoebus beams, where genial stars lend warmth, or cold annoy, where Indus, Tagus, Nile, or Danube gleams, and in thy progeny and long-drawn line shall marquises, counts, dukes, and Caesars shine. Captains and cavaliers shall spring from thee, who both by knightly lance and prudent lore shall once again to widowed Italy her ancient praise and fame in arms restore, and in her realms just lords shall seated be, such Numa and Augustus were of yore, who with their government, benign and sage, shall recreate on earth the golden age. Then, that the will of heaven be duly brought to a fair end through thee, in fitting date, which from the first to bless thy love has wrought, and destined young Rogero for thy mate. Let nothing interpose to break that thought, but boldly tread the path prescribed by fate, nor let aught stay thee till the thief be thrown by thy good lance, who keeps thee from thine own. Here Merlin ceased, that for the solemn feat Melissa might prepare with fitting spell, to show bold Bradamant, in aspect meet, the heirs who her illustrious race should swell. Hence many sprites she chose, but from what seat evoked, I know not, or if called from hell, and gathered in one place, so bade the dame. In various garb and guise the shadows came. This done, into the church she called the maid, where she had drawn a magic ring, as wide as might contain the damsel, prostrate laid, with the full measure of a palm beside, and on her head, lest spirit should invade, a pentacle for more assurance tied. Point 26. So bade her hold her peace, and stand and look. Then read, and schooled the demons from her book. Lo! Forth of that first cave what countless swarm presses upon the circle's sacred round. But, when they would the magic rampart storm, finds the way barred as if by fosse or mound. Then back the rabble turns of various form, and when it thrice with bending march has wound about the circle, troops into the cave, where stands that beauteous urn, the wizard's grave, to tell at large the puissant acts and worth and name of each who, figured in a sprite, is present to our eyes before his birth. Said sage Melissa to the damsel bright, to tell the deeds which they shall act on earth, were labor not to finish with the night. Hence I shall call few worthies of thy line, as time and fair occasion shall combine. See yonder firstborn of thy noble breed, who well reflects thy fair and joyous face. He, first of thine and of Rogero's seed 27, shall plant in Italy thy generous race. In him behold who shall disdain the mead, and his good sword with blood of Pontier base, the mighty wrong chastised, and traitor's guilt by whom his princely father's blood was spilt. By him King Desiderius shall be pressed. 28. The valiant leader of the Lombard horde, and of the fiefs of Callaeon and Este. For this imperial Charles shall make him lord. Hubert, 29, thy grandson, comes behind, the best of Italy, with arms and belted sword. Who shall defend the church from barbarous foes, and more than once assure her safe repose. Alberto next, unconquered captain, c. 30. Whose trophies shall so many fanes array. Hugh, the bold son, is with the sire, and he shall conquer Milan, and the snakes display. Azzo, that next approaching form shall be. And, his good brother dead, the insubri sway. 31. Lo! Albertazzo, by whose reed undone. 32. See Berengarius banished, and his son. With him shall the imperial Otho join. In wedlock worthily his daughter fair. And lo! Another Hugh. O noble line. 33. O! Sire succeeded by an equal heir. He, thwarting with just cause their ill design, shall thrash the Romans' pride who overbear. Shall from their hands the sovereign pontiff take. With the third Otho, and their leaguer break. See Fulk, who to his brother will convey. 34. All his Italian birthright, and command. To take a mighty dukedom far away. From his fair home, in Almain's northern land. There he the house of Saxony shall stay. And prop the ruin with his saving hand. This in his mother's right he shall possess. And with his progeny maintain and bless. More famed for courtesy than warlike deed. Azzo II, he who next repairs. 35. Bertoldo and Albertazzo are his seed. And, lo! The father walks between his heirs. By Parma's walls I see the Germans bleed. Their second Henry quelled, such trophy bears. The one renowned in story's future page. The next shall wed Matilda, chaste and sage. His virtues shall deserve so fair a flower. And in his age, I wot, no common grace. To hold the half of Italy in dower. With that descendant of first Henry's race. Rinaldo shall succeed him in his power. 36. Pledge of Bertoldo's wedded love, and chase. Fierce Frederick Barbarossa's hireling bands. Saving the church from his rapacious hands. Another Azzo rules Verona's town. 37. With its fair fields, and two great chiefs this while. One wears the papal, one the imperial crown. 38. The Baron, Marquis of Ancona style. But to show all who rear the gonfalon of the consistory, amid that file, were task too long, as long to tell each deed, achieved for Rome by thy devoted seed. See Fulk and Abison. 39 more Azzos, Hughs. Both Henrys, Mark the father and his boy. Two Guelphs, the first fair Umbria's land subdues. 40. And shall Spoleto's ducal crown enjoy. Behold the princely phantom that ensues. Shall turn fair Italy's long grief to joy. I speak of the fifth Azzo of thy strain. 41. By whom shall Ezzelin be quelled and slain? Fierce Ezzelin, that most inhuman lord. Who shall be deemed by men a child of hell. And work such evil, thinning with the sword. Who in Ausonius wasted cities dwell. Rome shall no more her Anthony record. Her Marius, Sylla, Nero, Cagus fell. And this fifth Azzo shall to scathe and shame put Frederick, second Caesar of the name. 42. He, with his better scepter well contented, shall rule the city, seated by the streams. 43. Where Phoebus to his plaintive lyre lamented. The son, ill trusted with the father's beams. Where Cygnus spread his pinions, and the scented amber was wept, as fabling poet dreams. To him such honor shall the church decree. Fit guerdon of his works, and valor's fee. but does no laurel for his brother twine. 44. Aldobrandino, who will carry cheer to Rome, when Otho, with the Ghibelline, into the troubled capital strikes fear, and make the Umbri and Piceni sign their shame, and sack the cities far and near. Then hopeless to relieve the sacred hold, sue to the neighboring Florentine for gold, and trust a noble brother to his hands, boasting no dearer pledge, the pact to bind. And next, victorious o'er the German bands, give his triumphant ensigns to the wind, to the afflicted church restore her lands, and take due vengeance of Celano's kind. Then die, cut off in manhood's early flower, beneath the banners of the papal power? He, dying, leaves his brother Azzo heir of Pesaro and fair Ancona's reign, and all the cities which, twixt Tronto, are. 45. And green Isoro's stream, from mount to main, with other heritage, more rich and rare, greatness of mind, and faith without a strain. All else is fortune's in this mortal state, but virtue soars beyond her love and hate. In good Rinaldo equal worth shall shine. 46. Such is the promise of his early fire. If such a hope of thine exalted line, dark fate and fortune wreck not in their ire. Alas! From Naples in this distant shrine, Naples, where he is hostage for his sire, his dirge is heard, a stripling of thy race, young Abison, shall fill his grandsire's place. 47. This lord to his dominion shall unite gay Reggio, joined to Medina's bold land, and his redoubt valor lend such light, the willing people call him to command. Sixth of the name, his Azzo rears upright. 48. The church's banner in his noble hand, fair Audria's fief to him in dower shall bring, the child of second Charles, Sicilia's king. Behold in yonder friendly group agreed, many fair princes of illustrious name. Abison, Albert famed for pious deed, Aldobrandino, Nicholas the Lame. 49. But we may pass them by, for better speed. Faenza conquered, and their feats and fame, with Audria, better held and surer gain, which gives her title to the neighboring main, and that fair town, whose produce is the rose. 50. The rose which gives it name in Grecian speech, that, too, which fishy marshes round enclose. 51. And Po's two currents threat with double breach, whose townsmen loath the lazy calm's repose, and pray that stormy waves may lash the beach. I pass, mid towns and towers, a countless store, Argenta, Lugo, and 1,000 more. See Nicholas, whom in his tender age. 52. The willing people shall elect their lord, he who shall laugh to scorn the civil rage of the rebellious Titius and his horde, whose infantine delight shall be to wage the mimic fight, and sweat with spear and sword, and through the discipline such nurture yields, shall flourish as the flower of martial fields. By him rebellious plans are overthrown, and turned upon the rash contriver's head, and so each stratagem of warfare blown, that vainly shall the cunning toils be spread. To the third Otho this too late is known, of Parma and the pleasant Reggio dread, who shall by him be spoiled in sudden strife, of his possessions and his wretched life. And still the fair dominion 53 shall increase, and without wrong its spreading bounds augment, nor its glad subjects violate the peace, unless provoked some outrage to resent. And hence its wealth and welfare shall not cease, and the divine disposer be content to let it flourish, such is heavenly love, while the celestial spheres revolve above. Lo! Lionel! Lo! Bourse great and kind. 54. First Duke of thy fair race, his realm's delight, who reigns secure, and shall more triumphs find in peace, than warlike princes win in fight. Whose struggling furies hands shall tie behind her back, and prison Mars, removed from sight. His fair endeavors bent to bless and stay the people, that his sovereign rule obey. Lo! Hercules, who may reproach his neighbor, 55. With foot half burnt, and halting gait and slow. That at Budrio, with protecting saber, he saved his troops from fatal overthrow. Not that, for guerdon of his glorious labor, he should distress and vex him as a foe. Chased into Barco, it were hard to say if most he shine in peace or martial fray. Lucania, Puglia, and Calabria's strand shall with the rumor of his prowess ring, where he shall strive in duel, hand to hand, 56. And gain the praise of Catalonia's king. Him, with the wisest captains of the land. His worth shall class, such fame his actions bring. And he the fief shall win like valiant knight, which 30 years before was his of right. To him his grateful city owes a debt the greatest subjects to their lord can owe. Not that he moves her from a marsh, to set her stones, where Ceres' fruitful treasures grow. Nor that he shall enlarge her bounds, nor yet that he shall fence her walls against the foe. Nor that he theatre and dome repairs, and beautifies her streets and goodly squares. Not that he keeps his lordship well defended from the winged lion's claws and fierce attacks. 57. Nor that, when Gallic ravage is extended, and the invader all Italia sacks, his happy state alone is unoffended. 58. Unharassed, and ungalled by toll or tax. Not for these blessings I recount, and more, his grateful realm shall Hercules adore. So much as that from him shall spring a pair of brothers, leagued no less by love than blood, who shall be all that Leda's children were. The just Alfonso, Hippolyte the good. 59. And as each twin resigned the vital air, his fellow to redeem from Stygian flood, so each of these would gladly spend his breath, and for his brother brave perpetual death. In these two princes excellent affection, their happy lieges more assurance feel, than if their noble town, for its protection, were girded twice by Vulcan's works of steel. And so Alfonso in his good direction, justice, with knowledge and with love, shall deal. Astrea shall appear returned from heaven, to this low earth to varying seasons given. Well is it that his wisdom shines as bright as his good sires, nor is his valor less, since here usurping Venice arms for fight, and her full troops his scanty numbers press. There she, I know not if more justly hight 60. Mother or stepmother, brings new distress. But, if a mother, scarce to him more mild than Progny or Medea to her child. This chief, what time soever he shall go forth with his faithful crew, by night or day, by water or by land, will shame the foe with memorable rout and disarray. And this too late Romagna's sons shall know, led against former friends in bloody fray, who shall bedew the campaign with their blood, by Saturn, Pa, and Xenialus flood. This shall the Spaniard know, to his dismay. 61. Mid the same bounds, whom papal gold shall gain, who shall from him Bastia win and slay, with cruel rage, her hapless Castellane. The city taken, but shall dearly pay his crime, the town retrieved, and victor slain. Since in the rescued city not a groom is left alive, to bear the news to Rome. 'Tis he, who with his counsel and his lance shall win the honors of Romagna's plain, and open to the chivalry of France the victory over Julius, leagued with Spain. Paunch deep in human blood shall steeds advance in that fierce strife, and struggle through the slain. Mid crowded fields, which scarce a grace supply. Where Greek, Italian, Frank, and Spaniard die. Lo! Who in priestly vesture clad, is crowned with purple hat, conferred in hallowed dome. 'Tis he, the wise, the liberal, the renowned Hippolytus, great Cardinal of Rome. 62. Whose actions shall in every region sound, where'er the honored muse shall find a home. To whose glad era, by indulgent heaven, as to Augustus is a morrow given. 63. His deeds adorn his race, as from his car the glorious sun illumes the subject earth, more than the silver moon or lesser star. So far all others he transcends in worth. I see this captain, ill-bested for war, go forth afflicted, and return in mirth, backed by few foot, and fewer cavaliers. 64. He homeward barks, and 15 galleys steers. 2 Sigismonds, the first, the second, see. To these Alfonso's 5 good sons succeed, whose glory spread o'er seas and land shall be. The first shall wed a maid of France's seed. This is the second Hercules, and he. 65. That you may know their every name and deed. Hippolytus, who with the light shall shine, of his wise uncle, gilding all his line. Francis the third comes next, the other two Alfonsos both. But yet again I say, thy line through all its branches to pursue, fair virgin, would too long protract thy stay. And Phoebus, many times, to mortal view, would quench and light again the lamp of day. Then, with thy leave, 'tis time the pageant cease, and I dismiss the shades and hold my peace. So with the ladies leave the volume closed, whose precepts to her will the spirits bent. And they, where Merlin's ancient bones reposed, from the first cavern disappearing, went. Then Bradamant her eager lips unclosed, since the divine enchantress gave consent. And who, she cried, that pair of sorrowing mien, Alfonso and Hippolytus between? Sighing, those youths advanced amid the show, their brows with shame and sorrow overcast, with downward look, and gait subdued and slow. I saw the brothers shun them as they passed. Melissa heard the dame with signs of woe, and thus, with streaming eyes, exclaimed at last, ah! Luckless youths. 66 With vain illusions fed, whither by wicked men's bad counsel led. O, worthy seed of Hercules the good, let not their guilt beyond thy love prevail. Alas! The wretched pair are of thy blood. So many prevailing pity turn the scale. And in a sad and softer tone pursued, I will not further press the painful tale. Chew on fair fancy's food, nor deem unmeet. I will not with a bitter chase the sweet. Soon as tomorrow's sun shall gild the skies, with his first light, myself the way will show, to where the wizard knight Rogero sties, and built with polished steel the ramparts glow. So long as through deep woods thy journey lies, till, at the sea arrived, I shall bestow such new instructions for the future way, that thou no more shalt need Melissa's stay. All night the maid reposes in the cave, and the best part in talk with Merlin spends, while with persuasive voice the wizard grave to her Rogero's honest love commends, till from the vault goes forth that virgin brave, as through the sky the rising sun ascends, by path, long space obscure on either side, the weird woman still her faithful guide. They gain a hidden glen, which heights enclose, and mountains inaccessible to man. And they all day toil on, without repose, where precipices frowned and torrents ran. And, what may some diversion interpose, sweet subjects of discourse together scan, in conference, which best might make appear the rugged road less dismal and severe. Of these the greater portion serve to guide. Such the wise woman's scope, the warlike dame. And teach by what device might be untied. Rogero's gyves, if steadfast were her flame. If thou wert Mars himself, or Pallas, cried the sage Melissa. Though with thee there came more than King Charles or Agramant command. Against the wizard foe thou couldst not stand. Besides that it is walled about with steel, and inexpugnable his tower, and high. Besides that his swift horse is taught to wheel, and caracole and gallop in mid-sky. He bears a mortal shield of power to seal. As soon as 'tis exposed, the dazzled eye. And so invades each sense the splendor shed, that he who sees the blaze remains as dead. And lest to shut thine eyes, thou shouldst suppose, might serve, contending with the wizard knight. How wouldst thou know, when both in combat close? When he strikes home, or when eschews the fight? But to escape the blaze which blinds his foes, and render vain each necromantic sleight. Have here a speedy mean which cannot miss. Nor can the world afford a way but this. King Agramant of Africa a ring, thieved from an Indian queen 67 by subtle guiles, has to a baron of his following consigned, who now precedes us by few miles. Brunello he, who wears the gift shall bring to naught all sorceries and magic wiles. In thefts and cheats Brunello is as well instructed, as the sage in charm and spell. Brunello, he so practiced and so sly, as now I tell thee, by his king is sent, that he with aid of mother wit may try, and of this ring, well proved in like event, to take Rogero from the castle high. So has he boasted, by the wizard pent, and to his lord such promise did impart, who has Rogero's presence most at heart, that his escape to thee alone may owe, not to the king, the youthful cavalier, how to release Rogero from his foe, and his enchanted cage, prepare to hear. 3 days along the shingle shalt thou go, beside the sea, whose waves will soon appear. Thee the 3rd day shall to a hostel bring, where he shall come who bears the virtuous ring, that thou mayst recognize the man, in height less than 6 palms, observe one at this inn, of black and curly hair, the dwarfish white beard overgrown about the cheek and chin, with shaggy brow, swollen eyes, and cloudy sight, a nose close flattened, and a sallow skin. To this, that I may make my sketch complete, succinctly clad, like courier, goes the cheat. Thy conversation with this man shall turn upon enchantment, spell, and mystic pact. And thou shalt, in thy talk, appear to yearn to prove the wizard's strength, as is the fact. But, lady, let him not thy knowledge learn of his good ring, which mars all magic act. He shall propose to bring thee as a guide to the tall castle, whither thou wouldst ride. Follow him close, and viewing, for a sign, now near, the fortress of the enchanter Hoare. Let no false pity there thy mind incline, to stay the execution of my lore. Give him his death, but let him not divine thy thought, nor grant him respite, for before thine eyes, concealed by it, the caitiff slips, if once he place the ring between his lips. Discoursing thus, they came upon the sea, where Garonne near fair Bordeaux meets the tide. Here, fellow travelers no more to be. Some natural tears they drop and then divide. Duke Amon's child, who slumbers not till she release her knight, holds on till eventide. 'Twas then the damsel at a hostel rested, where Sir Brunello was already guested. The maid Brunello knows as soon as found, so was his image on her mind impressed, and asks him whence he came, and whither bound. And he replies and lies, as he is pressed. The dame, who is forewarned, and knows her ground, feigns too as well as he, and lies her best. And changes sex and sect, and name and land. And her quick eye oft glances at his hand. Oft glances at his restless hand, in fear that he might undetected make some prize. Nor ever lets the knave approach too near. Well knowing his condition, in this guise, the couple stand together, when they hear a sudden sound, but what that sound implies, I, sir, shall tell hereafter with its cause. But first shall break my song with fitting pause. Canto. Chapter 4. The old Atlantes suffers fatal wreck. Foiled by the ring, and young Rogero freed, who soars in air till he appears a speck, mounted upon the wizard's winged steed, obedient to the royal Charles's beck. He who had followed love's imperious lead, Rinaldo, disembarks on British land, and saves Ginevra, doomed to stake and brand. Though an ill mind appear in simulation, and, for the most, such quality offends, 'tis plain that this in many a situation is found to further beneficial ends, and save from blame, and danger, and vexation. Since we converse not always with our friends, in this, less clear than clouded, mortal life, beset with snares, and full of envious strife. If after painful proof we scarcely find a real friend, through various chances sought, to whom we may communicate our mind, keeping no watch upon our wandering thought, what should the young Rogero's lady kind do with Brunello, not sincere, but fraught with treasons manifold, and false and tainted, as by the good enchantress truly painted? She feigns as well with that deceitful scout, fitting with him the father of all lies, watches his thievish hands in fear and doubt, and follows every motion with her eyes. When lo! a mighty noise is heard without. O mighty mother, King of heaven, she cries, what thing is this I hear? And quickly springs towards the place from whence the larum rings, and sees the host and all his family, where, one to door, and one to window slips, with eyes upturned and gazing at the sky, as if to witness comet or eclipse. And there the lady views, with wondering eye, what she had scarce believed from others' lips. A feathered courser, sailing through the rack, who bore an armed knight upon his back. Broad were his pinions, and of various hue. 68. Seated between, a knight the saddle pressed, clad in steel arms, which wide their radiance threw. His wondrous course directed to the west, there dropped among the mountains lost to view. And this was, as that host informed his guest. And true the tale, a sorcerer, who made, now farther, now more near, his frequent raid. He, sometimes towering, soars into the skies, then seems, descending, but to skim the ground, and of all beauteous women makes a prize, who, to their mischief, in these parts are found. Hence, whether in their own or others' eyes, esteemed as fair, the wretched damsels round, and all in fact the felon plunders, hide, as fearing of the sun to be descried. A castle on the Pyrenean height, the necromancer keeps, the work of spell. The host relates, of steel, so fair and bright, all nature cannot match the wondrous shell. There many cavaliers, to prove their might, have gone, but none returned the tale to tell. So that I doubt, fair sir, the thief enthralls, or slays whoever in the encounter falls. The watchful maid attends to everything, glad at her heart, and trusting to complete what she shall compass by the virtuous ring, the downfall of the enchanter and his seat. Then to the host, a guide I pray thee bring, who better knows than me the thief's retreat. So burns my heart, nor can I choose but go to strive in battle with this wizard foe. It shall not need, exclaimed the dwarfish Moor. For I, myself, will serve you as a guide, who have the road set down, with other lore, so that you shall rejoice with me to ride. He meant the ring, but further hint forbore, lest dearly he the avowed should abide. And she to him, your guidance gives me pleasure. Meaning by this she hoped to win his treasure. What useful was to say, she said, and what might hurt her with the Saracen, concealed. Well suited to her ends, the host had got a palfrey, fitting for the road or field. She bought the steed, and as Aurora shot her rosy rays, rode forth with spear and shield, and maid and courier through a valley wind. Brunello now before and now behind. From wood to wood, from mount to mountain hoar, they clomb a summit, which in cloudless sky discovers France and Spain, and either shore. As from a peak of Apennine the I-69 may Tuscan and Sclavonian sea explore. There, whence we journey to Camaldoli. Then through a rugged path and painful wended, which thence into a lowly vale descended. A rock from that deep valley's center springs. Bright walls of steel about its summit go, and this as high that airy summit flings, as it leaves all the neighboring cliffs below. He may not scale the height who has not wings, and vainly would each painful toil bestow. Lo! Where his prisoners? Sir Brunello cries. Ladies and cavaliers, the enchanter styes. Scarped smooth upon 4 parts, the mountain bare seemed fashioned with the plumb, by builder's skill. Nor upon any side was path or stair, which furnished man the means to climb the hill. The castle seemed the very nest and lair of animal, supplied with plume and quill. And here the damsel knows 'tis time to slay the wily dwarf, and take the ring away. But deems it foul, with blood of man to stain, unarmed and of so base a sort, her brand. For well, without his death, she may obtain the costly ring, and so suspends her hand. Brunello, off his guard, with little pain, she seized, and strongly bound with girding band. Then to a lofty fir made fast the string, but from his finger first withdrew the ring. Neither by tears, nor groans, nor sound of woe, to move the steadfast maid the dwarf had power. She down the rugged hill descended slow, until she reached the plain beneath the tower. Then gave her bugle breath, the keep below, to call the castled wizard to the stower. And when the sound was finished, threatening cried, and called him to the combat and defied. Not long within his gate the enchanter stayed, after he heard the voice and bugle ring, against the foe, who seemed a man, arrayed in arms, with him the horse is on the wing. But his appearance well consoled the maid, who, with small cause for fear, beheld him bring nor mace, nor rested lance, nor bidding sword, wherewith the corslet might be bruised or gored. In his left arm alone his shield he took, covered all o'er with silk of crimson hue. In his right hand he held an open book, whence, as the enchanter read, strange wonder grew. For oftentimes, to sight, the lance he shook, and flinching eyelids could not hide the view. With tuck or mace he seemed to smite the foe, but sate aloof and had not struck a blow. No empty fiction wrought by magic lore, but natural was the steed the wizard pressed. For him a filly to griffin bore, height hippogriff, in wings and beak and crest, formed like his sire, as in the feat before, but like the mare, his dam, in all the rest. Such on Riphean hills, though rarely found, are bred, beyond the frozen ocean's bound. Drawn by enchantment from his distant lair, the wizard thought but how to tame the foal, and, in a month, instructed him to bear saddle and bit, and gallop to the goal, and execute on earth or in mid-air All shifts of manege, course and caracole. He with such labor wrought. This only real. Where all the rest was hollow and ideal. This truth by him with fictions was combined. Whose slight passed red for yellow, black for white. But all his vain enchantments could not blind the maid, whose virtuous ring assured her sight. Yet she her blows discharges at the wind, and spurring here and there prolongs the fight. So drove or wheeled her steed, and smote at naught, and practiced all she had before been taught. When she sometime had fought upon her horse, she from the courser on her feet descends, to compass and more freely put in force, as by the enchantress schooled, her wily ends. The wizard, to display his last resource, unweeding the defense, towards her wends. He bears the shield, secure to blind his foe, and by the magic light, astonished, throw. The shield might have been shown at first, nor he needed to keep the cavaliers at bay, but that he loved some masterstroke to see, achieved by lance or sword in single fray. As with the captive mouse, in sportive glee, the wily cat is sometimes seen to play, till waxing wroth, or weary of her prize, she bites, and at a snap the prisoner dies. To cat and mouse, in battles fought before, I liken the magician and his foes. But the comparison holds good no more. For, with the ring, the maid against him goes, firm and attentive still, and watching sore, lest upon her the wizard should impose. And as she sees him bear the wondrous shield, closes her eyes and falls upon the field. Not that the shining metal could offend, as won't those others, from its cover freed. But so the damsel did, to make descend the vain enchanter from his wondrous steed. Nor was in aught defeated of her end. For she no sooner on the grassy mead had laid her head, than wheeling widely round, the flying courser pitched upon the ground. Already cased again, the shield was hung by the magician, at his saddle bow. He lights and seeks her, who like wolf among the bushes, couched in thicket, waits the roe. She without more delay from ambush sprung, as he drew near, and grappled fast the foe. That wretched man, the volume by whose aid he all his battles fought, on earth had laid, and ran to bind her with a chain, which he girt round about him for such a purpose, wore, because he deemed she was no less to be mastered and bound than those subdued before. Him hath the dame already flung, by me excused with reason, if he strove not more. For fearful were the odds between that bold and puissant maid, and warrior weak and old. Intending to behead the fallen foe, she lifts her conquering hand, but in mid-space, when she beholds his visage, stops the blow, as if disdaining a revenge so base. She sees in him, her prowess has laid low, a venerable sire, with sorrowing face, whose hair and wrinkles speak him, to her guess, of years 60, or little less. Kill me, for love of God. Afflicted sore, the old enchanter full of wrath did cry. But the victorious damsel was not more averse to kill, than he was bent to die. To know who was the necromancer whore, the gentle lady had desire, and why the tower he in that savage place designed, doing such outrage foul to all mankind. Nor I, by malice moved, alas, poor wight. The weeping necromancer answer made, built the fair castle on the rocky height, nor yet for rapine ply the robber's trade, but only to redeem a gentle knight from danger sore and death, by love was swayed, who, as the skies foreshow, in little season, is doomed to die a Christian, and by treason. The sun beholds not, twixt the poles, a child so excellent as him, and passing fair, who from his infancy, Rogero styled. Atlantes I, was tutored by my care. By love of fame and evil stars beguiled. He follows into France Troiano's heir. 70. Him, in my eyes, than son esteemed more dear. I seek to snatch from France and peril near. I only built the beauteous keep to be Rogero's dungeon, safely harbored there. Who whilom was subdued in fight by me. As I today had hoped thyself to snare. And dames and knights, and more of high degree, have to this tower conveyed, his lot to share. That with such partners of his prison pent, he might the loss of freedom less lament. Save they should seek to break their dungeons bound. I grant my inmates every other pleasure. For whatsoever in the world is found, search its four quarters, in this keep I treasure. Whatever heart can wish or tongue can sound. Cates, brave attire, game, sport, or mirthful measure. My field well sown, I well had reaped my grain. But that thy coming makes my labor vain. Ah! Then unless thy heart less beauteous be, then thy sweet face, mar not my pious care. Take my steel buckler, this I give to thee. And take that horse, which flies so fast in air. Nor meddle with my castle more. Or free 1 or 2 captive friends, the rest forbear. Or, for I crave but this, release them all. So that Rogero but remain my thrall. Or if disposed to take him from my sight, before the youth be into France conveyed, be pleased to free my miserable sprite from its now rotted bark, long decayed. Prate as thou wilt, I shall restore the knight to liberty, replied the martial maid. Nor offer shield and courser to resign, which are not in thy gift, already mine. Nor were they thine to take or to bestow. Would it appear that such exchange were wise? Thou sayest to save him from what stars foreshow, and cheat an evil influence of the skies. Rogero is confined. Thou canst not know, or knowing, canst not change his destinies. For, if unknown and ill so near to thee, far less mayest thou another's fate foresee. Seek not thy death from me. For the petition is made in vain, but if for death thou sigh, though the whole world refuse the requisition, a soul resolved would find the means to die. But ope thy gates to give thy guests dismission. Before thine hand the knot of life untie. So spake the scornful dame with angry mock, speeding her captive still towards the rock. Round by the conqueror with the chain he bore, Atlantes walked, the damsel following nigh, who trusted not to the magician whore, although he seemed subdued in port and eye. Nor many paces went the pair, before they at the mountain's foot the cleft espy, with steps by which the rugged hill to round, and climb, till to the castle gate they wound. Atlantes from the threshold, graved by skill, with characters and wondrous signs, upturned a virtuous stone, where, underneath the sill, pots, with perpetual fire and secret, burned. The enchanter breaks them, and at once the hill to an inhospitable rock is turned. Nor wall nor tower on any side is seen, as if no castle there had ever been. Then from the lady's toils the wizard clears 71. His limbs, as thrush escapes the fowler's snare. With him as well his castle disappears, and leaves the prison troop in open air. From their gay lodgings, dames and cavaliers, unhoused upon that desert, bleak and bare. And many at the freedom felt annoy, which dispossessed them of such life of joy. There is Gradasso, there is Sacripant, 72. There is Persildo, noble cavalier, who with Rinaldo came from the Levant. Iroldo, too, Persildo's friend sincere. And there, at last, the lovely Bradamant discerns Rogero, long desired and dear, who, when assured it was that lady, flew with joyful cheer to greet the damsel true. As her he prized before his eyes, his heart, his life, from that day cherished when she stood uncast for him, and from the fight apart. And hence an arrow drank her virgin blood. 'Twere long to tell who launched the cruel dart, and how the lovers wandered in the wood. Now guided by the sun, and now benighted. Here first since that encounter reunited. Now that the stripling sees her here, and knows alone she freed him from the wizard's nest. He deems, his bosom with such joy overflows, that he is singly fortunate and blessed. Thither, where late the damsel conquered, goes the band, descending from the mountain's crest, and finds the hippogriff, who bore the shield, but in its case of crimson silk concealed. To take him by the rein the lady there approached, and he stood fast till she was nigh. Then spread his pinions to the liquid air, and at short distance lit, half mountain high. And, as she follows him with fruitless care, nor longer flight nor shorter will he try. 'Tis thus the raven, on some sandy beach, lures on the dog, and flits beyond his reach. Gradasso, Sacripant, Rogero, who with all those other knights below were met, where'er they hope he may return, pursue the beast, and up and down, each pass beset. He having led those others, as he flew, often to rocky height, and bottom wet, among the rocks of the moist valley dropped, and at short distance from Rogero stopped. This was Atlantes the enchanter's deed, whose pious wishes still directed were to see Rogero from his peril freed. This was his only thought, his only care, who for such end dispatched the winged steed, him out of Europe by this slight to bear. Rogero took his bridle, but in vain, for he was restive to the guiding rein. Now the bold youth from his frontino flings. Frontino was his gentle courser height. Then leaps on him who towers in air, and stings, and goads his haughty heart with rowels bright. He runs a short career, then upward springs, and through mid-ether soars a fairer flight than hawk, from which the falconer plucks away in time the blinding hood, and points her prey. When her Rogero the fair dame discerned in fearful peril, soar so high a strain, she stood long space amazed, ere she returned to her right judgment, and sound wits again, and what she erst of Ganymede had learned, snatched up to heaven from his paternal reign, feared might befall the stripling, born through air, as gentle as young Ganymede and fair. She on Rogero looks with steadfast eyes, as long as feeble sight can serve her use, and in her mind next tracks him through the skies, when sight in vain the cherished youth pursues, and still renewing tears, and groans, and sighs, will not afford her sorrow peace or truce. After the knight had vanished from her view, her eyes she on the good Frontino threw, and lest the courser should become the prey of the first traveller, who passed the glen, him will not leave, but thence to bear away. Resolves, in trust to see his lord again. The griffin soars, nor can Rogero stay the flying courser, while, beneath his ken, each peak and promontory sinks in guise that he discerns not flat from mountain rise. After the hippogriff has won such height that he is lessened to a point, he bends his course for where the sun, with sinking light, when he goes round the heavenly crab, descends, and shoots through air, like well-greased bark and light, which through the sea a wind propitious sends. Him leave we on his way, who well shall speed, and turn we to Rinaldo in his need. Day after day the good Rinaldo fares, forced by the wind, the spacious ocean through, now westward borne, and now toward the bears. For night and day the ceaseless tempest blew. Scotland at last her dusky coast uprears, and gives the Caledonian wood to view, which, through its shadowy groves of ancient oak, oft echoes to the champion's sturdy stroke. Through this roves many a famous cavalier, renowned for feat in arms, of British strain, and throng from distant land, or country near, French, Norse, of German knights, a numerous train. Let none, save he be valiant, venture here, where, seeking glory, death may be his gain. Here Arthur, Galahalt, and Gawain fought 73. And well Sir Lancelot and Tristram wrought, and other worthies of the Table Round. Of either table, whether old or new, 74. Whose trophies yet remain upon the ground, proof of their valiant feats. Rinaldo true, forthwith his armor and Bayardo found, and landed on the woody coast, the crew he bade, with all the haste they might, repair to Berwick's neighboring port, and wait him there. Without a guide or company he went through that wide forest, choosing now this way, now that, now other, as it might present hope of adventurous quest or hard essay. And, ere the first day's circling sun is spent, the pier is guested in an abbey grey, which spends much wealth in harbouring those who claim its shelter, warlike knight or wandering dame. The monks and abbot to Mount Albans pier a goodly welcome in their house accord, who asked, but not before with savoury cheer. He amply had his wearied strength restored, if in that tract, by errant cavalier, often adventurous quest might be explored, in which a man might prove, by dangerous deed, if blame or glory were his fitting meed. They answered, in those woods he might be sure many and strange adventures would be found, but deeds, there wrought, were, like the place, obscure, and, for the greater part, not bruited round. Then seek, they said, a worthier quest, secure. Your works will not be buried underground, so that the glorious act achieved, as due, fame may your peril and your pain pursue. And if you would your warlike worth essay, prepare the worthiest enterprise to hear, that, ere in times of old or present day, was undertaken by a cavalier. Our monarch's daughter needs some friendly stay, now sore bested, against a puissant peer. Lurcanio is the doughty baron's name, who would bereave her both of life and fame. Her he before her father does pursue, perchance yet more for hatred than for right, and vouches, to a gallery she updrew, a lover, seen by him, at dead of night. Hence death by fire will be the damsel's due. Such is our law, unless some champion fight on her behalf, and, ere a month go by, nigh spent, upon the accuser prove the lie. Our impious Scottish law, severe and dread, wills, that a woman, whether low or high, her state, who takes a man into her bed, except her husband, for the offence shall die. Nor is there hope of ransom for her head, unless to her defence some warrior high, and as her champion true, with spear and shield, maintain her guiltless in the listed field. The king, sore grieving for Genura bright, for such is his unhappy daughter's name, proclaims by town and city, that the knight, who shall deliver her from death and shame, he to the royal damsel will unite, with dower, well suited to a royal dame, so that the valiant warrior who has stood in her defence, be come of gentle blood. But if within a month no knight appear, or coming, conquer not, the damsel dies. A like emprise were worthier of your spear, than wandering through these woods in lowly guise. Besides, the eternal trophy you shall rear, you by the deed shall gain a glorious prize, the sweetest flower of all the ladies fair, that betwixt Ind and Atlas pillars are, and you with wealth and state shall guerdoned be, so that you evermore may live content. And the king's grace, if through your means he see his honor raised anew, now well nigh spent. Besides, you by the laws of chivalry are bound to venge the damsel foully shent. For she, whose life is by such treason sought, is chaste and spotless in the common thought. Rinaldo mused awhile, and then replied, and must a gentle damsel die by fire, because she with a lover's wish complied, and quenched within her arms his fond desire? Cursed be the law by which the dame is tried. Cursed he who would permit a doom so dire. Perish, such fate were just, who cruel proves. Not she that life bestows on him who loves. Or true or false Genura's tale of shame. If she her lover blessed I little heed. For this my praise the lady well might claim. If manifest were not that gentle deed. My every thought is turned to aid the dame. Grant me but one to guide my steps, and lead quickly to where the foul accuser stands. I trust in God to loose Genura's bands. I will not vouch her guiltless in my thought, in fear to warrant what is false, but I boldly maintain, in such an act is not, for which the damsel should deserve to die. And ween unjust, or else of wit distraught, whose statutes framed of such severity, which, as iniquitous, should be effaced, and with a new and better code replaced. If like desire, and if an equal flame, move one and the other sex, who warmly press to that soft end of love, their goal the same, which to the witless crowd seems rank excess. Say why shall woman merit scathe or blame? Though lovers, one or more, she may caress, while man to sin with whom he will is free, and meets with praise, not mere impunity? By this injurious law, unequal still, on woman is inflicted open wrong, and to demonstrate it a grievous ill. I trust in God, which has been borne too long, to good Rinaldo's sentence, with one will, deeming their sires unjust, assents the throng. Their sires who such outrageous statute penned, and king, who might, but does not, this amend. When the new dawn, with streaks of red and white, broke in the east, and cleared the hemisphere, Rinaldo took his steed and armor bright, a squire that abbey furnished to the peer. With him, for many leagues and miles, the night pricked through the dismal forest dark and drear, while they towards the Scottish city ride, where the poor damsel's cause is to be tried. Seeking their way to shorten as they wound, they to the wider track a path preferred. When echoing through the gloomy forest round, loud lamentations nigh the road were heard, towards a neighboring vale, whence came the sound. This his Bayardo, that his hackney spurred, and viewed, between two grisly ruffians there, a girl, who seemed at distance passing fair. But woe-begone and weeping was the maid, as ever damsel, dame, or wight was seen. Hard by the barbarous twain prepared the blade, to deluge with that damsel's blood the green. She to delay her death awhile essayed, until she pity moved with mournful mien. This when Rinaldo near approaching eyes, he thither drives with threats and furious cries. The ruffians turn their backs and take to flight, as soon as they the distant succor view, and squat within a valley out of sight. Nor cares the good Rinaldo to pursue. To her approaching, sues Mount Alban's knight, to say what on her head such evil drew, and, to save time, commands his squire to stoop, and take the damsel on his horse's croup. And as the lady nearer he surveyed, her wise behavior marked and beauty's bloom, though her fate countenance was all dismayed, and by the fear of death o'erspread with gloom. Again to know, the gentle knight essayed, who had prepared for her so fell a doom. And she began to tell in humble tone, what to another canto I postpone. Canto. Chapter V. Lurcanio, by a false report abused. Deemed by Genura's fault his brother dead. Weaning the faithless duke, whom she refused. Was taken by the damsel to her bed. And her before the king and peers accused. But to the session Ariadance led. Strives with his brother in disguise. In season. Rinaldo comes to venge the secret treason. Among all other animals who prey 75. On earth, or who unite in friendly wise. Whether they mix in peace or moody fray. No male offends his mate. In safety hies. The she-bear, matched with hers, through forest grey. The lioness beside the lion lies. Wolves, male and female, live in loving cheer. Nor gentle heifer dreads the wilful steer. What fury, what abominable pest! Such poison in the human heart has shed. That still, twixt man and wife, with rage possessed. Injurious words and foul reproach are said. And blows and outrage haze their peace molest. And bitter tears still wash the genial bed. Not only watered by the tearful flood. But often bathed by senseless ire with blood? Not simply a rank sinner, he appears. To outrage nature, and his God to dare. Who his foul hand against a woman rears. Or of her head would harm a single hair. But who what drug the burning entrail sears? Or who for her would knife or noose prepare? No man appears to me, though such to sight. He seem, but rather some infernal sprite. Such, and no other were those ruffians too. Whom good Rinaldo from the damsel scared. Conducted to these valleys out of view. That none might what of her so foully snared. I ended where the damsel, fair of hue. To tell the occasion of her scathe prepared. To the good paladin, who brought release. And in conclusion thus my story piece. Of direr deed than ever yet was done, 76. The gentle dame began, Sir Cavalier. In Thebes, Mycene, Argos, or upon other more savage soil, prepare to hear. And I believe, that if the circling sun to these our Scottish shores approach less near than other land, 'tis that he would eschew a foul ferocious race that shocks his view. All times have shown that man has still pursued with hate, in every clime, his natural foe. But to deal death to those who seek our good, does from too ill and foul a nature flow. Now, that the truth be better understood, I shall from first to last the occasion show. Why in my tender years, against all right, those caitiffs would have done me foul despite. 'Tis fitting you should know, that in the spring of life, I to the palace made resort. There served long time the daughter of the king, and grew with her in growth, well placed in court. When cruel love, my fortune envying, willed I should be his follower and his sport. And made, beyond each Scottish lord and knight, Albany's duke find favour in my sight. And for he seemed to cherish me above all mean, his love a love as ardent bred. We hear, indeed, and see, but do not prove man's faith, nor is his bosom's purpose read. Believing still, and yielding to my love, I ceased not till I took him to my bed. Nor, of all chambers, in that evil hour, marked I was in Genura's priviest bower. Where, hoarded, she with careful privacy preserved whatever she esteemed most rare. There many times she slept. A gallery from thence projected into the open air. Here oft I made my lover climb to me. And, what he was to mount, a hempen stair. When him I to my longing arms would call, from the projecting balcony let fall. For here my passion I as often fed, as good Genura's absence made me bold, who with the varying season changed her bed, to shun the burning heat or pinching cold. And Albany, unseen and safely sped. For, fronting a dismantled street, and old, was built that portion of the palace bright, Nor any went that way by day or night. So was for many days and months maintained by us, in secrecy, the amorous game. Still grew by love, and such new vigor gained. I in my inmost bosom felt the flame. And that he little loved, and deeply feigned. Weened not, so was I blinded to my shame. Though, in 1,000 certain signs betrayed, the faithless knight his base deceit bewrayed. After some days, of fair Genura he a suitor showed himself, I cannot say if this began before he sighed for me, or, after, of this love he made essay. But judge, alas, with what supremacy he ruled my heart, how absolute his sway. Since this he owned, and thought no shame to move me to assist him in his second love. Unlike what he bore me, he said, indeed, that was not true which he for her displayed. But so pretending love, he hoped to speed and celebrate due spousals with the maid. He with her royal sire might well succeed, were she consenting to the boon he prayed. For after our good king, for wealth and birth, in all the realm, was none of equal worth. Me he persuades, if through my ministry he the king's son-in-law elected were. For I must know he next the king would be, advanced as high, as subject could repair. The merit should be mine, and ever he so great a benefit in mind would bear. And he would cherish me above his bride, and more than every other dame beside. I, who to please him was entirely bent, who never could or would gainsay his will, upon those days alone enjoy content, when I find means his wishes to fulfill, and snatch at all occasions which present a mode, his praise and merits to instill, and for my lover with all labor strain and industry Genura's love to gain. With all my heart, in furtherance of his suit, I wrought what could be done, God truly knows. But with Genura this produced no fruit, nor her to grace my duke could I dispose. For that another love had taken root in her, whose every fond affection flows towards a gentle knight of courteous lore, who sought our Scotland from a distant shore, and with a brother, then right young, to stay in our king's court, came out of Italy, and there of knightly arms made such essay. Was none in Britain more approved than he, prized by the king, who, no ignoble pay, rewarding him like his nobility, bestowed upon the youth, with liberal hand, burghs, baronies, and castles, woods and land, dear to the monarch, to the daughter still. This lord was dearer, Ariadante's height, her with affection might his valor fill, but knowledge of his love brought more delight. Nor old Vesuvius, nor Sicilia's hill, nor Troy town, ever, with a blaze so bright, flamed, as with all his heart, the damsel learned, for love of her young Ariadante's burned. The passion which she bore the Lord, preferred, and loved with perfect truth and all her heart, was the occasion I was still unheard, nor hopeful answer would she e'er impart. And still the more my lover's suit I stirred, and to obtain his guerdon strove with art. Him she would censure still, and evermore was strengthened in the hate she nursed before. My wayward lover often I excite, so vain and bootless an emprise to quit, nor idly hope to turn her steadfast sprite too deeply with another passion smit, and make apparent to the Scottish knight Ariadante such a flame had lit in the young damsel's breast, that seas in flood would not have cooled one with her boiling blood. This Polinesso many times had heard from me, for such the Scottish baron's name, well warranted by sight as well as word. How ill his love was cherished by the dame, to see another to himself preferred, not only quenched the haughty warrior's flame, but the fond love which in his bosom burned. into despiteful rage and hatred turned. Between Genura and her faithful knight, such discord and ill will he scheme to shed, and put betwixt the pair such foul despite. No time should heal the quarrel he had bred, bringing such scandal on that damsel bright. The stain should cleave to her, alive or dead, nor, bent to wreck her on this fatal shelf, counselled with me, or other but himself. Delinda mine, he said, his project brewed. Delinda is my name, you needs must know that from the root, although the trunk be hewed, successive suckers many times will grow. Thus my unhappy passion is renewed, tenacious still of life, and buds, although cut off by ill success, with new increase. Nor, till I compass my desire, will cease. Nor hope of pleasure this so much has wrought, as that to compass my design would please. And, if not in effect, at least in thought, to thrive, would interpose some little ease. Then every time your bower by me is sought, when in her bed Genura slumbers, seize what she puts off, and be it still your care to dress yourself in all her daily wear. Dispose your locks and deck yourself as she goes decked, and, as you can, with cunning heed, imitate her. Then to the gallery you, furnished with the corded stair, shall speed. I shall ascend it in the fantasy that you are she, of whom you wear the weed, and hope that putting on myself this cheat, I in short time shall quench my amorous heat. So said the knight, and I, who was distraught, and all beside myself, was not aware that the design, in which he help besought, was manifestly but too foul a snare, and in Genura's clothes disguised, as taught. Let down, so oft I used, the corded stair, nor I the traitor's foul deceit perceived, until the deadly mischief was achieved. The Duke, this while, to Ariadan's ears, had these, or other words like these, addressed. For leagued in friendship were the cavaliers, till, rivals, they pursued this common quest. I marvel, since you are of all my peers, he, whom I must have honored and caressed, and held in high regard, and cherished still, you should my benefits repay so ill. I am assured you comprehend and know mine and Genura's love, and old accord, and, in legitimate espousal, how I am about to claim her for my lord. Then why disturb my suit, and why bestow your heart on her who offers no reward? By heaven, should respect your claim and place, were your condition mine, and mine your case. And I, cried Ariadance, marvel more, in answer to the Scottish lord, at you, since I of her enamoured was, before that gentle damsel ever met your view. And know, you are assured however more we two have loved, was never love more true. Are certain she alone would share my lot, and are as well assured she loves you not. Why have not I from you the same respect, to which, for friendship past, you would pretend from me, and I should bear you in effect, if your hope stood more fair to gain its end? No less than you, to wed her I expect, and if your fortunes here my wealth transcend, as favoured of the king, as you, above you, am I happy in his daughter's love. Of what a strange mistake, to him replied the Duke, your foolish passion is the root. You think yourself beloved, I, on my side, believe the same, this try we by the fruit. You of your own proceeding nothing hide, and I will tell the secrets of my suit. And let the man who proves least favoured, yield, provide himself elsewhere, and quit the field. I am prepared, if such your wish, to swear nothing of what is told me to reveal, and will that you assure me, for your share, you shall what I recount as well conceal. Uniting in the pact, the rival pair, their solemn vows upon the Bible seal, And when they had the mutual promise plighted, Ariadance first his tale recited. Then plainly, and by simple facts averred, how with Genura stood his suit, avows. And how, engaged by writing and by word, she swore she would not be another's spouse. How, if to him the Scottish king demurred, virgin austerity she ever vows. And other bridal bond for I eschewed, to pass her days in barren solitude. Then added, how he hoped by worth, which he had more than once avouched, with knightly brand, and yet might vouch, to the prosperity and honor of the king, and of his land, to please so well that monarch, as to be by him accounted worthy of the hand of his fair child, espoused with his consent, since he in this her wishes would content. Then so concludes, I stand upon this ground, nor I intruder fear, encroaching nigh, nor seek I more, 'tis here my hopes I bound, nor, striving for Genura's love, would I seek surer sign of it than what is found by God allowed, in wedlock's lawful tie. And other suit were hopeless, am I sure, so excellent she is, and passing pure. When Ariadance had, with honest mind, told what reward he hoped should quit his pain, false Polonezzo, who before designed to make Genura hateful to her swain, began, alas, you yet are far behind my hopes, and shall confess your own are vain, and say, as I the root shall manifest, of my good fortune, I alone am blessed. With you Genura feigns, nor pays, nor prizes your passion, which with hopes and words is fed. And, more than this, your foolish love despises. And this to me the damsel oft has said. Of hers I am assured, of no surmises, vain, worthless words, or idle promise bred. And I to you the fact in trust reveal, though this I should in better faith conceal. There passes not a month, but in that space 3 nights, 4, 6, and often 10, the fair receives me with that joy in her embrace, which seems to second so the warmth we share. This you may witness, and shall judge the case, if empty hopes can with my bliss compare. Then since my happier fortune is above your wishes, yield, and seek another love. This will I not believe, in answer cried Ariadance, well assured you lie, and that you have this string of falsehoods tied, to scare me from the dear emprise I try. But charge, so passing foul, you shall abide, and vouch what you have said in arms, for I not only on your tale place no reliance, but as a traitor hurl you my defiance. To him rejoined the Duke, I ween, 'twere ill to take the battle upon either part, since surer mean our purpose may fulfill. And if it please, my proof I can impart. Ariadance trembled, and a chill went through his inmost bones, and sick at heart, had he in full believed his rival's boast, would on the spot have yielded up the ghost. With wounded heart, and faltering voice, pale face 77, and mouth of gall, he answered, when I see proofs of thy rare adventure, and the grace with which the fair Genura honors thee, I promise to forego the fruitless chase of one, to thee so kind, so cold to me. But think not that thy story shall avail, unless my very eyes confirm the tale. To warn in due time shall be my care, said Polonezzo, and so went his way. 2 nights were scarcely passed, ere his repair to the known bower was fixed for the essay. And, ready now to spring his secret snare, he sought his rival on the appointed day, and him to hide, the night ensuing, prayed. I, the street, which none their habitation made, and to the youth a station overright. The balcony, to which he clambered, shows Ariadance weaned, this while, the night would him to seek that hidden place dispose, as one well suited to his fell despite. And, bent to take his life, this ambush chose, under the false pretense to make him see what seemed a sheer impossibility. To go the peer resolved, but in such guise he should not be with vantage overlaid. And should he be assaulted by surprise, he need not be by fear of death dismayed. He had a noble brother, bold and wise, first of the court in arms, and on his aid Lurcanio hight, relied with better heart than if 10 others fought upon his part. He called him to his side, and willed him take his arms, and to the place at evening led. Yet not his secret purpose would be break, nor this to him or other would have read. Him a stone's throw removed he placed, and spake. Come if thou hearest he cry, the warrior said. But as thou lovest me, whatsoe'er befall, come not and move not, brother, till I call. Doubt not, the valiant brother said, but go. And thither went that baron silently, and hid within the lonely house, and lo! Over against my secret gallery, on the other side approached the fraudful foe, so pleased to work Genura's infamy. And, while I nothing of the cheat divine, beneath my bower renews the wonted sign. And I in costly robe, in which were set fair stripes of gold upon a snowy ground, my tresses gathered in a golden net, shaded with tassels of vermilion round, mimicking fashions, which were only met in fair Genura, at the accustomed sound. The gallery mount, constructed in such mode, as upon every side my person showed. This while Lurcanio, either with a view to snares which might beset his brother's feet, or with the common passion to pursue, and play the spy on other, where the street was darkest, and its deepest shadows threw, followed him softly to his dim retreat, and not 10 paces from the night aloof, bestowed himself beneath the self-same roof. Suspecting not, I seek the balcony, in the same habits which I mentioned, dressed, as more than once or twice, still happily, I did before. Meanwhile the goodly vest was in the moonlight clearly seen, and I, in aspect not unlike her, in the rest, resembling much Genura's shape and cheer. One visage well another might appear. So much the more, that there was ample space between the palace and the ruined row. Hence the 2 brothers, posted in that place, were lightly cheated by the lying show. Now put yourself in his unhappy case, and figure what the wretched lover's woe. When Polinesso climbed the stair, which I cast down to him, and scaled the gallery, arrived, my arms about his neck I throw, weening that we unseen of others meet, and kiss his lips and face with loving show, as him I hitherto was wont to greet. And he essayed, with more than wonted glow, me to caress, to mask his hollow cheat, led to the shameful spectacle, aghast. That other, from afar, viewed all that passed, and fell into such fit of deep despair, he there resolved to die. And, to that end, planted the pommel of his falchion bare, the ground, its point against his breast to bend. Lurcanio, who with marvel by that stare saw Polinesso to my bower ascend, but knew not who the wight, with ready speed, sprang forward when he saw his brother's deed, and hindered him in that fell agony from turning his own hand against his breast. Had the good youth been later, or less nigh to his assistance he had vainly pressed. Then, wretched brother, what insanity! He cried, your better sense has dispossessed. Die for a woman. Rather let her kind be scattered like the mist before the wind. Compass her death, 'tis well deserved, your own reserve, as due to more illustrious fate. 'Twas well to love, before her fraud was shown. But she, once loved, now more deserves your hate. Since, witnessed by your eyes, to you is known a wanton of what sort you worshipped late. Her fault before the Scottish king to attest. Reserve those arms you turn against your breast. Ariodance, so surprised, forwent, joined by his brother, the design in show. But resolute to die, in his intent, was little shaken, rising thence to go. He bears away a heart not simply rent, but dead and withered with excess of woe. Yet better comfort to Lurcanio feigns, as if the rage were spent which fired his veins. The morn ensuing, without further say, to his good brother, or to man beside, he from the city took his reckless way, with deadly desperation for his guide. Nor, save the duke and knight, for many a day, was there who knew what moved the youth to ride. And in the palace, touching this event, and in the realm, was various sentiment. But 8 days passed or more, to Scotland's court a traveller came, and to Genura he related tidings of disastrous sort, that Ariodance perished in the sea. Drowned of his own free will was the report. No wind to blame for the calamity, since from a rock, which over ocean hung, into the raging waves he headlong sprung. Who said, before he reached that frowning crest, to me, whom he encountered by the way, come with me, that your tongue may manifest, and what betides me to Genura say, and tell her, too, the occasion of the rest, which you shall witness without more delay. In having seen too much, the occasion lies. Happy had I been born without these eyes. By chance, upon a promontory we were standing, overright the Irish shore, when, speaking thus on that high headland, he plunged from a rock amid the watery roar. I saw him leap, and left him in the sea, and, hurrying thence, to you the tidings bore. Genura stood amazed, her colour fled, and, at the fearful tale, remained half dead. O God! What said, what did she, when alone she on her faithful pillow laid her head? She beat her bosom, and she tore her gown, and in despite her golden tresses shed, repeating often, in bewildered tone, the last sad words which Ariodance said, that the sole source of such despair, and such disaster, was that he had seen too much. Wide was the rumour scattered that the peer had slain himself for grief. Nor was the cry by courtly dame, or courtly cavalier, or by the monarch, heard with tearless eye. But, above all the rest, his brother dear was whelmed with sorrow of so deep a dye, that, bent to follow him, he well nigh turned his hand against himself, like him he mourned, and many times repeating in his thought, it was Genura who his brother slew, who was to self-destruction moved by naught but her ill deed, which he was doomed to view. So on his mind the thirst of vengeance wrought, and so his grief his season overthrew, that he thought little, graced of each estate, to encounter king and people's common hate. And, when the throng was fullest in the hall, stood up before the Scottish king, and said, of having marred my brother's wits withal, Sir King, and him to his destruction led, your daughter only can I guilty call, for in his inmost soul such sorrow bred, the having seen her little chastity, he loathed existence, and preferred to die. He was her lover, and for his intent was honest, this I seek not, I, to veil, and to deserve her by his valour meant of thee, if faithful service might avail. But while he stood aloof, and dared but scent the blossoms, he beheld another scale the forbidden tree with happier boot, and bear away from him the wished-for fruit. Then added, how into the gallery came Genura, and how dropped the corded stair, And how into the chamber of the dame had climbed a leman of that lady fair, who, for disguise, he knew not hence his name, had changed his habits, and concealed his hair, and, in conclusion, vowed that every word so said he would avouch with lance and sword. You may divine how grieves the sire, distraught with woe, when he the accusation hears, as well that what he never could have thought, he of his daughter learns with wondering ears, as that he knows, if succor be not brought by cavalier, that in her cause appears, who may upon Lurcanio prove the lie. He cannot choose, but doom the maid to die. I do not think our Scottish law to you is yet unknown, which sentences to fire the miserable dame, or damsel, who grants other than her wedded lord's desire. She dies, unless a champion, good and true, arm on her side before a month expire, and her against the accuser base maintain, unmeriting such death, and free from stain. The king has made proclaim by town and tower, for he believes her wronged, his child to free. Her he shall have to wife, with ample dower, who saves the royal maid from infamy. But each to the other looks, and to this hour no champion yet, 'tis said, appears, for he, Lurcanio, is esteemed so fierce in fight, it seems as he were feared of every knight. And evil fate has willed her brother dear, Zerbino, is not here the foe to face, since many months has roved the cavalier, proving his matchless worth with spear and mace. For if the valiant champion were more near, such is his courage, or in any place, whither in time the news might be conveyed, he would not fail to bear his sister aid. The king, meantime, who would the quest pursue, and by more certain proof than combat, try if the accuser's tale be false or true, and she deserve, or merit not, to die, arrest some ladies of her retinue, that, as he weens, the fact can verify. Whence I foresaw, that if I taken were, too certain risk the duke and I must share. That very night I from the palace flee, and to the duke repair, escaped from court, and, were I taken, make him plainly see how much it either safety would import. He praised, and bade me of good courage be, and, for his comfort, prayed me to resort to a strong castle which he held hard by, and gave me two to bear me company. With what full proofs, sir stranger, you have heard, I of my love assured the Scottish peer, and clearly can discern, if so preferred, that lord was justly bound to hold me dear. Mark, in conclusion, what was my reward, the glorious meed of my great merit here, and say if woman can expect to earn, however well she love, her love's return. For this perfidious, foul, ungrateful man, at length suspicious of my faith and zeal, and apprehending that his wily plan, in course of time, I haply might reveal, feigned that meanwhile the monarch's anger ran too high, he would withdraw me, and conceal within a fortress of his own, where I, such was his real end, was doomed to die. For secretly the duke enjoined the guide, who with me through the gloomy forest went, the worthy guerdon of a faith so tried, to slay me, and had compassed his intent, but for your ready succor, when I cried, behold, what wages love's poor slaves content. Thus to Rinaldo did Delinda say, as they together still pursued their way. Above all other fortune, to the knight was welcome to have found the gentle maid, who the whole story of Genura bright, and her unblemished innocence displayed, and, if he hoped, although accused with right, to furnish the afflicted damsel aid, persuaded of the calumny's disproof, he with more courage warred in her behoof, and for St. Andrew's town, with eager speed, Where was the king with all his family? And where the single fight, in listed mead, upon his daughter's quarrel, was to be? The good Rinaldo pricked, nor spared his steed, until, within an easy distance, he, now near the city, met a squire who brought more recent tidings than the damsel taught, that thither had repaired a stranger knight, to combat in Genura's quarrel bent, with ensigns strange, not known of living wight, since ever close concealed the warrior went, not, since he had been there, had bared to sight his visage, I within his helmet pent, and that the very squire who with him came, swore that he knew not what the stranger's name. Not far they ride before the walls appear, and now before the gate their coursers stand. To advance the sad Delinda was in fear, yet followed, trusting in Rinaldo's brand. The gate was shut, and to the porter near. What this implies, Rinaldo makes demand. To him was said, the people, one and all, were trooped to see a fight without the wall. Beyond the city, fought upon a cord, between Lurcanio and a stranger knight, where, on a spacious meadow's level sward, the pair already had begun the fight. The porter opened to Mount Alban's lord, and straight behind the pier the portal height. Rinaldo through the empty city rode, but in a hostel first the dame bestowed. And will that he will not long delay, to seek her there, till his return repose. And quickly to the lists pursued his way, where the two made that fell exchange of blows, and strove and struggled yet in bloody fray. Lurcanio's heart with vengeful hatred glows against Genura, while that other knight as well maintains the quarrel for her right. 6 knights on foot within the palisade stand covered with the corselet's iron case, beneath the Duke of Albany arrayed, born on a puissant steed of noble race, who there, as Lord High Constable obeyed, was keeper of the field and of the place, and joyed Genura's peril to espy, with swelling bosom and exulting eye. Rinaldo pierces through the parted swarm, so wide is felt the good Bayardo's sway, and he who hears the courser come in storm, halts not, in his desire to make him way. Above is seen Rinaldo's lofty form, the flower of those who mix in martial fray. He stops his horse before the monarch's chair, while all to hear the paladin repair. Dread sir, to him the good Rinaldo said, let not the pair this combat longer ply, since whichsoever of the two falls dead, know, that you let him perish wrongfully. This thinks that he is right, and is misled, vouches the false, and knows not 'tis a lie, since that which brought his brother to his end, moves him in causeless battle contend. That, in pure gentleness, with little care, if what he here maintains be wrong or right, because he would preserve a maid so fair, perils his person in the furious fight. To injured innocence I safety bear, and to the evil man its opposite. But first, for love of God, the battle stay. Then list, Sir King, to what I shall display. So moved the king the grave authority of one who seemed so worthy, by his cheer, that he made sign the battle should not be further continued then with sword or spear. To whom, together with his chivalry, and barons of the realm and others near, Rinaldo all the treacherous plot displayed, which Polinesso for Genura laid. Next that he there in arms would testify the truth of what he vouched, the warrior cried. False Polinesso, called, with troubled eye, stood forth, but daringly the tale denied. To him the good Rinaldo in reply, by deeds be now the doubtful quarrel tried. The field was cleared, and, ready armed, the foes, without more let, in deadly duel close. How was the hope to king and people dear? The proof might show Genura innocent. All trust that God will make the treason clear, and show she was accused with foul intent. For Polinesso, greedy and severe, and proud was held, and false and fraudulent. So that none there, of all assembled, deemed it marvel, if the knight such fraud had schemed. False Polinesso, with a mien distressed, a pallid cheek, and heart which thickly beat, at the third trumpet, laid his lance in rest. As well Rinaldo spurred the knight to meet, and levelled at his evil foeman's breast, eager to finish at a single heat. Nor counter to his wish was the event, since through the warrior half his weapon went. Him, through his breast, impaled upon the spear. More than 6 yards beyond his horse he bore. With speed alighted Mount Albano's pier. And, ere he rose, unlaced the helm he wore. But he for mercy prayed with humble cheer, unfit to strive in joust or warfare more. And, before king and court, with faltering breath, confessed the fraud which brought him to his death. He brings not his confession to a close, and pangs of death the failing accents drown. The prince, who ended saw his daughter's woes redeemed from death and scorn, her virtue shone with more delight and rapture overflows than if he, having lost his kingly crown, then saw it first upon his head replaced, so that he good Rinaldo singly graced. And when, through his uplifted casque displayed features, well known before, the king descried his thanks to God with lifted hands he paid, that he had deigned such succor to provide. That other cavalier, who bared his blade, unknown of all, upon Genura's side, and thither came from far, his aid to impart, looked upon all that passed, and stood apart. Him the good king entreated to declare his name, or, at the least, his visage shew, that he might grace him with such guerdon fair, as to his good intent was justly due. The stranger, after long and earnest prayer, lifted to covering casque, and bared to view what in the ensuing canto will appear, if you are fain the history to hear. Canto. Chapter 6. Ariodance has, a worthy meed, with his loved bride, the fief of Albany. Meantime Rogero, on the flying steed, arrives in false Alcina's empery. There from a myrtle tree her every deed a human myrtle hears, and treachery, and thence would go. But they who first withdrew him from one strife, engage him in a new. Wretched that evil man who lives in trust. His secret sin is safe in his possession. Since, if not else, the air, the very dust, in which the crime is buried, makes confession. 78. And oftentimes his guilt compels the unjust, though sometime unarraigned in worldly session, to be his own accuser, and bewray. So God has willed, deeds hidden from the day, the unhappy Polinesso hopes had nursed, wholly his secret treason to conceal, by taking off Delinda, who was versed in this, and only could the fact reveal, and adding thus a second to his first offense, but hurried on the dread appeal, which haply he had stunned, at least deferred. But he to self-destruction blindly spurred, and forfeited estate, and life, and love, of friends at once, and honor, which was more. The cavalier unknown, I said above, long of the king and court entreated sore. At length the covering helmet did remove, and showed a visage often seen before, the cherished face of Ariodance true, of late lamented weeping Scotland through. Ariodance, whom with tearful eye his brother and Genura wept as dead, and king, and people, and nobility, such light his goodness and his valor shed. The pilgrim therefore might appear to lie in what he of the missing warrior said. Yet was it true that from a headland, he had seen him plunge into the foaming sea. But, as it oft befalls despairing wight, who grisly death desires till he appear, but loathes what he had sought, on nearer sight, so painful seems the cruel pass and drear. Thus, in the sea engulfed, the wretched knight, repentant of his deed, was touched with fear, and, matchless both for spirit and for hand, beat back the billows, and returned to land. And, now despising, as of folly bred, the fond desire which did to death impel, thence, soaked and dripping wet, his way did tread, and halted at a hermit's humble cell, and housed within the Holy Father's shed, there secretly a while designed to dwell, till to his ears by rumor should be voiced, if his Genura sorrowed or rejoiced. At first he heard that, through excess of woe, the miserable damsel well nigh died. For so abroad the doleful tidings go, 'twas talked of in the island, far and wide. Far other proof than that deceitful show, which to his cruel grief he thought he spied. And next against the fair Genura heard, Lurcanio to her sire his charge preferred, nor for his brother felt less enmity. Then was the love he lately bore the maid, for he too foul, and full of cruelty, esteemed the deed, although for him essayed. And, hearing after, in her jeopardy, that none appeared to lend the damsel aid, because so puissant was Lurcanio's might, all dreaded an encounter with the knight. And that who well the youthful champion knew, believed he was so wary and discreet, that, had what he related been untrue, he never would have risked so rash a feat. For this the greater part the fight eschew, fearing in wrongful cause the knight to meet. Ariodance, long his doubts are weighed, will meet his brother in Genura's aid. Alas! He said, I cannot bear to see, thus by my cause the royal damsel die. My death too bitter and too dread would be, did I, before my own, her death descry. For still my lady, my divinity, she is, the light and comfort of my eye. Her, right or wrong, I cannot choose but shield, and for her safety perish in the field. I know I choose the wrong, and be it so, and in the cause shall die, nor this would move, but that, alas! My death, as well I know, will such a lovely dame's destruction prove. To death I with one only comfort go, that, if her Polinesso bears her love, to her will manifestly be displayed, that hitherto he moves not in her aid. And me, so wronged by her, the maid shall view, encounter death in her defense, and he, my brother, who such flames of discord blew, shall pay the debt of vengeance due to me. For well I ween to make Lurcanio rue, informed of the event, his cruelty, who will have thought to venge me with his brand, and will have slain me with his very hand. He, having this concluded in his thought, made new provision of arms, steed, and shield. Black was the vest and buckler which he bought, where green and yellow striped the sable field. 79. By hazard found, with him a squire he brought, a stranger in that country, and, concealed, as is already told, the unhappy knight against his brother came, prepared for fight. The issue of the event was told above, how prince and people Ariodance knew, nor less delight the Scottish king did prove, than when the knight the accuser overthrew. Within himself he thought that never love in man was shown so constant and so true, who, though so foully wronged, prepared to stake his life against his brother's for her sake, and yielding to his natural inclination, and at the suit of all his court beside, and mostly at Rinaldo's instigation, assigned the youth the damsel as his bride. Albany's duchy, now in sequestration. Late Polinesso's, who in duel died, could not be forfeited in happier hour. since this the monarch made his daughter's dower. Rinaldo for Delinda mercy won, who from her faults due punishment went free. She, satiate of the world, and this to shun, the damsel so had vowed, to God will flee, and hence, in Denmark's land, to live a nun. 80. Straight from her native Scotland sailed the sea. But it is time Rogero to pursue, who on his courser posts the welkin through. Although Rogero is of constant mind, not from his cheek the wonted hues depart. I ween that faster than a leaf the wind fluttered within his breast the stripling's heart. All Europe's region he had left behind in his swift course, and, issuing in that part, passed by a mighty space, the southern sound, where great Alcides fixed the sailors bound. 81. That hippogriff, huge foul, and strange to sight, bears off the warrior with such rapid wing, he would have distanced, in his airy flight, the thunder-bearing bird of ether's king. Nor other living creature soars such height, him in his mighty swiftness equaling. I scarce believe that bolt, or lightning flies, or darts more swiftly from the parted skies, when the huge bird his pinions long had plied, in a straight line, without one stoop or bend. He, tired of air, with sweeping wheel and wide, began upon an island to descend, like that fair region whither, long unspied 82. Of him, her wayward mood did long offend, whilom in vain, through strange and secret sluice, passed under sea the virgin Erethus. A more delightful place, wherever hurled, through the whole air, Rogero had not found, and, had he ranged the universal world, would not have seen a lovelier in his round, than that, where, wheeling wide, the courser furled his spreading wings, and lighted on the ground, mid cultivated plain, delicious hill, moist meadow, shady bank, and crystal rill, small thickets, with the scented laurel gay, cedar, and orange, full of fruit and flower, myrtle and palm, with interwoven spray, pleached in mixed modes, all lovely, form a bower, and, breaking with their shade the scorching ray, make a cool shelter from the noontide hour. And nightingales among those branches wing their flight, and safely amorous descants sing, amid red roses and white lilies there, which the soft breezes freshen as they fly, secure the coney haunts, and timid hare, and stag, with branching forehead broad and high. These, fearless of the hunter's dart or snare, feed at their ease, or ruminating lie, while, swarming in those wilds, from tuft or steep, dun deer or nimble goat, disporting, leap. When the hippogriff above the island hung, and had approached so nigh that landscape fair, that, if his rider from the saddle sprung, he might the leap with little danger dare, Rogero lit the grass and flowers among, but held him, lest he should remount the air, and to a myrtle, nigh the rolling brine, made fast, between a bay tree and a pine. And there, close by where rose a bubbling fount, begirt the fertile palm and cedar tree, he drops the shield, the helmet from his front, uplifts, and, either hand from gauntlet free, now turning to the beach, and now the mount, catches the gales which blow from hill or sea, and, with a joyous murmur, lightly stir the lofty top of beech, or feathery fir. And now, to bathe his burning lips he strains, now dabbles in the crystal wave, to chase the scorching heat which rages in his veins, caught from the heavy corselet's burning case. Nor is it marvel if the burden pains no ramble his in square or market-place. 3,000 miles, without repose, he went, and still, at speed, in ponderous armor pent. Meanwhile the courser by the myrtle's side, whom he left stabled in the cool retreat, started at something in the wood descried, scared by I know not what, and in his heat, so made the myrtle shake where he was tied. He brought a shower of leaves about his feet. He made the myrtle shake and foliage fall, but, struggling, could not loose himself withal. As in a stick to feed the chimney rent, where scanty pith ill fills the narrow sheath, the vapor, in its little channel pent, struggles, tormented by the fire beneath, and, till its prisoned fury find a vent, is heard to hiss and bubble, sing and seethe. So the offended myrtle inly pined, groaned, murmured, and at last unclosed its rind. And hence a clear, intelligible speech 83. Thus issued, with a melancholy sound. If, as thy cheer and gentle presence teach, thou courteous art and good, his reign unbound, release me from this monster, I beseech. Griefs of my own inflict sufficient wound, nor need I, compassed with such ills about, other new pain to plague me from without. At the first sound, Rogero turns to see whence came the voice, and, in amused surprise, stands, when he finds it issues from the tree, and swiftly to remove the coarser highs. Then, with a face suffused with crimson, he, in answer to the groaning myrtle, cries, Pardon! And, whatsoe'er thou art, be good. Spirit of man, or goddess of the wood, unweeting of the wondrous prodigy of spirit, pent beneath the knotty rind, to your fair leaf and living body I have done this scathe and outrage undesigned. But not the less for that, to me reply. What art thou, who, in rugged case confined, dost live and speak? And so may never hail from angry heaven your gentle boughs assail. And if I now or ever the despite I did thee can repair, or aid impart, I, by that lady dear, my promise plight, who in her keeping has my better part, to strive with word and deed, till thou requite the service done with praise and grateful heart. Rogero said, and, as he closed his suit, that gentle myrtle shook from top to root. Next drops were seen to stand upon the bark, as juice is sweated by the sapling spray, new severed, when it yields to flame and spark, sometime in vain kept back and held at bay. And next the voice began, my story dark, forced by thy courteous deed, I shall display. What once I was, by whom, through magic lore, changed to a myrtle on the pleasant shore. A peer of France, Astolfo was my name, 84. Whilom a paladin, sore feared in fight. Cousin I was to two of boundless fame, Orlando and Rinaldo. I by right look to all England's crown, my lawful claim. After my royal father, Otho hight. More dames than one my beauty served to warm, and in conclusion wrought my single harm. Returning from those isles, whose eastern side the billows of the Indian Ocean beat, where good Rinaldo and more knights beside with me were pent in dark and hollow seat. Thence, rescued by illustrious Brava's pride 85, whose prowess freed us from that dark retreat, westward I fared along the sandy shores, on which the stormy north his fury pours. Pursuing thus our rugged journey, we came, such our evil doom, upon the strand, where stood a mansion seated by the sea. Puissant Alcina owned the house and land. We found her, where, without her dwelling, she had taken on the beach her lonely stand. And though nor hook nor sweeping net she bore, what fish she willed, at pleasure drew to shore. Thither swift dolphins gambol, inly stirred, and open-mouthed the cumbrous tunnies leap. Thither the seal or porpoise wallowing heard troop at her bidding, roused from lazy sleep. Ravenfish, salmon, salpouth, at her word, and mullet hurry through the briny deep. With monstrous backs above the water, sail orc, physeter, sea serpent, shark, and whale. 86. There we behold a mighty whale, of size 87. The hugest yet in any water seen. More than 11 paces, to our eyes. His back appears above the surface green. And, for still firm and motionless he lies. And such the distance his two ends between. We all are cheated by the floating pile. And idly take the monster for an isle. Alcina made the ready fish obey. By simple words and by mere magic lore. Born with Morgana 88, but I cannot say. If at one birth, or after, or before. As soon as seen, my aspect pleased the Fae. Who showed it in the countenance she wore. Then wrought with art, and compassed her intent. To part me from the friends with whom I went. She came towards us with a cheerful face. With graceful gestures, and a courteous air. And said, so you my lodging please to grace. Sir Cavalier, and will with me repair. You shall behold the wonders of my chase. And note the different sorts of fish I snare. Shaggy or smooth, or clad in scales of light. And more in number than the stars of night. And would you hear a mermaid sing so sweet, that the rude sea grows civil at her song? Wont at this hour her music to repeat. With that she showed the monster huge and long. I said it seemed an island, as her seat. Pass with me where she sings the shoals among. I, that was always wilful, at her wish. I now lament my rashness, climb the fish. To Dudon and Rinaldo's signal blind. I go, who warn me to misdoubt the Fae. With laughing face Alcina mounts behind. Leaving the other two beside the bay. The obedient fish performs the task assigned. And through the yielding water works his way. Repentant of my deed, I curse the snare. Too far from land my folly to repair. To aid me swam Mount Alban's Cavalier 89. And was nigh drowned amid the waves that rise. For a south wind sprang up that, far and near, covered with sudden darkness seas and skies. I know not after what befell the pier. This while Alcina to console me tries. And all that day, and night which followed, me detained upon that monster in mid-sea. Till to this isle we drifted with the morn. Of which Alcina keeps a mighty share. By that usurper from a sister torn. Who was her father's universal heir. For that she only was in wedlock born. And for those other two false sisters were. So well instructed in the story, said one who rehearsed the tale, in incest bred. As these are practiced in iniquity. And full of every vice and evil art. So she, who ever lives in chastity, wisely on better things has set her heart. Hence, leagued against her, in conspiracy. Those others are, to drive her from her part. And more than once their armies have o'errun her realm, and towns above 101. Nor at this hour a single span of ground would Logistilla, such her name, command. But that a mountain here, and there a sound, protects the remnant from the invading band. 'Tis thus the mountain and the river bound England, and part it from the Scottish land. Yet will the sisters give their foe no rest, till of her scanty remnant dispossessed. Because in wickedness and vice were bred. The pair, as chaste and good they loath the dame. But, to return to what I lately said. And to relate how I a plant became. Me, full of love, the kind Alcina fed. With full delights, nor I a weaker flame. For her, within my burning heart did bear. Beholding her so courteous and so fair. Clasped in her dainty limbs, and lapped in pleasure. I weened that I each separate good had won. Which to mankind is dealt in different measure. Little or more to some. And much to none. I evermore contemplated my treasure. Nor France nor aught beside I thought upon. In her my every fancy, every hope. centered and ended as their common scope. By her I was as much beloved, or more. Nor did Alcina now for other care. She left her every lover. For before others, in truth, the fairy's love did share. I was her close adviser evermore, and served by her where they commanded were. With me she counselled, and to me referred. Nor, night nor day, to other spake a word. Why touch my wounds, to aggravate my ill? And that, alas, without the hope of cure? Why thus the good possessed remember still, amid the cruel penance I endure? When kindest I believed Alcina's will, and fondly deemed my happiness secure. From me the heart she gave, the fay withdrew, and yielded all her soul to love more new. Late I discerned her light and fickle bent, still loving and unloving at a heat. 2 months, I reigned not more, no sooner spent, then a new paramour assumed my seat. And me, with scorn, she doomed to banishment, from her fair grace cast out. 'Tis then I weet I share 1,000 lovers' fate, whom she had to like pass reduced, all wrongfully. And these, because they should not scatter brutes, roaming the world, of her lascivious ways, she, up and down the fruitful soil, transmutes to olive, palm, or cedar, firs or bays. These, as you see me changed, Alcina roots, while this transformed into a monster strays. Another melts into a liquid rill, as suits that haughty fairy's wanton will. Thou, too, that to this fatal art led, by way unwanted and till now unknown, that some possessor of the fairy's bed may be for thee transformed to wave or stone. Thou shalt, with more than mortal pleasures fed, have from Alcina signory and throne, but shalt be sure to join the common flock, transformed to beast or fountain, plant or rock. I willingly to thee this truth impart, not that I hope with profit to advise, yet 'twill be better, that informed, in part, of her false ways, she harm not by surprise. Perhaps, as faces differ, and in art and wit of man an equal difference lies, thou mayst some remedy perchance apply to the ill, which 1,000 others could not fly. The good Rogero, who from fame had learned that he was cousin to the dame he wooed, lamented much the sad Astolfo, turned from his true form to barren plant and rude, and for her love, for whom so sore he burned, would gladly serve the stripling if he could, but, witless how to give the wished relief, might but console the unhappy warrior's grief. As best he could, he strove to soothe his pain, then asked him, if to Logistil's retreat were passage, whether over hill or plain, that he might so eschew Alcina's seat. There was a way, the myrtle said again, but rough with stones, and rugged to the feet. If he, some little further to the right, would scale the Alpine mountain's very height, but that he must not think he shall pursue the intended journey far, since by the way he will encounter with a frequent crew, and fierce, who serve as rampart to the fay, that block the road against the stranger, who would break her bounds, and the deserter stay. Rogero thanked the tree for all, and taught, departed thence with full instructions fraught. The courser from the myrtle he untied, and by the bridle led behind him still. Nor would he, as before, the horse bestride, lest he should bear him off against his will. He mused this while how safely he might find a passage to the land of Logistil, firm in his purpose every nerve to strain, lest empire over him Alcina gain. He to remount the steed, and through the air to spur him to a new career again. Now thought, but doubted next, in fear to fare worse on the courser, restive to the rein. No, I will win by force the mountain stair. Rogero said. But the resolve was vain. Nor by the beach 2 miles his way pursued, ere he Alcina's lovely city viewed. A lofty wall at distance meets his eye, which girds a spacious town within its bound. It seems as if its summit touched the sky, and all appears like gold from top to ground. Here some one says it is but alchemy, and haply his opinion is unsound, and haply he more wittily divines. For me, I deem it gold because it shines. When he was nigh the city walls, so bright, the world has not their equal, he the straight and spacious way deserts, the way which dight across the plain, conducted to the gate, and by that safer road upon the right, strains now against the mountain, but, in wait, encounters soon the crowd of evil foes, who furiously the child's advance oppose. Was never yet beheld a stranger band, 90, of mien more hideous, or more monstrous shape. Formed downwards from neck like men, he scanned. Some with the head of cat, and some of ape, with hoof of goat that others stamped the sand, while some seemed centaurs, quick in fight and rape, naked, or mantled in outlandish skin. These doting sires, those striplings bold in sin. This gallops on a horse without a bit. This backs the sluggish ass, or bullock slow. These mounted on the croup of centaur sit. Those perched on eagle, crane, or estrage, go. Some male, some female, some hermaphrodite. These drain the cup and those the bungle blow. One bore a corded ladder, one a book. One a dull file, or bar of iron shook. The captain of this crew, which blocked the road, appeared, with monstrous paunch and bloated face, who a slow tortoise for a horse best rode, that passing sluggishly with him did pace. Down looked, some here, some there, sustained the load, for he was drunk, and kept him in his place. Some wipe his brows and chin from sweat which ran, and others with their vests his visage fan. One, with a human shape and feet, his crest, fashioned like hound, in neck and ears and head, bade at the gallant child with angry quest, to turn him to the city whence he fled. That will I never, while of strength possessed. To brandish this, the good Rogero said. With that his trenchant falchion he displayed, and pointed at him full the naked blade. That monster would have smote him with a spear, but swiftly at his foe Rogero sprung, thrust at his paunch, and drove his falchion sheer through his pierced back a palm. His buckler flung before him, and next sallied there and here. But all too numerous was the wicked throng, now grappled from behind, now punched before. He stands, and plies the crowd with warfare sore. One to the teeth, another to the breast. Of that foul race he cleft, since no one steeled. In mail, his brows with covering helmet dressed, or fought, secured by corslet or by shield. Yet is he so upon all quarters pressed, that it would need the child, to clear the field, and to keep off the wicked crew which swarms, more than Briareus 100 hands and arms, if he had thought the magic shield to show. I speak of that the necromancer bore, which dazed the sight of the astonished foe, left at his saddle by the wizard Moor. That hideous band, in sudden overthrow, blinded by this, had sunk the night before. But haply he despised such mean as vile, and would prevail by valor, not by guile. This as it may, the child would meet his fate, ere by so vile a band be prisoner led. When, lo! Forth issuing from the city's gate, whose wall appeared like shining gold, I said, 2 youthful dames, not born in low estate, if measured by their mien and garb, nor bred by swain, in early wants and troubles versed, but amid princely joys in palace nursed. On unicorn was seated either fair. A beast than spotless ermine yet more white. So lovely were the damsels, and so rare their garb, and with such graceful fashion dight, that he who closely viewed the youthful pair would need a surer sense than mortal sight to judge between the two. With such a mien, embodied grace and beauty would be seen. Into the mead rode this and the other dame, where the foul crew opposed the child's retreat. The rabble scattered as the ladies came, who with extended hand the warrior greet. He, with a kindling visage, red with shame, thanked the two damsels for their gentle feet, and was content upon their will to wait with them returning to that golden gate. Above, a cornice round the gateway goes, some deal projecting from the colonnade, in which is not a single part but glows with rarest gems of India overlaid. Propped at 4 points, the portal did repose on columns of one solid diamond made. Whether what met the eye was false or true, was never sight more fair or glad to view. Upon the sill and through the columns there ran young and wanton girls, in frolic sport, who haply yet would have appeared more fair, had they observed a woman's fitting port. All are arrayed in green 91 and garlands wear of the fresh leaf. Him these in courteous sort, with many proffers and fair mien entice, and welcome to this opening paradise. For so with reason I this place may call, where, it is my belief, that love had birth, where life is spent in festive game and ball, and still the passing moments fleet in mirth. Here hoary-headed thought ne'er comes at all, nor finds a place in any bosom. Dearth, nor yet discomfort, never enter here, where plenty fills her horn throughout the year. Here, where with jovial and unclouded brow, glad April seems to wear a constant smile, troop boys and damsels, one, whose fountains flow on the green margin sings in dulcet style. Others, the hill or tufted tree below, in dance, or no mean sport the hours beguile. While this, who shuns the reveller's noisy cheer, tells his love sorrows in his comrade's ear. Above the laurel and pine tree's height, through the tall beech and shaggy fir tree's spray, sport little loves, with desultory flight. These, at their conquests made, rejoiced and gay. These, with the well-directed shaft, take sight at hearts, and those spread nets to catch their prey. One wets his arrows in the brook which winds, and one on whirling stone the weapon grinds. To good Rogero here was brought a steed, puissant and nimble, all of sorrel hue, who was caparisoned with costly weed, broidered with gold, and jewels bright to view. That other winged horse, which, at his need, obedient to the Moorish wizard flew, the friendly damsels to a youth consigned, who led him at a slower pace behind. That kindly pair who, by the wicked band, offended fate, had saved the youthful knight. The wicked crew, that did the child withstand, when he the road had taken on his right, exclaimed, Fair sir, your work's already scanned by us, who are instructed of your might. Embolden us, in our behalf, to pray. You will the prowess of your arm essay. We soon shall reach a bottom which divides the plain into 2 parts, a cruel dame a bridge maintains, which there a stream bestrides. Eriphila the savage beldame's name, who cheats, and robs, and scathes, whoever rides. To the other shore, a giantess in frame, who has long poisonous teeth her prey to tear, and scratches with her talons like a bear. Besides that she infests the public way, which else were free, she often ranging through all this fair garden, puts in disarray this thing or that of the assassin crew, that people who without the portal gay lately with brutal rage assaulted you. Many her sons, the whole her followers call, as greedy and inhospitable all. For you not only her I would assail, but do 100 battles, well content. Then of my person, where it may avail, dispose, Rogero said, to you intent. Silver and land to conquer, plate or mail. I swear not, I, in warlike cuirass pent, but to afford my aid to others due. And, most of all, to beauteous dames like you. Their grateful thanks the ladies, worthily bestowed on such a valiant champion, paid. They talking thus the bridge and river see, and at her post the haughty dame arrayed. Sapphire and emerald decked the panoply, in arms of gold, but I a while delay, till other strain the issue of the fray. Canto. Chapter VII. Rogero, as directed by the pair. The giantess Euryphylla o'erthrows. That done, he to Alcina's labyrinth, where more than one knight is tied and prisoned, goes. To him Melissa sage the secret snare, and remedy for that grave evil shows. Whence he, by her advised, with downcast eye, and full of shame forthwith resolves to fly. The traveller, he, whom sea or mountain sunder 92. From his own country, sees things strange and new, that the misjudging vulgar, which lies under the mist of ignorance, esteems untrue, rejecting whatsoever is a wonder, unless 'tis palpable and plain to view. Hence inexperience, as I know full well, will yield small credence to the tale I tell. But this be great or small, I know not why. The rabble's silly judgment I should fear, convinced you will not think the tale a lie, in whom the light of reason shines so clear. And hence to you it is I only try the fruit of my fatigues to render dear. I ended where Euryphylla in guard of bridge and stream was seen, the passage barred. Of finest metal was her armor bright, with gems of many colors overspread. The tawny jacinth, 93 yellow chrysolite, the emerald green of hue, and ruby red. Mounted, but not on palfrey, for the fight. In place of that, she on a wolf had sped. Sped on a wolf towards the pass, and rode on Sel, that rich beyond all custom showed. No larger wolf, I ween, Apulia roams, 94. More huge than bull, unguided by her hand. Although upon no bit the monster foams. Docile, I know not why, to her command. The accursed plague, arrayed in surcoat, comes above her arms, in color like the sand. That, saving in its dye, was of the sort which bishops and which prelates wear at court. 95. The giantess's crest and shield appear, for ensign, decked with swoln and poisonous toad. Her the two damsels to the cavalier, before the bridge, prepared for battle, showed. Threatening, as wont to some, with levelled spear, to do the warrior scorn and bar the road. Bidding him turn, she to Rogero cries. A lance he takes, and threats her and defies. 96. As quick and daring, the gigantic pest spurred her wolf, seated well for that dread game. In mid-career she laid her lance in rest, and made earth quake beneath her as she came. Yet at the encounter fierce the champagne pressed, for underneath the casque, with steadfast aim, so hard Rogero smote her, that he bore the beldam backward 6 good yards and more, and came already with his lifted blade, drawn for that end, to take her haughty head. To him an easy task, for she was laid among the grass and flowers, like one that's dead. But, 'tis enough that she is vanquished, said the pair, no further press thy vengeance dread. Sheath, courteous cavalier, thy sword anew. 97. Pass we the river, and our way pursue. Along the path, which through a forest lay. Roughish and some deal ill to beat, they went. Besides that straight and stony was the way. This, nigh directly, scaled a hill's ascent. But, when arrived upon the summit, they issued upon a mead of vast extent. And a more pleasant palace on that green beheld, and brighter than was ever seen. To meet the child, Alcina, fair of hue, 98. Advanced some way beyond the outer gate. And, girded by a gay and courtly crew, Rogero there received in lordly state, while all the rest to him such honor do. And on the night with such deep reverence wait, they could not have displayed more zeal and love, had Jove descended from the choirs above. Not so much does the palace, fair to see, in riches other princely domes excel, as that the gentlest, fairest, company, which the whole world contains, within it dwell, of either sex, with small variety, between, in youth and beauty matched as well. The Fae alone exceeds the rest as far as the bright sun outshines each lesser star. Her shape is of such perfect symmetry, 99. As best to feign the industrious painter knows. With long and knotted tresses, to the eye, not yellow gold with brighter luster glows. Upon her tender cheek the mingled dye is scattered, of the lily and the rose. Like ivory smooth, the forehead gay and round fills up the space, and forms a fitting bound. Two black and slender arches rise above. Two clear black eyes, say suns of radiant light, which ever softly beam and slowly move. Round these appears to sport in frolic flight. Hence scattering all his shafts, the little love, and seems to plunder hearts in open sight. Thence, through mid-visage, does the nose descend, where envy finds a not blemish to amend. As if between two valleys, which softly curl, the mouth with vermeil tint is seen to glow. Within are strung 2 rows of orient pearl, which her delicious lips shut up or show, of force to melt the heart of any churl. However rude, hence courteous accents flow. And here that gentle smile receives its birth, which opes at will a paradise on earth. Like milk the bosom, and the neck of snow. Round is the neck, and full and large the breast, where, fresh and firm, 2 ivory apples grow, which rise and fall, as, to the margin pressed. By pleasant breeze, the billows come and go. Not prying Argus could discern the rest. Yet might the observing eye of things concealed conjecture safely, from the charms revealed. To all her arms a just proportion bear, and a white hand is oftentimes descried, which narrow is, and some deal long, and where no knot appears, nor vein is signified. For finish of that stately shape and rare, a foot, neat, short, and round, beneath is spied. Angelic visions, creatures of the sky, concealed beneath no covering veil can lie. A springe is planted in Rogero's way. On all sides did she speak, smile, sing, or move. No wonder then the stripling was her prey. Who in the fairy saw such show of love? With him the guilt and falsehood little weigh, of which the offended Myrtle told above. Nor will he think that perfidy and guile can be united with so sweet a smile. No. He could now believe, by magic art, Astolfo well transformed upon the plain, for punishment of foul ungrateful heart, and haply meriting severe pain. And, as for all he heard him late impart, 'twas prompted by revenge, 'twas false and vain. By hate and malice was the sufferer stung, to blame and wound the Fae with slanderous tongue. The beauteous lady whom he loved so well is newly banished from his altered breast. For, such the magic of Alcina's spell, she every ancient passion dispossessed, and in his bosom, there alone to dwell, the image of her love, and self-impressed. So witched, Rogero sure some grace deserves, if from his faith his frail affection swerves. At board lyre, lute and harp of tuneful string, and other sounds, in mixed diversity, made, round about, the joyous palace ring, with glorious concert and sweet harmony. Nor lacked their well-accorded voice to sing of love, its passion and its ecstasy. Nor who, with rare inventions, choicely versed, delightful fiction to the guests rehearsed. What table, spread by whatsoever heir of Ninus, though triumphant were the board? Or what more famous and more costly, where 100 Cleopatra feasted with the Latian lord, could with this banquet's matchless joys compare? By the fond fairy for Rogero stored? I think not such a feast is spread above, where Ganymede presents the cup to Jove. They form a ring, the board and festive cheer 101. Removed, and sitting, play a merry game. Each asks, still whispering in a neighbor's ear, what secret pleases best to knight and dame. A fair occasion, without let or fear, their love, unheard of any, to proclaim. And in conclusion the two lovers plight their word, to meet together on that night. Soon, and much sooner than their wont, was ended the game at which the palace inmates play, when pages on the troop with torches tended, and with their radiance chased the night away. To seek his bed the paladin ascended, girt with that goodly squadron, in a gay and airy bower, appointed for his rest, mid all the others chosen as the best. And when of comfits and of cordial wine 102, a fitting proffer has been made anew, the guests their bodies reverently incline, and to their bowers depart the courtly crew. He upon perfumed sheets, whose texture fine seemed of Arachne's loom, his body threw, hearkening this while with still attentive ears, if he the coming of the lady hears, at every movement heard on distant floor. Hoping 'twas her, Rogero raised his head. He thinks he hears, but it is heard no more. Then sighs at his mistake, ofttimes from bed he issued, and undid his chamber door, and peeped abroad, but still no better sped, and cursed 1,000 times the hour that she so long retarded his felicity. Yes, now she comes, the stripling often said, and reckoned up the paces, as he lay, which from her bower were haply to be made, to that where he was waiting for the fay. These thoughts, and other thoughts as vain, he weighed, before she came, and restless at her stay, often believed some hindrance, yet unscanned, might interpose between the fruit and hand. At length, when dropping sweets the costly fay had put some end to her perfumery, the time now come she need no more delay, since all was hushed within the palace. She stole from her bower alone, through secret way, and passed towards the chamber silently, where on his couch the youthful cavalier lay, with a heart long torn by hope and fear. When the successor of Astolpho spies those smiling stars above him, at the sight, a flame, like that of kindled sulphur, flies through his full veins, as ravished by delight, out of himself, and now up to the eyes. Plunged in a sea of bliss, he swims outright. He leaps from bed and folds her to his breast, nor waits until the lady he undressed, though but in a light sandal clad 103 that she wore in the place of farthingale or gown, which o'er a shift of finest quality, and white, about her limbs the fay had thrown. The mantle yielded at his touch, as he embraced her, and that veil remained alone, which upon every side the damsel shows, more than clear glass the lily or the rose. The plant no closer does the ivy clip, with whose green boughs its stem is interlaced, than those fond lovers, each from either slip, the balmy breath collecting, he embraced. Rich perfume this, whose like no seed or slip bears in sweet Indian or Sabacan waste. While so to speak their joys is either fixed, that oftentimes those meeting lips are mixed. These things were carried closely by the dame. And youth, or if surmised, were never brooded. For silence seldom was a cause for blame, but oftener as a virtue well reputed by those shrewd courtiers, conscious of his claim. Rogero is with proffers fair saluted, worshipped of all those inmates, who fulfill in this the enamored far, Alcina's will. No pleasure is omitted there, since they alike are prisoners in love's magic hall. They change their raiment twice or thrice a day, now for this use, and now at other call. 'Tis often feast, and always holiday. 'Tis wrestling, tourney, pageant, bath, and ball. Now underneath a hill by fountain cast, they read the amorous lays of ages past. Now by glad hill, or through the shady dale, they hunt the fearful hare. And now they flush with busy dog, sagacious of the trail, wild pheasant from the stubble field or bush. Now where green junipers perfume the gale, suspend the snare, or lime the fluttering thrush. 104. And casting now for fish, with net or book, disturb their secret haunts in pleasant brook. Rogero revels there, in like delight, while Charles and Agramant are troubled sore. But not for him their story will I slight, nor Bradamant forget, who evermore, mid toilsome pain and care, her cherished knight, ravished from her, did many a day deplore. Whom by unwonted ways, transported through mid-air, the damsel saw, nor whither knew. Of her I speak before the royal pair, who many days pursued her search in vain. By shadowy wood, or over champaign bare, by farm and city, and by hill and plain, but seeks her cherished friend with fruitless care, divided by such space of land and main. Often she goes among the Paynim spears, yet never aught of her Rogero hears. Of hundreds questioned, upon every side, each day, no answer ever gives content. She roams from post to post, and far and wide, searches pavilion, lodging, booth, or rent, and this, mid-foot or horseman, unespied, may safely do, without impediment, thanks to the ring, whose more than mortal aid, when in her mouth, conceals the vanished maid. She cannot, will not, think that he is dead, because the wreck of such a noble knight would, from Hydaspes distant waves have spread, to where the sun descends with westering light. She knows not what to think, nor whither sped. He roams in earth or air, yet, hapless wight, him ever seeks, and for attendant train has sobs and sighs, and every bitter pain. At length to find the wondrous cave she thought, where the prophetic homes of Merlin lie, and there lament herself until she wrought upon the pitying marble to reply. For thence, if yet he lived would she be taught of this glad life to hard necessity, had yielded up, and, when she was possessed of the seer's counsels, would pursue the best. With this intention, Bradamant her way directed thither, where in Poictiers wood the vocal tomb, containing Merlin's clay, concealed in alpine place and savage, stood. But that enchantress sage, who night and day thought of the damsel, watchful for her good, she, I repeat, who taught her what should be in that fair grotto her posterity, she who preserved her with protecting care, that same enchantress, still benign and wise, who, knowing she a matchless race should bear of men, or rather semi-deities, spies daily what her thoughts and actions are, and lots for her each day, divining, tries. 105. She all Rogero's fortune knew, how freed, then born to India by the griffin steed, Him on that courser plainly she had eyed. Who would not the controlling rein obey? When, severed by such interval, he hied, borne through the perilous, unwonted way, and knew that he sport, dance, and banquet plied, and lapped in idleness and pleasure lay, nor memory of his lord nor of the dame, once loved so well, preserved, not of his fame. And thus such gentle knight ingloriously would have consumed his fairest years and best, in long inaction, afterwards to be body and soul destroyed, and that, possessed alone by us in perpetuity. That flower, whose sweets outlive the fragile rest, which quickens man when he in earth is laid, would have been plucked or severed in the blade. But that enchantress kind, who with more care than for himself he watched, still kept the knight, designed to drag him, by rough road and bare, towards true virtue, in his own despite. As often cunning leech will burn and pare the flesh, and poisonous drug employ aright. Who, though at first his cruel art offend, is thanked, since he preserves us in the end. She, not like old Atlantes, rendered blind by the great love she to the stripling bore, set not on gifting him with life her mind, as was the scope of that enchanter whore, who, reckless all of fame and praise declined, wished length of days to his Rogero more than that, to win a world's applause, the peer should of his joyous life forego 1 year. By him he to Alcina's isle had been dispatched, that in her palace he might dwell, forgetting arms, and, as enchanter seen, in magic and the use of every spell, the heart had fastened of that fairy queen, enamored of the gentle youth, so well, that she the knot would never disengage, though he should live to more than Nestor's age. Returning now to her that well foreknew whatever was to come to pass, I say, she thither did her journey straight pursue, where she met Amon's daughter by the way, forlorn and wandering, Bradamant at view of her enchantress, erst to grief a prey, changes it all to hope. The other tells that with Alcina her Rogero dwells. Nigh dead the maid remains, in piteous guise, hearing of him so far removed, and more grieves that she danger to her love descries. Save this some strong and speedy cure restore. But her the enchantress comforts, and applies a salve where it was needed most, and swore that few short days should pass before anew Rogero should return to glad her view. Since thou, an antidote to sorcery, lady, she said, the virtuous ring dost wear, I have no doubt if to yon island I this, where thine every good is hidden, here to foil Alcina's wiles and witchery, and thence to bring thee back thy cherished care. This evening, early, will I hence away, and be in India by the break of day. And told to her, the tale continuing, the mode which she was purposing to employ, from that effeminate, soft realm to bring back into warlike France the cherished boy. Bradamant from her finger slipped the ring, nor this alone would have bestowed with joy, but heart and life would at her feet have laid, if she had deemed they could Rogero aid. Giving the ring, her cause she recommends to her, and recommends Rogero more. Countless salutes by her the damsel sends. Then of Provence, departing seeks the shore. The enchantress to another quarter wends, and, for the execution of her lore, conjures, that eve, a palfrey, by her art, with 1 foot red, black every other part. Some Farfarello, or Alcino he 106. I think, whom in that form she raised from hell, and with loose hair, dishevelled horribly, ungirt and barefoot, mounted in the cell. But, with wise caution, from her finger she withdrew the ring, lest it should mar the spell. And then by him was with such swiftness borne, She in Alcina's isle arrived at morn. Herself she changed with wonderful disguise, adding a palm of stature to her height, and made her limbs of a proportioned size, and of the very measure seemed to sight. As was she deemed, the necromancer wise, who with such care had reared the youthful knight. With long descending beard she clothed her chin, and wrinkled o'er her front and other skin, to imitate his speech, and face, and cheer. She knew so well, that, by the youth descried, she might the sage Atlantes' self appear. Next hid, and watched so long, that she espied, upon a day, rare chance, the cavalier, at length detached from his Alcina's side. For still, in motion or at rest, the fay ill bore the youth should be an hour away. Alone she finds him, fitting well her will, as he enjoys the pure and morning air, beside a brook, which trickled from a hill, streaming towards a limpid lake and fair. His fine, soft garments, wove with cunning skill, all over, ease and wantonness declare. These with her hand, such subtle toil well taught, for him in silk and gold Alcina wrought. About the stripling's neck, a splendid string of gems, descending to mid-breast, is wound. On each once manly arm, now glittering, with the bright hoop, a bracelet fair is bound. 107. Pierced with golden wire, in form of ring, is either ear, and from the yellow round depend two precious pearls, not such the coast of Araby or sumptuous India boast. Crisped into comely ringlets was his hair, wet with the costliest odors and the best, and soft and amorous all his gestures were, like one who does Valentian ladies hest. 108. In him, beside his name, was nothing fair, and more than half corrupted all the rest. So was Rogero found, within that dell, changed from his former self by potent spell. Him in the figure of Atlantes' sage she fronts, who bore the enchanter's borrowed cheer, with that grave face, and reverend with age, which he was always wanted to revere, and with that eye, which in his pupillage, beaming with wrath, he whilom so did fear, and sternly cries, "Is this the fruit at last, which pays my tedious pain and labor past? The marrow of the lion and the bear didst thou for this thine early banquet make, and, trained by me, by cliff or cavern lair, strangle with infant hands the crested snake. Their claws from tiger and from panther tear, and tusks from living boar in tangled break. That, bred in such a school, in thee should I, Alcina's Hades or Adonis spy. Is this the hope that stars, observed by me, signs in conjunction, sacred fibers, bred, with what beside of dream or augury? And all those lots I but too deeply read, which, while yet hanging at the breast, of thee, when these thy years should be accomplished, said, thy fears should so be brooded far and near, thou justly should be deemed without a peer? This does, in truth, a fair beginning show, a seed which, we may hope, will soon conceive a Julius, Alexander, Scipio, who the Alcina's bondsman could believe, and, for the world the shameful fact might know, that all should, manifest to sight, perceive, upon thy neck and arms the servile chains, wherewith she at her will her captive trains. If thine own single honor move not thee, and the high deeds which thou art called to do, wherefore defraud thy fair posterity of what, was oft predicted, should ensue? Alas! Why seal the womb God willed should be pregnant by thee with an illustrious crew, that far renowned, and more than human line, destined the sun in glory to outshine? Forbid not of the noblest souls the birth, formed in the ideas of eternal mind, destined, from age, to visit earth. sprung from thy stock, and clothed in corporal rind. The spring of thousand palms and festal mirth, through which, to Italy with losses pined, and wounds, thy good descendants shall restore the fame and honors she enjoyed of yore. Not only should these many souls have weight to bend thy purpose, holy souls, and bright, which from thy fruitful tree shall vegetate, but, though alone, a single couple might suffice a nobler feeling to create. Alfonso and his brother Hippolyte, whose like was seldom witnessed to this time, through all the paths whence men to virtue climb. I was more wont to dwell upon this pair than all the rest, of whom I prophesied, as well that these a greater part should bear in lofty virtues, as that I descried thee, listening to my lore with closer care than to the tale of all thy seed beside. I saw thee joy that such a pair would shine amid the heroes of thy noble line. Say, what has she, thou makest thy fancy's queen, more than what other courtesans possess? Who of so many concubine has been? How used her lovers in the end to bless? Thou truly know'st, but that she may be seen without disguise, and in her real dress. This ring, returning, on thy finger wear, and thou shalt see the dame, and mark how fair. Abashed and mute, Rogero, listening, in vain to her reproof an answer sought. Who on his little finger put the ring, whose virtue to himself the warrior brought, and such remorse and shame within him spring, when on his altered sense the change is wrought. 1,000 fathoms deep he fain would lie, buried in earth, unseen of any eye. So speaking, to the natural shape she wore, before his eyes returned the magic dame. Nor old Atlante's form was needed more, the good effect obtained for which she came, to tell you that which was not told before. Melissa was the sage enchantress' name, who to Rogero now her purpose said, and told with what design she thither sped. Dispatched by her, who him in anxious pain desires, nor longer can without him be, with the intent to loose him from the chain wherewith he was begirt by sorcery, and had put on, more credence to obtain Atlantes de Carina's form, but she, seeing his health restored, now willed the youth through her should hear and see the very truth. That gentle lady who so loves thee, who were well deserving love upon thy part, to whom, unless forgot, thou know'st how true the tale, thou debtor for thy freedom art. This ring, which can each magic spell undo, sends for thy succor, and would send her heart, if with such virtue fraught, her heart could bring thee safely in thy perils. Like the ring, how Bradamant had loved, and loves, she says, continuing to Rogero her relation. To this, her worth commends with fitting praise, tempering in truth and fondness her narration, and still employs the choicest mode and phrase, which fits one skillful in negotiation, and on the false Alcina brings such hate, as on things horrible is wont to wait, brings hate on that which he so loved before. Nor let the tale astonish which you hear, for since his love was forced by magic lore, the ring the false enchantment served to clear. This too unmasked the charms Alcina wore, and made all false, from head to foot, appear. None of her own, but borrowed, all he sees, and the once sparkling cup now drugged with lees. Like boy who somewhere his ripe fruit bestows, and next forgets the place where it is laid, then, after many days, conducted goes by chance, where he the rich deposit made, and wonders that the hidden treasure shows not what it is, but rotten and decayed, and hates, and scorns, and loathes, with altered eyes, and throws away what he was used to prize. Rogero thus, when by Melissa's lore advised, he to behold the fay returned, and that good ring of sovereign virtue wore, which, on the finger placed, all spells o'erturned. For that fair damsel he had left before. To his surprise, so foul a dame discerned, that in this ample world, examined round, a hag so old and hideous is not found. Pale, lean, and wrinkled was the face, and white, and thinly clothed with hair Alcina's head. Her stature reached not to 6 palms in height, and every tooth was gone, for she had led a longer life than ever mortal wight, than Hecuba or she in Cuma bred. But thus by practice, to our age unknown, appeared with youth and beauty not her own. By art she gave herself the lovely look, which had on many like Rogero wrought. But now the ring interpreted the book, which secrets, hid for many ages, taught. No wonder then that he the dame forsook, and banished from his mind all further thought of love for false Alcina, found in guise, which no new means of slippery fraud supplies. But, as Melissa counselled him, he wore his wonted semblance for a time, till he was with his armour, many days before, laid by, again accoutred cap a pie. And, lest Alcina should his end explore, fain to make proof of his agility, fain to make proof if for his arms he were too gross, long time unwont the mail to bear. Next Balisarda to his flank he tied, for so Rogero's trenchant sword was hight, and took the wondrous buckler, which, espied, not only dazzled the beholder's sight, but seemed, when its silk veil was drawn aside, as from the body if exhaled the sprite, in its close cover of red sandal hung. This at his neck the youthful warrior slung. Provided thus, he to the stables came, and bade with bridle and with saddle dight a horse more black than pitch. For so the dame counselled, well taught how swift the steed and light. Him Rabicano those who know him name. And he the courser was, that with the knight, who stands beside the sea, the breezes sport. The whale of your conducted to that port. The hippogriff he might have had at need, who next below good Rabican was tied. But that the dame had cried to him, take heed. Thou know'st how ill that courser is to ride. And said the following day the winged steed, 'twas her intention from that realm to guide, where he should be instructed at his leisure, to rein and run him everywhere at pleasure. Nor, if he took him not, would he suggest suspicion of the intended flight, the peer. This while performed Melissa's every hest, who, still invisible, was at his ear, so feigning, from the wanton dome possessed. By that old strumpet, rode the cavalier, and pricking forth drew near unto a gate, whence the road led to Logistilla's state. Assaulting suddenly the guardian crew, he, sword in hand, the squadron set upon. This one he wounded, and that other slew, and, point by point made good, the drawbridge won. And ere of his escape Alcina knew, the gentle youth was far away and gone. My next shall tell his route, and how he gained at last the realm where Logistilla reigned. Canto. Chapter 8. Rogero flies, Astolfo with the rest. To their true shape Melissa does restore. Rinaldo levies knights and squadrons, pressed in aid of Charles assaulted by the Moor. Angelica, by ruffians found at rest, is offered to a monster on the shore. Orlando, warned in visions of his ill, departs from Paris sore against his will. How many enchantresses among us! Oh! How many enchanters are there, though unknown, who for their love make man or woman glow, changing them into figures not their own. Nor this by help of spirits from below, nor observation of the stars is done. 109. But these on hearts with fraud and falsehood plot, binding them with indissoluble knot. who with Angelica's, or rather who were fortified with reason's ring, would see each countenance, exposed to open view, unchanged by art or by hypocrisy. This now seems fair and good, whose borrowed hue, removed, would haply foul and evil be. Well was it for Rogero that he wore the virtuous ring which served the truth to explore. Rogero, still dissembling, as I said, armed, to the gate on Rabican did ride. Found the guard unprepared, not let his blade amid that crowd hang idle at his side. He passed the bridge, and broke the palisade. Some slain, some maimed. Then towards the forest hied. But on that road small space had measured yet, when he a servant of the fairy met. He on his fist a ravening falcon bore, which he made fly for pastime every day. Now on the champaign, now upon the shore of neighboring pool, which teemed with certain prey, and rode a hack which simple housings wore. His faithful dog, companion of his waypoint 110. He, marking well the haste with which he hies, conjectures truly what Rogero flies. Towards him came the knave, with semblance hot, demanding whither in such haste he sped. To him the good Rogero answers not. He hence assured more clearly that he fled within himself to stop the warrior thought. And thus, with his left arm extended, said, "What, if I suddenly thy purpose balk, and thou find no defense against this hawk?" Then flies his bird, who works so well his wing. Rabican cannot distance him in flight. The falconer from his back to ground did spring, and freed him from the bit which held him tight, who seemed an arrow parted from the string, and terrible to foe, with kick and bite. While with such haste behind the servant came, he sped as moved by wind, or rather flame. Nor will the falconer's dog appear more slow, but hunts Rogero's courser, as in chase of timid hare the pard is wont to go. Not to stand fast the warrior deems disgrace, and turns towards the swiftly footed foe, whom he sees wield a riding wand, place of other arms, to make his dog obey. Rogero scorns his falchion to display. The servant made at him, and smote him sore. The dog his left foot worried, while untied from rein, the lightened horse 3 times and more lashed from the croup, nor missed his better side. The hawk, oft wheeling, with her talons tore the stripling, and his horse so terrified. The courser, by the whizzing sound dismayed, little the guiding hand or spur obeyed. Constrained at length, his sword Rogero drew, to clear the rabble, who his course delay, and in the animal's or villain's view, did now its point, and now its edge display. But with more hindrance and vexatious crew, swarm here and there, and wholly block the way. And that dishonor will ensue and loss Rogero sees, if him they longer cross. He knew each little that he longer stayed would bring the fay and followers on the trail. Already drums were beat, and trumpets brayed, and larum bells rang loud in every vale. An act too foul it seemed to use his blade on dog, and knave unfenced with arms or mail. A better and shorter way it were the buckler, old Atlante's work, to bear. He raised the crimson cloth in which he wore the wondrous shield, enclosed for many a day. Its beams, as proved 1,000 times before, work as they want, when on the sight they play. Senseless the falconer tumbles on the moor. Drop dog and hackney. Drop the pinions gay, which poised in air the bird no longer keep. Then glad Rogero leaves a prey to sleep. In the meantime, Alcina, who had heard how he had forced the gate, and, in the press, slaughtered a mighty number of her guard, remained nigh dead, o'erwhelmed with her distress. She tore her vesture, and her visage marred. and cursed her want of wit and wariness. Then made forthwith her meany sound to arms, and round herself arrayed her martial swarms. Divided next, one squadron by the way Rogero took, she sent. The bands were two. She at the port embarked the next array, and straight to sea dispatched the warlike crew. With this good squadron went the desperate fay, and darked by loosened sails the billows grew. For so desire upon her bosom preyed. Of troops she left her city unpurveyed. Without a guard she left her palace there, which to Melissa, prompt her time to seize. To loose her vassals that in misery were, afforded all convenience and full ease. To range, at leisure, through the palace fair, and so examine all her witcheries. To raise the seal, burn images, and loose, or cancel Hagnot 111 Rom, or magic noose. Thence, through the fields, fast hurrying from that dome, the former lovers changed, a mighty train. Some into rock or tree, to fountain some, or beast, she made assume their shapes again. And these, when they anew are free to roam, follow Rogero's footsteps to the reign of Logistilla's sage. And from that born to Scythia, Persia, Greece, and Ind return. They to their several homes dispatched, repair, bound by a debt which never can be paid. The English Duke, above the rest her care, of these, was first in human form arrayed. For much his kindred and the courteous prayer of good Rogero with Melissa weighed. Beside his prayers, the ring Rogero gave, that him she by its aid might better save. Thus by Rogero's suit the enchantress won, to his first shape transformed the youthful peer. But good Melissa deemed that naught was done, save she restored his armor, and that spear of gold, which whensoe'er at tilt he run, at the first touch unseated cavalier. 112. Once Argalia's, next Astolfo's lance, and source of mighty fame to both in France. The sage Melissa found this spear of gold, which now Alcina's magic palace graced, and other armor of the warrior bold, of which he was in that ill dome uncast. She climbed the courser of the wizard old, and on the croup, at ease, Astolfo placed. And thus, an hour before Rogero came, repaired to Logistilla, knight and dame. Meantime, through rugged rocks, and shagged with thorn, Rogero wends, to seek the sober fay. From cliff to cliff, from path to path forlorn, a rugged, lone, inhospitable way, till he, with labor huge oppressed and worn, issued at noon upon a beach that lay twixt sea and mountain, open to the south, deserted, barren, bare, and parched with drouth. The sunbeams on the neighboring mountain beat 113, and glare, reflected from the glowing mass, so fiercely, sand and air both boil with heat, in mode that might have more than melted glass. The birds are silent in their dim retreat, nor any note is heard in wood or grass, save the bough-perched cicala's wearying cry, which deafens hill and dale, and sea and sky. The heat and thirst and labor which he bore by that drear sandy way beside the sea, along the unhabited and sunny shore, were to Rogero grievous company. For I may not still pursue this lore, nor should you busied with one matter be. Rogero I abandon in this heat, for Scotland, to pursue Rinaldo's beat, by king, by daughter, and by all degrees. To Sir Rinaldo was large welcome paid, and next the warrior, at his better ease, the occasion of his embassy displayed, that he from thence and England, subsidies of men was seeking, for his monarch's aid, in Charles's name, and added, in his care, the justest reasons to support his prayer. The king made answer, that, without delay, taxed to the utmost of his powers and might, his means at Charlemagne's disposal lay, for the honor of the empire and the right, and that, within few days, he in array such horsemen, as he had in arms, would dight, and, save that he was now waxed old, would lead the expedition he was prayed to speed, nor like consideration would appear worthy to stop him, but that he possessed a son, and for such charge that cavalier, measured by wit and force, was worthiest, though not within the kingdom was the peer. It was his hope, as he assured his guest, he would, while yet preparing was the band, return, and find it mustered to his hand. So sent through all his realm, with expedition, his treasures, to levy men and steeds, and ships prepared, and warlike ammunition, and money, stores and victual for their needs. Meantime the good Rinaldo on his mission, leaving the courteous king, to England speeds. He brought him on his way to Berwick's town, and was observed to weep when he was gone. The wind sat in the poop, Rinaldo good embarked and bade farewell to all. The sheet still loosening to the breeze, the skipper stood, till where Thames waters, waxing bitter, meet salt ocean, wafted thence by tide of flood, through a sure channel to fair London's seat. Safely the mariners their course explore, making their way, with aid of sail and oar. The Emperor Charles, and he, King Otho grave, who was with Charles, by siege in Paris pressed, a broad commission to Rinaldo brave, with letters to the Prince of Wales addressed, and countersigns had given, dispatched to crave what foot and horse were by the land possessed, the whole to be to Calais port conveyed, that it to France and Charles might furnish aid. The prince I speak of, who on Otho's throne sate in his stead, the vacant helm to guide. Such honor did to Aemon's valiant son 114. He not with such his king had gratified. Next, all to good Rinaldo's wish, was done. Since for his martial bands on every side, in Britain, or the isles which round her lay, to assemble near the sea he fixed a day. But here, sir, it behoves me shift my ground, like him that makes the sprightly viol ring, who often changes chord and varies sound, and now a graver strikes, now sharper string. Thus I, who did to good Rinaldo bound my tale, Angelica remembering, late left, where saved from him by hasty flight, she had encountered with an anchorite. Awhile I will pursue her story. I told how the maid of him with earnest care inquired, how she towards the shore might fly. Who of the loathed Rinaldo has such fear? She dreads, unless she pass the sea, to die, as insecure in Europe, far or near. But she was by the hermit kept in play, because he pleasure took with her to stay. His heart with love of that rare beauty glowed, and to his frozen marrow pierced the heat. Who, after, when he saw that she bestowed small care on him, and thought but of retreat, his sluggish courser stung with many a goad, but with no better speed he plied his feet. Ill was his walk, and worse his trot, nor spur could that dull beast to quicker motion stir. And for the flying maid was far before, and he would soon have ceased to track her steed. To the dark cave recurred the hermit whore, and conjured up of fiends a grisly breed. One he selected out of many more, and first informed the demon of his need. Then in the palfrey bade him play his part, who with the lady bore away his heart, and as sagacious dog on mountain tried, before, accustomed fox and hare to chase. If he behold the quarry choose one side, the other takes, and seems to slight the trace. But at the turn arriving, is espied, already tearing what he crossed to face. So her the hermit by a different road We'll meet, wherever she her palfrey goad. What was the friar's design I well surmise. And you shall know, but in another page. Angelica now slow, now faster, flies. Not fearing this, while conjured by the sage. The demon covered in the courser lies. As fire sometimes will hide its smothered rage. Then blazes with devouring flame and heat. Unquenchable, and scarce allows retreat. After the flying maid had shaped her course. By the great sea which laves the Gascon shore. Still keeping to the rippling waves her horse. Where best the moistened sand the palfrey bore. Him, plunged into the brine, the fiend perforce. Dragged, till he swam amid the watery roar. Nor what to do the timid damsel knew. Save that she closer to her saddle grew. She cannot, howsoe'er the rein she ply, govern the horse, who swims the surge to meet. Her raiment she collects and holds it high. And, not to wet them, gathers up her feet. Her tresses, which the breeze still wantonly assaults, dishevelled on her shoulders beat. The louder winds are hushed, perchance in duty. Intent, like ocean, on such sovereign beauty. Landward in vain her eyes 115 the damsel bright. Directs, which water face and breast with tears. And ever sees, decreasing to her sight, the beach she left, which less and less appears. The courser, who was swimming to the right, after a mighty sweep, the lady bears to shore, where rock and cavern shag the brink. As night upon the land begins to sink. When in that desert, which but to descry bred fear in the beholder, stood the maid. Alone, as Phoebus, plunged in ocean, sky. And nether earth had left obscured in shade. She paused in guise, which in uncertainty might leave whoever had the form surveyed. If she were real woman, or some mock resemblance, colored in the living rock. She, fixed and stupid in her wretchedness, stood on the shifting sand, with ruffled hair. Her hands were joined, her lips were motionless. Her languid eyes upturned, as in despair. Accusing him on high, that to distress and whelm her, all the fates united were. Astound she stood awhile. When grief found vent through eyes and tongue, in tears and in lament. Fortune, what more remains, that thou on me shouldst not now satiate thy revengeful thirst? What more, she said, can I bestow on thee, than, what thou seekest not, this life accursed? Thou wast in haste to snatch me from the sea, where I had ended its sad days, immersed, because to torture me with further ill, before I die, is yet thy cruel will. But what worse torment yet remains in store? Beyond, I am unable to descry. By thee from my fair throne, which never more I hope to repossess, compelled to fly. I, what is worse, my honor lost deplore. For if I sinned not in effect, yet I give matter by my wanderings to be stung. For wantonness of every carping tongue. What other good is left to woman, who has lost her honor, in this earthly ball? What profits it that, whether false or true, I am deemed beauteous, and am young withal? No thanks to heaven for such a gift are due. Whence on my head does every mischief fall? For this my brother Argalia died, to whom small help enchanted arms supplied. For this the Tartar king, Sir Agrican, subdued my sire, who Gallifron was hight, and of Kateri in India was great Khan. 'Tis hence I am reduced to such a plight, that wandering evermore, I cannot scan at morn, where I shall lay my head at night. If thou hast ravished what thou couldst, wealth, friends, and honor, say what more thy wrath intends. If death by drowning in the foaming sea was not enough thy wrath to satiate, send, if thou wilt, some beast to swallow me, so that he keep me not in pain. Thy hate cannot devise a torment, so it be my death, but I shall thank thee for my fate. Thus, with loud sobs, the weeping lady cried, when she beheld the hermit at her side. From the extremest height the hermit hoar of that high rock above her, had surveyed Angelica, arrived upon the shore. Beneath the cliff, afflicted and dismayed, he to that place had come 6 days before. For him by path untrod had fiend conveyed. And he approached her, feigning such a call as e'er Hilarion might have had, or Paul. When him, yet unagonized, she saw appear, the lady took some comfort, and laid by, emboldened by degrees, her former fear. Though still her visage was of death-like dye. Misericorde, Father, when the friar was near, she said, for brought to evil pass am I. And told, still broke by sobs, in doleful tone, the story, to her hearer not unknown. To comfort her, some reasons full of grace, sage and devout the approaching hermit cites. And, now his hand upon her moistened face, in speaking, now upon her bosom lights. As her, securer, next he would embrace him, kindling into pretty scorn, she smites with one hand on his breast, and backward throws. Then flushed with honest red, all over glows. A pocket at the ancient's side was dight, where he a cruse of virtuous liquor wore. And at those puissant eyes, whence flashed the light of the most radiant torch love ever bore, threw from the flask a little drop of might, to make her sleep, upon the sandy shore. Already the recumbent damsel lay, the greedy elder's unresisting prey. Egli ella braccia ed a piecer lataca, 116. Edi ella dorm e non puo feris cermo. Hor I bacia il bel pedo, ora la bocca. Non e ciel vegia in quel loco aspro ed erma. Ma in l'incontro il sua destrier trabacca. Chl dizio non respond il corpo infermo. Era mal atto, percia via troppi anni. E potra peggio, quanto più elefani. Tutte lo vai, tutti li modi tenta, 117. Ma quel pigro rosin non piro salta. Hopeless, at length upon the beach he lies. And by the maid, exhausted, falls asleep. When to torment him new misfortunes rise. Fortune does seldom any measure keep, unused to cut her cruel pastime short. If she with mortal man is pleased to sport, it here behoves me, from the path I pressed, to turn a while, ere I this case relate. In the great northern sea, towards the west, green Ireland past, an isle is situate. Ibuta is its name, 118, whose shores infest its people wasted through the Godhead's hate. The hideous Orc, and Proteus other herd, by him against that race in vengeance stirred. Old stories, speak they falsely or aright, tell how a puissant king this country swayed, who had a daughter fair, so passing bright and lovely, 'twas no wonder if the maid, when on the beach she stood in Proteus' sight, left him to burn amid the waves, surveyed one day alone, upon that shore inisled. Her he compressed, and quitted great with child. This was sore torment to the sire, severe and impious more than all mankind, nor he, such is the force of wrath, was moved to spare the maid, for reason or for piety. Nor, though he saw her pregnant, would forbear to execute his sentence suddenly, but bade together with the mother kill, ere born, his grandchild, who had done no ill. See Proteus to his flock's wide charge preferred, by Neptune, of all oceans rule possessed. Inflamed with ire, his lady's torment heard, and, against law and usage, to molest the land, no sluggard in his anger, stirred his monsters, orc and sea calf, with the rest. who waste not only herds, but human haunts. Farmhouse and town, with their inhabitants. And girding them on every side, the rout will often siege to walled cities lay, where in long weariness and fearful doubt the townsmen keep their watch by night and day. The fields they have abandoned all about, and for a remedy, their last essay, to the oracle, demanding counsel, fly, which to the suppliant's prayer made this reply, that it behoved them find a damsel, who a form as beauteous as that other wore, to be to Proteus offered up, in lieu of the fair lady, slain upon the shore. He, if he deems her an atonement due, will keep the damsel, not disturb them more. If not, another they must still present. And so, till they the deity content. And this it was the cruel usage bred, that of the damsels held most fair of face. To Proteus every day should one be led, till one should in the Godhead's sight find grace. The first and all those others slain, who fed all a devouring orc, that kept his place beside the port, what time into the main the remnant of the herd retired again. Were the old tale of Proteus false or true? For this, in sooth, I know not who can read. With such a clause was kept by that foul crew the savage, ancient statute, which decreed that woman's flesh the ravening monster, who for this came every day to land, should feed. Though to be woman is a crying ill in every place, 'tis here a greater still. O wretched maids, whom mid that barbarous rout ill fortune on that wretched shore has tossed, who for the stranger damsel prowl about, of her to make an impious holocaust. In that the more they slaughter from without, they less the number of their own exhaust. But since not always wind and waves convey, like plunder, upon every strand they prey, with frigate and with galley wont to roam, and other sort of barks they range the sea, and, as a solace to their martyrdom, from far, or from their isle's vicinity, bear women off, with open rapine some, these bought by gold, and those by flattery, and, plundered from the different lands they scour, crowd with their captives dungeon cell and tower, keeping that region close aboard, to explore the island's lonely bank, a gallery creeps, where, amid stubs upon the grassy shore, Angelica, unhappy damsel, sleeps. To wood and water there the sailors moor, and from the bark, for this, a party leaps, and there that matchless flower of earthly charms discovers in the Holy Father's arms. Oh! Prize too dear, oh! Too illustrious prey, to glut so barbarous and so base a foe. Oh! Cruel fortune, who believed thy sway was of such passing power in things below, that thou shouldst make a hideous monster's prey. The beauty, for which Agrican did glow, brought with half Scythia's people from the gates of Caucasus 119 in Ind, to find their fates. The beauty, by Circassian sacripant, preferred before his honor and his crown. The beauty which made Roland, Brava's vaunt, sully his wholesome judgment and renown. The beauty which had moved the wide Levant, and awed, and turned its kingdom upside down, now has not, thus deserted and unheard, one to assist it even with a word. Oppressed with heavy sleep upon the shore, the lovely virgin, ere awake, they chain. With her, the enchanter friar the pirates bore on board their ship, a sad, afflicted train. This done, they hoisted up their sail once more, and the bark made the fatal isle again, where, till the lot shall of their prey dispose, her prisoned in a castle they enclose. But such her matchless beauty's power, the maid was able that fierce crew to mollify, who many days her cruel death delayed. preserved until their last necessity. And while they damsels from without pervade, spared such angelic beauty, finally, the damsel to the monstrous orc they bring, the people all behind her sorrowing. Who shall relate the anguish, the lament, and outcry which against the welkin knock? I marvel that the seashore was not rent, when she was placed upon the rugged block, where, chained and void of help, the punishment of loathsome death awaits her on the rock. This will not I, so sorrow moves me, say, which makes me turn my rhymes another way, to find a verse of less lugubrious strain, till I my wearied spirit shall restore. For not the squalid snake of mottled stain, nor wild and whelpless tiger, angered more, nor what of venomous, on burning plain, creeps twixt the red and the Atlantic shore, could see the grisly sight, and choose but moan, the damsel bound upon the naked stone. Oh! If this chanced to her Orlando, who was gone to Paris town to seek the maid, had been reported, or those other two, duped by a post, dispatched from Stygian shade, they would have tracked her heavenly footsteps through 1,000 deaths, to bear the damsel aid. But had the warriors of her peril known, so far removed, for what would that have done? This while round Paris walls the leaguer lay, of famed Troiano's sons besieging band, reduced to such extremity one day, that it nigh fell into the foeman's hand. And, but that vows had virtue to allay the wrath of heaven, whose waters drenched the land, that day had perished by the Moorish lance the holy empire and great name of France. To the just plaint of aged Charlemagne, the great creator turned his eyes, and stayed the conflagration with a sudden rain, which haply human art had not allayed. Wise whosoever seeketh, not in vain, his help, than whose there is no better aid. Well the religious king, to whom 'twas given, knew that the saving succor was from heaven. All night long counsel of his weary bed, vexed with a ceaseless care, Orlando sought. Now here, now there, the restless fancy sped. Now turned, now seized, but never held the thought. As when, from sun or nightly planet shed, clear water has the quivering radiance caught. The flashes through the spacious mansion fly, with reaching leap, right, left, and low, and high. 120. To memory now returned his lady gay. She rather ne'er was banished from his breast, and fanned the secret fire, which through the day, now kindled into flame, had seemed at rest. That in his escort even from Catti, or farthest Ind, had journeyed to the west. There lost, of whom he had discerned no token, since Charles's power near Bordeaux town was broken. This in Orlando moved great grief, and he lay thinking on his folly past in vain. My heart, he said, oh! How unworthily I bore myself, and out, alas! What pain! When night and day I might have dwelt with thee, since this thou didst not in thy grace disdain, to have let them place thee in old Namus' hand, witless a wrong so crying to withstand. Might I not have excused myself? The king had not perchance gainsaid my better right. Of if he had gainsaid my reasoning, who would have taken thee in my despite? Why not have armed, and rather let them wring my heart out of my breast? But not the might of Charles or all his host, had they been tried, could have availed to tear thee from my side. Oh! Had he placed her but in strong repair, guarded in some good fort, or Paris town, since he would trust her to Duke Namus' care, that he should lose her in this way, alone, sorts with my wish. Who would have kept the fair? Like me, that would for her to death have gone, have kept her better than my heart or sight. Who should and could, yet did not what I might. Without me, my sweet life, beshrew me, where art thou bestowed, so beautiful and young? As some lost lamb, what time the daylight fair shuts in, remains the wildering woods among, and goes about lamenting here and there, hoping to warn the shepherd with her tongue, till the wolf hear from far the mournful strain, and the sad shepherd weep for her in vain. My hope, where art thou, where, in doleful wise, dost thou, perchance, yet rove thy lonely round? Art thou, indeed, to ravening wolf a prize, without thy faithful Roland's succor found? And is the flower, which, with the deities, me, in mid-heaven had placed, which, not to wound, so reverent was my love, thy feelings chaste, I kept untouched, alas, now plucked and waste? If this fair flower be plucked, oh, misery! Oh, despair! What more is left me but to die? Almighty God, with every other woe, rather than this, thy wretched suppliant try. If this be true, these hands the fatal blow shall deal, and doom me to eternity. Mixing his plaint with bitter tears and sighs, so to himself the grieved Orlando cries. Already everywhere, with due repose, creatures restored their weary spirits, laid these upon stones and upon feathers those, or greensward, in the beech or myrtle's shade. But scarcely did thine eyes, Orlando, close, so on thy mind-tormenting fancies preyed, nor would the vexing thoughts which bread annoy let thee in peace that fleeting sleep enjoy. To good Orlando it appeared as he, mid odorous flowers, upon a grassy bed, were gazing on that beauteous ivory, which love's own hand had tinged with native red, and those two stars of pure transparency, with which he in love's toils his fancy fed. Of those bright eyes, and that bright face, I say, which from his breast had torn his heart away, he with the fullest pleasure overflows, that ever happy lover did content. But, lo! This time a mighty tempest rose, and wasted flowers, and trees uptore and rent. Not with the rage with which this whirlwind blows, joust warring winds, north, south, and east, unpent. It seemed, as if in search of covering shade, he, vainly wandering, through a desert strayed. Meanwhile the unhappy lover lost the dame in that dim air, nor how he lost her, weets, and, roving far and near, her beauteous name through every sounding wood and plain repeats. And while, O wretched me, is his exclaim, who has to poison changed my promised sweets? He of his sovereign lady who with tears demands his aid, the lamentation hears. Thither, whence comes the sound, he swiftly hies, and toils, now here, now there, with labor sore. Oh! What tormenting grief, to think his eyes cannot again the lovely rays explore. Lo! Other voice from other quarter cries, hope not on earth to enjoy the blessing more. 121. At that alarming cry he woke, and found himself in tears of bitter sorrow drowned, not thinking that like images are vain, when fear, or when desire disturbs our rest. The thought of her, exposed to shame and pain, in such a mode upon his fancy pressed, he, thundering, leaped from bed, and with what chain and plate behoved, his limbs all overdressed, took Brigliadoro from the stall he filled, nor any squire attendant service willed, and to pass everywhere, yet not expose by this his dignity to stain or slight. The old and honored ensign he foregoes, his ancient bearing, quartered red and white, and in its place a sable ensign shows, perhaps as suited to his mournful plight, that erst he from an Amistantes bore, whom he had slain in fight some time before. 122. At midnight he departed silently. Not to his uncle spake, not to his true and faithful comrade Brandimart, whom he so dearly cherished, even bade adieu. But when, with golden tresses streaming free, the sun from rich Tithonus in withdrew, and chased the shades, and cleared the humid air, the king perceived Orlando was not there. To Charles, to his displeasure, were conveyed news that his nephew had withdrawn at night, when most he lacked his presence and his aid. Nor could he curb his choler at the flight, but that with foul reproach he overlaid, and sorely threatened the departed knight. By him so foul a fault should be repented, save he, returning home, his wrath prevented. Nor would Orlando's faithful Brandimart, who loved him as himself, behind him stay, whether to bring him back he in his heart hoped, or of him ill-brooked injurious say. And scarce, in his impatience to depart, till fall of eve his sally would delay, lest she should hinder his design. Of this he not imparted to his Flordelis. To him this was a lady passing dear, and from whose side he unwont to stray, endowed with manners, grace, and beauteous cheer, wisdom and wit. If now he went away, and took no leave, it was because the peer hoped to revisit her that very day. But that befell him after, as he strayed, which him beyond his own intent delayed. She when she has expected him in vain, well nigh a month, and not of him discerns, sallies without a guide or faithful train. So with desire of him her bosom yearns, and many a country seeks for him in vain, to whom the story in due place returns. No more I now shall tell you of these two, more bent Anglantes' champion to pursue, who having old Almonte's blazonry so changed, drew nigh the gate, and there the peer approached a captain of the guard, when he, "I am the county," whispered in his ear, and, the bridge quickly lowered, and passage free, at his commandment, by the way most near, went straight towards the foe. But what befell him next, the canto which ensues shall tell. Canto. Chapter IX. So far Orlando wends, he comes to where he of old Proteus hears the cruel use, but feels such pity for Olympia fair, wronged by Cymosco, who in prison mews her plighted spouse, that ere he makes repair further, he gives her hope to venge the abuse. He does so, and departs, and with his spouse departs Burino, to repeat his vows. What cannot, when he has a heart possessed, this false and cruel traitor love? Since he can banish from Orlando's faithful breast such tried allegiance and due loyalty, wise, full of all regards, and of the blessed and glorious church the champion wont to be. Now, little for himself or uncle, driven by a vain love, he cares, and less for heaven. But I excuse him well, rejoiced to know I have like partner in my vice, for still to seek my good I too am faint and slow, but sound and nimble in pursuit of ill. The count departs, disguised in sable show, nor for so many friends, with froward will, deserted cares, and comes where on the plain are camped the hosts of Afric and of Spain. Rather uncamped, for, in less troops or more, rains under shed and tree had driven the band. Here 10, there 20, 7, or 8, or 4. Near or further off, Orlando scanned. Each sleeps, oppressed with toil and wearied sore. This stretched on earth, that propped upon his hand. They sleep, and many might the count have slain, yet never bared his puissant Durindane. 123. So generous is Orlando's heart, he base esteems it were to smite a sleeping foe. Now this he seeks, and now that other place, yet cannot track his lady, high or low. If he finds any one in waking case, sighing, to him he paints her form and show. Then praise him that for courtesy, he where the damsel is, will reach him to repair. And when the day its shining light displayed, he wholly searched the Moorish army through, in that the gentle warrior was arrayed in Arab weeds, he this might safely do, and of his purpose came alike in aid, that other tongues beside the French he knew, and in the Africans so well was read. He seemed in Tripoli one born and bred. He sojourns there 3 days, the camp to see, still seeking not beside, next up and down, within, without, both burg and city he spies, nor surveys the realm of France alone, but fair Auvergne, and even Gascony, revisits, to its farthest little town, roves from Provence to Brittany's domain, and from the Picards to the bounds of Spain, between October and November's moon, in that dull season when the leafy vest is stripped from trembling plant, whose limbs are shown of all their mantling foliage dispossessed, and in close flights the swarming birds are flown. Orlando enters on his amorous quest. This he pursues the livelong winter through, nor quits when gladsome spring returns anew. As, such his wont, from land to land he goes. A river's side he reaches on a day, which to the neighboring sea in quiet flows. Bretons and Normans parting on its way, but, swoln with mountain rain and melted snows, then thundered, white with foam and flashing spray, and with impetuous stream had overtopped its brim, and burst the bridge, and passage stopped. The paladin this bank and the other eyed, along the river's channel, to explore, since neither fish nor fowl, if from his side he could gain footing on the adverse shore. When, with a damsel in the poop, he spied a ready pinnace that towards him bore. She steered, as if she would approach the strand, but would not let her shallop make the land. Steered not to land, as haply with suspicion, to take a lading, in her own despite. To her the good Orlando made petition, to put him o'er the stream. And she, no knight, passes this ferry, but upon condition he shall his faith and promise duly plight, that he will do a battle, at my prayer, upon the justest quarrel and most fair. So that if thou on that other shore to land dost by my aid, Sir Cavalier, desire, promise me, ere the month which is at hand, the damsel so pursued her speech, expire, that thou wilt join the Hibernian monarch's hand, who forms a fair armada, in his ire, to sack Ebuta's isle, of all compressed by ocean's circling waves, the cruelest. No, beyond Ireland, in the briny flood, an island, amid many others, lies. Ebuta is its name, whose people rude, such is their law, in search of plunder hies, and all the women that it takes, for food, to a voracious animal supplies, which every day to shore for this does speed, and finds new wife or maid whereon to feed. 4 of these merchants still and corsair sell a large supply, and most of those most fair. Reckoning 1 slain a day, you thus may well compute what wives and maids have perished there. But if compassion in your bosom dwell, nor you to love an utter rebel are, be you contented with this band to wend, united for such profitable end. To hear the whole Orlando scarce could bear, ere to be first in that emprise he swore. 124. As one who evil deed misliked to hear, and with impatience like relation bore, hence first induced to think, and next to fear, Angelica is captive on that shore, since he so long the missing maid pursues, nor of the damsel yet can gather news. Breaking his every scheme, this fantasy, the troubled cavalier did so confound, That will all speed to that fell island he resolved to navigate. Nor yet the round of a new sun was buried in the sea, ere he a vessel at St. Malo's found, in which, embarking on his quest, the Count put forth, and cleared that night St. Michael's Mount. 125. Brake and Landreglier 126 passed on the left hand. Orlando's vessel schemes the Breton shore, then shapes her course towards the chalky strand, whence England's isle the name of Albion bore. But the south wind, which had her canvas fanned, shifts to northwest, and freshening blows so sore, the mariners are fain to strike all sail, and wear and scud before the boisterous gale. A distance traversed in 4 days, in one. Backwards the ceaseless wind the frigate bore. The helmsman kept the sea, lest she should run aground, and break like glass upon the shore. The wind upon the 5th day changed its tune, so loud and furious through the other 4, and let, without more strife, the vessel gain a port, where Antwerp's river met the main. As soon as harbored there in shattered plight, the weary mariners their frigate moor, out of a city, seated on the right of that fair stream, descends upon the shore, as his grey hairs may warrant him, a wight, stricken in years, who, full of courteous lore, turns to the county, after greetings due, reputing him the leader of that crew, and praise him, on a damsel's part, that he to her would think not irksome to repair, whom of unequalled affability and sweetness, he would find, as well as fair, or otherwise would be content, that she should to his bark resort, to seek him there, nor prove less pliant than had been before all the knights errant, who had sought that shore. For hitherto, by land or sea conveyed, no cavalier had journeyed to that place, that had refused to parley with the maid, and give her counsel in a cruel case. Orlando, hearing this, no more delayed, but issued from the bark with hurried pace, and, in all kind and courteous usage bred, his way directed where the ancient led. With him did Roland to the city go, and at the bottom of a palace stair, conducted by that elder, full of woe, a lady found, if face may grief declare, and sable cloth, with which, a mournful show, chamber, and hall, and gallery, furnished were, who, after honorable welcome paid, seated the paladin, and sadly said, "The daughter of the Count of Holland," cried the lady, "know in me, Sir Cavalier, though not his only offspring, for beside myself 2 brothers were, to him so dear, that, for whatever favor I applied, I never met refusal from the peer. I living glady in this happy sort. A duke by chance was guested at our court, the Duke of Zealand, meaning for Biscay, with purpose there to war upon the Moor. His youth and beauty, then in manhood's May, and force of love, unfelt by me before, made me, with little strife, his easy prey. Persuaded by his outward cheer yet more, I thought, and think, and still shall think, the peer loved me, and loves me yet with heart sincere. Those days, when as the wind was contrary, which fair for me, if foul for others blew, to others 40 seemed, an hour to me. So upon speedy wings the moments flew. This while, we oftentimes held colloquy, when, to be given with solemn right and due, I promised him, and he to me, his hand, on his return, in wedlock's holy band. Burino hardly from our court was gone, for such the name my faithful lover bore, when Friesland's king, whose realm is from our own, no further than this stream from ocean's shore, designing to bestow me on his son, Arbante's height, the monarch had no more, to Holland sent the worthiest of his land, Me of the Count, my father, to demand. I without power to falsify that vow, which to my gentle lover I had plight. Nor though I had the power, would love allow me so to play the ingrate, if I might. The treaty, well on foot, to overthrow. And nigh concluded, with afflicted sprite. Cried to my father, I would rather shed my very life blood, than in Friesland wed. My gracious father, he who took but pleasure in what pleased me, nor would my will constrain. Marking my grief, broke off the intended measure, to give me comfort and relieve my pain. At this proud Friesland's sovereign such displeasure conceived, and entertained such high disdain. He entered Holland, and the war began, in which my kin were slaughtered to a man. Besides, that both his puissance and his might are such, as in our age are matched of few. Such is in evil deeds his cunning sleight. He laughs to scorn what wit and force can do. Strange arms he bears, unknown to any wight, save him, of the ancient nations or the new. A hollow iron, 2 yards long, whose small channel he loads with powder and a ball. He, where 'tis closed behind, in the iron round, touches with fire a vent, discerned with pain. In guise that skilful surgeon tries his ground, where need requires that he should breathe a vein. Whence flies the bullet with such deafening sound, that bolt and lightning from the hollow cane appear to dart, and like the passing thunder, burn what they smite, beat down or rend asunder. Twice broken, he our armies overthrew. With this device, my gentle brethren slain. The first the shot in our first battle slew, reaching his heart, through broken plate and chain. The other in the other onset, who was flying from the fatal field in vain. The ball his shoulder from a distance tore behind, and issued from his breast before. My father next, defending on a day the only fortress which he still possessed, the others taken which about it lay, was sent alike to his eternal rest. Who going and returning to purvey what lacked, as this or that occasion pressed, was aimed at from afar, in privy wise, and by the traitor struck between the eyes. And I remaining, sire and brethren dead, the Isle of Holland's only heir, the king of Friesland, who by the desire was led of better there his power establishing, to me, and also to my people said, I peace and quiet to my state might bring. Would I, when I before would not accord, now take his son Arbantes for my lord. I, not so much for deadly hate I bear to him and all his kindred, by whose spite my sire and both my brothers slaughtered were, my country sacked and waste. As that the knight I would not wrong, to whom I fealty swear, and had my solemn word already plight, that me to wedlock man should woo in vain, till he to Holland should return from Spain. For one ill-born, 100 yet behind will bear, replied, to hazard all content. Slain, burnt alive, to let them to the wind scatter my ashes, rather than consent. My people seek to move my steadfast mind, by prayer and by protest, from this intent, and threat to yield my city up and me, lest all be lost through my obduracy. When in my fixed and firm resolve they read that prayer and protest are alike in vain, my town and me with Friesland's king agreed, surrendered, as they vowed, my vassal train, not doing by me any shameful deed, me he assured of life and of domain. So I would soften my obdurate mood, and be to wed with his Arbantes wooed. I who would have consented to forego my life to 'scape from him, reflection made, that, save I first avenged myself, all woe endured, would be by this regret outweighed. Long time I muse, and to my misery know 'tis only simulation which can aid Not simple willingness, I fain desire to win his grace, and have him for my sire. Mid many in my father's service, I select 2 brothers fitted for my view, of valiant heart and great ability, but more approved for truth, as followers, who, bred in my father's court, from infancy, had with myself grown up. The brothers too, so wholly bound to me, they would have thought my safety with their lives was cheaply bought. To them I tell my project, and the pair of brethren promise me their faithful aid. To Flanders this, a pinnace to prepare, I sent, and that with me in Holland stayed. Now, while both foreigners and natives were of Friesland's kingdom, to our nuptials prayed, Burino in Biscay, the tidings went, for Holland had equipped an armament, since on the issue of the earliest fray, when in the rout one hapless brother fell, I had dispatched a courier to Biscay, who the sad news should to Burino tell, while he toils sore his squadron to array. Proud Friesland's arms our wretched remnant quell. Burino, who knew not of this, had weighed, and with his barks put forth to bring us aid. These tidings told to Friesland's monarch, he, confiding to his son the wedding's care, to meet Burino's squadron puts to sea, and, so chance willed, burns, sinks, or routs them there, leading him off into captivity. But none to us as yet the tidings bear. This while I to the amorous youth am wed, who, when the sun sought his, would seek my bed. Behind the curtains, I had hid the tried and faithful follower, of whom I said, who moved not till the bridegroom he descried, yet waited not till he in bed was laid, but raised a hatchet, and so well applied behind the stripling's head the ponderous blade, of speech and life it reft him. I, who note the deed, leap lightly up and cut his throat. 127. As falls the bullock upon shamble sill, thus fell the ill-starred stripling, in despite of King Simosco, worst among the ill. So was the impious king of Friesland hight, who did my brothers and my father kill, and, in my state to found a better right, in wedlock wished to join me with his son, haply to slay me when his end was won, ere new disturbance interrupt the deed, taking what costliest was and lightest weighed, me my companion by a cord, with speed, drops from a window, wherewith boat purveyed, in Flanders, as related, for my need. His brother, watchful of our motions, stayed. We dipped the oar, we loosed the sail, and driven by both, escape, as was the will of heaven. The daring feat achieved, I cannot say if Friesland's king more sorrowed for his son, or raged at me. He there arrived, the day ensuing, where the dreadful deed was done. Proud he returned, both he and his array, of the Duke taken, and the victory won, and thought to feast and nuptials he was bound. But in his home all grief and darkness found. His pity for his son, the hate he fed towards me, torment the father day and night. But as lamenting will not raise the dead, and vengeance is a vent for smothered spite, that portion of his thoughts, which should have led the king, to ease by sighs his troubled sprite, now willingly takes counsel with his hate, to seize me, and his vengeance satiate. All known or said to by my friends, or who were friends of those that, chosen from my train, had aided me the deadly deed to do. Their goods and chattels burnt, were doomed or slain. And he had killed Burino, since he knew no other trouble could inflict such pain, but that he, saving him in malice, thought he had a net wherewith I might be caught. Yet him a cruel proposition made, granting a year his purpose to complete, condemned to privy death, till then delayed. Save in that time, through force or through deceit. He by his friends and kindred's utmost aid, doing or plotting, me from my retreat conveyed into his prisons, so that he can only saved by my destruction be. What for his safety could be done, behold, short of my own destruction, had been tried. 6 towns I had in Flanders, these I sold, and, great or small the produce set aside, a part of it, to wily persons told, that it to tempt his guards might be applied. The rest of it dispensed to move and arm Germans or English, to the miscreants' harm. My agents, whether they their trust betrayed, or that they could in truth perform no more, me with vain words instead of help have paid, and scorn me, having drained my scanty store. And now the term is nigh expired, when aid, whether of open force or treasured or, no longer will arrive in time to save my cherished spouse from torture and the grave. Through him, from me was my dominion rent. Through him, my father and my brethren slain. Through him, the little treasure left me, spent. What served alone existence to sustain? To rescue him, in cruel durance pent. Nor other means to succor him remain. Save I, to liberate him from prison, go. And yield myself to such a cruel foe. If nothing more be left me then to try, nor other way for his escape appear, than his with this my wretched life to buy. This life I gladly will lay down, one fear alone molests me, and it is that I can never my conditions make so clear, as to assure me, that with new deceit, me, when his prey, the tyrant will not cheat. I fear, when I shall be in captive plight, and he has put all tortures upon me, he may not loose Burino, and the night have not to thank me for his liberty, like perjured king, and full of foul despite, who with my murder will not satiate be, but by Burino neither less nor more will do, than he had done by me before. The occasion now that I confer with you, and tell my case to all who seek the land, both lords and knights, is with the single view, that taking counsel of so large a band, some one may indicate assurance due, that when before the cruel king I stand, no longer he Burino shall detain, nor, after I am killed, the duke be slain. Warrior to went with me, I in my need, when I shall be to Friesland given, have prayed. But so he promise, that the exchange agreed shall be between us in such manner made, that from his bonds Burino shall be freed, when I am to the monarch's hands conveyed. Thus I, when I am slain, shall die content, who to my spouse shall life by death have lent. Not to this day have chanced upon a wight, who on his faith will give me warranty, that if the king refuse to loose the knight, when I am offered, from captivity, he will not suffer that in my despite. So feared those weapons, I shall taken be. So feared those weapons, upon every hand, which, howsoever thick, no plates withstand. Now, if as strong Herculean port and bold appear to vouch, such worth to you belong, and you believe to give me or withhold, is in your power, should he intend me wrong. Be with me, when committed to his hold, since I shall fear not, in your convoy strong. When you are with me, that my lord, though I be after slain, shall by his order die. Hear her discourse, wherewith were interposed loud sobs, the lady ceased, and silent stood. Orlando, when her lips the damsel closed, whose ready will ne'er halts in doing good, briefly to her replies, as indisposed to idle speeches of his natural mood, but plights his solemn word, that better aid she should from him receive than that she prayed. 'Tis not his scheme to place her in the hand of her foul foe, to have Burino freed. He will save both the lovers, if his brand and wonted valor fail him not at need. Embarked that very day, they put from land, with a clear sky and prosperous wind to speed. The county hastes in his impatient heat, eager to reach that isle, the monster's seat. Through the still deeps, on this or the other side, the skipper veered his canvas to the wind. This isle, and that of Zealand, they descried. One seen before, and one shut in behind. 128. The third day, from the harbored vessel's side, in Holland, Roland disembarks, not joined by the complaining dame, whom to descend he will not till she hear that tyrant's end. Armed at all points, the county passed ashore. Borne on a horse, twixt brown and black, the breed of Denmark, but in Flanders nurtured. More esteemed for weight and puissance than for speed. For when the paladin embarked before, in Brittany he left the gallant steed, his Brigliador, so nimble and so fair, that but Bayardo could with him compare. Orlando fares to Dordrecht, where he views a numerous squadron, which the gate maintain, as well, because suspicion still ensues, on the foundation of a new domain, as that before they had received the news, that out of Zealand, backed with armed train, was coming with a fleet of many sail, a cousin of the lord here pent in jail. One, good Orlando to the monarch's ear bade bear a message, that an errant knight, him would prove himself, with sword and spear, but would lay down this pact before the fight, that if the king unhorsed the cavalier, her who Arbantes slew, he, as his right, should have, that, at the cavalier's command, was ready for delivery to his hand, and willed the king should on his side agree, if him the knight in combat overbore, forthwith released from his captivity, Burino to full freedom to restore. To him the footman does his embassy, but he, who knightly worth or courteous lore had never known, directs his whole intent, the count by treacherous fraud to circumvent. He hopes as well, if he the warrior slay, to have the dame, whom, so aggrieved, he hates, if in the knight's disposal, and the say of that strange knight, the footman well relates. Hence 30 men dispatched by other way, then to the portal led, where Roland waits, who with a long and privy circuit wind, and come upon the paladin behind. He all this while had made his guard delay. The knight with words, till horse and foot he spied, arrived, where he this ambuscade did lay, when from the gate he with as many hied, as is the practised hunter's wonted way, to circle wood and beasts on every side, as nigh Valana, with his sweeping nets, the wary fisher fish and pool besets. 129. 'Tis thus the king bars every path which lies free for the warrior's flight, with armed train. He him alive, and in no other guise, would have, and lightly hopes his end to gain. Nor for the earthly thunderbolt applies, that had so many and so many slain, which here he deems would serve his purpose ill, where he desires to take and not to kill. As wary fowler, bent on greater prey, wisely preserves alive the game first caught, that by the call-bird in his cheating play. 130. More may within the circling net be brought. Such cunning art Simosco would essay, but Roland would not be so lightly bought, like them by the first toil that springs betrayed, and quickly forced the circle which was made. Where he perceives the assailant's thickest stand, he rests his lance, and sticks in his career. First one and afterwards another, and another, who appear of paste, till 6 he of the circling band of foes impales upon a single spear. A 7th left out, who by the push is slain. since the clogged weapon can no more contain. No otherwise, upon the further shore of fosse or of canal, the frogs we spy. By cautious archer, practised in his lore, smote and transfixed 131 the one the other nigh upon the shaft, until it hold no more. From barb to feathers full, allowed to lie. The heavy lance Orlando from him flung, and to close combat with his falchion sprung. The lance now broke, his sword the warrior drew. That sword which never yet was drawn in vain, and still with cut or thrust some soldier slew. Now horse, now footman of the tyrant's train, and, ever where he dealt a stroke, changed blue, yellow, green, white and black, to crimson stain. Simasco grieves, when most his need require, not to have now his hollow cane and fire. And with loud voice and menacing command, bids these be brought, but ill his followers hear. For those who have found safety of his band, to issue from the city are in fear. He, when he sees them fly on either hand, would fly as well from that dread cavalier. Makes for the gate, and would the drawbridge lift. But the pursuing county is too swift. The monarch turns his back, and leaves the knight lord of the drawbridge and of either gate. Thanks to his swifter steed, the rest in flight. He passes, good Orlando will not wait. Intent the felon, not his band, to smite. Upon the vulgar herd to wreak his hate. But his slow horse seems restive, while the king's, more nimble, flies as if equipped with wings. From street to street, before the count he made, and vanished clean. But after little stay, came with new arms, with tube and fire purveyed. Which, at his hest, this while his men convey. And posted at a corner, he waylaid his foe, as hunter watches for his prey. In forest, with armed dogs 132 and spear, attending. The boar in fury from the hill descending, who rends the branch and overthrows the stone. And wheresoe'er he turns his haughty front, appears, so loud the deafening crash and groan, as if he were uprending wood and mount, intent to make him his bold deed atone. Simasco at the pass expects the count. As soon as he appears, with ready light, touches the hole, and fires upon the knight. Behind, the weapon flames in lightning's guise, and vents the thunder from before. The ground shakes under foot and city wall, the skies. The fearful echo all about rebound. The burning bolt with sudden fury flies, not sparing aught which in its course is found. Hissing and whizzing through the skies it went, but smote not, to the assassin's foul intent. Whether it was his great desire to kill that baron, or his hurry made him fail, or trembling heart, like leaf which flutters still, made hand and arm together flinch and quail, or that it was not the Creator's will, the church so soon her champion should bewail. The glancing stroke his courser's belly tore, outstretched on earth, from thence to rise no more. To earth fall horse and rider, this the knight scarce touched. The other thundering pressed the plain. For the first rose so ready and so light, he from the fall seemed breath and force to gain. As African Antaeus, in the fight, rose from the sand with prouder might and main. So when Orlando touched the ground, to view, he rose with doubled force and vigor new. He who has seen the thunder, from on high, discharged by Jove with such a horrid sound, descend where niter, coal, and sulphur lie, stored up for use in magazine profound, which scarce has reached, but touched it, ere the sky is in a flame, as well as burning ground. Firm walls are split, and solid marbles riven, and flying stones cast up as high as heaven. Let him imagine, when from earth he sprung. Such was the semblance of the cavalier, who moved in mode to frighten Mars among the gods, so fierce and horrid was his cheer. At this dismayed, the king of Friesland stung his horse, and turned his rein, to fly the pier. But fierce Orlando was upon his foe, faster than arrow flies from bended bow. And what before he could not, when possiest of his good courser, now afoot will do. His speed outgoes all thought in every breast, exceeds all credence, save in those who view. The tyrant shortly joined, he on the crest smote at his head so well, he cleft it through, and to the neck divided by the blow, sent it, to shake its last on earth below. Lo! In the fright city other sound was heard to rise, and other crash of brands from troop, who thither in his guidance bound, followed by Reno's cousin from his lands, who, since the unguarded gates he open found, into the city's heart had poured his bands, where the bold paladin had struck such fear, he without let might scour it far and near. In rout the people fly, who cannot guess who these may be, or what the foes demand. But, when this man and that by speech and dress, as Zealand men distinguishes the band, carte blanche they proffer, and the chief address, bidding him range them under his command, against the Frieslanders to lend him aid, who have their duke in loathsome prison stayed. To Friesland's king that people hatred bore, with all his following, who their ancient lord had put to death, and who by them yet more, as evil and rapacious, was abhorred. Orlando interposed with kindly lore, as friend of both, the parties to accord, by whom, so joined, no Frieslander was left, but was of life or liberty bereft. They would not wait to seek the dungeon key, but breaking down the gate, their entrance made. Burino to the count with courtesy, and grateful thanks the service done repaid. Thence they, together with large company, went where Olympia in her vessel stayed. For so was the expecting lady hight, to whom that island's crown belonged of right. She who had thither good Orlando brought, not hoping that he would have thriven so well. Enough for her, if by her misery bought. Her spouse were rescued from the tyrant's cell. Her, full of love and loyal homage, sought. The people one and all, 'twere long to tell how she caressed Burino, he the maid. What thanks both lovers to the county paid. The people, throned in her paternal reign, replaced the injured dame, and fealty swear. She on the duke, to whom in solid chain love with eternal knot had linked the fair. The empire of herself and her domain conferred, he, called away by other care, left in the cousin's guardian care this while, his fortresses, and all the subject isle, since he to visit Zealand's duchy planned, his faithful consort in his company, and thence, upon the king of Friesland's land, would try his fortune, as he said, for he a pledge, he rated highly, had in hand, which seemed of fair success the warranty. The daughter of the king, who here forsaken, with many others had been prisoner taken, to a younger brother, her, the duke pretends, to be conjoined in wedlock, he conveyed. The Roman senator 133 thence parting wends, upon the very day Burino weighed, but he to nothing else his hand extends, of all the many, many prized maid, save to that engine, found amid the plunder, which in all points I said resembled thunder, not with intent, in his defense to bear what he had taken, of the prize possiest, for he still held it an ungenerous care, to go with vantage on whatever quest, but with design to cast the weapon where it never more should living wight molest. And, what was appertaining to it, all bore off as well, the powder and the ball. And thus, when of the tide's way he was clear, and in the deepest sea his bark descried, so that no longer distant signs appear of either shore on this or the other side. He seized the tube, and said, that cavalier may never veil through thee his knightly pride, nor base be rated with a better foe. Down with thee to the darkest deep below. O loathed, O cursed piece of enginery, cast in Tartarian bottom, by the hand of Beelzebub, whose foul malignity the ruin of this world through thee has planned. To hell, from whence thou came, I render thee. So said, he cast away the weapon, fanned. Meanwhile, with flowing sheet, his frigate goes by wind, which for the cruel island blows. Such was the paladin's desire to explore, if in the place his missing lady were, whom he prefers the united world before. Nor can an hour of life without her bear. He fears, if he set foot on Ireland's shore, some other chance may interrupt him there, so that he after have in vain to say, why hasted I no faster on my way? Nor he in England nor in Ireland port will make, nor on the coast that's opposite. But let him go, the naked archer's sport, sore smitten in the heart, ere I indite. Yet more of him, to Holland I resort, and you to hear me company invite. For well I wot that you as well as me 'twould grieve that bridal should without us be. Sumptuous and fair the bridal there is made, but neither yet so sumptuous nor so fair as it will be in Zealand, it is said. But 'tis not my design you should repair thither, since by new accidents delayed the feast will be, of which be it my care in other strain, the tidings to report, if you to hear that other strain resort. Canto Chapter X. Another love assails Barino's breast, who leaves one night Olympia on the shore, to Logistilla's holy realm addressed. Rogero goes, nor heeds Alcina more, him, of that flying courser repossessed. The hippogriff on airy voyage bore, whence he the good Rinaldo's levy sees, and next Angelica beholds and frees. Of all the loves, of all fidelity, yet proved, of all the constant hearts and true, of all the lovers, in felicity or sorrow faithful found, a famous crew. To Olympia I would give the first degree, rather than second, if this be not due. I well may say that hers no tale is told of truer love, in present times or old. And this she by so many proofs and clear had made apparent to the Zealand lord. No woman's faith more certain could appear to man, though he her open heart explored. And if fair truth such spirits should endear, and they in mutual love deserve reward, Barino as himself, nay, he above himself, I say, should kind Olympia love. Not only should he never more deceive her for another, were that woman she who so made Europe and wide Asia grieve. Or fairer yet, if one more fair there be, but rather that quit her the light should leave. And what is sweet to taste, touch, hear, and see, and life and fame, and all beside, if aught more precious can in truth be styled, or thought. If her Barino loved, as she had loved Barino, if her love he did repay with faith like hers, and still with truth unmoved, veered not his shifting sail another way, or ingrate for such service, cruel proved. For such fair love and faith, I now will say, and you with lips compassed and eyebrows bent, shall listen to the tale for wonderment. And when you shall have heard the impiety, which of such passing goodness was the meed, woman take warning from this perfidy, and let none make a lover's word her creed. Mindless that God does all things hear and see, the lover, eager his desires to speed, heaps promises and vows, I prompt to swear, which afterwards all winds disperse in air. The promises and empty vows dispersed, In air, by winds all dissipated go. After these lovers have the greedy thirst appeased, with which their fevered palates glow. In this example which I offer, versed, their prayers and tears to credit be more slow. Cheaply, dear ladies mine, is wisdom bought by those who wit at others' cost are taught. Of those in the first flower of youth beware, whose visage is so soft and smooth to sight. For past, as soon as bred, their fancies are like a straw fire their every appetite. So the keen hunter follows up the hare, in heat and cold, on shore, or mountain height. Nor, when 'tis taken, more esteems the prize, and only hurries after that which flies. Such is the practice of these striplings who, what time you treat them with austerity, love and revere you, and such homage do, as those who pay their service faithfully, but vaunt no sooner victory, than you from mistresses shall servants grieve to be, and mourn to see the fickle love they owed from you diverted, and elsewhere bestowed. I not for this, for that were wrong, opine, that you should cease to love, for you, without a lover, like uncultivated vine, would be, that has no prop to wind about. But the first down I pray you to decline, to fly the volatile, in constant rout, to make your choice the riper fruits among, nor yet to gather what too long has hung. A daughter they have found, above was said, of the proud king who ruled the Friesland state, that with Byrino's brother was to wed, as far as rumor tells. But to relate the truth, a longing in Byrino bred the sight of food so passing delicate, and he to talk his palate deemed would be, for others' sake, a foolish courtesy. The gentle damsel had not passed 14, was beautiful and fresh, and like a rose, when this first opening from its bud is seen, and with the vernal sun expands and grows. To say Byrino loved the youthful queen were little. With less blaze lit tinder glows, or ripened corn, wherever envious hand of foe amid the grain has cast a brand, than that which on Byrino's bosom fed, and to his marrow burned, when, weeping sore, the fate of her unhappy father dead, he saw her bathed in ceaseless tears deplore, and, as cold water, on the cauldron shed, shops short the bubbling wave, which boiled before. So was the raging rife Olympia blue within his breast, extinguished by a new. Nor feels Byrino mere satiety. He loathes her so, he ill endures her sight. And, if his hope he long deferred, will die. For other such his fickle appetite. Yet till the day prefixed to satisfy his fond desire, so feigns the wary knight Olympia less to love than to adore. He seems, and but her pleasure to explore. And if the other he too much caress, who cannot but caress her, there are none. See evil in the deed, but rather guess it is in pity, is in goodness done, since to raise up and comfort in distress, whom fortune's will beats down in changeful run, was never blamed, with glory oftener paid. So much the more, a young, a harmless maid. Almighty God! How fallible and vain is human judgment, dimmed by clouds obscure. Byrino's actions, impious and profane, by others are reputed just and pure. Already stooping to their oars, the train have loosed his vessel from the port secure, and with the Duke and his companions steer for Zealand through the deep, with merry cheer. Already Holland and its headlands all are left astern, and now descried no more, since to shun Friesland they to larboard haul, and keep their course more nigh the Scottish shore, when they are overtaken by a squall, and drive 3 days the open sea before. Upon the third, when now, near eventide, a barren and unpeopled isle is spied. As soon as they were harbored in a height, Olympia landed and the board was spread. She there contented, with the faithless knight, supped, unsuspecting any cause for dread. Thence, with Burino, where a tent was pight, in pleasant place, repaired, and went to bed. The others of their train returned abroad, and rested in their ship, in haven moored. The fear and late sea sorrow, which had weighed so long upon the dame and broke her rest, the finding herself safe in greenwood shade, removed from noise, and for her tranquil breast, knowing her lover was beside her laid, no further thoughts, no further cares molest Olympia lap in slumber so profound. No sheltered bear or dormouse sleeps more sound. The lover false, who, hatching treason lies, stole from his bed in silence, when he knew she slept, his clothes he in a bundle ties, nor other raiment on his body threw. Then issuing forth from the pavilion hies, as if on newborn wings, towards his crew, who, roused, unmoor without a cry, as he commands, and loosen thence and put to sea. Behind the land was left, and there to pine, Olympia, who yet slept the woods among, till from her gilded wheels the frosty Rhine Aurora upon earth beneath had flung, and the old woe, beside the tumbling brine, lamenting, Halcyon's mournful descant sung, 134. When she, twixt sleep and waking, made a strain to reach her loved Burino, but in vain. She no one found, the dame her arm withdrew. She tried again, yet no one found, she spread both arms, now here, now there, and sought anew. Now either leg, but yet no better sped. Fear banished sleep. She up at her eyes, in view was nothing, she no more her widowed bed would keep, but from the couch in fury sprung, and headlong forth from the pavilion flung, and seaward ran, her visage tearing sore, presaging, and now certain of her plight. She beat her bosom, and her tresses tore, and looked, the moon was shining, if she might discover anything beside the shore. Nor, save the shore, was anything in sight. She calls Burino, and the caverns round, pitying her grief, Burino's name rebound. On the far shore there rose a rock, below, scooped by the breakers beating frequently. The cliff was hollowed underneath, in show of arch, and overhung the foaming sea. Olympia, mind such vigor did bestow, sprang up the frowning crest impetuously, and, at a distance, stretched by favoring gale, then saw her cruel lord's departing sail. Saw it, or seemed to see, for ill her eyes, things through the air, yet dim and hazy, view. She falls, all trembling, on the ground, and lies, with face than snow more cold and white in hue. But when she has again found strength to rise, guiding her voice towards the bark which flew, calling with all her might, the unhappy dame calls often on her cruel consort's name, where unavailing was the feeble note. She wept and clapped her hands in agony. 135. Without its freight, she cried, thy ship does float. Where, cruel, dost thou fly so swiftly? Me receive as well, small hindrance to thy boat, which bears my spirit, would my body be. And she her raiment waving in her hand, signed to the frigate to return to land. But the loud wind which, sweeping ocean, bears the faithless stripling sail across the deep, bears off as well the shriek, and moan, and prayers of sad Olympia, sorrowing on the steep. Thrice, cruel to herself, the dame prepares from the high rock amid the waves to leap, but from the water lifts at length her sight, and there returns where she had passed the night. Stretched on the bed, upon her face she lay, bathing it with her tears. Last night in thee, together two found shelter, did she say. Alas! Why two together are not we? At rising? False Burino! Cursed day! That I was born! What here remains to me? To do? What can be done? Alone, betrayed. Who will console me, who afford me aid? Nor man I see, nor see I work, which shows that man inhabits in this isle. Nor I see ship, in which, a refuge from my woes, embarking, I from hence may hope to fly. Here shall I starve, nor any one to close my eyes, or give me sepulture, be by. Save wolf perchance, who roves this wood, a tomb. Give me, alas! In his voracious womb. I live in terror, and appear to see rough bear or lion issue even now. Or tiger, from beneath the greenwood tree. Or other beast with teeth and claws, but how can ever cruel beast inflict on me? O cruel beast, a fouler death than thou? Enough for them to slay me once, while I am made by thee 1,000 deaths to die. But grant, e'en now, some skipper hither fare, who may for pity bear me hence away. And that I so eschew wolf, lion, bear, torture, and dearth, and every horrid way of death, to Holland shall he take me, where for thee is guarded fortilage and bay. Or take me to the land where I was born. If this thou hast from me by treachery torn, thou, with pretence, from me my state didst wrest, of our connection and of amity. And quickly of my land thy troops posseest, to assure the rule unto thyself. Shall I return to Flanders where I sold the rest, though little, upon which I lived, to buy thee needful succor and from prison bear? Wretch, whither shall I go? I know not where. Can I to Friesland go, where I to reign as queen was called, and this for thee forewent, where both my brethren and my sire were slain, and every other good from me was rent? Thee would I not, thou ingrate, with my pain reproach, not therefore deal thee punishment. As well as I, the story dost thou know. Now, see the meed thou dost for this bestow. Oh! May I but escape the wild corsair, nor taken be, and after sold for slave, rather than this may lion, wolf, or bear, tiger, or other beast, if fiercer rave, me with his claws and rushes rend and tear, and drag my bleeding body to his cave. So saying she her golden hair offends, and lock by lock the scattered tresses rends. She to the shore's extremest verge anew, tossing her head, with hair dishevelled, run, and seemed like maid beside herself, and who was by 10 fiends possessed, instead of one, of like the frantic Hecuba, at view of murdered Polydore, her infant son. Fixed on a stone she gazed upon the sea, nor less than real stone seemed stone to be. But let her grieve till my return, to show now of the child I wish, his weary way. Rogero, in the noon's intensest glow, takes by the shore, the burning sunbeams play upon the hill and thence rebound below. Boils the white sand, while heated with the ray. Little is wanting in that journey dire, but that the arms he wears are all on fire, while to the warrior thirst and labor sore, still toiling through that heavy sand, as he pursued his path along the sunny shore, were irksome and displeasing company, beneath the shadow of a turret hoar, which rose beside the beach, amid the sea. He found 3 ladies of Alcina's court, as such distinguished by their dress and port, reclined on Alexandrian carpets rare 136. The ladies joyed the cool in great delight About them various wines in vessels were, and every sort of comfit nicely dight. Fast by, and sporting with the ripple there, lay, waiting on their needs, a pinnace light, until a breeze should fill her sail anew. For then no breath upon the waters blew. They, who beheld along the shifting sand, Rogero wend, upon his way intent, and saw thirst figured on his lips, and scanned his troubled visage, all with sweat besprent, began to pray, on what he had in hand. He would not show his heart so deeply bent, but that he in the cool and grateful shade would rest his weary limbs, beside them laid, to hold the stirrup one approaching near, would aid him to alight, the other bore a cup of crystal to the cavalier, with foaming wine, which raised his thirst the more. But to the music of their speech no ear he lent, who weened if he his way forbore. For anything, each let would time supply, to Alcina to arrive, who now was nigh. Now so saltpetre fine and sulphur pure, touched with the fiery spark, blaze suddenly. Not so loud ocean raves, when the obscure whirlwind descends and camps in middle sea, as viewing thus the knight proceed secure upon his journey, and aware that he scorns them, who yet believe they beauteous are, kindled the third of those three damsels fair. As loud as she could raise her voice, she said, "Thou art not gentle, nor art thou a knight, and hast from other arms and horse conveyed, which never could be thine by better right. So be thy theft, if well I guess, apaid by death, which this may worthily requite. Foul thief, churl, haughty ingrate, may I thee burned, gibbeted, or cut in quarters see. Beside all these and more injurious cries, which the proud damsel at the warrior throws, though to her taunts Rogero not replies, who weens small fame from such a contest flows. She with her sisters to the frigate hies, which waits them, and aboard the tender goes, and plying fast her oars, pursues the knight along the sandy beach, still kept in sight. On him with threat and curse she ever cried, whose tongue collected still fresh cause for blame. Meanwhile, where to the lovelier fairy's side the passage lay across a strait, he came, and there an ancient ferryman espied, put from the other shore with punctual aim. As if forewarned and well prepared, the seer waited the coming of the cavalier. The ferryman put forth the child to meet, to bear him to a better shore rejoicing. He appeared as all benign and all discreet, if of the heart the face is warranty. Giving God thanks, Rogero took his seat aboard the bark, and passed the quiet sea, discoursing with that ancient pilot, fraught with wisdom, and by long experience taught. He praised Rogero much, that he had fled in time from false Alcina, and before to him the dame had given the chalice dread, her lover's final guerdon evermore. Next that he had to Logestilla sped, where he should duly witness holy lore, and beauty infinite and grace enjoy, which feed and nourish hearts they never cloy. Her shall you, struck with wonderment, revere, he said, when first you shall behold the fay. But better contemplate her lofty cheer, and you no other treasure shall appay. In this her love from other differs, fear and hope in other on the bosom prey. In hers desire demands not aught beside, and with the blessing seen is satisfied. You shall in nobler studies be professed, tutored by her, than bath and costly fare, song, dance, and perfumes, as how fashioned best. Your thoughts may tower more high than hawks in air, and how some of the glory of the blessed you here may in the mortal body share. So speaking, and yet distant from the shore, to the safe bank approached the pilot whore. When he beholds forth issuing from the strand A fleet of ships, which all towards him steer. With these came wronged Alcina, with a band of many vassals, gathered far and near, to risk the ruin of herself and land, or repossess the thing she held so dear. Love, no light cause, incites the dame aggrieved, nor less the bitter injury received. Such choler she had never felt before, as that which now upon her bosom fed. And hence she made her followers ply the oar, till the white foam on either bank was shed. The deafening noise and din o'er sea and shore, by echo everywhere repeated, spread. Now, Rogero, bear the magic shield, or in the strife be slain, or basely yield. Thus Logistilla's pilot. And beside, so saying, seized the pouch, wherein was dight the buckler, and the covering torn aside, exposed to open view the shining light, the enchanted splendor, flashing far and wide. So sore offends the adversary's sight, they from their vessels drop amazed and blind, tumbling from prow before, and poop behind. One who stood sentry on the citadel descried the navy of the invading dame, and backwards rang the castle larum bell, whence speedy succors to the haven came. The artillery rained like storm, whose fury fell on all who would Rogero scathe and shame, so that such aid was brought him in the strife as saved the warrior's liberty and life. For ladies are arrived upon the strand, thither by Logistilla sped in haste, leagued with the valiant and Rondica stand, Phrynesia sage, Dicilla good, and chaste, Sophrosyna, who, as she has and had, more than the others, mid the foremost placed, conspicuous flames, forth issues from the fort, a matchless host, and files towards the port. Beneath the castle, safe from wind and swell, of many ships and stout, a squadron lay, which, in the harbor, at a sound from bell, a word, were fit for action, night or day. And thus by land and sea was battle, fell, and furious, waged on part of either fay. Whence was Alcina's realm turned upside down, of which she had usurped her sister's crown. Oh! Of how many battles the success is different from what was hoped before. Not only failed the dame to repossess, as thought, her lover flying from her shore, but out of ships, even now so numberless, that ample ocean scarce the navy bore, from all her vessels, to the flames a prey. But with one bark escaped the wretched fay. Alcina flies, and her sad troop around, routed and taken, burnt or sunk, remains. To have lost Rogero, sorrow more profound wakes in her breast than all her other pains, and she in bitter tears for ever drowned. Of the child's loss by night and day complains, and bent to end her woes, with many a sigh, often laments her that she cannot die. No fairy dies, or can, while overhead the sun shall burn, or heaven preserve their style, or Clotho had been moved to cut her thread, touched by such grief, or, as on funeral pile, fair Dido, she beneath the steel had bled, or, haply, like the gorgeous queen of Nile, in mortal slumber would have closed her eye. But fairies cannot at their pleasure die. Return we, where eternal fame is due, leaving Alcina in her trouble sore. I speak of valorous Rogero, who had disembarked upon the safer shore. He turned his back upon the waters blue, giving God thanks for all with pious lore, and on dry ground now landed, made repair towards the lofty castle planted there. Than this a stronger or more bright in show was never yet before of mortal sight, or after, viewed, with stones the ramparts glow, more rich than carbuncle or diamond bright. We of like gems discourse not here below, and he who would their nature read aright, Must thither speed, none such elsewhere, I ween. Except perhaps in heaven above, are seen. What gives to them superiority? O'er every other sort of gem, confessed. Is, man in these his very soul may see. His vices and his virtues see expressed. Hence shall he after heed no flattery. Nor yet by wrongful censure be depressed. His form he in the lucid mirror eyes. And by the knowledge of himself grows wise. Their rays, which imitate the sunshine, fill all round about with such a flood of light, that he who has them, Phoebus, may at will create himself a day, in thy despite. Nor only marvellous the gems, the skill of the artificer and substance bright. So well contend for mastery, of the two. 'Tis hard to judge where preference is due. On arches raised, whereon the firmament seem to repose as props, so fair in show, are lovely gardens, and of such extent as even would be hard to have below. Clustering, twixt lucid tower or battlement, green odoriferous shrubs are seen to grow, which through the summer and the winter shoot, and teem with beauteous blossom and ripe fruit. Never in any place such goodly tree is grown, except within these gardens fine, or rose, or violet of like quality, lilies, or amaranth, or jessamine. Elsewhere it seems as if foredoomed to be born with one son, to live and to decline. Upon its widowed stalk the blossom dies, subject to all the changes of the skies. But here the verdure still is permanent. Still permanent the eternal blossoms are. Not that kind nature, in her government, so nicely tempers here the genial air, but that, unneeding any influence lent by planet, Logistilla's zeal and care, ever keep fast, what may appear a thing impossible, her own perpetual spring. That such a gentle lord had sought her rest, did much the prudent Logistilla please, and she commanded he should be caressed, and all should seek to do him courtesies. Sometime had Sir Astolpho been her guest, whom with a joyful heart Rogero sees. There in few days resorted all the crew, changed by Melissa to their shapes anew. When they a day or more their weariness had eased, Rogero sought the prudent fay. With him the Duke Astolpho, who no less desired to measure back his western way. Melissa was for both ambassadress, and for the warlike pair, with humble say, to favor, warn and help them, prayed the dame, so that they might return from whence they came. I, said the fay, will think upon this need, and in 2 days the pair will expedite. Then thought how good Rogero she should speed, and afterwards how aid the English knight. 137. She wills the first shall, on the griffin steed, to the Aquitanian shores direct his flight. But first will fashion for the flying horse a bit, to guide him and restrain his course. She shows him what to do, if he on high would make him soar, or down to earth would bring. And what, would he in circles make him fly, or swiftly speed, or pause upon the wing. And all that skilful horsemen use to try. Upon plain ground, beneath her tutoring, Rogero learned in air, and gained dominion over the griffin steed of soaring pinion. When at all points Rogero was prepared, he bade farewell to the protecting fay, forever to the loving knight endeared, and issued from her realm upon his way. I first of him, who on his journey fared, in happy hour, and afterwards shall say, of the English knight, who spent more time and pain seeking the friendly court of Charlemagne. Rogero thence departs, but as before, takes not the way he took in his despite, when him above the sea the courser bore, and seldom was the land beneath in sight, but taught to make him beat his wings and soar, here, there, as liked him best, with docile flight. Returning, he another path pursued. As Magi erst, who Herod's snare eschewed. Born hither, good Rogero, leaving Spain, had sought, in level line, the Indian lands, where they are watered by the eastern main, where the two ferries strove with hostile bands. He now resolved to visit other reign than that where Aeolus his train commands, and finish so the round he had begun, circling the world beneath him like the sun. Here the Catii, and there he Mangian, passing the great Quince 138 beheld, in air. Above Imavis turned, and Seri Cane left on the right, and thence did ever bear, from the North Scythians to the Hyrcanian main, so reached Sarmatia's distant land, and, where Europe and Asia's parted climes divide, Russ, Prussian, he and Pomeranian spied. Although the child by every wish was pressed quickly to seek his bradament, yet he, with taste of roving round the world possiest, would not desist from it, till Hungary he had seen, and Polacks, Germans, and the rest, should in his wide extended circuit see, inhabiting that horrid, northern land, and came at last to England's farthest strand. Yet think not, sir, that in so long a flight, the warrior is for ever on the wing, who lodges, housed in tavern every night, as best as can, through his capacious ring. So nights and days he passes, such delight prospects to him of land and ocean bring. Arrived one morn nigh London town, he stopped, and over Thames the flying courser dropped, where he in meadows to the city nigh saw troops of men at arms, and footmen spread, who, to the drum and trumpet marching by, divided into goodly bands, were led before Rinaldo, flower of chivalry. He that, if you remember it, was said to have been sent by Charlemagne, and made his envoy to these parts in search of aid. Rogero came exactly as the show of that fair host was made without the town, and of a night the occasion sought to know. But from the griffin horse first lighted down, and he who courteous was, informed him how of kingdoms holding of the British crown, English, Scotch, Irish, and the islands nigh. Those many banners were upreared on high, and added, having ended this display of arms, the troops would file towards the strand, where vessels anchored in the harbor lay, waiting to bear them to another land. The French besieged, rejoice in this array, and hope, he said, deliverance through the band. But that I may of all inform you well, I of each troop shall separately tell. Lo! Where yon mighty banner planted stands, which pards and flowered Ulysses does unfold, that our great captain to the wind expands, under whose ensign are the rest enrolled. The warrior's name, renowned throughout these lands, is Leonetto, flower of all the bold, Lancaster's duke, and nephew to the king, valiant in war, and wise in counseling. That next the royal gonfalon, which stirred by fluttering wind, is borne towards the mount, which on green field, 3 pinions of a bird bears agent, speaks Sir Richard, Warwick's count. The Duke of Gloucester's blazon is the 3rd, 2 antlers of a stag, and demi-front. The Duke of Clarence shows a torch, and he is Duke of York who bears that verdant tree. Upon the Duke of Norfolk's gonfalon, you see a lance into 3 pieces broke. The thunder on the Earl of Kent's, upon Pembroke's a griffin, underneath a yoke. In Essex's, conjoined, 2 snakes are shown. By yonder lifted balance is bespoke the Duke of Suffolk, and Northumbria's Earl. A garland does on azure field unfurl. Arundel's Earl is yonder cavalier, whose banner bears a foundering bark in sight. The next, is Berkeley's noble Marquis, near Are March and Richmond's earls, the first on white. Shows a cleft mount, a palm the second pier. A pine amid the waves the latter knight. The next of Dorset and Southampton's town. Are earls, this bears a car, and that a crown. The valiant Raymond, Earl of Devon, bears the hawk, which spreads her wings above her nest. While or and sable he of Worcester wears. Derby's a dog, a bear is Oxford's crest. There, as his badge, a cross of crystal rears. Bath's wealthy prelate, camped among the rest. The broken seat on dusky field, next scan. Of Somerset's good Duke, Sir Ahriman. 42,000 muster in array. The men at arms and mounted archers there. 139. By 100 I misreckon not, or they. The fighting footmen, twice as many are. Those ensigns yellow, brown, and green, survey. And that striped blue and black. The foot repair. Each to his separate flag where these are spread. By Godfrey, Henry, Hermant, Edward, led. The first is the Duke of Buckingham. And he. The next, is Henry, Earl of Salisbury. Old Hermant a Bergen ny Holden fee. That Edward is the Earl of Shrewsbury. In those who yonder lodge, the English see. Camped eastward, and now westward turn your eye. Where you shall 30,000 Scots, a crew. Led by their monarch's son, Zerbino, view. The lion, twixt two unicorns behold. Upon the standard of the Scottish king. Which has a sword of silver in its hold. There camps his son, of all his following. Is none so beauteous, nature broke the mold. In which she cast him. After fashioning. Her work, is none in whom such chivalry. And valor shines. The Duke of Rothesay he. Behold the Earl of Huntly's flag display. Upon an azure field a gilded bar. In that a leopard in the toils survey. The bearing of the noble Duke of March. With many birds, and many colors gay. See Alcabruns, a valiant man in war. Who neither Duke, nor Count, nor Marquis hight. Is in his savage country first of right. 140. The Duke of Strathforth 141 shows the bird, who strains his daring eyes to keep the sun in view. The Earl Lurcanio, that in Angus reigns. A bull, whose flanks are torn by deerhounds too. See there the Duke of Albany, who stains his ensign's field with colors white and blue. The Earl of Buchan next his banner bears. In which a dragon vert a vulture tears. Herman, the Lord of Forbes, conducts that band. And stripes his gonfalon with black and white. With Errol's Earl upon his better hand. Who on a field of green displays a light. Now see the Irish, next the level land. Into two squadrons ordered for the fight. Kildare's redoubt Earl commands the first. Lord Desmond leads the next, in mountains nursed. A burning pine by Kildare is displayed. By Desmond on white field a crimson bend. Nor only England, Scotland, Ireland, aid King Charlemagne, but to assist him wend. The Swede and Norse, and succors are conveyed. From Thule, and the farthest Iceland's end. All lands that round them lie, in fine, increase. His host, by nature enemies to peace. Issued from cavern and from forest brown. They 16,000 are, or little less. Visage, legs, arms, and bosom overgrown. With hair, like beasts. Lo! Yonder, where they press. About a standard white, the level down. Of lances seems a bristling wilderness. Such Moray's flag, the savage squadron's head. Who means with Moorish blood to paint it red? What time Rogero sees the fair array? Whose bands to succor ravaged France prepare? And notes and talks of ensigns they display. And names of British lords. To him repair. one and another, crowding to survey. His courser, single of its kind, or rare. All thither hasten, wondering and astound. And compassing the warrior, form around. So that to raise more wonder in the train. And to make better sport, as him they eyed. Rogero shook the flying courser's rein. And lightly with the rowels touched his side. He towards heaven, uprising, soared amain. And left behind each gazer stupefied. Having from end to end the English force. So viewed, he next for Ireland shaped his course. And saw fabulous Hibernia, where the goodly, sainted elder made the cave 142. In which men cleansed from all offences are. Such mercy there, it seems, is found to save. Thence o'er that sea he spurred, through yielding air. Whose briny waves the lesser Britain lave. And, looking down, Angelica descried. In passing, to the rock with fetters tied. Bound to the naked rock upon the strand. In the Isle of Tears. For the Isle of Tears was hight. That which was peopled by the inhuman band. So passing fierce and full of foul despite. Who, as I told above, on every hand. Cruised with their scattered fleet by day or night. And every beauteous woman bore away. Destined to be a monster's evil prey. There but that morning bound in cruel wise. Where, to devour a living damsel sped. The orc, that measureless sea monster, hies. Which on abominable food is fed. How on the beach the maid became the prize. Of the rapacious crew, above was said. Who found her sleeping near the enchanter whore. Who her had thither brought by magic lore. The cruel and inhospitable crew. To the voracious beast the dame expose. Upon the sea-beat shore, as bare to view. As nature did at first her work compose. Not even a veil she had, to shade the hue. Of the white lily and vermilion rose. Which mingled in her lovely members meet. Proof to December snow and July heat. Her would Rogero have some statue deemed. Of alabaster made, or marble rare. Which to the rugged rock so fastened seemed. By the industrious sculptor's cunning care. But that he saw distinct a tear which streamed. Amid fresh opening rose and lily fair. Stand on her budding paps beneath in dew. And that her golden hair dishevelled flew. And as he fastened his on her fair eyes. His bradament he called to mind again. Pity and love within his bosom rise. At once, and ill he can from tears refrain. And in soft tone he to the damsel cries. When he has checked his flying courser's rein. O lady! Worthy but that chain to wear. With which love's faithful servants fettered are. And most unworthy this or other ill. What wretch has had the cruelty to wound? And gall those snowy hands with livid stain? Thus painfully with griding fetters bound? At this she cannot choose but show like grain. Of crimson spreading on an ivory ground. Knowing those secret beauties are espied. Which, howsoever lovely, shame would hide. And gladly with her hands her face would hood. Were they not fastened to the rugged stone. But with her tears, for this at least she could. Bedewed it, and essayed to hold it down. Sobbing some while the lovely damsel stood. Then loosed her tongue and spake in feeble tone. But ended not, arrested in mid-word. By a loud noise which in the sea was heard. Lo! And behold! The unmeasured beast appears. Half surging and half hidden, in such sort. As sped by roaring wind long carrack steers. From north or south, towards her destined port. So the sea monster to his food repairs. And now the interval between is short. Half dead the lady is through fear endured. Ill by that other's comfort reassured. Rogero overhand, not in the rest. Carries his lance, and beats, with downright blow. The monstrous orc. What this resembled best? But a huge, writhing mass, I do not know, which wore no form of animal expressed, save in the head, with eyes and teeth of sow. His forehead, twixt the eyes, Rogero smites. But as on steel or rock the weapon lights, when he perceives the first of no avail, the knight returns to deal a better blow. The orc, who sees the shifting shadow sail of those huge pinions on the sea below, in furious heat, deserts his sure regale on shore, to follow that deceitful show, and rolls and reels behind it, as it fleets. Rogero drops, and oft the stroke repeats, as eagle, that amid her downward flight, surveys amid the grass a snake unrolled, or where she smooths upon a sunny height her ruffled plumage, and her scales of gold, assails it not where prompt with poisonous bite, to hiss and creep, but with securer hold, gripes it behind, and either pinion clangs, lest it should turn and wound her with its fangs. So the fell orc Rogero does not smite with lance or falchion where the tushes grow, but aims that, twixt the ears his blow may light, now on the spine, or now on tail below, and still in time descends or soars upright, and shifts his course, to cheat the veering foe, but as if beating on a jasper block, can never cleave the hard and rugged rock. With such like warfare is the mastiff vexed, by the bold fly in August's time of dust, or in the month before or in the next, this full of yellow spikes and that of must, forever by the circling plague perplexed, whose sting into his eyes or snout is thrust, and oft the dog's dry teeth are heard to fall, but reaching once the foe, he pays for all. With his huge tail the troubled waves so soar, the monster beats, that they ascend heaven high, and the knight knows not if he swim, or soar, upon his feathered courser in mid-sky, and oft were fain to find himself ashore. For, if long time the spray so thickly fly, he fears it so will bathe his hippogriff, that he shall vainly covet gourd or skiff. 143. He then new counsel took, and 'twas the best, with other arms the monster to pursue, and lifting from his shield the covering vest, to dazzle with the light his blasted view. Landward towards the rock-chained maid he pressed, and on her little finger, lest a new mischance should follow, slipped the ring, which brought the enchantment of the magic shield to naught. I say the ring, which Bradamant, to free Rogero, from Brunello's hand had rent, and which, to snatch him from Alcina, she had next to India by Melissa sent. Melissa, as before was said by me, in aid of many used the instrument, and to Rogero this again had borne, by whom 'twas ever on his finger worn. He gave it now Angelica, for he feared lest the buckler's light should be impaired, and willed as well those beauteous eyes should be defended which had him already snared, pressing beneath his paunch full half the sea. Now to the shore the monstrous whale repaired. Firm stood Rogero, and the veil undone appeared to give the sky another sun. He in the monster's eyes the radiance throws, which works as it was wont in other time, as trout or grayling to the bottom goes, in stream, which mountaineer disturbs with lime, so the enchanted buckler overthrows the orc, reversed among the foam and slime. Rogero here and there the beast astound, still beats, but cannot find the way to wound. This while the lady begs him not to bray longer the monster's rugged scale in vain. For heaven's sake turn and loose me, did she say, still weeping, ere the orc awake again. Bear me with thee, and drown me in midway. Let me not this foul monster's food remain. By her just plaint Rogero moved, forbore, untied the maid, and raised her from the shore. Upon the beach the courser plants his feet, and goaded by the rowel, towers in air, and gallops with Rogero in mid-seat, while on the croup behind him sate the fair. Who of his banquet so the monster cheat? For him too delicate and dainty fare. Rogero turns and with thick kisses plies the lady's snowy breast and sparkling eyes. He kept no more the way, as he before proposed, for compassing the whole of Spain, but stopped his courser on the neighboring shore, where lesser Britain runs into the main. Upon the bank there rose an oakwood hoar, where Philomel for ever seemed to plain. Aye, the middle was a meadow with a fountain, and, at each end, a solitary mountain. 'Twas here the wishful knight first checked the rein, and dropping in the meadow, made his steed furl, yet not shut so close, his wings again, as he had spread them wide for better speed. Down lights Rogero, and forbears with pain from other leap, but this his arms impede. His arms impede, a bar to his desire, and he must doff them would he slake the fire. Now here, now there, confused by different throng, Rogero did his shining arms undo. Never the task appeared to him so long, for where he loosed one knot, he fastened two. But, sir, too long continued is this song, and haply may as well have wearied you, so that I shall delay to other time, when it may better please, my tedious rhyme. Canto. Chapter 11. Assisted by the magic ring she wears, Angelica evanishes from view. Next in a damsel, whom a giant bears beneath his arm, his bride Rogero true beholds. Orlando to the shore repairs, where the fell orc so many damsels slew. Olympia frees, and spoils the beast of life. Her afterwards Oberto takes to wife. Although a feeble rein, in mid-career, will oft suffice to stop courageous horse, 'tis seldom reason's bit will serve to steer desire, or turn him from his furious course. When pleasure is in reach, like headstrong bear, whom from the honeyed meal 'tis ill to force. If once he sent the tempting mess, or sup, a drop, which hangs upon the luscious cup, what reason then Rogero shall withhold from taking with Angelica delight? That gentle maid, there naked in his hold, in the lone forest, and secure from sight? Of Bradamant he thinks not, who controlled his bosom erst, and foolish were the knight, if thinking of that damsel as before. By this he had not set an equal store, warmed by whose youthful beauties, the severe Xenocrates would not have been more chaste. 144. The impatient child had dropped both shield and spear, and hurrying now his other arms unkissed, when, casting down her eyes in shame and fear, the virtuous ring upon her finger placed, Angelica descried, and which of yore from her Brunello in Albraca bore. This is the ring she carried into France. 145. When thither first the damsel took her way, with her the brother, bearer of the lance. After, the paladin, Astolfo's prey. With this she Malagigi spells and trance, made vain by Merlin's stare. And on a day, Orlando freed, with many knights and good, from Dragantina's cruel servitude. With this passed viewless from the turret cell, where her that bad old man had mewed. But why recount its different wonders, if as well you know the virtues of the ring as I? From her this even in her citadel, his monarch Agramant to satisfy, Brunello took, since where she had been crossed by fortune, till her native realm was lost. Now that she this upon her hand surveys, she is so full of pleasure and surprise, she doubts it is a dream, and, in amaze, hardly believes her very hand and eyes. Then softly to her mouth the hoop conveys, and, quicker than the flash which cleaves the skies, From bold Rogero's sight her beauty shrodes, as disappears the sun, concealed in clouds. Yet still Rogero gazed like white distraught, and hurried here and there with fruitless speed. But when he had recalled the ring to thought, foiled and astounded, cursed his little heed. And now the vanished lady, whom he sought, of that ungrateful and discourteous deed, accusing stood, wherewith she had repaid unfitting recompense, his generous aid. Ungrateful damsel! And is this the pay you render for the service done? Said he. Why rather would you steal my ring away, than have it as a welcome gift from me? Not only this, but use me as you may. I, and my shield and courser, yours shall be. So you no more conceal your beauteous cheer. Cruel, though answering not, I know you hear. So saying, like one blind, with bootless care, feeling his way about the fount he strayed. How often he embraced the empty air, hoping in this to have embraced the maid. Meanwhile, now far removed, the flying fair had halted not, till to a cave conveyed. Formed in a mountain was that harbour rude, spacious, and for her needs supplied with food. 'Twas here an aged herdsman, one who tended a numerous troop of mares, had made his one. These, seeking pasture, through the valley wended, where the green grass was fed by freshening run, while stalls on either side the cave defended his charge from the oppressive noontide sun. Angelica, within, that livelong day, unseen of prying eyes, prolonged her stay. And about evening, when refreshed with rest and food, she deemed her course she might renew. In certain rustic weeds her body dressed. How different from those robes of red, or blue, green, yellow, purple, her accustomed vest. So various in its fashion, shape, and hue. Yet her not so that habit misbecame, but that she looked the fair and noble dame. Then Phyllis and Nereus praise forbear. And ye who sing of Amaryllis cease. Or flying Galatea 146 not so fair. Tityrus and Melibæus, with your peace. 'Twas here the beauteous lady took a mare, which liked her best, of all that herds increase. Then, and then first conceived the thought, again, to seek in the Levant her ancient reign. This while Rogero, after he had passed long space in hope the maid might reappear, awakened from his foolish dream at last, and found she was not nigh, and did not hear. Then to remount his griffin courser cast, in earth and air accustomed to career. But, having slipped his bit, the winged horse had towered and soared in air a freer course. To his first ill addition grave and sore was to have lost the bird of rapid wing, which he no better than the mockery bore, put on him by the maid. But deeper sting than this or that, implants, and pains him more, the thought of having lost the precious ring. Not for its power so much, esteemed above its worth, as given him by his lady love. Afflicted beyond measure, he, with shield cast on his shoulder, and new cased in mail, left the seaside, and through a grassy field pursued his way towards a spacious vale, where he beheld a path, by wood concealed, the widest and most beaten in the dale. Nor far had wound the closest shades within, ere on his right he heard a mighty din. He heard a din, and fearful clashing sound of arms, and hurrying on with eager pace. 'Twixt tree and tree, two furious champions found, waging fierce fight in close and straitened place. Who to each other, warring on what ground, I know not, neither showed regard nor grace. The one a giant was of haughty cheer, and one a bold and gallant cavalier. Covered with shield and sword, one, leaping, sped, now here now there, and thus himself defended. lest a two-handed mace upon his head should fall, with which the giant still offended. On the field lay his horse, already dead. Rogero paused, and to the strife attended. And straight his wishes leant towards the knight, whom he would fain see conqueror in the fight. Yet not for this would lend the champion aid, but to behold the cruel strife stood nigh. Lo! A two-handed stroke the giant made upon the lesser warrior's casque, and by the mighty blow the knight was overlaid. The other, when astound he saw him lie, to deal the foe his death, his helm untied, so that the warrior's face Rogero spied. Of his sweet lady, of his passing fair, and dearest Bradamant Rogero spies the lovely visage, of its helmet bare, towards whom, to deal her death, the giant hies. So that, advancing with his sword in air, to sudden battle him the child defies. But he, who will not wait for new alarm, takes the half-lifeless lady in his arm, and on his shoulder flings and bears away, as sometimes wolf a little lamb will bear, or eagle in her crooked claws convey, pigeon, or such like bird, through liquid air. Rogero runs with all the speed he may, who sees how needed is his succor there. But with such strides the giant scours the plain. Him with his eyes the knight pursues with pain. This flying and that following, the two kept a close path which widened still, and they, piercing that forest, issued forth to view on a wide meadow, which without it lay. No more of this. Orlando I pursue. That bore Simasco's thunderbolt away, and this had in the deepest bottom drowned, that never more the mischief might be found. But with small boot, for the impious enemy of human nature, taught the bolt to frame, after the shaft, which darting from the sky, pierces the cloud and comes to ground in flame. Who, when he tempted Eve to eat and die with the apple, hardly wrought more scathe and shame. Some deal before, or in our grandsire's day, guided a necromancer where it lay, more than 100 fathom buried so, where hidden it had lain a mighty space. The infernal tool by magic from below was fished and born amid the German race, who, by one proof and the other, taught to know its powers, and he who plots for our disgrace, the demon, working on their weaker wit, as last upon its fatal purpose hit. To Italy and France 147 on every hand. The cruel art among all people passed, and these the bronze in hollow mold expand. First in the furnace melted by the blast, others the iron bore, and small or grand, fashion the various tube they pierce or cast, and bombard 148 gun according to its frame, or single cannon this, or double, name this saker, culverine, or falcon height. I hear, all names the inventor has bestowed, which splits or shivers steel and stone outright, and, where the bullet passes, makes a road down to the sword. Restore thy weapons bright, sad soldier, to the forge, a useless load, and gun or carbine on thy shoulder lay, who without these, I wot, shalt touch no pay. How, foul and pestilent discovery, didst thou find place within the human heart? Through thee is martial glory lost, through thee the trade of arms became a worthless art, and at such ebb are worth and chivalry, that the base often plays the better part. Through thee no more shall gallantry, no more shall valor prove their prowess as of yore. Through thee, alas, are dead, or have to die, so many noble lords and cavaliers. Before this war shall end, which, Italy, afflicting most, has drowned the world in tears, that, if I said the word, I err not, I, saying he sure the cruelest appears, and worst, of natures impious and malign. Who did this hateful engine first design? And I shall think, in order to pursue the sin forever, God has doomed to hell that cursed soul, amid the unhappy crew, beside the accursed Judas there to dwell. But follow we the good Orlando, who so burns to seek Ibuta's island fell, whose foul inhabitants a monster sate, with flesh of women, fair and delicate. But no less slow than eager was the night. The winds appear, which still his course delay. Who, whether blowing on the left or right, or poop, so faintly in his canvas play, his bark makes little speed, and, spent outright, the breeze which wafts her sometimes dies away, or blows so foul, that he is fain to steer another course, or to the leeward veer. It was the will of heaven that he, before the King of Ireland, should not reach the land. That he with greater ease upon that shore might act what shortly you shall understand. Make for the isle. Now, said he, mayst thou moor. Thus issuing to the pilot his command. And give me for my need the skiff, for I will to the rock without more company. The biggest cable that thou hast aboard, and biggest anchor to my hands consign. Thou shalt perceive why thus my boat is stored, if I but meet that monster of the brine. He bade them lower the pinnace overboard, with all things that befitted his design. His arms he left behind, except his blade, and singly for the rocky island made. Home to his breast the Count pulls either oar, with the island at his back, to which he wends, in guise that, crawling up the sandy shore, the crooked crab from sea or marsh ascends. It was the hour aurora gay before the rising sun her yellow hair extends. His orb as yet half seen, half hid from sight, not without stirring jealous Tithon's spite, approaching to the naked rock as near as vigorous hand might serve to cast a stone. He knew not if he heard, or did not hear a cry, so faint and feeble was the moan. When, turning to the left, the cavalier, his level sight along the water thrown, naked as born, bound to a stump, espied a dame, whose feet were wetted by the tide, because she distant is, and evermore holds down her face, he ill can her discern. Both sculls he pulls amain, and nears the shore, with keen desire more certain news to learn. But now the winding beach is heard to roar, and wood and cave the mighty noise return. The billows swell, and, lo! the beast, who pressed, and nigh concealed the sea beneath his breast, as cloud from humid vale is seen to rise, pregnant with rain and storm, which seems withal to extinguish day, and charged with deeper dyes than night, to spread throughout this earthly ball. So swims the beast, who so much occupies of sea, he may be said to keep it all. Waves roar, collected in himself, the peer looks proudly on, unchanged in heart and cheer. He, as one well resolved in his intent, moved quickly to perform the feat he planned. And, for he would the damsel's harm prevent, and would with that assail the beast at hand, between her and the orc the boat he sent, leaving within the sheath his idle brand. Anchor and cable next he takes in hold, and waits the foe with constant heart and bold. As soon as him the monster has descried, and skiff at little interval, his throat, the fish, to swallow him, expands so wide, that horse and horseman through his jaws might float. Here Roland with the anchor, and beside, unless I am mistaken, with the boat, plunged, and engulfed the parted teeth betwixt his anchor in the tongue and palate fixed, so that the monster could no longer drop, or raise his horrid jaws, which this extends. 'Tis thus who digs the mine is wont to prop the ground, and where he works the roof suspends, lest sudden ruin whelm him from atop, while he incautiously his task intends. Roland, so far apart was either hook, but by a leap could reach the highest crook. The prop so placed, Orlando now secure, that the fell beast his mouth no more can close, unsheathes his sword, and, in that cave obscure, deals here and there, now thrusts, now trenchant blows, as well as citadel, whose walls immure the assailants, can defend her from her foes. The monster, harassed by the war within, defends himself against the paladin. Now floats the monstrous beast, o'ercome with pain, whose scaly flanks upon the waves expand, and now descends into the deepest main, scours at the bottom, and stirs up the sand. The rising flood ill able to sustain, the cavalier swims forth, and makes for land. He leaves the anchor fastened in his tongue, and grasps the rope which from the anchor hung. So swimming till the island is attained, with this towards the rock Orlando speeds. He hauls the anchor home, a footing gained, pricked by whose double fluke, the monster bleeds. The laboring orc to follow is constrained, dragged by that force which every force exceeds, which at a single sally more achieves, then at 10 turns the circling windlass heaves. As a wild bull, about whose horn is wound the unexpected noose, leaps here and there, when he has felt the cord, and turns him round, and rolls and rises, yet slips not the snare. So from his pleasant seat and ancient bound, dragged by that arm and rope he cannot tear, with thousands of strange wheels and thousand slides, the monster follows where the cable guides. This the Red Sea with reason would be hight. Today, such streams of blood have changed its hue, and where the monster lashed it in his spite, the eye its bottom through the waves might view. And now he splashed the sky, and dimmed the light of the clear sun, so high the water flew, the noise re-echoing round the distant shore, and wood and hill rebound the deafening roar. Forth from his grotto aged Proteus hies, and mounts above the surface at the sound, and having seen Orlando dive, and rise from the orc, and drag the monstrous fish to ground, his scattered flock forgot, o'er ocean flies, while so the din increases, that, astound, Neptune bids yoke his dolphins, and that day for distant Ethiopia posts away. 149. With Melicerta on her shoulders, weeping, Ino 150 and Nereids with dishevelled hair, the glossy Tritons, and their fellows, leaping, they know not whither, speed, some here, some there. Orlando draws to land, the billows sweeping, that horrid fish, but might his labor spare, for, with the torment worn, and travel sore, the brute, exhausted, died, ere dragged ashore. Of the islanders had trooped no petty throng, to witness that strange fight, who by a vain and miserable superstition stung, esteemed such holy deed a work profane, and said, that this would be another wrong to Proteus, and provoke his ire again, make him his herds pour forth upon the strand, and with the whole old warfare vex the land, and that it better were to sue for peace, first from the injured god, lest worse ensue, and Proteus from his cruel hate would cease, if they into the sea the offender threw, as torch to torch gives fire, and lights increase, until the flame is spread the country through. Even so from heart to heart the fury spread, which in the waves would doom Orlando dead. These, armed with sling or bow, upon the shore, and these supplied with spear or sword descend, and on each side, behind him and before, distant and near, as best they can, offend. At such a brutal insult wonders sore the peer, who sees that mischief they intend, in vengeance for the cruel monster slain, whence he had glory hoped, and praise to gain. But as the usage is of surly bear, by sturdy Russ or Lithuanian led, little to heed the dogs in crowded fare, nor even at their yelps to turn his head. The clamor of the churls assembled there, Orlando witnessed with as little dread. Who knew that he the rout which threatened death had power to scatter at a single breath, and speedily he made them yield him place. When turned on them, he grasped his trenchant blade, misjudging of his worth, the foolish race deemed that he would have short resistance made, since him they saw no covering buckler brace, uncuirassed, nor in other arms arrayed, but knew not that, from head to foot, a skin more hard than diamond cased the paladin. What by Orlando others cannot do, the knight by others can, at half a score of blows in all he 30 killed. By few he passed that measure, if the strokes were more, and had already turned him to undo the naked lady, having cleared the shore, when other larum sounds, and other cries, from a new quarter of the island rise. While so the paladin had kept in play the barbarous islanders, upon that hand, the men of Ireland, without let or fray, had poured from many quarters on the strand, and now, without remorse or pity, slay the inhabitants, through all the wasted land. And, was it justice moved, or cruel rage? Slaughter without regard to sex or age. Little or no defender the island crew attempt, in part as taken unaware, in part that in the little place are few, and that those few without a purpose are, mid sack and fire, the wasted country through. The islanders are slain, and everywhere the walls are upon earth in ruin spread, nor in the land is left a living head, as if the mighty tumult which he hears, and shriek and ruin had concerned him not. The naked rock the bold Orlando nears, where she was placed, to feed the monster brought. He looks, and known to him the dame appears, and more appears, when nigher her he sought. Olympia she appears, and is indeed Olympia, whose faith reaped so ill a meed. Wretched Olympia, whom, beside the scorn which love put on her, fortune too pursued, who sent the corsairs fell, which her had borne, that very day to the island of Ibud. She Roland recollects on his return landward, but, for the damsel naked stood, not only not she to the warrior said, but dared not raise her eyes, and dropped her head. Orlando asks what evil destiny her to that cruel island had conveyed, from where she in as much felicity was with her consort left as could be said. I know not, cried the weeping dame, if I have thanks to render thee for death delayed, or should lament me that, through means of thee, this day did not my woes concluded see. I have to thank thee that from death, too dread and monstrous, thy good arm deliverance gave, which would have been too monstrous, had I fed the beast, and in his belly found a grave. But cannot thank thee that I am not dead, since death alone can me from misery save. Well shall I thank thee for that wished relief, which can deliver me from every grief. Next she related, with loud sobs and sighs, how her false spouse betrayed her as she lay asleep, and how of pirates made the prize. They bore her from the desert isle away, and, as she spake, she turned her in the guise of Dian, framed by artists, who portray her carved or painted, as in liquid font. She threw the water in Actaeon's front, for, as she can, her waist she hides, and breast more liberal of flowing flank and reins. Roland desires his ship, to find a vest to cover her, delivered from her chains. While he is all intent upon this quest, Oberto comes. Oberto he that reigns o'er Ireland's people, who had understood how lifeless lay the monster of the flood. And, swimming, how, amid the watery roar, a knight a weighty anchor in his throat had fixed, and so had dragged him to the shore, as men against the current track a boat. This while Oberto comes, who, if his lore, who told the tale, were true, desires to note, while his invading army, far and wide, Ibuta burn and waste on every side. Oberto, though the paladin to sight, was dripping, and with water foul and gore. With gore, that from the orc, emerged to light. Whom he had entered bodily, he bore. He for the country knew the stranger knight. As he perused his face, so much the more, that he had thought when told the tidings, none, save Roland could such mighty fear have done. Knew him, because a page of honor he had been in France 151 and for the crown, his right, upon his father's death, had crossed the sea the year before. So often he the knight had seen, and had with him held colloquy. Their times of meeting had been infinite. He doffed his casque, with festive welcome pressed towards the count, and clasped him to the breast. Orlando is no less rejoined to see the king, than is the king that champion true. After with friendly cheer and equal glee, had once or twice embraced the noble two. To Oberto Roland told the treachery which had been done the youthful dame, and who had done it, false Burino, that among all men should least have sought to do her wrong. To him he told the many proofs and clear, by which the dame's affection had been tried, and how she for Burino kin and gear had lost, and would in fine for him have died, and how he this could warrant, and appear to vouch for much, as witness on her side. While thus to him her griefs Orlando showed, the lady's shining eyes with tears o'erflowed. Her face was such as sometimes in the spring we see a doubtful sky, when on the plain a shower descends, and the sun, opening his cloudy veil, looks out amid the rain. And as the nightingale then loves to sing from branch of verdant stem her dulcet strain, so in her beauteous tears his pinions bright love bathes, rejoicing in the crystal light. The stripling heats his golden arrow's head at her bright eyes, then slacks the weapon's glow in streams, which falls between white flowers and red. And, the shaft tempered, strongly draws his bow, and roves at him, o'er whom no shield is spread, nor iron rind, nor double mail below. Who, gazing on her tresses, eyes, and brow, feels that his heart is pierced, he knows not how. Olympia's beauties are of those most rare, nor is the forehead's beauteous curve alone excellent, and her eyes and cheeks and hair, mouth, nose, and throat, and shoulders. But, so down, descending from the lady's bosom fair, parts which are wont to be concealed by gown, are such as haply should be placed before whatever this ample world contains in store. In whiteness they surpassed unsullied snow. Smooth ivory to the touch, above were seen two rounding paps, like new-pressed milk in show, fresh taken from its crate of rushes green. 152. The space betwixt was like the valley low, which oftentimes we see small hills between, sweet in its season, and now such as when winter with snows has newly filled the glen. The swelling hips and haunches symmetry, the waist more clear than mirror's polished grain, and members seem of Phidias turnery, or work of better hand and nicer pain. As well to you of other parts should I relate, which she to hide desired in vain. To some the beauteous whole, from head to feet, in her all loveliness is found complete. And had she in the Idaean glen unveiled, in ancient days before the Phrygian swain, by how much heavenly Venus had prevailed, I know not, though her rivals strove in vain. Nor haply had the youth for Sparta sailed to violate the hospitable reign, but said, with Menelaus let Helen rest. No other prize I seek, of this Pausiast. Or in Crotona dwelt, where the divine Zeuxis in days of old his work projected, to be the ornament of Juno's shrine. And hence so many naked dames collected, and in one form perfection to combine. Some separate charm from this or that selected, he from no other model need have wrought, since joined in her were all the charms he sought. I do not think Burino ever viewed naked that beauteous form, for sure it were. He never could have been so stern of mood, as to have left her on that desert lair. That Ireland's king was fired I well conclude, nor hid the flame that he within him bare. He strives to comfort her, and hope instill, that future good shall end her present ill. And her to Holland promises to bear, and vows till she is to her state restored, and just and memorable vengeance there achieved upon her perjured, traitor lord. He never will unceasing war forbear, waged with all means that Ireland can afford, and this with all his speed. He, up and down, meantime bid seek for female vest and gown. Now will it need to send in search of vest beyond the savage island's narrow bound, since thither every day in such came dressed some dame, to feed the beast, from countries round. Nor long his followers there pursued the quest, ere many they of various fashions found. So was Olympia clothed, while sad of mood. Was he, not so to clothe her as he wowed, but never silk so choice or gold so fine did the industrious Florentine prepare, nor whosoever broiders gay design, though on his task be spent time, toil, and care. Nor Lemnos god, nor Pallas art divine, form raiment worthy of those limbs so fair, that King Oberto cannot choose but he recalls them at each turn to memory, to see that love so kindled by the dame. On many grounds Orlando was content, who not alone rejoiced that such a shame put upon her, Burino should repent, but, that in the design on which he came, he should be freed from grave impediment. Not for Olympia thither had he made, but, were his lady there, to lend her aid. To him, that there she was not, soon was clear. But clear it was not if she had been there. Or no, since of those isles men, far and near, one was not left the tidings to declare. The following day they from the haven steer, and all united in one squadron fair. The paladin with them to Ireland hies, from whence to France the warrior's passage lies. Scarcely a day in Ireland's realm he spends, and for no prayers his purposed end forbore. Love, that in quest of his liege lady sends, the knight upon this track, permits no more. Departing, he Olympia recommends to the Irish monarch, who to serve her swore, although this needed not, since he was bent more than behoved, her wishes to content. So levied in few days his warlike band, and, league with England's kind and Scotland's made, in Holland and in Friesland left no land. To the false duke, so rapid was the raid, and to rebel against that lord's command, his Zealand stirred, nor he the war delayed, until by him Burino's blood was spilt, a punishment that ill atoned his guilt. Oberto takes to wife Olympia fair, and her of countess makes a puissant queen. 153. But be the paladin again our care, who furrows, night and day, the billows green, and strikes his sails in the same harbor, where they to the wind erewhile unfurled had been. All armed, he on his Brigliadoro leaps, and leaves behind him winds and briny deeps. The remnant of the winter, he with shield and spear achieve things worthy to be shown. I ween, but these were then so well concealed. It is no fault of mine they are not blown. For good Orlando was in fighting field, prompter to do, than make his prowess known. Nor e'er was bruited action of the night, save when some faithful witness was in sight. That winter's remnant he so passed that feat of his was known not to the public ear, but when within that animal discreet, which Phrixus 154 bore, the sun illumed the sphere, and Zephyrus returning glad and sweet, brought back with him again the blooming year. The wondrous deeds Orlando did in Stour appeared with the new grass and dainty flower, from plain to hill, from champaign flat to shore. Oppressed with grief and pain the county fares, when a long cry, entering a forest hoar, a loud lamenting smites upon his ears. He grasps his brand and spurs his courser sore, and swiftly pricks toward the sound he hears. But I shall at another season say what chanced, and may be heard in future lay. Canto Chapter XII. Orlando, full of rage, pursues a knight, who bears by force his ladylove away, and comes where old Atlantes, by his sleight, had raised a dome, Rogero there to stay. Here too Rogero comes, where getting sight of his lost love, the county strives in fray with fierce Pharaoh, and, after slaughter fell, amid the Paynim host, finds Isabel. Ceres, when from the Idaean dame in haste, returning to the lonely valley, where Enceladus the Aetnean mountain placed on his bolt-smitten flanks, is doomed to bear her girl she found not, on that pathless waste, by her late quitted, having rent her hair, and marked cheeks, eyes, and breast, with livid signs. At the end of her lament tore up 2 pines, and lit at Vulcan's fire the double brand, and gave them virtue never to be spent. And, afterwards, with one in either hand, drawn by 2 dragons, in her chariot went, searching the forest, hill, and level land, field, valley, running stream, or water pent, the land and sea, and having searched the shell of earth above, descended into hell. Had Roland of Eleusis deity the sovereign power possessed no less than will, he for Angelica had land and sea ransacked, and wood and field, and pool and rill, heaven and oblivion's bottom, but since he had not his pressing purpose to fulfill, her dragon and her car, the unwearied knight pursued the missing maid as best he might. Through France he sought her, and will seek her through the realms of Italy and of Almaine, and thence through the Castiles, both old and new, so passing into Libya out of Spain. While bold Orlando has this plan in view, he hears, or thinks he hears, a voice complain. He forward spurs, and sees on mighty steed a warrior trot before him on the mead, who in his arms a captive damsel bears, sore grieving, and across the pommel laid, she weeps and struggles, and the semblance wears of cruel woe, and ever calls for aid upon Anglantes prince, and now appears to him, as he surveys the youthful maid, she, for whom, night and day, with ceaseless pain, inside and out, he France had searched in vain. I say not is, but that she to the sight seems the Angelica he loves so dear, he who is lady love and goddess flight, beholds, borne off in such afflicted cheer, impelled by fury foul, and angry spite, calls back with horrid voice the cavalier, calls back the cavalier, and threats in vain, and Brigliadoro drives with flowing rein. That felon stops not, nor to him replies, on his great gain intent, his glorious prey, and with such swiftness through the greenwood hies, wind would not overtake him on his way. The one pursues while him the other flies, and with lament resounds the thicket grey. They issue in a spacious mead, on which appears a lofty mansion, rare and rich. Of various marbles, wrought with subtle care, is the proud palace. He who fast in hold bears off upon his arm the damsel fair, sore pricking, enters at a gate of gold. Nor Brigliador is far behind the pair, backed by Orlando, angry knight and bold. Entering, around Orlando turns his eyes. Yet neither cavalier nor damsel spies. He suddenly dismounts, and thundering fares through the inmost palace, seeking still his foe. And here and there in restless rage repairs, till he has seen each bower, each galleried row. With the same purpose he ascends the stairs, having first vainly searched each room below. Nor spends less labor, on his task intent, above, than he beneath had vainly spent. Here beds are seen adorned with silk and gold, nor of partition aught is spied or wall. For these, and floor beneath, throughout that hold, are hid by curtains and by carpets all. 155. Now here, now there, returns Orlando bold. Nor yet can glad his eyes, in bower or hall, with the appearance of the royal maid, or the foul thief by whom she was conveyed. This while, as here and there in fruitless pain, he moves, oppressed with thought and trouble sore. Gradasso, Brandimart, and him of Spain, Pharaoh, he finds, with Sacripant and more, who ever toiling, like himself, in vain, above, that building, and beneath explore. And as they wander, curse with one accord the malice of the castle's viewless lord. All in pursuit of the offender speed, and upon him some charge of robbery lay. One knight complains that he has stolen his steed, one that he has purloined his lady gay. Other accuses him of other deed. And thus within the enchanted cage they stay, nor can depart, while in the palace pent. Many have weeks and months together spent. Roland, when he round that strange dome had paced, for times or 6, still vainly seeking, said within himself, at last, I here might waste my time and trouble, still in vain delayed, while haply her the robber whom I chased has far away, through other gate conveyed. So thinking, from the house he issued out, into the mead which girt the dome about. While Roland wanders round the sylvan hall, still holding close his visage to the ground, to see if recent print or trace withal can, right or left, upon the turf be found. He from a neighboring window hears a call, and looks, and thinks he hears that voice's sound, and thinks he sees the visage by which he was so estranged from what he wont to be. He thinks he hears Angelica, and she, help, help, entreating cries, and weeping sore, more than for life and soul, alas! Of thee, protection for my honor I implore. Then shall it in my Roland's presence be, ravished by this foul robber? Oh! Before me to such miserable fate you leave, let me from your own hand my death receive. These words repeated once, and yet again, made Roland through each chamber, far and near, return with passion, and with utmost pain, but tempered with high hope. Sometimes the peer stopped in his search and heard a voice complain, which seemed to be Angelica's. If here the restless warrior stand, it sounds from there, and calls for help he knows not whence nor where. Returning to Rogero, left, I said, when through a gloomy path, upon his steed, following the giant and the dame who fled, he from the wood had issued on the mead. I say that he arrived where Roland dread arrived before him, if I rightly read. The giant through the golden portal passed, Rogero close behind, who followed fast. As soon as he his foot has lifted o'er the threshold, he through court and gallery spies, nor sees the giant or the lady more, and vainly glances here and there his eyes. He up and down returns with labor sore, yet not for that his longing satisfies, nor can imagine where the felon thief has hid himself and dame in space so brief. After 4 times or 5 he so had wound, above, below, through bower and gallery fair, he yet returned, and, having nothing found, searched even to the space beneath the stair. At length, in hope they in the woodlands round might be, he sallied, but the voice, which there Roland recalled, did him no less recall, and made as well return within the hall. One voice, one shape, which to Anglante's peer seemed his Angelica, beseeching aid, seemed to Rogero Dordone's lady dear, who him a truant to himself had made, if with Gradasso, or with other near. He spake, of those who through the palace strayed. To all of them the vision, seen apart, seemed that which each had singly most at heart. This was a new and unwonted spell, which the renowned Atlantes had composed, that in this toil, this pleasing pain, might dwell. So long Rogero, by these walls enclosed, from him should pass away the influence fell, influence which him to early death exposed. Though vain his magic tower of steel, and vain Alcina's art, Atlantes plots again. Not only he, but others who stood high for valor, and in France had greatest fame, that by their hands Rogero might not die, brought here by old Atlantes magic came. While these in the enchanted mansion lie, that food be wanting not to knight or dame. He has supplied the dome throughout so well, that all the inmates there in plenty dwell. But to Angelica return we, who now of that ring so wondrous repossessed, which, in her mouth, concealed the maid from view, preserved from spell when at the finger pressed, was in the mountain cavern guided to whatever needed, viands, mare, and vest, and had conceived the project to pursue her way to her fair Indian realm anew. King Sacripant, or Roland, willingly the damsel would have taken for her guide. Not that, propitious to their wishes, she, averse from both, inclined to either side. But, since her eastern journey was to be through town and city, scattered far and wide, she needed company, and ill had found more trusty guides than these for such a round. Now that she sought with fruitless care, before she lit on either warrior's trace, by city or by farm, now here, now there, in forest now, and now in other place. Fortune, at length, where caged with Roland are Pharaoh and Sacripant, directs her chase. Rogero, with Gradasso fierce, and more noosed with strange witcheries by Atlantes' whore. She enters, hidden from the enchanter's eyes, and by the ring concealed, examines all. And Roland there, and Sacripant espies, intent to seek her vainly through that hall, and with her image cheating both, descries Atlantes old. The damsel doubts withal which of the two to take, and long revolves this in her doubtful thought, nor well resolves. She knows not which with her will best accord, the Count Orlando or Sir Cassia's knight. As of most prowess, her would Roland ward, in passage perilous, with better might. But should she make the peer her guide, her lord, she knew not if her champion she could slight, if him she would depress with altered cheer, or into France send back the cavalier. But Sacripant at pleasure could depose, though him she had uplifted to the sky. Hence him alone she for her escort chose, and feigned to trust in his fidelity. The ring she from her mouth withdraws, and shows her face, unveiled to the Circassian's eye. She thought to him alone, but fierce Pharaoh And Roland came upon the maid, and saw. Pharaoh and Roland came upon the maid. For one and the other champion equally. Within the palace and without it strayed. In quest of her, who was their deity. And now, no longer by the enchantment stayed. Each ran alike towards the dame, for she had placed the ring upon her hand anew. Which old Atlantes every scheme o'erthrew. Helm on the head and corslet on the breast. Of both the knights, of whom I sing, was tied. By night or day, since they into this rest had entered, never doffed and laid aside. For such to wear were easy as a vest. To these, so wont the burden to abide. As well was armed, except with iron mask. Pharaoh, who wore not, nor would wear, a casque. Till he had that erst rested by the peer. Orlando, from the brother of Troyan. For so had sworn the Spanish cavalier. What time he Argalia's helm in vain sought in the brook, yet though the count was near, has not stretched forth his hand the prize to gain. For so it was, that neither of the pair could recognize the other knight while there. Upon the enchanted dome lay such a spell, that they from one another were concealed. They doffed not, night nor day, the corslet's shell. Not sword, nor even put aside the shield. Saddled, with bridle hanging at the selle. Their steeds were feeding, ready for the field. Within a chamber, near the palace door. With straw and barley heaped in plenteous store. Nor might nor mean in old Atlantes lies. To stop the knights from mounting, who repair to their good steeds, to chase the bright black eyes. The fair vermilion cheeks and golden hair. Of the sweet damsel, who before them flies. And goads to better speed her panting mare. Ill-pleased the three assembled to discern. Though haply she had taken each in turn. And when these from the magic palace she had ticed so far, that she no more supposed the warriors to the wicked fallacy of the malign enchanter were exposed. The ring, which more than once from misery had rescued her, she twixt her lips enclosed. Hence from their sight she vanished in a thought, and left them wondering there, like men distraught. Although she first the scheme had entertained, Roland or Sacripant to have released, to guide her thither, where her father reigned. King Gallifron, who ruled the farthest east. The aid of both she suddenly disdained, and in an instant from her project ceased. And deemed, without more debt to count or king, in place of either knight sufficed the ring. In haste, they through the forest, here and there. So scorned of her, still gaze with stupid face. Like questing hound which loses sight of hare. Or fox, of whom he late pursued the trace. Into close thicket, ditch, or narrow lair. Escaping from the keen pursuer's chase. Meantime their ways the wanton Indian queen observes, and at their wonder laughs unseen. In the mid-wood, where they the maid did lose, was but a single pathway, left or right, which they believed the damsel could not choose, but follow, when she vanished from their sight. Pharaoh halts not, and Roland fast pursues. Nor Sacripant less plies the rowels bright. Angelica, this while, retrains her steed, and follows the three warriors with less speed. When pricking thus they came to where the way was in the forest lost, with wood o'ergrown, and had begun the herbage to survey. For print of recent footsteps, up and down. The fierce Pharaoh, who might have borne away from all that ever proudest were, the crown. With evil countenance, to the other two, turned him about, and shouted, "Whence are you? Turn back or take another road, save here. In troth, you covet to be slain by me. Nor when I chase or woo my lady dear, let any think I bear with company." And, what more could he say, Sir Cavalier? Orlando cried to Sacripant, "If we were known for the two basest whores that pull and reel from spindle staff the matted wool? Then turning to Pharaoh, but that thine head, thou brutish sot, as I behold, is bare. If thy late words were ill or wisely said, thou shouldst perceive, before we further fare. To him Pharaoh, for that which breeds no dread. In me, why shouldst thou take such sovereign care? What I have said unhelmed will I prove true. Here, single as I am, on both of you. Oh! To Circassia's king cried Roland dread. Thy morion for this man let me entreat, till I have driven such folly from his head. For never with like madness did I meet. Who then would be most fool, the monarch said. But if indeed you deem the suit discreet, lend him thine own, nor shall I be less fit, haply than thee to school his lack of wit. Fools, both of you. The fierce Pharaoh replied. As if, did I to wear a helm delight, you would not be without your casques of pride, already reft by me in your despite. But know thus much, that I by vow am tied to wear no helm, and thus my promise quite. 156. Roaming without, till that fine casque I win, worn by Orlando, Charles's paladin. Then, smiling, to the Spaniard said the Count, with naked head, thou thinkest to repeat on Roland what he did in Aspremont. By Agilant's bold son, but shouldst thou meet the warrior whom thou seekest, front to front, I warrant thou wouldst quake from head to feet. Nor only wouldst forego the casque, but give the knight thine other arms to let thee live. So oft have I had Roland on the hip, and oft, exclaimed the boaster, heretofore, from him it had been easy task to strip what other arms, beside his helm, he wore. And if I still have let the occasion slip, we sometimes think of things unwished before. Such wish I had not, I have now, and hope to compass easily my present scope. The good Orlando could no more forbear, and cried, foul miscreant, liar, marched with me. Say, caitiff, in what country, when and where boast you to have obtained such victory? That paladin am I, o'er whom you dare to vaunt, and whom you distant deemed. Now see if you can take my helm, or I have might to take your other arms in your despite. Nor I o'er you the smallest vantage would. He ended, and his temples disarrayed, and to a beach hung up the helmet good, and nigh as quickly bared his trenchant blade. Pharaoh stands close, and in such attitude, his courage not for what had chanced dismayed, covered with lifted shield and naked sword, as might best shelter to his head afford. 'Twas thus those warriors too, with falchions bare, turning their ready steeds, began to wheel. And where the armor thinnest was, and where the meeting plates were joined, probed steel with steel. Nor was there in the world another pair more fitted to be matched in fierce appeal. Equal their daring, equal was their might, and safe alike from wound was either knight. By you, fair sir, already, I presume, that fierce Pharaoh was charmed is understood, save where the child, enclosed within the womb of the full mother, takes its early food. And hence he ever, till the squalid tomb covered his manly face, wore harness good. Such was his wont, the doubtful part to guard of 7 good plates of metal, tempered hard. Alike a charmed life Orlando bore, safe everywhere, except a single part, unfenced beneath his feet, which evermore by him were guarded with all care and art. The rest than diamond dug from mountain hoar, more hard, unless report from truth depart. And armed to battle either champion went, less for necessity than ornament. Waxing more fierce and fell the combat rages, of fear and horror full, between the twain. The fierce Pharaoh such dreadful battle wages, that stroke or thrust is never dealt in vain. Each mighty blow from Roland disengages and loosens, breaks, or shatters, plate and chain. Angelica alone, secure from view, regards such fearful sight, and marks the two. For, during this, the king of Circassy, who deemed Angelica not far before, when Pharaoh and Orlando desperately closing in fight were seen, his horse did gore along the way by which he deemed that she had disappeared, and so that battle sore was witnessed, twixt the struggling foes, by none beside the daughter of King Gallifron. After the damsel had sometime descried this dread and direful combat, standing nigh, and it appearing that on either side with equal peril both the warriors vie, she, fond of novelty, the helm untied, designs to take, desirous to espy what they would do when they perceived the wrong, but, without thought to keep her plunder long, to give it to Orlando was she bent. But first she would upon the warrior play. The helmet she took down with this intent, and in her bosom hid, and marked the fray. Next thence, without a word to either went, and from the scene of strife was far away, ere either of the two had marked the feat. So were they blinded by their angry heat. But Pharaoh, who first chanced the loss to see, from Roland disengaged himself, and cried, "How like unwary men and fools are we, treated by him, who late with us did ride! What meed, which worthiest of the strife might be? If this be stolen, the victor shall abide?" Roland draws back, looks upward, and with ire, missing the noble casque, is all on fire. And in opinion with Pharaoh agreed, that he the knight, who was with them before, had borne away the prize. Hence turned his steed, and with the spur admonished Brigliador. Pharaoh, who from the field beheld him speed, followed him, and when Roland and the Moor arrived where tracks upon the herbage green of the Circassian and the maid were seen, towards a vale upon the left the Count went off, pursuing the Circassian's tread. The Spaniard kept the path more nigh the mount, by which the fair Angelica had fled. Angelica, this while, has reached a fount of pleasant sight, and shaded overhead, by whose inviting shades no traveller hasted, nor ever left the crystal wave untasted. Angelica, the sylvan spring beside, reposes, unsuspicious of surprise, and thinking her the sacred ring will hide, fears not that evil accident can rise. On her arrival at the fountain's side, she to a branch above the helmet ties, then seeks the fittest sapling for her need, where, fastened to its trunk, her mare may feed. The Spanish cavalier the stream beside arrived, who had pursued her traces there. Angelica no sooner him espied, than she evanished clean, and spurred her mare 157. The helm this while had dropped, but lay too wide to be recovered of the flying fair. As soon as sweet Angelica he saw, towards her full of rapture sprang Pharaoh. She disappeared, I say, as forms avant, at sleep's departure, toiling long and sore. He seeks the damsel there, twixt plant and plant. Now can his wretched eyes behold her more, blaspheming his Mahound and Termagant 158, and cursing every master of his lore. Pharaoh returned towards the sylvan fount, where lay on earth the helmet of the Count. This he soon recognized, for here he read letters upon the margin, written fair, which how Orlando won the helmet said, and from what champion took, and when and where. With it the Paynim armed his neck and head, who would not for his grief the prize forbear. His grief for loss of her, conveyed from sight, as disappear the phantoms of the night. When in this goodly casque he was arrayed, he deemed not wanting to his full content, but the discovery of the royal maid, who like a flash of lightning came and went. For her he searches every greenwood shade. And when all hope of finding her is spent, he for the vain pursuit no longer tarries, but to the Spanish camp returns near Paris, tempering the grief which glowed within his breast, for such sore disappointment, with the thought that he was with Orlando's morion blessed, as sworn by good Anglantes count, when taught that the false Saracen the prize posseist. Long time the Spanish knight was vainly sought, nor Roland took the helmet from his head, till he between two bridges laid him dead. Angelica thus, viewless and alone, speeds on her journey, but with troubled front, grieved for the helmet, in her haste foregone, on her departure from the grassy fount, choosing to do what I should least have done. She said, I took his helmet from the count. This for his first desert I well bestow, a worthy recompense for all I owe. With good intentions, as God knows, I wrought, though these an ill and different end produce. I took the helmet only with the thought to bring that deadly battle to a truce, and not that this foul Spaniard what he sought should gain, or I to his intent conduce. So she, lamenting, took herself to task for having robbed Orlando of his casque, by what appeared to her the meetest way. Moody and ill content she eastward pressed, ofttimes concealed, sometimes in face of day, as seemed most opportune and pleased her best. After much country seen, a forest grey, she reached, where, sorely wounded in mid-breast, between two dead companions on the ground, the royal made a bleeding stripling found. But of Angelica I now no more shall speak, who first have many things to say, nor shall to the Circassian or the Moor give for long space a rhyme. Thence called away by good Anglantes prince, who wills, before I of those others tell, I should display the labors and the troubles he sustained, pursuing the great good he never gained, at the first city, whither he was brought, because to go concealed he had good care. He a new helmet donned, but took no thought what was the headpiece he designed to bear. So safe is he in fairy spell, it not imports, if hard or soft its temper were. Orlando, covered thus, pursues the quest, nor him day, night, or rain, or sun arrest. It was the hour that are of ocean's bed. Dan Phoebus drew his dripping steeds, and high, and low, still scattering yellow flowers and red, Aurora stained the heavens with various dye, and stars had cast their veils about their head, departing from their revels in the sky. When passing on a day fair Paris near, Orlando made his mighty worth appear. Two squadrons he encountered, one an old Saracen, Manilardo clept, obeyed, king of Naurisha, whilom fierce and bold, but fitter now to counsel than to aid. The next beneath the standard was enrolled, or Tremesina's monarch, who was said mid-Africans to be a perfect knight. Alzerdo he by those who knew him, hight. These, with the other Saracen array, cantonied throughout the winter months had lain, some near the city, some more far away, all lodged nigh town or hamlet on the plain. For since King Agramant had many a day spent in attacking Paris walls in vain, he, for no other means remained to try, would lastly with a siege the city ply, and to do this had people infinite, since he, beside the host that with him came, and that of Spain which followed to the fight, the Spanish king Marsilius Oriflame, many of France did in his pay unite. For all from Paris he to Alsace stream, with part of Gascony, some straggling tower excepted, had reduced beneath his power. The quivering brook, as warmer breezes blew, beginning now from ice its waves to free, and the fresh springing grass and foliage new, to clothe again the field and greenwood tree. All those King Agramant assembled, who had followed him in his prosperity, to muster in review the armed swarm, and give to his affairs a better form. Hence did the King of Tremezan repair, with him who had Narisha in command, to be in time at that full muster, where each squadron, good or bad, was to be scanned. Orlando thus by chance encountered there, as I have told you, this united hand, who, as his usage was, went seeking her, by whom he had been made love's prisoner. Alzerdo, as the approaching count he eyes, who in this world for valor has no peer, with such a haughty front, and in such guise, the god of war would less in arms appear. The features known before astounded spies, the fierce, disdainful glance and furious cheer, and him esteems a knight of prowess high, which, fondly, he too sore desires to try. Arrogant, young, and of redoubt force, Alzerdo was, and prized for dauntless mind, who bent to joust pricked forth his foaming horse. Happier had he remained in line behind, met by Anglantes' prince in middle course, who pierced his heart as they encountering joined. Fright, the lightened courser scoured the plain, without a rider to direct the rein. Rises a sudden and a horrid cry, and air on every side repeats the scream, as his scared band the falling youth descry, and issuing from his wounds so wide a stream, disordered, they the count in fury ply, and, raised to cut or thrust, their weapons gleam against that flower of knights, their feathered reeds. A thicker squadron yet in tempest speeds, with sound like that, with which from hill repair, or from the champagnes flat the hurrying swine, if the wolf, issue from his grot, or bear, descending to the mountain's lower line, some bristly youngling take away and tear, who with loud squeal and grunt is heard to pine, came driving at the count the barbarous rout. Upon him, and, upon him, still their shout. At once spears, shafts, and swords, his corslet bore, by thousands, and as many pierce his shield. This threatens on one side, and that before, and those the ponderous mace behind him wield. But he esteems the craven rout no more, he, who did never yet to terror yield. Then hungry wolf in twilight makes account, to what the number of the flock may mount. He held unsheathed that thundering sword in hand, which with so many foes has heaped the plain, that he who thinks to count the slaughtered band, has undertaken hard emprise and vain. The road ran red, ensanguined by his brand, and scarce capacious of the many slain, for neither targe nor headpiece good defends, where fatal Durindana's blade descends, nor safety cotton vest, nor cloth supply, in thousand folds about the temple spread, nor only groan and lamentation fly through air, but shoulder, arm, and severed head. Death roams the field in strange variety of horrid forms, and all inspiring dread, and says, 400 of my scythes may stand his Durindana in Orlando's hand. His ceaseless strokes scarce won the other weight. Speedily all his foemen are in flight, and when before they came at furious rate, they hoped to swallow quick the single knight. None is there who, in that unhappy strait, stops for his comrade, flying from the fight. Here one man speeds afoot, one gallops there. None stays to question if the road be fair. His mirror valor bore about, and here each blemish of the soul was seen confessed. 159. None looked therein, except an aged peer, whose blood was chilled, but courage unrepressed. That death were better deems this cavalier, than life in flight, and in disgrace possiest. I mean Narisha's king, who lays his lance in rest against the paladin of France. He broke it on the border of the shield. Of the intrepid count, with steadfast hand, who, by the stroke unshaken, nothing reeled, and smote the king, in passing, with his brand. Him fortune saved, for as Orlando wield the blade, it turned, descending, in his hand. Although an edge he guides and not still the sword. Stunned from his saddle reels the Paynim lord. Astounded from his saddle reels the king. Nor him Orlando turns about to see. He cuts, and cleaves, and slays his following, who all believe him at their backs to be. As through the spacious air, with troubled wing, the starlings from the daring Merlin flee. So, of that broken squadron, scattered round, some fly, some dip, and some fall flat to ground. He ceased not his ensanguined blade to sway, till living white remained not in his view. Orlando doubted to resume his way, although the country all about he knew. Does he the right or left-hand road essay? His thoughts still rove from what his steps pursue, and he to seek the damsel is in dread. Through other path than that by which she fled. Through wood and field his courser did he goad, often inquiring for the royal dame. Beside himself, he strayed beside his road, and to the foot of rising mountain came, whence, it was night time, through a fissure glowed the distant flicker of a quivering flame. Orlando to the rock approached, to spy if there Angelica concealed might lie, as where low junipers o'ershade her lair, or in the stubble of the open lay. What time the hunters seek the fearful hare, through traversed woods, and through uncertain way, lest peradventure she be hidden there. They every bramble, every bush essay. Even so, where hope the toiling warrior leads, searching his lady love, Orlando speeds. Pricking in haste towards that ray, the count arrived where in the wood the light was shed, forth streaming from a crevice in the mount, within whose womb a spacious grotto spread. And there, like wall or bank, discerned in front of thorns and underwood a bristly bed, to hide the grotto's inmates, and defend from scathe or scorn, which others might intend. By day it had been hidden evermore, but the clear flame betrayed the haunt by night. Its use he guessed, but would the place explore, and better certify himself by sight, when he without had tied his brigliador. In silence to the grotto stole the knight, threading the shrubs, nor calling for a guide, entered the passage in the mountain side. By a long flight of steps was the descent into the cave, where, in the rocky tomb, buried were living folk of wide extent. The grot was chiseled into vaulted room, nor was, although its entrance little lent, all daylight wanting to disperse the gloom. For much was furnished by a window dight within a natural fissure on the right. In the mid-cave, beside a fire was seen a gentle maid of pleasing look and guise, who seemed to Roland little past 15, as far as at first sight he might surmise. With that so fair she made the rugged scene seem in the warrior's sight a paradise. Although this while her eyes with tears o'erflow, clear tokens of a heart oppressed with woe. An aged dame was with her, and the pair wrangled, as oftentimes is women's way. But when the county was descending there, concluded the dispute and wordy fray, Orlando hastens to salute them fair, as still is due to womankind, and they to welcome him rise lightly form their seat, and with benign return the warrior greet. 'Tis true, that when that sudden voice they hear, some deal confused in look they seem to be, at the same time beholding thus appear so fierce a wight, and harnessed cap a pea. What wight, demands Anglantes cavalier, so barbarous is, and void of courtesy, that he keeps buried, in this rude repair, a face so gentle and so passing fair? With pain the virgin to the count replies, as he inquires of her unhappy doom. in sweet and broken accents, which by sighs impelled through rows of pearl and coral come, and between rose and lily, from her eyes tears fall so fast, she needs must swallow some. In other canto, sir, be pleased to attend the rest, for here 'tis time my strain should end. Canto Chapter 13. The Count Orlando of the damsel bland, who loves Zerbino, hears the piteous woes. Next puts to death the felons with his hand, who pent her there. Duke Amon's daughter goes seeking Rogero, where so large a band the old Atlante's magic walls enclose. Her he impounds, deceived by fictions new. Agramant ranks his army for review. Those ancient cavaliers right happy were, born in an age, when, in the gloomy wood, in valley, and in cave, wherein the bear, serpent, or lion, hid their savage brood, they could find that, which now in palace rare, is hardly found by judges proved and good. Women, to wit, who in their freshest days of beauty worthily deserve the praise. Above I told you how a gentle maid Orlando had discovered underground, and asked, by whom she thither was conveyed? Pursuing now my tale, I tell, how drowned in grief, her speech by many a sob delayed, the damsel fair, in sweet and softest sound, summing them with what brevity she might, her ills recounted to Anglante's knight. Though I am sure, she said, O cavalier, to suffer punishment for what I say, because I know, to him who pens me here, this woman quickly will the fact display. I would not but thou shouldst the story hear, and let my wretched life the forfeit pay. For what can wait me better than that he, my jailer, should one day my death decree? Lo! I am Isabel, who once was styled the daughter of Galicia's hapless king. I said aright who was, but now the child, no longer his, of care and suffering, the fault of love, by whom I was beguiled. For against him alone this charge I bring, who sweetly, at the first, our wish applauds, and weaves in secret but deceit and frauds. Whilom I lived, content in fortune's smile, rich, blameless, fair, and young, to sad reverse. Condemned, I now am wretched, poor, and vile. And in worse case, if any yet be worse. But it is fitting, I to thee this while, from their first root my troubles should rehearse. And it will soothe me, though of thee I borrow no help, that thou compassionate my sorrow. My father in his city of Bayonne, today will be 12 months, a tourney dight, 160. Hence, led by spreading rumor to our town, to joust, from different lands came many a knight. Mid these, was it his manifest renown? Or was it love which so deceived my sight? Praise in my eyes alone Zerbino won, who was the mighty king of Scotland's son. When him I after in the field espied, performing wondrous feats of chivalry, I was surprised by love, ere I descried that freedom was for ever lost to me. Yet, following in my love, so rash a guide, I lay this unction to my fantasy, that no unseemly place my heart possiest, fixed on the worthiest in the world and best, in beauty and in valor's boast above. Those other lords the Scottish prince stood high. He showed me, and, I think, bore me love, and left no less an ardent flame than I. Nor lacked there one who did between us move, to speak our common wishes frequently. So could we still in heart and mind unite, although disjoined from one another's sight. Hence, when concluded was the festal show, and to his home Zerbino was returned. If thou know'st what is love, thou well mayst know how night and day I for the warrior yearned, and was assured, no less on him did prey. The flame, that in his constant bosom burned, He, save a way to have me with him, not for solace of his restless passion sought. For different faith forbade him, on my side. I was a Saracen, a Christian he. To ask me of my father as a bride. By stealth he purposed to elope with me. Amid green fields, our wealthy town beside. I had a garden, seated by the sea. Upon the pleasant shore, from whence the eye might ocean and the hills about descry. A fitting place to effect what different creed and law forbade us, he esteemed this sight. And showed the order taken for the deed, which was to make our future life's delight. And how, near Santa Martha, for our need, a bark was with armed men in ambush dight. Under Sir Odoric of Biscay's command. A leader he, approved by sea and land. Unable in his person this to do. For by his father he was forced to wend. In succor of the King of France, in lieu. This Odoric for the purpose he would send. Chosen, of all his faithful friends and true. As his most faithful and his truest friend. And such had been, if benefits could bind. And goodly deeds the friendship of mankind. At the time fixed to bear me thence away. This chief would anchor on the destined ground. And thus it was arrived the wished-for day. When I of them was in my garden found. Sir Odoric, at night, with fair array. Of valiant men, by land and sea renowned. In the near river from his bark descends. And thence in silence to my garden wends. To the pitched bark with me his party sped. Before the city knew what was at hand. Some of the house, disarmed and naked, fled. And some were slain. While of the helpless band. With me, another part was captive led. So was I severed from my native land. Hoping in brief Zerbino to possess. I cannot tell thee with what happiness. Scarcely was Mongia by our galley doubled 161. Ere a squall took us on the larboard side. Which round about the clear horizon troubled. And stirred and tossed heaven high the foaming tide. Smote with a northwest wind, next, ocean bubbled. Which on her other beam the vessel plied. This evermore increases, with such force. Starboard or larboard. Boots not which our course. It steads not to strike sail, nor lash the mast. Lowered on the gangboard, nor our castles fell. 162. The bark, in our despite, is hurried fast. Towards the pointed rocks about Rochelle. Save he, above, assist us at the last. The cruel storm will us ashore impel. Driven thither by ill wind with mightier speed. Than ever bowstring gave to whistling reed. Our peril well does the Biscayan note. And tries what often has an evil end. Lowers down the galley's skiff, and, when afloat, descends into it, and makes me descend. Two follow, and a troop would throng the boat. Did not the first prevent them? And defend the entrance with their naked falchions. We sever the rope forthwith, and put to sea. 163. Driven landward, on the shore we safely light. Who in the skiff embarked? While of our band, the rest in the split vessel sink outright. Our good sea swallowed all. Upon the strand. To eternal love, to goodness infinite. I offer up my thanks, with outstretched hand. That I was doomed not, mid the watery roar. To perish, nor behold Zerbino more. Though I had left on shipboard matters rare. And precious in their nature, gem and vest. So I might hope Zerbino's lot to share. I was content the sea should have the rest. No dwelling on the beach appears, nor there is any pathway seen, by footsteps pressed. Only a hill, whose woody top is beat by ceaseless winds, the waters bathe its feet. Here the fell tyrant love, I prompt to range. And faithless to his every promise still. Who watches ever how he may derange. and mar our every reasonable will. Converts with woeful and disastrous change my comfort to despair, my good to ill. For he, in whom Zerbino put his trust, cooled in his loyal faith, and burned with lust. Whether he his desire had nursed at sea, and had not dared exhibit it before, or that it sprung from opportunity, suggested by that solitary shore. Without more pause, in that lone desert, he would sate his greedy passion, but forbore, till he of one could rid him, of the twain, who in the boat with us had scaped the main. A man of Scotland he, Almonio hight, who to Zerbino seemed great faith to bear, and as a perfect warrior by the knight praised, when to Odoric given, his trust to share. To him, the Spaniard said, it were a slight, if I unto Rochelle afoot should fare, and prayed, that he before would thither speed, and forward thence some hackney, for my need. Almonio, who in this suspects no ill, forthwith, before our party, wends his way to the town, hidden by the wooded hill, and which not more than 6 miles distant lay. To the other finally his wicked will Sir Odoric took courage to display, as well because he could not rid him thence, as that in him he had great confidence. He that remained with us, of whom I said before, Caribo was of Bilbao height, who with him under the same roof was bred from infancy, and the ungrateful wight deemed that the thought he harbored in his head he could impart in safety to the knight, who would prefer, neglected of his trust, the pleasure of his friend to what was just. Not without high disdain Caribo heard, who kind and courteous was, the Biscayner, and termed him traitor, and by deed and word withstood the purpose of his foul compeer. This mighty wrath in either warrior stirred, in sign whereof their naked brands they rear. At sight of their drawn swords, in panic, I turned shortly through the gloomy wood to fly. Sir Odoric in war well taught and bred, gained in few blows such vantage in the fray. He left Caribo on the field for dead, and, following in my steps, pursued my way. Love lent to him, unless I am misled, pinions, that he might overtake his prey, and many a prayer and glozing flattery taught, wherewith I to compliance might be wrought. But all in vain, for I was fixed and bent, rather than sate his ill desire, to die, when menace had by him been vainly spent, and every prayer and every flattery he would by open force his will content. Nor boots it aught that I entreaties try, of his lord's faith in him the wretch remind, and how myself I to his hands resigned, when I perceived that fruitless was my prayer, and that I could not hope for other aid. For he assailed me like a famished bear, with hands and feet I fierce resistance made, as he more brutal waxed, and plucked his hair, and with my teeth and nails his visage flayed. This while I vent such lamentable cries, the clamor echoes to the starry skies. Were they by chance conducted, or my shriek, which might have well been heard a league around? Or, was it they were wont the shore to seek, when any vessel split or ran aground? I saw a crowd appear upon the peak, which, to the sea descending, towards us wound. Them the Biscayan say, and at the sight abandoned his design, and turned to flight. This rabble, sir, against that treacherous man, comes to my aid, but in such guise, that I the homely saw, of falling from the pan into the fire beneath, but verify 'tis true so lost I was not, nor that clan accursed with minds of such iniquity, that they to violate my person sought, though nothing good or virtuous on them wrought, but that they knew, for me preserved a maid. As yet I am, they higher price might crave. 8 months are past, the 9th arrived, since, stayed By them, alive I languish in this grave. All hope is lost of my Zerbino's aid. For from their speech I gather, as a slave, I am bartered to a merchant for his gold, by whom I to the Sultan shall be sold. The gentle damsel so her tale pursues, while sobs and sighs oft interposing break her soft angelic voice, which might infuse compassion into asp, or venomed snake. What time she so her piteous grief renews, or haply does her bitter anguish slake. Some 20 men the gloomy cavern fill, this armed with hunting spear, and that with bill, with squinting look and dark, and but one eye. The leader of the troop, of brutish cheer, was he, the foremost of the company. By a blow blinded, which from nose to ear had cleft his jaw, when he did so descry, seated beside the maid, that cavalier. He turned about and said, Lo! In the net another bird for whom it was not set. Then to the count he cried, I never knew a man more opportune my wants to stead. I know not whether any one to you perchance may have announced my pressing need of such fair arms, or you conjectured true, as well as of that goodly sable weed. You verily arrived in season are. My needs, pursued the losel, to repair. With bitter smile, upstarting on his feet, Orlando to the ruffian made reply. Thou at a price at which no chapman treat, unmarked in merchants' books, these arms shalt buy. With that he snatched a brand, which, full of heat and smoke, was smouldering in the chimney nigh. Threw it, and smote by chance the knave half blind, where with the nose the meeting brows confined. The brand discharged by him, hit either brow, but most severely on the left did smite. For that ill feature perished by the blow, which was the thief's sole minister of light. Nor is the stroke content to blind the foe, unsated, save it register his sprite. Among those damned souls, whom Charon keeps, 164. With their companions, plunged in boiling deeps. A spacious table in mid-cavern stood, 2 palms in thickness, in its figure square, propped on one huge, ill-fashioned food and rude, which held the thief and all who harbored there, even with such freedom as his dart of wood. We mark the nimble Spaniard launch through air, the heavy table Roland seized and threw, where, crowded close together, stood the crew. One had his belly crushed, and one his breast, another head or arm, or leg and thigh, whence some were slain outright, and maimed the rest, while he who was least injured sought to fly. 'Tis so sometimes, with heavy stone oppressed, a knot of slimy snakes is seen to lie, with battered heads and loins, where, winter done, they lick their scales, rejoicing in the sun. I could not say what mischiefs these offend. One dies, and one departs without its tail. Another crippled cannot move an end, and wriggling wreathes its length without avail. While this, whom more propitious saints befriend, safe through the grass drags off its slimy trail. Dire was the stroke, yet should no wonder breed, since good Orlando's arm achieved the deed. Those whom the board had little maimed or not. Turpin 165 says there were 7, in craven wise. Their safety in their feet, yet vainly, sought. For to the cavern's door Orlando hies, and having them without resistance caught, fast with a rope their hands behind them ties. A rope, which in the cavern on the ground, convenient for his purpose he had found. He after drags them bound without the cave, where an old service tree its shadow throws. Orlando lops the branches with his glaive, and hangs the thieves, a banquet for the crows. Nor chain and crook for such a deed did crave, for ready hooks the tree itself bestows, to purge the world, whereby the chin uphung. These, on the branches, bold Orlando strung. The ancient woman, the assassin's friend, escapes when she perceives that all are dead, and, threading that green labyrinth without end, laments, and plucks the hair from off her head, by fear impelled, through paths which sore offend her feet, till she, beside a river's bed, encounters with a warrior, but to say, who was the stranger champion I delay? And turned to her, who to the Count applied, praying he would not leave her there alone, and vowed to follow whither he would guide. Orlando her consoles in courteous tone, and thence, when, with a wreath of roses tied about her brows, and robed in purple gown, on wonted journey white Aurora starts, the paladin with Isabel departs, without encountering aught that might appear worthy of note. They wended many a day, and finally the twain a cavalier, as prisoner led, encountered by the way. Who shall be told? But, tale to you as dear, now calls me from the beaten path away, of Amon's daughter, whom I left above, languid and lost in all the pains of love. The beauteous lady who desires in vain Rogero should not his return delay, lies in Marseilles, from whence the Paynim train she harasses, nigh each returning day. What time they robbing I, by hill and plain, scour fruitful Languedoc and Provence gay, and the true duty executes aright, of a sage leader and a valiant knight. The time long past, she, lying in that place, had hoped that her Rogero would appear. She, not beholding him in all that space, of many evil chances lived in fear. One day, mid others that her woeful case, the lady wept alone, to her drew near the dame, who with that healing ring made sound, the bosom rankling with Alcina's wound. When her she saw, without her love returned. Such time elapsed, her mission incomplete. Sore trembling, faint, and pale, her heart so yearned, she scarce had strength to stand upon her feet. But the enchantress kind, when she discerned her fear, advanced with smiles the maid to meet, and to console her such glad visage wore, as messenger who joyful tidings bore. Fear not for thy Rogero, he is well and safe, she cried, and ever worships thee as wonted, but thy foe, that wizard fell, him yet again deprives of liberty, and it behoves thee now to climb the cell. Wouldst thou posses him, and to follow me? For if thou wendiest with me, I will lead whither, by thee Rogero shall be freed. And next pursued, relating to her all the frauds and magic of Atlantes' whore, that wearing her fair face, who seemed the thrall of an ill giant, him had through the door of gold enticed into the enchanted hall, and after disappeared, the youth before, and told how dames and cavaliers he cheats, who thither make resort, with like deceits. Seeing the sage, all think they see a squire, companion, lady love, or absent friend. Whatever is each several wight's desire, since to our scope our wishes never tend. Hence searching everywhere, themselves they tire, with labor sore, and frustrate of their end. And cannot, so desire and hope deceive, without the missing good, that palace leave. As soon as thou, pursued the dame, art near the place where he has built the magic seat, resembling thy Rogero in his cheer, and every look, Atlantes thee shall meet, and make himself by his ill art appear as suffering from some stronger arm defeat, that thou mayst aid him in the peril feigned, and thus among those others be detained, to the end thou mayst escape his ambush, where so many, thus betrayed, have fallen. Though he Rogero seem, beware to lend him faith, who will demand thine aid. Nor, when the sage presents himself, forbear to take his worthless life with lifted blade, nor think to slay Rogero with the blow, But him who works thee still such cruel woe, hard will it seem to slay, full well I know. The wight, in whom Rogero you descry. But, for truth is not in the lying show. Trust not to sight where magic blears the eye. Fix, ere with me you to the forest go. To change not when the traitorous foe is nigh. For never shall with you Rogero wive, if weakly you the wizard leave alive. The valorous maid with the intent to slay. The false enchanter, on her plan decides. Snatches her arms, and follows on her way. Melissa sage, in whom she so confides. And thus, by fruitful field or forest grey, her by force journeys that enchantress guides, and studies to beguile their weary course. Ever, as best she may, with sweet discourse. And as the fairest topic of all those, which might be grateful to the damsel's ear, her future offspring and Rogero's chose. A race of demigods, in prince and peer. For as Melissa all the secrets knows, of the eternal gods who rule our sphere, the good enchantress can discover all, which should in many ages hence befall. Oh, my best guide, exclaimed the damsel bold, to the weird woman that to aid her came, as thou hast many years before foretold, men who shall glorify my race and name. So now I pray thee, lady, to unfold the praise and virtues of some noble dame, if from my lineage any such shall rise. To whom Melissa courteously replies, chaste dames of thee descended I survey, mothers of those who wear imperial crown, and mighty kings, the column and the stay, of glorious realms and houses of renown. And as thy sons will shine in arms, so they will no less fame deserve in female gown, with piety and sovereign prudence graced, and noble hearts, incomparably chaste. And if at length, I should relate to thee the praise of all who from thy root ascend, too long my tale would hold, nor do I see whom I could pass, where all to fame pretend. But from 1,000 I some 2 or 3 will choose, because my tale may have an end. Why was not in the cave thy wish made known, where I their shadows might as well have shown? To hear of one of thy famed race prepare, whom liberal studies and good works engage, of whom, I know not well, if she more fair may be entitled, or more chaste and sage. The noble-minded Isabel 166 who, where it stands on Minciu's bank, in other age, shall gild the town, of Ochna's mother height, with her own glorious rays by day and night, where, with her worthiest consort she will strain, in honored and in splendid rivalry, which best shall prize the virtue's goodly train, and widest ope the gates to courtesy. If he by Taro, and in Naples reign 167. 'Tis said, from Gauls delivered Italy. 'Twill be replied, Penelope the chaste, as such, was not beneath Ulysses placed. Great things and many thus I sum in few, of this brave dame, and others leave behind, which when I from the vulgar herd withdrew, sage Merlin from the hollow stone divined. For I should leave old Typhus 168 out of view, if on such sea I launched before the wind. And with this finish my prophetic strain. All blessings on her head the skies will rain. With her shall be her sister Beatrice 169. Whose fortunes well shall with her name accord. Who, while she lives, not only shall not miss what good the heavens to those below afford, but make, with her, partaker of her bliss. First among wealthy dukes, her cherished lord, who shall, when she from hence receives her call, into the lowest depth of misery fall. Visconti's serpents will be held in dread 170. And Moro and Sforza, while this dame shall be, from Hyperborean snows to billows red, from Ind to hills, which to a double sea afford a passage, 171 and, the lady dead. To the sore mischief of all Italy. Will with the insubry into slavery fall. And men shall sovereign wisdom fortune call. Other the same illustrious name will bear, 172. And who will flourish many years before. Pannonia's garland one of these shall wear. Another matron on the Ausonian shore. When she shall be released from earthly care. Men will among the blessed saints adore. With incense will approach the Dame divine. And hang with votive images her shrine. The others I shall pass in silence by. For 'twere too much, as said before, to sound their fame. Though each might well deserve, that high heroic trump should in her praise be wound. Hence the Biancas and Lucretia's eye. And Constance's and more reserve. Who found, or else repair, upon Italian land, illustrious houses with supporting hand. Thy race, which shall all else in this excel. In the rare fortune of its women thrives. Nor of its daughters' honor more I tell. Than of the lofty virtue of its wives. And that thou mayst take note of this as well. Which Merlin said of thy descendants' lives. Haply that I the story might narrate. This I no little covet to relate. Of good Richarda first shall be my strain, 173. Mirror of chastity and fortitude. Who, young, remains a widow, in disdain of fortune, that which oft awaits the good. Exiles. And cheated of their father's reign. She shall behold the children of her blood. Wandering into the clutches of their foe. Yet find at last acquittance for her woe. Nor sprung from the ancient root of Aragon. I of the gorgeous queen will silent be. Than whom more prudent or more chaste is none. Renowned in Greek or Latin history. Nor who so fortunate a course will run. After that, by divine election, she shall with the goodly race of princes swell. Alfonso, Hippolyte, and Isabel. The prudent Eleanor is this, a spray 174. Which will be grafted on thy happy tree. What of the fruitful stepchild shall I say? Who in succession next to her I see? Lucretia Borgia. 175 who, from day to day, shall wax in beauty, virtue, chastity, and fortune, that like youthful plant will shoot, which into yielding soil has struck its root. As tin by silver, brass by gold, as corn, poppy beside the deeply crimsoning rose, willow by laurel evergreen, as shorn of light, stained glass by gem that richly glows. So by this dame I honor yet unborn. Each hitherto distinguished matron shows. For beauty and for prudence claiming place. And all praiseworthy excellence and grace. And above every other noble praise. Which shall distinguish her alive or dead. Is that by her shall be, through kingly ways. Her Hercules and other children led. Who thus the seeds of worth in early days. To bloom in council and in camp, will shed. For long wine's savor lingers in the wood. Of the new vessel, whether bad or good. Nor the step-daughter of this noble dame. Will I, Renata, 176 height of France, forget. Of Louis born, 12th monarch of his name. And Britannia's pride. All virtues ever yet. Bestowed on woman, since the ruddy flame. Has warmed, or water had the power to wet. Or overhead the circling heavens have rolled. United in Renata I behold. 'Twere long to tell of Alda de Sansanya 177. Or of Celano's countess in this string. Or Blanche Maria, styled of Catalonia. Or her, the daughter of Sicilia's king. Or of the beauteous Lippa de Bologna. Or more, with whose renown the world shall ring. To speak whose separate praise with fitting lore. Were to attempt a sea without a shore. When of the larger portion of her seed. The king enchantress at full ease had told. and oft rehearsed, amid the reed. What arts Rogero to the wizard's hold had drawn. Melissa halted near the mead, where stood the mansion of Atlantes old, nor would approach the magic dome more nigh, lest her the false magician should espy. And yet again advised the martial maid, counsel she had 1,000 times bestowed. Then left, nor Bradamant through greenwood shade, more than 2 miles in narrow path had rode, before, by 2 fierce giants overlaid, she saw a knight, who like Rogero showed, so closely pressed, and laboring sore for breath, that he appeared well nigh reduced to death. When she beheld him in such perilous strait, who of Rogero all the tokens wore, she quickly lost the faith she nourished late, quickly her every fair design forbore. She weens Melissa bears Rogero hate, for some new injury unheard before, and with unheard of hate and wrong, her foe would by her hand destroy who loves him so. She cried, and is not this Rogero, who I present to my heart, is now to sight? If 'tis not him whom I anize and view, whome'er shall I anize or view aright? Why should I others' judgment deem more true than the belief that's warranted by sight? Even without eyes, and by my heart alone, if he were near or distant, would be shown. While so the damsel thinks, a voice she hears, which, like Rogero's, seems for aid to cry. At the same time, the worsted knight appears, to slack the bridle and the rowels ply, while at full speed the goaded courser clears his ground, pursued by either enemy. Nor paused the dame, in following them who sought his life, till to the enchanted palace brought, of which no sooner has she passed the door, than she is cheated by the common show. Each crooked way or straight her feet explore, within it and without, above, below. Nor rests she night or day, so strong the lore of the enchanter, who has ordered so. She, though they still encounter and confer, knows not Rogero, nor Rogero her. But leave we Bradamant, nor grieve, O ye, who hear, that she is prisoned by the spell. Since her in fitting time I shall set free, and good Rogero, from the dome as well. As taste is quickened by variety, so it appears that, in the things I tell, the wider here and there my story ranges, it will be found less tedious for its changes. Meseems that I have many threads to clear. In the great web I labor evermore, and therefore be ye not displeased to hear how, all dislodged, the squadrons of the Moor, threatening the golden lines loud, appear in arms. The royal Agramant before, who bids for a review his army post, willing to know the numbers of his host. For besides horse and foot, in the campaign, sore thinned, whose numbers were to be supplied, had many captains, and those good, of Spain, of Libya, and of Ethiopia, died. And thus the nations, and the various train, wandered without a ruler or a guide, to give to each its head and order due. The ample camp is mustered in review, to fill the squadrons ravaged by the sword, in those fierce battles and those conflicts dread. This to his Spain, to his Africa that lord sent to recruit, where well their files they fed, and next distributed the Paynim horde, under their proper captains, ranged and led. I, with your leave, till other strain, delay the order of the muster to display. Canto. Chapter 14. 2 squadrons lack of those which muster under King Agramant, by single Roland slain. Hence furious Mandricardo, full of wonder and envy, seeks the count by hill and plain. Next joys himself with Doralis, such plunder, aided by heaven, his valiant arms obtain. Rinaldo comes, with the angel guide before, to Paris, now assaulted by the Moor. In many a fierce assault and conflict dread, twixt Spain and Afric and their Gallic foe, countless had been the slain, whose bodies fed the ravening eagle, wolf, and greedy crow. But though the Franks had worse in warfare sped, forced all the Champagne country to forego, this had the Paynims purchased at the cost of more good princes and bold barons lost. So bloody was the price of victory, small ground was left them triumphs to prepare. And if, unconquered Duke Alfonso 178 we may modern things with ancient deeds compare, the battle, whose illustrious palm may be well worthily assigned to you to wear, at whose remembrance sad Ravenna trembles, and I shall weep her loss, this field resembles when the Calesians and the Picards yielding, and troops of Normandy in Aquitaine, you, with your valiant arms their squadrons shielding, stormed the almost victorious flags of Spain, and those bold youths their trenchant weapons wielding, through parted squadrons, followed in your train, who on that day deserved you should accord for honored gifts, the gilded spur and sword. 179. You, with such glorious hearts, who were not slow to follow, nor far off, the gorgeous oak, seized, and shook down the golden acorn so, and so the red and yellow truncheon broke, that we to you our festive laurels owe, and the fair lily, rescued from its stroke, another wreath may round your temples bloom, in that Fabricius you preserved to Rome. 180. Rome's mighty column, by your valiant hand, taken and kept entire, 181 more praise has shed on you, than if the predatory band had routed by your single valor bled, of all who flocked to fat Ravenna's land, or masterless, without a banner fled, of Aragon, Castile, or of Navarre, when vain was lance or cannon's thundering car. This dear-bought victory brought more relief than joy, by its event too much outweighed the loss of that French captain and our chief. 182. Whom dead we on the fatal field surveyed, and swallowed in one storm, for further grief. So many glorious princes, who, arrayed for safeguard of their own, or neighboring lands, had poured through frozen Alps their friendly bands. Our present safety, and life held in fear, we see assured us by this victory, that saved us from the wintry tempest drear, which would have whelmed us from Jove's angry sky. 183. But ill can we rejoice, while yet the tear is standing in full many a widow's eye, who weeping and attired in sable, vents throughout all grieving France her loud laments. 'Tis meet King Louis should find new supplies of chiefs by whom his troops may be arrayed, who for the lily's honor shall chastise the hands which so rapaciously have prayed, who brethren, black and white, in shameful wise, have outraged, sister, mother, wife, and maid, and cast on earth Christ's sacrament divine, with the intent to thieve his silver shrine. Hadst thou not made resistance to thy foe, better, Ravenna, had it been for thee, and thou been warned by Brescia's fate, then so thine should Faenza warn and Rimini. O Louis, bid good old Trivulzio go with thine, and to thy band's example be, and tell what ills such license still has bred, heaping our ample Italy with dead. 184. As the illustrious King of France has need of captains to supply his leaders lost, so the two kings who Spain and Afric lead, to give new order to the double host, resolve their bands should muster on the mead, from winter lodgings moved and various post, that they may furnish, as their wants demand, a guide and government to every band. Marsilius first, and after Agramant. 185. Passing it troop by troop their army scan, the Catalonians, who their captain vaunt, In Dorophebus, muster in the van. And next, without their monarch fulvirant, erst killed by good Rinaldo, comes the clan of bold Navarre, whose guideless band to steer the King of Spain appoints Sir Isolier. With Balligantes Leon's race comes on. The Algarbi governed by Grandonio wheel. The brother of Marsilius, Falsiron, brings up with him the power of Les Castile. They follow Matarasso's Gonfalon, who have left Malaga and fair Seville, twixt fruitful Cordova and Cadiz Bay, where through green banks the Betis wins its way. Stordalain, Tessira, and Barracond, after each other, next their forces stirred. This in Granada, that in Lisbon crowned. Majorca was obedient to the third. Larbino had Lisbon ruled, whose golden round was at his death on Tessira conferred. His kinsman he, Galicia came in guide. Or Serpentine, who Maricold supplied. They of Toledo and of Calatrave, who erst with Synagon's broad banner spread, marched, and the multitude who drink and lave their limbs in crystal Guadiana's bed, came thither, under Matalista brave, beneath Bianzerdan, their common head, Astorga, Salamanca, Placenza, with Avila, Zamora, and Palenza, the household troops which guard Marsilia's state, and Saragossa's men, Pharaoh commands. And in this force, well sheathed in mail and plate, bold Malgarine and Balinverno stands. Morgant and Malzarais, whom common fate had both condemned to dwell in foreign lands, who, when dethroned, had to Marsilia's court there hospitably harbored, made resort. Phalican, kind Marsilius bastard, hies with valiant Doricant, amid this horde, Bavarts, Annelard, and Argalies, and Arcadantes, the Sagantine lord. Here, Malagur, in ready cunning wise, and Amarant and Langeron the sword, unsheath, and march, of whom I shall endite, when it is time, their prowess to recite. When so had filed the warlike host of Spain in fair review before King Agramant, appeared King Oran with his martial train, who might almost a giant's stature vaunt. Next they who weep their Martesino, slain by the avenging sword of Bradamant, king of the Garamantes, and lament that woman triumphs in their monarch spent. Marmonda's men next passed the royal Moor, who left Argosto dead on Gascon meads. And this unguided band, like that before, as well as the fourth troop, a captain needs. Although King Agramant has little store of chiefs, he feigns a choice, and thinks, next speeds Buraldo, Ormida, and Arganio tried, where needing, the unordered troops to guide. He gives Arganio charge of Libicane, who wept the sable Dudranasso dead. Brunello guides the men of Tingitain, with cloudy countenance and drooping head, who since he in the wooded mountain chain, nigh where Atlantes dwelt, to her he led. Fair Bradamant, had lost the virtuous ring, had lived in the displeasure of his king, and but that Pharaoh's brother Isolier, who fastened to a stem had found him there, made to King Agramant the truth appear. He from the gallows tree had swung in air. Already fastened was the noose, and near the caitiff's fate, when at the many's prayer the king bade loose him, but reprieving, swore for his first fault to hang, offending more. Thus, not without a cause, Brunello pined, and showed a mournful face, and hung his head. Next Fararontes, to whose care consigned Morina's valiant horse and footmen tread. The new-made King Libanio comes behind, by whom are Constantina's people led. Since Agramant the crown and staff of gold, once Pinadors, had given to him to hold, Hesperia's people come with Soridon, with Dorilon the men of Seta ride. The Nazamonians troop with Pullian. And Agricults is Ammonia's guide. Malabufurso rules o'er Fezant's clan. And Finaduro leads the band supplied by the Canary Islands and Morocco. Balastro fills the place of King Tardaco. Next Mulga and Arzilla's legions too. The first beneath their ancient captains wend. The second troop without a leader, who are given to Coronius, the sovereign's friend. So, late Tanfirians, Almansilla's crew. To a new monarch in Kaishu's Bend. Gatulia is bestowed on Rhymdont. And Casca comes in charge of Balanfront. Ruled by Clorindo, Balga's people go. Who fills the valiant Mirabaldo's post? Him Balaverso, who might have you know. For the worst ribald in that ample host. Succeeded next. I think not, mid that show. The bannered camp a firmer troop could boast than that which followed in Sabrino's care. Nor Saracen than him more wise and ware. Gualciato dead, Bellamarina's crew. His vassals, serve, the sovereign of Algiers. King Rhadamant, of Sarza. That anew brought up a band of foot and cavaliers. Whom, when the cloudy sun his rays withdrew, beneath the centaur and the goat, 186 his spears. There to recruit, was sent to the Afric shore. By Agramant, returned 3 days before. There was no Saracen of bolder strain. Of all the chiefs who Moorish squadrons led. And Paris town, nor is the terror vain. More of the puissant warrior stands in dread than of King Agramant and all the train. Which he, or the renowned Marsilius head. And amid all that mighty muster, more than others, hatred to our faith he bore. Prusian is the Alvaracia's king, below. King Dardanello's flag Zumra's power is ranged. I wot not, if owl or crow, or other bird ill-omened, which from tower or tree croaks future evil, did foreshow to one or to the other, that the hour was fixed in heaven, when on the following day either should perish in this deadly fray. Noricia's men and Tremesines alone were wanting to complete the Paynim host. But in the martial muster sign was none. Nor tale, nor tiding of the squadrons lost. To wondering Agramant alike unknown. What kept the slothful warriors from their post? When of King Tremesines a squire was brought before him, who at large the mischief taught. Who taught how Manilardo was laid low. Alzerdo, and many others, on the plain. Sir, said the bearer of the news, the foe who slew our troop, would all thy camp have slain. If thine assembled host had been more slow than me, who, as it was, escaped with pain. This man slays horse and foot, as in the coat. The wolf makes easy waste of sheep and goat. Where the bold Africans their standards plant. A warrior had arrived some days before. Nor was there in the west, or whole Levant, a knight, with heart or prowess gifted more. To him much grace was done by Agramant, as successor of Agrican, who wore the crown of Tartary, a warrior white. The son the famous Mandricardo hight. Renowned he was for many a glorious quest achieved, and through the world his fame was blown. But him had glorified above the rest. Worth in the Syrian Pheres castle shone, 187. Where mail, which cased the Trojan Hector's breast. 1,000 years before, he made his own. And finished that adventure, strange and fell. A story which breeds terror but to tell. When the squire told his news amid that show of troops, was present Agrican's bold son. Who raised his daring face, resolved to go and find the warrior who the deed had done. But the design he hatched, forbore to show, as making small account of any one, or fearing lest, should he reveal his thought, the quest by other champion might be sought. He of the squire demanded what the vest and bearings, which the valiant stranger wore. Who answered, that he went without a crest, and sable shield and sable surcoat bore. And, sir, 'twas true, for so was Roland Drayest. The old device renounced he had before. For as he mourned within, so he without the symbols of his grief would bear about. Marsilius had to Mandricardo sped as gift, a courser of a chestnut stain, whose legs and mane were sable. He was bred between a Friesland mare and nag of Spain. King Mandricardo, armed from foot to head, leapt on the steed and galloped o'er the plain, and swore upon the camp to turn his back, till he should find the champion clad in black. The king encounters many of the crew, whom good Orlando's arm had put to flight, and some a son, and some a brother rue, who in the rout had perished in their sight. And in the coward's cheek of pallid hue is yet portrayed the sad and craven sprite. Yet, through the fear endured, they far and nigh, pallid, and silent, and insensate fly. Nor he long was had rode, ere he descried a passing cruel spectacle and sore, but which the wondrous feats well testified, that were recounted Agramant before. Now on this hand, now that, the dead he eyed, measured their wounds, and turned their bodies o'er, moved by strange envy of the knight whose hand had strown the champaign with the slaughtered band. As wolf or mastiff dog, who comes the last, where the remains of slaughtered bullock lie, and finds but horn and bones, where rich repast had fed the ravening hound and vulture nigh, glares vainly on the skull, unsmacked. So passed the barbarous Tartar king those bodies by, and grudged, lamenting, like the hungry beast, to have come too late for such a sumptuous feast. That day, and half the next, in search he strayed of him who wore the sable vest and shield, when lo! He saw a mead, o'ertopped with shade, where a deep river wound about the field, with narrow space between the turns it made, where'er from side to side the water wheeled. Even such a spot as this with circling waves, below Otricoli the Tiber laves. Where this deep stream was fordable, he scanned a crowd of cavaliers that armor bore, and these the Paynim questioned, who had manned with such a troop, and to what end the shore? To him replied the captain of the band, moved by his lordly air, and arms he wore, glittering with gold and jewels, costly gear, which showed him an illustrious cavalier. In charge, he said, we of the daughter go of him our king, who fills Granada's throne, espoused by Rhadamant of Sarza, though to fame the tidings are as yet unknown. And we, departing when the sun is low, and the cicala hushed, which now alone is heard, shall bring her where her father keeps. The Spanish camp, meanwhile the lady sleeps. He who for scorn had daft the world aside, designs to see at once, how able were those horsemen to defend the royal bride, committed by their sovereign to their care. The maid, by what I hear, is fair, he cried. Fain would I now be certified, how fair. Then me to her, or her to me convey. For I must quickly wend another way. Thou needs art raving mad, replied in few the chief, nor more, but with his lance in rest. The Tartar monarch at the speaker flew, and with the levelled spear transfixed his breast. For the point pierced the yielding corslet through, and lifeless he, perforce, the champaign pressed. The son of Agrican his lance regained, who weaponless without the spear remained. Now sword nor club the warlike Tartar bore, since, when the Trojan Hector's plate and chain he gained, because the falchion lacked, he swore to this obliged. Nor swore the king in vain, that save he won the blade Orlando wore. He would no other grasp, that Durindane, held in high value by Almontes bold, which Roland bears, and Hector bore of old. Great is the Tartar monarch's daring, those at such a disadvantage to essay. He pricks, with levelled lance, among his foes, shouting, in fury, who shall bar my way? Round and about him suddenly they close. These draw the falchion, and those others lay the spear in rest, a multitude he slew, before his lance was broke upon the crew. When this he saw was broke, the truncheon sound, and yet entire, he took, both hands between, and with so many bodies strewed the ground, that direr havoc never yet was seen. And as with that jawbone, by hazard found, the Hebrew Samson slew the Philistines, crushed helm and shield, and often side by side, slain by the truncheon, horse and rider died. In running to their death the wretches vie, nor cease because their comrades perish near. Yet bitterer in such a mode to die, than death itself, does to the troop appear. They grudge to forfeit precious life, and lie crushed by the fragment of a broken spear, and think foul scorn beneath the pounding stake. Strangely to die the death of frog or snake. But after they at their expense had read that it was ill to die in any way, and near 2/3 were now already dead, the rest began to fly in disarray, as if with what was his the vanquished fled. The cruel Paynim, cheated of his prey, ill bore that any, from the murderous strife of that scared rabble, should escape with life. As in the well-dried fun or stubble land, short time the stalk endures, or stridulous reed, against the flames, which careful rustic's hand scatters when Boreas blows the fires to feed. What time they take, and by the north wind fanned, crackle and snap, and through the furrow speed. No otherwise, with little profit, those King Mandricardo's kindled wrath oppose. When afterwards he marks the entrance free, left ill-secured, and without sentinel, he, following prince, which had been recently marked on the mead, proceeds amid the swell of loud laments, Granada's dame to see, if she as beauteous were as what they tell. He wound his way, mid corpses, where the wave, winding from side to side, a passage gave, and in the middle of the mead surveyed Doralis, such the gentle lady's name, 188, who, at the root of an old ash tree laid, bemoaned her, fast her lamentations came, and tears, like plenteous vein of water, strayed into the beauteous bosom of the dame, who, so it from her lovely face appeared, for others mourned, while for herself she feared. Her fear increased when she approaching spied him foul with blood, and marked his felon cheer, and piercing shrieks the very sky divide, raised by herself and followers, in their fear. For over and above the troop who guide the fair Infanta, squire and cavalier, came ancient men and matrons in her train, and maids, the fairest of Granada's reign. When that fair face by him of Tartary is seen, which has no paragon in Spain, where amid tears, in laughter what were she? Is twisted love's inextricable chain. He knows not if in heaven or earth he be, nor from his victory reaps other gain than yielding up himself a thrall to her. He knows not why, who was his prisoner. Yet not so far his courtesy he strained, that he would lose his labor's fruit, although the royal damsel showed, who sorely plained such grief as women in despair can show. He, who the hope within him entertained to turn to sovereign joy her present woe, would wholly bear her off, whom having placed on a white jennet, he his way retraced. He dames, maids, ancient men, and others, who had from Granada with the damsel fared, kindly dismissed, their journey to pursue, saying, my care suffices. I of guard, of guide, of handmaid will the office do, to serve her in her every need prepared. Farewell. And thus unable to withstand the wrong, with tears and sighs withdrew the band, saying, how woebegone will be her sire, when he the miserable case shall hear. What grief will be the bridegroom's, what his ire, how dread the vengeance of that cavalier, when so the ladies need such help require. Alas! And why is not the champion near, to save the illustrious blood of Stordelane, ere the thief bears her farther hence, from stain? The Tartar, joying in the prize possiest, which he by chance and valor won and wore, to find the warrior of the sable vest, seemed not to have the haste he had before, and stopped and loitered, where he whilom pressed, and cast about and studied evermore, to find some fitting shelter, with desire, in quiet to exhale such amorous fire. Daralis he consoled this while, whose eyes and cheek were wetted with the frequent tear, and many matters feigned and flattering lies. How, known by fame, he long had held her dear, and how his country in glad realm, whose sighs shamed others, praised for grandeur far and near, he quitted, not for sight of France or Spain, but to behold that cheek of lovely grain. If a man merits love by loving, I yours by my love deserve. If it is one by birth, who boasts a genealogy like me, the puissant Agricano's son, by riches, who with me in wealth can vie, that in dominion yield to God alone, by courage, I today, I ween, have proved that I for courage merit to be loved. These words, and many others on his part, love frames and dictates to the Tartar knight, which sweetly tend to cheer the afflicted heart of the unhappy maid, disturbed with fright. By these fear first was laid, and next the smart, sheathed of that woe, which had nigh pierced her sprite. And with more patience thence the maid began to hear, and her new lover's reason scan. Next much more affable, with courteous lore, seasoning her answers to his suit, replies, nor looking at the king, sometimes forbore to fix upon his face her pitying eyes. The Paynim thence, whom love had smote before, not hopeful now, but certain, of his prize, deemed that the lovely damsel would not still, as late, be found rebellious to his will, riding in her glad company afield, which so rejoiced his soul, so satisfied, and being near the time, when to their bield, warned by the chilly night, all creatures hide, seeing the sun now low and half concealed, the warrior, gone in greater hurry ride, until he heard reed pipe and whistle sound, and next saw farm and cabin smoking round. Pastoral lodgings were the dwellings near, less formed for show, than for conveniency, and the young damsel and the cavalier, the herdsman welcomed with such courtesy, that both were pleasured by his kindly cheer. For not alone dwells hospitality in court and city, but ofttimes we find in loft and cottage men of gentle kind. What afterwards was done at close of day between the damsel and the Tartar lord, I will not take upon myself to say, so leave to each, at pleasure, to award. But as they rose the following morn more gay, it would appear they were of fair accord, and on the swain who them such honor showed, her thanks at parting Daralis bestowed. Thence from one place to the other wandering, they find themselves by a river, as they go, which to the sea in silence wins its way, and ill could be pronounced to stand or flow, so clear and limpid, that the cheerful day, with naught to intercept it, pierced below, upon its bank, beneath a cooling shade, They found 2 warriors and a damsel laid. Now lofty fancy, which one course to run permits not, calls me hence in sudden wise. And thither I return, where paynims stun fair France with hosel din and angry cries. About the tent, wherein Troiano's son they holy empire in his wrath defies. And boastful Rhodamont, with vengeful doom, gives Paris to the flames, and levels Rome. Tidings had reached the Moorish sovereign's ear that the English had already passed the sea. And he bade Garbo's aged king appear, Marsilius, and his heads of chivalry, who all advised the monarch to prepare for the assault of Paris. They may be assured they in the storm will never thrive, unless 'tis made before the aids arrive. Innumerable ladders for the scale had been collected upon every hand, and plank and beam, and hurdles twisted mail, for different uses, at the king's command. And bridge and boat, and, what might more avail than all the rest, a first and second band. For the assault, so bids the monarch, form, who will himself go forth with them that storm. The emperor, on the vigil of the day of battle, within Paris, everywhere, by priest and friar of orders black and grey and white, bade celebrate mass rite and prayer. And those who had confessed, a fair array, and from the Stygian demons rescued were, communicated in such fashions, all as if they were the ensuing day to fall. At the high church, he, girt with paladin, and preachers of the word, and barons brave, with much devotion at those acts divine, assisted, and a fair example gave. And there with folded hands and face supine, exclaimed, O Lord, although my sins be grave, permit not, that, in this their utmost need, thy people suffer for their king's misdeed. And if that they should suffer is thy will, and that they should do penance undergo, at least delay thy purpose to fulfill, so that thine enemies deal not the blow. For, when 'tis given him in his wrath to kill us who are deemed thy friends, the paynim foe, that thou art without power to save, will cry, because thou lett'st thy faithful people die. And, for one faithless found, against thy sway, 100 shall throughout the world rebel, so that false Babel's law will have its way, and thus thy blessed faith put down and quell. Defend thy suffering people. Who are they that purged thy tomb from heathen hounds and fell, and many times and oft, by foes offended, thy holy church and vicars have defended, that our deserts unfitting are to place? The scale against our mighty debt, I know, nor pardon can we hope, if we retrace our sinful lives. But if thou shouldst bestow in aid, the gift of thy redeeming grace, the account is quit and balanced, that we owe. Nor can we of thy succor, Lord, despair, while we in mind thy saving mercy bear. So spake the holy emperor aloud, in humbleness of heart and deep contrition, and added other prayers withal, and vowed what fitted his great needs and high condition. Now was his supplication disallowed, for his good genius hears the king's petition. Best of the seraphs he, who spreads his wings, and to the Saviour's feet this offering brings. Infinite other prayers as well preferred were, by like couriers, to the Godhead's ear so borne, which when the blessed spirits heard, they all together gazed, with pitying cheer, on their eternal, loving Lord, and, stirred with one desire, besought that he would hear the just petition, to his ears conveyed, of this his Christian people, seeking aid, and the ineffable goodness, who in vain was never sought by faithful heart, an eye full of compassion, raised, and from the train waved Michael, and to the archangel, high to seek the Christian host that crossed the main, and lately furled their sails in Picardy. These so conduct to Paris, that their tramp and noise be heard not in the hostile camp. Find silence first, and bid him, on my part, on this emprise attend thee, at thy side, since he for such a quest, with happiest art, will know what is most fitting to provide. Next, where she sojourns, instantly impart to discord my command, that she, supplied with steel and tinder, mid the Paynims go, and fire and flame in their encampment blow, and throughout those among them, who are said to be the mightiest, spread such strife, that they together may contend, and that some dead remain, some hurt, some taken in the fray, and some to leave the camp, by wrath, be led, so that they yield their sovereign little stay. Nothing the blessed winged one replies, but swoops descending from the starry skies. Where'er the angel Michael turns his wing, the clouds are scattered and the sky turns bright. About his person forms a golden ring, as we see summer lightning gleam at night. This while the courier of the heavenly King thinks, on his way, where he may best alight, with the intent to find that foe to speech, to whom he first his high behest would teach. Upon the thought the posting angel brooded, where he, for whom he sought was used to dwell, who after thinking much, at last concluded, him he should find in church or convent cell, where social speech is in such mode excluded, that silence, where the cloistered brethren swell their anthems, where they sleep, and where they sit at meat, and everywhere in fine is writ, weening that he shall find him here, he plies with greater speed his plumes of gilded scale, and deems as well that peace, here guested, lies, and charity and quiet, without fail, but finds he is deceived in his surmise, as soon as he has passed the cloister's pale. Here silence is not, nor, 'tis said, is found longer, except in writing, on this ground. Nor here he love, nor here he peace surveys, piety, quiet, or humility. Here dwelt they once, but 'twas in ancient days, chased hence by avarice, anger, gluttony, pride, envy, sloth, and cruelty. In amaze, the angel mused upon such novelty. He narrowly the hideous squadron eyed, and discord too amid the rest espied. Even her, to whom the eternal Sire as well, having found silence, bade him to repair. He had believed he to Avernus cell, where she was harbored with the damned, must fare, and now discerned her in this other hell. Who would believe it, amid mass and prayer? Strange Michael thought to see her there enshrined, whom he believed he must go far to find. Her by her party-colored vest he knew, unequal strips and many formed the gown, which, opening with her walk, or wind that blew, now showed, now hid her, for they were unsewn. Her hair appeared to be at strife in hue, like silver and like gold, and black and brown, part in a tress, in ribbon part compassed. Some on her shoulders flowed, some on her breast. Examinations, summons, and a store of writs and letters of attorney, she and hearings, in her hands and bosom bore, and consultation, and authority, weapons, from which the substance of the poor can never safe in walled city be. Before, behind her, and about her, wait attorney, notary, and advocate. Her Michael calls to him, and give command, that she among the strongest Paynims go, and find occasion whence amid the band warfare and memorable scathe may grow. He next from her of silence makes demand, who of his motions easily might know, as one who from one land to the other hied, kindling and scattering fire on either side. I recollect not ever to have viewed Him anywhere, quoth Discord in reply. But oft have heard him mentioned, and for shrewd. Greatly commended by the general cry. But fraud, who makes one of this multitude? And who has sometimes kept him company? I think, can furnish news of him to thee. And, pointing with her finger, that is she. With pleasing mien, grave walk, and decent vest. Fraud rolled her eyeballs humbly in her head. And such benign and modest speech posseist. She might a Gabriel seem who Ave said. 189. Foul was she and deformed, in all the rest. But with a mantle long and widely spread. Concealed her hideous parts, and evermore. Beneath the stole a poisoned dagger wore. Of her the good archangel made demand. What way in search of silence to pursue? Who said, he with the virtues once was scanned. Nor dwelt elsewhere. I guessed it by the crew. Of Benedict, or blessed Elias band. When abbeys and when convent cells were new. And whilom in the schools long time did pass. With sage Archytas and Pythagoras. But those philosophers and saints of yore. Extinguished, who had been his former stay. From the good habits he had used before. He passed to evil ones. Began to stray. Changing his life, at night with lovers, bore thieves' company, and sinned in every way. He oftentimes consorts with treason. Further, I even have beheld him leagued with murder. With coiners him you oftentimes may see. Harbor in some obscure and close repair. So oft he changes home and company. To light on him would be a fortune rare. Yet have I hope to point him out to thee. If to sleep's house thou wilt at midnight fare, him wilt thou surely find, for to repose. At night he ever to that harbor goes. Though fraud was alway wont to deal in lies. So like the simple truth appears her say. The angel yields the tale belief. And flies forth from the monastery without delay. Tempers his speed, and schemes withal in wise. To finish at the appointed time his way. That at the house of sleep, the mansion blind. Full well he knew, this silence he may find. In blessed Arabia lies a pleasant vale. Removed from village and from city's reach. By two fair hills o'ershadowed is the dale. And full of ancient fir and sturdy beech. Thither the circling sun without a veil conveys the cheerful daylight, for no breach. The rays can make through boughs spread thickly round. And it is here a cave runs underground. Beneath the shadow of this forest deep. Into the rock there runs a grotto wide. Here widely wandering, ivy suckers creep. About the cavern's entrance multiplied. Harbored within this grot lies heavy sleep. Ease, corpulent and gross, upon this side. Upon that, sloth, on earth has made her seat. Who cannot go, and hardly keeps her feet. Mindless oblivion at the gate is found. Who lets none enter, and aniizes none. Nor message hears or bears, and from that ground. Without distinction chases every one. While silence plays the scout and walks his round. Equipped with shoes of felt and mantle brown. And motions from a distance all who meet. Him on his circuit, from the dim retreat. The angel him approaches quietly. And, 'tis God's bidding, whispers in his ear. That thou Rinaldo and his company. Brought in his sovereign's aid. To Paris steer. But that thou do the deed so silently. That not a Saracen their cry shall hear. So that their army come upon the foe. Ere he from fame of their arrival know. Silence to him no otherwise replied. Then signing with his head that he obeyed. And took his post behind the heavenly guide. Both at one flight to Picardy conveyed. The angel moved those bands of valor tried. And short to them a tedious distance made. Whom he to Paris safe transports, while none is conscious that a miracle is done. Silence the advancing troop kept skirting round. In front, and flank, and rear of the array. Above the band he spread a mist profound. And everywhere beside, 'twas lightsome day. Nor through the impeding fog the shrilling sound of horn was heard, without, or trumpet's bray. He next the hostile Paynims went to find. And with I know not what made deaf and blind. While with such haste his band Rinaldo led, that him an angel well might seem to guide. And in such silence moved, that naught was said or heard of this upon the Paynim side. King Agramant his infantry had spread throughout fair Paris suburbs, and beside the fosse, and underneath the walls, that day, to make upon the place his worst essay. He who the Moorish monarch's force would tell, which Charlemagne this day will have to meet, in wooded Apennine might count as well the trees upon its back, or waves that beat, what time the troubled waters highest swell against the Mauritanian Atlas feet, or watch at midnight with how many eyes the furtive works of lovers heaven espies, the larum bells, loud sounding through the air, stricken with frequent blows, the town affray, and in the crowded temples everywhere, movement of lips and hands upraised to pray, are seen, if treasure seem to God so fair as to our foolish thoughts. Upon this day, the holy consistory had bid mold their every statue upon earth in gold. Lamenting may be heard the aged just, in that they were reserved for such a woe, calling those happy that in sacred dust were buried many and many a year ago. But the bold youths who, valiant and robust, small thought upon the approaching ills bestow, scorning their elders' counsel, here and there, hurrying, in fury, to the walls repair. Here might you paladin and baron ken, king, duke, and marquis, count and chivalry, and soldier, foreigner or citizen, ready for honor and for Christ to die, who, eager to assail the Saracen, on Charlemagne to lower the bridges cry. He witnesses with joy their martial heat, but to permit their sally deems not meet. And them he ordered in convenient post the advance of the barbarians to impede. For this would ill suffice a numerous host. To that he was content that few should speed. Some worked at the machines, some wildfire tossed. All ranged according to the separate need. Charles, never in one place, with restless care, provides defense and succor everywhere. Paris is seated on a spacious plain. The midst, the heart of France, more justly say. A stream flows into it, and forth again. But first, the passing waters, as they stray, an island form, and so secure the main and better part, dividing on their way. The other 2, 3 separate quarters note. Within the river girds, without the moat. The town, whose walls for miles in circuit run, might well have been attacked from many a side. Yet, for he would assail it but on one, nor willingly his scattered troops divide. Westward beyond the stream Troiano's son retired, from thence the assailing bands to guide. In that, he neither city had nor plain behind, but what was his, as far as Spain, where'er the walls of Paris wound about. Large ammunition had King Charles purveyed, strengthening with dike each quarter held in doubt, and had within trench, drain, and casemate made, and where the river entered and went out, had thickest chains across the channel laid. But most of all, his prudent cares appear, where there is greatest cause for present fear. With eyes of Argus, Pepin's valiant son, where Agramant was bent to storm foresaw, and everything forestalled, ere yet begun, by the bold followers of Mahound's law. With Isilier, Grandonio, Falsiron, Serpentin, Balligantes, and Ferrau, and what beside he out of Spain had led. Marsilius was in arms, their valiant head. With old Sobrino, on the left of Seine. Pullian and Dardanel d'Almontes meet. With Oran's giant king, to swell the train. 6 cubits is the prince, from head to feet. But why move I my pen with greater pain than these men move their arms? For in his heat, King Rhadamant exclaims, blaspheming sore. Nor can contain his furious spirit more. As swarming to assail the pastoral bowl. With sound of stridulous wing, through summer sky. Or relics of a feast, their luscious dole. Repair the ready numbers of the fly. As starlings to the vineyard's crimsoning pole. With the ripe clusters charged, heaven's concave high. Filling, as they advanced, with noise and shout. Fast hurried to the storm the Moorish rout. Upon their walls the Christians in array. With lance, sword, axe, and wildfire tossed. The assaulted city guard without dismay. And little reck the proud barbarians boast. Nor when death snatches this or that away, does any one in fear refuse his post. Into the fosse below the Paynim foes. Return, amid a storm of strokes and blows. Nor in this was his iron plied alone. But mighty masses and whole bulwarks fall. And top of tower, huge piece of bastion. And with much toil disrupted, solid wall. While streams of boiling water pouring down. Insufferably the advancing Paynim's gull. An ill-resisted rain, which, in despite of helmet, makes its way, and blinds the sight. And this than iron spear offended more. Then how much more the mist of lime dust fine. Then how the emptied vessel, burning sore. With nitre, sulphur, pitch, and turpentine. Nor idle lie the fiery hoops in store 190. Which, wreathed about with flaming tresses, shine. These at the foemen scaled, upon all hands. Form cruel garlands for the Paynim bands. Meanwhile, up to the walls the second crew. Fierce Sarza's king was driven. Accompanied by bold Orlando and Buraldo, who the Garamantes and Marmanda guide. Clorindo and Loredano, nor from view, it seems, will Seta's valiant monarch hide. Morocco's king and he of Cosco go. With these, that men their martial worth may know. With crimson Rhadamant his banner stains. And in the vermeil field a lion shows. Who, bit by a maid, to curb and reins. His savage mouth disdains not to unclose. Himself in the submissive lion feigns. The haughty Rhadamant, and would suppose. In her who curbs him with the bit and string. Duralis, daughter to Granada's king. Whom Mandricardo took, as I before related, and from whom, and in what wise. Even she it was, whom Sarza's monarch more loved than his realm, beyond his very eyes. And valor showed for her and courteous lore. Not knowing yet she was another's prize. If he had, then, first, the story known. Even what he did that day, he would have done. At once the foes 1,000 ladders rear. Against the wall by the assailants shored. 2 mannered each round, the second, in the rear. Urged on by the first, the third the second gored. One mounts the wall through valor, one through fear. And all attempt perforce the dangerous ford. For cruel Rhadamant, of Argier, slays. Or smites the wretched laggard who delays. 'Tis thus, mid fire and ruin, all essay to mount the wall, but others to assure themselves, some safer passage seek, where they will have least pain and peril to endure. Rhadamant only scorns by any way to wend, except by what is least secure. And in that desperate case, where others made their offerings, cursed the god to whom they prayed. He in a cuirass, hard and strong, was drayest. A dragon skin it was with scaly quilt, which erst secured the manly back and breast. Of his bold ancestor, that Babel built, who hoped the rule of heaven from God to rest, and him would from his golden dome have split. Perfect, and for this end alone, were made helmet and shield as well as trenchant blade. Nor Rhodomont to Nimrod yields in might. Proud and untamed, and who would not forbear to scale the lofty firmament till night, could he in this wide world descry the stair. He stood not, he, to mark the bulwark's plight, nor if the fosse of certain bottom were. He passed, ran, rather flew across the moat, plunging in filth and water to his throat, dripping and foul with water and with weeds, mid fire and stone, and arbalests, and bows. On drives the chief, as through the marshy reeds. The wild swine of our own Mallia 191 goes, who makes large daylight wheresoe'er he speeds, parting the sedge with breast and tusk and nose. The Paynim, safe in buckler lifted high, scorns not the wall alone, but braves the sky. Rhodomont has no sooner gained the shore than on the wooden bartizan he stands. Within the city walls, a bridge that bore, roomy and large, King Charles's Christian bands. 192. Here many a skull is riven, here men take more than monkish tonsure at the warrior's hands. Heads fly and arms, and to the ditch a flood runs streaming from the wall of crimson blood. He drops the shield, and with two-handed sway, wielding his sword, Duke Arnulf he offends, who came from whence, into the briny bay, the water of the rapid Rhine descends. No better than the sulphur keeps away the advancing flame, the wretch his life defends. He his last shudder gives, and tumbles dead, cleft downwards, a full palm from neck and head. At one backstroke Sir Spinalocho true, Anselmo, Prando, and old Drado fell. The narrow place and thickly swarming crew make the wide circling blow so fully tell. The first half Flemings were, the residue are Normans, who the list of slaughter swell. Orgetto of Maganza, he from brow to breast divides, and thence to paunch below. Down from the wall Andropono and Moskine he cast into the ditch, a priest the first. The second, but a worshipper of wine, drained, at a draught, whole runlets in his thirst. I wanted simple water to decline, like viper's blood or venom, now immersed. In this, he perishes amid that slaughter. And, what breeds most affliction, dies by water. Louis the Provençal is cleft in two. Arnold of Thulaus through the breast before. Hubert of Tours, Sir Dionysius, Hugh, and Claude, pour forth their ghosts in reeking gore. Odo, Ambaldo, Satellin and Sue, and Walter next, of Paris are the four. With others, that by me unmentioned fall, who cannot tell the name and land of all. The crowd, by Rhodomont of Sarza led 193. The ladders lift, and many places scale. Here the Parisians make no further head, who find their first defense of small avail. Full well they know that danger more to dread within awaits the foemen who assail. Because between the wall and second mound a fosse descends, wide, horrid, and profound. Besides, that ours, with those upon the height, war from below, like valiant men and stout. New files succeed to those who fall in fight, where, on the interior summit, stand the rout, who gall with lances, and a whistling flight of darts, the mighty multitude without. Many of whom, I ween, that post would shun, if it were not for royal Julian's son. 194. But he still heartened some, and chid the rest, and forced them forward to their sore alarm. One Paynim's head he cleft, and others breast, who turned about to fly. And of the swarm, some shoved and pushed and to the encounter pressed, close grappled by the collar, hair, or arm. And downwards from the wall such numbers threw. The ditch was all too narrow for the crew. While so the foes descend, or rather fling themselves into the perilous profound, and thence by many ladders try to spring upon the summit of the second mound. King Rhodamant, as if he had a wing upon his every member, from the ground upraised his weight, and vaulted clean across, loaded with all his arms, the yawning fosse. The moat of 30 feet, not less, he cleared, as dexterously as leaps the greyhound fleet. Nor at his lighting louder noise was heard than if he had worn felt beneath his feet. He now of this, now that, the mantle sheared, as though of pewter, not of iron beat, or rather of soft rind their arms had been. So matchless was his force and sword so keen. This while, not idle, those of ours had laid snares in the inner moat, a well-charged mine, where broom and thick fascines, all overpaid, with swarthy pitch, in plenty intertwine. Yet is not this by any eye surveyed, though they from bank to bank that hollow line, filling the bottom well nigh to the brink, and countless vessels the defenders sink, charged with saltpetre, oil, or sulphur pale, one and the other, or with such like gear, while ours, intent the paynims that assail the town, should pay their daring folly dear, who from the ditch on different parts would scale the inner bulwark's platform, when they hear the appointed signal which their comrades raise, set, at fit points, the wildfire in a blaze. For that the moat was full from side to side, the scattered flames united into one, and mounted to such height, they well nigh dried the watery bosom of the moon. A dun and dismal cloud above extending wide dimmed every glimpse of light, and hid the sun. A fearful crash, with a continued sound, like a long peal of thunder, shook the ground. A horrid concert, a rude harmony of deep lament, and yell and shriek, which came from those poor wretches in extremity, perishing through their furious leader's blame, was heard, as in strange concord, to agree with the fierce crackling of the murderous flame. No more of this, no more. Here, sir, I close my canto, hoarse, and needing short repose. Canto. Chapter 15. Round about Paris everywhere are spread the assailing hosts of Africa and Spain. Astolfo home by Logestilla sped, binds first Caligarance with his chain. Next from Orello's trunk divides the head, with whom Sir Aquilant had warred in vain. And Griffin bold, next Sansonet discerns ill tidings of his lady Griffin learns. Though conquest fruit of skill or fortune be, to conquer always is a glorious thing. 'Tis true, indeed, a bloody victory is to a chief less honor wont to bring. And that fair field is famed eternally, and he who wins it merits worshipping, who, saving from all harm his own, without loss to his followers, puts the foe to rout. You, sir, earned worthy praise, when you o'erbore the lion of such might by sea, and so did by him, where he guarded either shore, from Franciolino to the mouth of Pa. That I, though yet again I heard him roar, if you were present, should my fear forego. How fields are fitly won was then made plain. For we were rescued, and your foemen slain. 195. This was the Paynim little skilled to do, who was but daring to his proper loss, and to the moat impelled his meany, who one and all perished in the burning fosse. The mighty gulf had not contained the crew, but that, devouring those who sought to cross them into dust the flame reduced, that room might be for all within the crowded tomb. Of 20,000 warriors thither sent, died 19,000 in the fiery pit, who to the fosse descended, ill content. But so their leader willed, of little wit. Extinguished amid such a blaze, and spent by the devouring flame the Christians lit. And Rhodomont, occasion of their woes, exempted from the mighty mischief goes. For he to the inner bank, by foes possiest, across the ditch had vaulted wondrously. Had he within it been, among the rest, it sure had been his last assault. His eye he turns, and when the wildfires, which infest the infernal vale, he sees ascend so high, and hears his people's moan and dying screams, with imprecations dread he heaven blasphemes. This while a band King Agramant had brought, to make a fierce assault upon a gate. For while the cruel battle here was fought, wherein so many sufferers met their fate, this haply unprovided had he thought, with fitting guard, upon the monarch wait. King Bambarego, mid his knights of price, and Baliverso, sink of every vice, and Coronius of Mulga, Prussian, the wealthy monarch of the blessed isles, Malabuferzo, he who fills the throne of Fez, where a perpetual summer smiles, and other noble lords, and many a one, well armed and tried, and others, mid their files, naked, and base, whose hearts in martial fields had found no shelter from 1,000 shields. But all things counter to the hopes ensue of Agramant upon his side. Within, in person, girded by a gallant crew, is Charlemagne with many a paladin, Ogre the Duke, King Salomon, the two Guidos are seen, and either Angelin, Bavaria's Duke 196 and Ganelon are here. Avino, Avolio, Otho, and Berlinguer. And of inferior count withal, a horde of Lombards, French, and Germans, without end, who, every one, in presence of his lord, to rank among the valiantest contend. This will I in another place record, who here a mighty duke perforce attend, who signs to me from far, and prays that I will not omit him in my history. 'Tis time that I should measure back my way thither, where I Astolfo left of yore, who, in long exile, loathing more to stay, burnt with desire to tread his native shore, as hopes to him had given the sober fay, who quelled Alcina by her better lore. She with all care would send the warrior back by the securest and the freest track, and thus by her a bark is fitted out. A better galley never ploughed the sea, and Logistilla wills, for I in doubt of hindrance from Alcina's treachery, that good Andronica, with squadron stout, and chaste Sophrosina, with him shall be, till to the Arabian Sea, beneath their care, or to the Persian Gulf he safe repair. By Scyth and Indian she prefers the pier, should coast, and by the Nabatean reign, content he, after such a round, should veer for Persian Gulf, or Erythraean main, rather than for that boreal palace steer, where angry winds I vex the rude domain, so ill at seasons, favored by the sun, that there, 4 months together, light is none. Next, when she all in readiness espied her license to depart, the prudent fay accorded to the Duke, first fortified with counsel as to things too long to say, and that he might no more by charms be stayed in place from whence he could not wend his way, him with a useful book and fair purveyed, and ever for her love to where it prayed, how man should guard himself from magic cheats. The book instructed, which the fay bestowed, at the end or the beginning, where it treats of such, an index and appendix showed. Another gift, which in its goodly feats all other gifts excelled, to her he owed. This was a horn, which made whatever wight should hear its clang betake himself to flight. I say, the horn is of such horrid sound, That, wheresoe'er 'tis heard, all fly for fear. Nor in the world is one of heart so sound that would not fly, should he the bugle hear. Wind, thunder, and the shock which rives the ground, come not, in aught, the hideous clangor near. With thanks did the good Englishman receive the gift, and of the fairy took his leave. Quitting the port and smoother waves, they stand to sea, with favouring wind which blows astern, and, coasting, round the rich and populous land of odoriferous Ind the vessels turn, opening 1,000 isles on either hand, scattered about that sea, till they discern the land of Thomas. Here the pilot veers his ready tiller, and more northward steers. Point 197. Astolfo, furrowing that ocean hoar, marks, as he coasts, the wealthy land at ease. Ganges amid the widening waters roar, nigh skirting now the golden Chersonese. Taprobana with Cori next, and sees the frith which chafes against its double shore, makes distant Cochin, and with favouring wind issues beyond the boundaries of Ind. 198. Scouring at large broad ocean, with a guide so faithful and secure, the cavalier questions Andronica, if from that side, named from the westering sun, of this our sphere, bark, which with oars or canvas stemmed the tide, on eastern sea was wanted to appear, and could a wight, who loosed from Indian strand, reach France or Britain, without touching land. Andronica to England's Duke replies, know that this earth is girt about with seas, and all to one another yield supplies, whether the circling waters boil or freeze. But, since the Ethiops land before us lies, extending southward many long degrees, across his waters, someone has supposed a barrier here to Neptune interposed. Hence bark from this Levant of Ind is none which ways, to shape her course for Europe's shore, nor navigates from Europe any one our oriental regions to explore, fain to retrace alike the course begun by the midland, extending wide before, weening, its limits of such length appear that it must join another hemisphere. But in the course of circling years I view, from farthest lands which catch the western ray, new Argonauts put forth, and Typhus new, opening, till now an undiscovered way. Others I see coast Afric, and pursue so far the Negro's burning shore, that they pass the far sign, from whence, on his return, the sun moves hither, leaving Capricorn. 199. And find the limit of this length of land, which makes a single sea appear as two, who, scouring in their frigates every strand, pass Ind in Arab isles, or Persian through. Others I see who leave, on either hand, the banks, which stout Alcides cleft in two, and in the manner of the circling sun, to seek new lands and new creations run. The imperial flags and holy cross I know, fixed on the verdant shore, see some upon the shattered barks keep guard, and others go afield, by whom new countries will be won. 10 chase 1,000 of the flying foe, realms beyond Ind subdued by Aragon, and see all, wheresoe'er the warriors wend, to the 5th Charles's triumphant captains bend. That this way should be hidden was God's will of old, and ere 'twas known long time should run. Nor will he suffer its discovery, till the 6th and 7th century be done. And he delays his purpose to fulfill, in that he would subject the world to one, the justest and most fraught with prudent lore, or emperors, since Augustus, or before. Of Aragon and Austria's blood I see, on the left bank of Rhine a monarch bred. No sovereign is so famed in history, of all whose goodly deeds are heard or read, Astrea re-enthroned by him will be. Rather restored to life, long seeming dead. And virtues with her into exile sent. By him shall be recalled from banishment. 200. For such desert, heaven's bounty not alone designs he should the imperial garland bear. Augustus, Trajan's, Mark's, Severus, crown. But that of every farthest land should wear. Which here and there extends, as yet unknown. Yielding no passage to the sun and year. And wills that in his time Christ's scattered sheep should be one flock, beneath one shepherd's keep. And that this be accomplished with more ease. Writ in the skies from all eternity. Captains, invincible by lands and seas, shall heavenly providence to him supply. I mark Hernando Cortez bring, mid these new cities under Caesar's dynasty, and kingdoms in the Orient so remote, that we of these in India have no note. 201. With Prospero Colonna, puissant peer, a Marquis of Pescara I behold. A youth of Guasto next, who render dear Hesperia to the flowered Alus of gold. I see prepared to enter the career. This third, who shall the laurel win and hold. As a good horse before the rest will dart. And first attain the goal, though last to start. 202. I see such faith, such valor in the deeds of young Alfonso, such his name, Confiest. He in his unripe age, nor he exceeds his 6th and 20th year, at Caesar's hest. A mighty trust, the imperial army leads. Saving which, Caesar not alone the rest of his fair empire saves, but may the world reduce, with ensigns by this chief unfurled. As with these captains, where the way by land is free, he spreads the ancient empire's sway. So on the sea, which severs Europe's strand from Afric, open to the southern day, when with good Doria linked in friendly band, victorious he shall prove in every fray. This is that Andrew Doria who will sweep from pirates, on all sides, your midland deep. Pompey, though he chased rovers everywhere, was not his peer. For ill the thievish brood, vanquished by him, in puissance, could compare with the most mighty realm that ever stood. But Doria singly will of the corsair, with his own forces purge the briny flood. So that I see each continent and isle quake at his name, from Calpe to the Nile. Beneath the faith, beneath the warrantry of the redoubt chief, of whom I say, I see Charles enter fertile Italy, to which this captain clears the monarch's way. But on his country, not himself, that fee shall he bestow, which is his labor's pay, and beg her freedom, where himself perchance another would to sovereign rule advance. 203. The pious love he bears his native land honors him more than any battle's gain, which Julius ever won on Afric's strand, or in thine isle 204 France, Thessaly, or Spain. Nor great Octavius does more praise command, nor Anthony who jousted for the reign with equal arms, in that the wrong outweighs done to their native land, their every praise. Let these, and every other wight who tries to subject a free country, blush for shame, nor dare in face of man to lift his eyes, where he hears Andrew Doria's honored name. To him I see Charles other meed supplies, for he beside his leader's common claim bestows upon the chief the sumptuous state, whence Norman bands their power in Puglia date. 205. Not only to this captain courtesy shall Charles display, still liberal of his store, but to all those who for the empery in his emprises have not spared their gore. Him to bestow a town, a realm, I see, upon a faithful friend, rejoicing more, and on all such as have good service done. then a new kingdom and new empire won. Thus of the victories, by land and main, which, when long course of years shall be complete, Charles's worthy captains for their lord will gain. Andronica did with Astolfo treat. This while, now loosening, tightening now, the rein on the eastern winds, which blow upon their feet, making this serve or that, her comrade stands, while the blasts rise or sink as she commands. This while they saw, as for their port they made, how wide the Persian sea extends to sight, whence in few days the squadron was conveyed, nigh the famed gulf from ancient Magi height, 206. Here they found harborage, and here were stayed their wandering barks, which stern to shore were dight, secure from danger from Alcina's wrath. The Duke by land continued hence his path. He pricks through many a field and forest blind, by many a vale and many a mountain grey, where robbers, now before and now behind, oft threat the pier by night or open day. Lion and dragon oft of poisonous kind, and other savage monsters cross his way. But he no sooner has his bugle wound, than these are scared and scattered by the sound. Through Araby the blest he fares, where grow thickets of myrrh, and gums odorous ooze, where the sole phoenix makes her nest, although the world is all before her where to choose. And to the avenging sea which whelmed the foe of Israel, his way the Duke pursues, in which King Pharaoh and his host were lost, from whence he to the land of heroes crossed. 207. Astolfo along Trajan's channel goes, 208. Upon that horse which has no earthly peer, and moves so lightly, that the soft sand shows no token of the passing cavalier, who prints not grass, prints not the driven snows, who dry-shod with the briny billows clear, and strains so nimbly in the course, he wind and thunderbolt and arrow leaves behind. Erst Argalia's courser, which was born from a close union of the wind and flame, and, nourished not by hay or heartening corn, fed on pure air, and Rabican his name, his way the bearer of the magic horn, following, where Nile received that river, came. But ere he at its outlet could arrive, towards him saw a pinnace swiftly drive. A hermit in the poop the bark did guide, with snowy beard descending to mid-breast, who when from far the paladin bespied, him to ascend his ready pinnace pressed. My son, unless thou loathest life, he cried, and wouldst that death today thy course arrest, content thee in my bark to cross the water, for yonder path conducts thee straight to slaughter. Within 6 miles, no further, shalt thou light. Pursued the hermit, on the bloody seat, where dwells a giant, horrible to sight, exceeding every stature by 8 feet. From him wayfaring man or errant knight would vainly hope with life to make retreat. For some the felon quarters, some he flays, and some he swallows quick, and some he slays. He, mid the cruel horrors he intends, takes pleasure in a net, by cunning hands contrived, which near his mansion he extends, so well concealed beneath the crumbling sands, that whoso uninstructed thither wends, not of the subtle mischief understands. And so the giant scares him with his cries, that he within the toils in terror flies, whom with loud laughter, to his seat hard by, he drags along, enveloped in his snare, and knight and damsel views with equal eye, and for his prisoner's worth has little care. Then, having sucked their brains and life-blood dry, casts forth their bones upon the desert lair, and round about his griesly palace pins, for horrid ornament, their bloody skins. Take this, my son, oh! Take this other way, which thee will to the sea in safety guide. I thank thee, Holy Father, for thy say. To him the fearless cavalier replied. But cannot peril against honor weigh, far dearer than my life. To the other side. Me vainly dost thou move to pass the wave. Rather for this I seek the giant's cave. I with dishonor life to flight may owe. But worse than death loath thus to save my head. The worst that can befall me if I go, is I my blood shall with the others shed. But if on me such mercy God bestow, that I remain alive, the giant dead, secure for thousands shall I make the ways, so that the greater good the risk o'erpays. I peril but the single life of one, against safety of the countless rest. Go then in peace, the other said, my son, and to thy succor, form among the blessed. May God dispatch the archangel Michael down, and him, with that, the simple hermit blessed. Astolfo pricks along Nile's rosy strand, more in his horn confiding than his brand. Between the mighty river and the Fun, a path upon the sandy shore doth lie, barred by the giant's solitary den, cut off from converse with humanity. About it heads and naked limbs of men were fixed, the victims of his cruelty. Window or battlements was not, whence strung, might not be seen some wretched prisoner hung, as in hill farm or castle, fenced with moat. The hunter, mindful what his dangers were, I fastens on his door the shaggy coat, and horrid paws and monstrous head of bear. So showed the giant those of greatest note, who, thither brought, had perished in his snare. The bones of countless others wide were spread, and every ditch with human blood was red. Caligurant was standing at the gate, for so was the despidious monster hight, who decked his house with corpses, as for state. Some theirs with cloth of gold and scarlet dight. He scarce contained himself for joy, so great his pleasure, when the Duke appeared in sight. For 'twas 2 months complete, a third was near, since by that road had passed a cavalier. Towards the marish, where green rushes grow, he hastes, intending from that covert blind, to double on his unsuspecting foe, and issue on the cavalier behind, for him to drive into the net, below. The sand, the griesly giant had designed, as others trapped he had been wont to see, brought thither by their evil destiny. When him the wary paladin espied, he stopped his courser, not without great heed, lest he into the covert's snare might tide. Forewarned of this by the good hermit's rede, here to his horn for succor he applied, nor failed its wonted virtue in this need. It smote the giant's heart with such affright, that he turned back, and homeward fled outright. Astolfo blew, still watchful of surprise, weening to see the engine sprung, fast flew the giant, as if heart as well as eyes the thief had lost, nor whitherward he knew. Such is his fear, he kens not as he flies how his own covert mischief to eschew. He runs into the net, which closing round, hampers the wretch, and drags him to the ground. Astolfo, who beholds his bulky prey fall bodily, drives thither at full speed, secure himself, and, bent to make him pay the price of slaughtered thousands, quits his steed. Yet after, deems a helpless wight to slay no valor were, but rather foul misdeed. For him, arms, neck, and feet so closely tied, he could not shake himself, the warrior spied. With subtle thread of steel had Vulcan wrought the net of old, and with such cunning pain, he, who to break its weakest mesh had sought, would have bestowed his time and toil in vain. It was with this he Mars and Venus caught, who, hands and feet, were fettered by the chain. Nor did the jealous husband weave the thread for aught, but to surprise that pair in bed. Mercury from the smith conveyed the prize, wanting to take young Chloris in the snare. Sweet Chloris, who behind Aurora flies, At rise of sun, through fields of liquid air, and from her gathered garment, through the skies, scatters the violet, rose, and lily fair. He for this nymph his toils so deftly set. One day, in air he took her with the net. The nymph, it seems, was taken as she flew, where the great Ethiop river meets the brine. The net was treasured in Canopus, through successive ages, in Anubis' shrine. After 3,000 years, Calligrant drew the sacred relict from the palace divine, whence with the net the impious thief returned, who robbed the temple and the city burned. He fixed it here, beneath the sandy plain, in mode, that all the travelers whom he chased ran into it, and the engine was with pain touched, ere it arms, and feet, and neck embraced. From this the good Astolfo took a chain, and with the gyve his hands behind him laced. His arms and breast he swaddled in such guise, he could not loose himself, then let him rise. After, his other knots unfastening, for he was turned more gentle than a maid, Astolfo, as a show, the thief would bring, by city, borough town, and farm conveyed, the net as well, than which no quainter thing was ever by the file and hammer made. On him, like sumpter nag he laid the load, in triumph led, behind him, on his road. Him helm and shield he gives alike to bear. As to a valet, hence proceeds the peer, gladdening the fearful pilgrim everywhere, who joys to think, henceforth his way is clear. So far an end does bold Astolfo fare. He is to Memphis' tombs already near. Memphis renowned for pyramids, in sight. He marks the populous Cairo opposite. Ran all the people in tumultuous tide, to see him drag the unmeasured white along. How can it be, each to his fellow cried, that one so weak could master one so strong? Scarce can Astolfo put the press aside, so close from every part their numbers throng, while all admire him as a cavalier of mighty worth, and make him goodly cheer. Then Cairo was not such, as common cry pronounces in our age that costly seat, that 18,000 districts ill supply lodging to those who in her markets meet. And though the houses are 3 stories high, numbers are forced to sleep in the open street. And that the Sultan has a palace there, of wondrous size, and passing rich and fair. And therein, Christian renegados all keeps 15,000 vassals, for his needs, beneath one roof supplied with bower and stall. Themselves, and wives, and families, and steeds. The Duke desired to see the rivers fall, and how far Nile into the sea proceeds. At Damietta, where wayfaring wight, he heard, was prisoner made or slain outright. For at Nile's outlet there, beside his bed, a sturdy thief was sheltered in a tower. Alike the natives and the strangers dread, won't even to Cairo's gate the road to scour. Him no one could resist, and, it was said, that man to slay the felon had no power. 100,000 wounds he had in strife received, yet none could ever take his life. To see if he could break the thread which tied the felon's life, upon his way the knight set forward, and to Damietta hied, to find Oreilo, so the thief was hight. Thence to the river's outlet passed, and spied the sturdy castle on the margin dight, harbored in which the enchanted demon lay, the fruit of a hobgoblin and a fay. He here Oreilo and 2 knights in mail found at fierce strife, the 2 ill held their own against him, so Oreilo did assail the warlike pair, although himself alone. And how much either might in arms avail, fame through the universal world had blown. Of Oliviero's seed was either plant, Griffin the white, and Sable Aquilant. The necromancer had this while, to say the truth, with vantage on his side, begun. The fight, who brought a monster to the fray. Found only in those parts. And wont to one. Ashore or under water, and to prey. For food, on human bodies. Feeding on. Poor mariners and travelling men, who fare. Of the impending danger, unaware. The monster, slaughtered by the brethren too. Upon the sand beside the haven lies. And hence no wrong they to Oreilo do. Assailing him together in this guise. Him they dismembered often, and not slew. Now he, because dismembered, ever dies. For he replaces leg or hand like wax. Which the good falchion from his body hacks. Griffin and aquilant by turns divide. Now to the teeth, now breast, the enchanted white. The fruitless blow Oreilo does deride. While the two baffled warriors rage for spite. Let him who falling silver has espied. Which mercury by alchemists is hight. Scatter, and reunite each broken member. Hearing my tale, what he has seen remember. If the thief's head be severed by the pair. He lights and staggers till he finds it, now. Uptaken by the nose or by the hair. And fastened to the neck, I know not how. This sometimes Griffin takes, and, whirled through air. Whelms in the stream, but bootless is the throw. For like a fish can fierce Oreilo swim. And safely, with the head, regains the brim. Two ladies, meetly clad in fair array. One damsel was in black and one in white. And who had been the occasion of that fray. Stood by to gaze upon the cruel fight. Either of these was a benignant fay. Whose care had nourished one and the other knight. Oliver's children. When the babes forlorn. They from the claws of two huge birds had torn. Since, from Gismonda they had these conveyed. Borne to a distance from their native sky. But more to say were needless, since displayed. To the whole world has been their history. Though the author has the father's name missaid. One for another, how I know not, I. Mistaking. Now this fearful strife the pair. Of warriors waged at both the ladies' prayer. Though it was noon in the happy islands, day. Had vanished in this clime, displaced by night. And, underneath the moon's uncertain ray. And ill-discerned, were all things hid from sight. When to the fort Oreilo took his way. Since both the sable sister and the white. Were pleased the furious battle to defer. Till a new sun should in the horizon stir. The Duke, who by their ensigns, and yet more. Had by the sight of many a vigorous blow. Griffin and aquilant long time before. Aeneized, to greet the brethren was not slow. And they, who in the pier, victorious o'er. The giant, whom he led a captive, know. The Baron of the Pard, so styled at court. Him to salute, with no less love resort. The ladies to repose the warriors led. To a fair palace near, their sumptuous seat. Thence issuing courtly squire and damsel sped. Them with lit torches in midway to meet. Their goodly steeds they quit, their well bested. Put off their arms, and in a garden sweet. Discern the ready supper duly laid. Fast by, where a refreshing fountain played. Here they bid bind the giant on the green. Fast tethered by a strong and weighty chain. To a tough oak, whose ancient trunk they ween. May well be proof against a single strain. With that, by 10 good sergeants overseen. Lest he by night get loose, and so the train. Assault and haply harm, while careless they. Without a guard and unsuspecting lay. At the abundant and most sumptuous board. With costly viands, its least pleasure, fraught. The longest topic for discourse afford. Oreilo's prowess, and the marvel wrought. For head or arm dissevered by the sword. They, who upon the recent wonder thought. Might think a dream to see him reunite. And but return more furious to the fight. Astolfo in his book had found expressed. that which prescribed a remedy for spell. How he who of one hair deprived the pest, only could him in battle hope to quell. But this plucked out or sheared, he from his breast, perforce the felon's spirit would expel. So says the volume, but instructs not where. Mid-locks so thickly set, to find the hair. The Duke no less with hope of conquest glows, than if the palm he has already won, as he that hopes with small expense of blows to pluck the hair, the wizard white undone. Hence does he to the youthful pair propose the burden of that enterprise upon himself to take, or Ilo will he slay, if the two brethren not the intent gainsay, but willingly to him these yield the emprise. Assured his toil will be bestowed in vain. And now a new aurora climbs the skies, and from his walls Orilo on the plain drops, and the strife begins. Orilo plies the mace, the Duke the sword. Heat mid a rain of strokes would from the body at one blow divorce the spirit of the enchanted foe. Together with the mace he lops the fist, and now this arm, now the other falls to ground. Sometimes he cleaves the corselet's iron twist, and piecemeal shares and maims the felon round. Orilo reunites the portions missed, found on the champaign, and again is sound. And, though into 100 fragments hewed, Astolfo sees him, in a thought, renewed. After 1,000 blows, Astolfo sped one stroke, above the shoulders and below the chin, which lopped away both helm and head. Nor lights the Duke less swiftly than his foe. Then grasps the hair defiled with gore and red, springs in a moment on his horse, and lo! Upstream with it along Nile's margin hies, so that the thief cannot retake the prize. That fool, who had not marked the warrior's feet, was searching in the dust to find his head. But when he heard the charger in retreat, who through the forest with the plunder fled, leapt quickly into his own courser's seat, and in pursuit of bold Astolfo sped. Fain had Orilo shouted, "Ola! Stay!" but that the Duke had borne his mouth away. Yet pleased Astolfo had not in like guise borne off his heels, pursues with flowing rein him Rabican, who marvellously flies distances by a mighty length of plain. This while the wizard's head Astolfo eyes, from pole to front, above the eyebrows twain, searching, in haste, if he the hair can see, which makes Orilo's immortality. Amid innumerable locks, no hair straighter or crisper than the rest was seen. How then should good Astolfo, in his care to slay the thief, so many choose between? To cut them all, he said, it better were. And since he scissors lacked and razor keen, he wanting these, resorted to his glaive, which cut so well, it might be said to shave. And, holding, by the nose, the severed head, close sheared it all, behind and eke before. He found, among the rest, the fatal thread. Then pale became the visage, changing sore, turned up its eyes, and signals sore and dread of the last agony of nature war. And the headless body seated in the cell shuddered its last, and from the courser fell. The Duke returns where he the champions too, and dames had left, the trophy in his hand, which manifests of death the tokens true, and shows the distant body on the sand. I know not if they this with pleasure view, though him they welcome with demeanor bland. For the intercepted victory might pain, perchance inflict upon the envying twain. Nor do I think that either gentle fay with pleasure could that battle's issue see, since those kind dames, because they would delay the doleful fate which shortly was to be. In France the brethren's lot, had in that fray, with fierce Orilo matched the warriors free, and so to occupy the pair had cast, till the sad influence of the skies were past. when to the castellan was certified in Damietta, that the thief was dead, he loosed a carrier pigeon, having tied beneath her wing a letter by a thread. She went to Cairo, and, to scatter wide the news, another from that town was sped. Such is the usage there, so, Egypt through. In a few hours the joyful tidings flew, as he had brought the adventure to an end. The Duke now sought the noble youths to stir, though of themselves that way their wishes tend, nor they to whet that purpose need the spur, that they the Church from outrage to defend, and rights of Charles, the Roman Emperor, would cease to war upon that eastern strand, and would seek honor in their native land. Griffin and Aquilant thus bid adieu, one and the other, to his lady fair, who, though it sorely troubled them, ill knew how to resist the wishes of the pair. The Duke, together with the warlike two, turns to the right, resolved to worship, where God erst incarnate dwelt, the holy places, ere he to cherished France his way retraces. The warriors to the left hand might incline, as plainer and more full of pleasant cheer, where still along the sea extends their line, but take the right-hand path, abrupt and drear, since the chief city of all Palestine, by 6 days' journey, is, through this, more near. Water there is along this rugged track, and grass, all other needful matters lack, so that, before they enter on their road, all that is needful they collect, and lay upon the giant's back the bulky load. Who could a tower upon his neck convey? The Holy Land a mountain summit showed, at finishing their rough and salvage way, where heavenly love a willing offering stood, and washed away our errors with his blood. They, at the entrance of the city, view a gentle stripling, and in him the three Aeneas Sir Sansonet of Mecca, who was, in youth's flower, for sovereign chivalry, for sovereign goodness, famed the country through, and wise beyond his years, from paganry, converted by Orlando to the truth, who had, with his own hands, baptized the youth, designing there a fortilage, in front of Egypt's caliph they the warrior found, and with a wall 2 miles in length, the mount of Calvary intending to surround, received with such a countenance, as is wont to be of inward love the surest ground. Them he conducted to his royal home, and, with all comfort, harbored in the dome. As deputy, the sainted land he swayed, conferred on him by Charlemagne, in trust. To him the English Duke a present made, of that so sturdy and unmeasured beast, that it 10 draught-horse burdens had conveyed. So monstrous was the giant and robust. Astolfo gave the giant, and next gave the net, in which he took the unwieldy slave. In quittance, Sansonet, his sword to bear, gave a rich girdle to Astolfo bold, and spurs for either heel, a costly pair, with bucklers and with rowels made of gold, which, 'twas believed, the warrior's relicts were, who freed the damsel from that dragon old. Spoils, which Sir Sansonet, with many more, from Joppa, when he took the city, bore, cleansed of their errors in a monastery, from whence the odor of good works upwent. They of Christ's passion every mystery contemplating, through all the churches went, which now, to our eternal infamy, foul more usurp, what time on strife intent. All Europe rings with arms and martial deeds, and war is everywhere but where it needs. While grace the warlike 3 devoutly sought, intent on pardon and on pious lore, a Grecian pilgrim, known to Griffin, brought tidings, which ill the afflicted champion bore, from his long-cherished vow and former thought, too foreign, too remote, and these so sore, inflamed his troubled breast, and bred such care, They wholly turned aside his mind from prayer. For his misfortune, one of lovely feature, Sir Griffin worshipped, Origilla hight, of fairer visage and of better stature. Not one among 1,000 meets the sight, but faithless, and of such an evil nature, that thou mightst town and city search outright, and continent and island, far and near. Yet, never, as I think, wouldst find her peer. In Constantine's imperial city, burned with a fierce fever, he had left the fair, and hoped to find her, to that place returned, lovelier than ever, and enjoy her there. But she to Antioch, as the warrior learned, had with another leman made repair, thinking, while such fresh youth was yet her own, 'twere not a thing to brook, to sleep alone. Sir Griffin, from the time he heard the news, had evermore bemoaned him, day or night. Whatever pleasure other wight pursues, seems but the more to vex his troubled sprite. Let each reflect, who to his mischief woos, how keenly tempered are love's darts of might. And, heavier than all ills, the torment fell, in that he was ashamed his grief to tell. This, for that Aquilant had oft before reproved him for the passion which he nursed, and sought to banish her from his heart's core. Her, who of all bad women is the worst, he still had censured, in his wiser lore, if by his brother Aquilant accursed. Her Griffin, in his partial love, excuses, for mostly self-conceit our sense abuses. It therefore is his purpose, without say, to Aquilant, alone to take the quest, as far as Antioch, and bear her away, who had borne off his heart-core from his breast, to find him, who had made the dame his prey, and take such vengeance of him, ere he rest, as shall for I be told. My next will tell how he effected this, and what befell. Canto Chapter 16. Griffin finds traitorous Origilla nigh Damascus city, with Martano vile, slaughtered the Saracens and Christians lie, by thousands and by thousands heaped this while. And if the more outside of Paris die, within the Saracen so destroys each pile. Such slaughter deals, that greater ill than this never before has been expressed, I wis. Love's penalties are manifold and dread, of which I have endured the greater part. And, to my cost, in these so well am read, that I can speak of them as 'twere my art. Hence if I say, or if I ever said, did speech or living page my thoughts impart, one ill is grievous and another light. Yield me belief, and deem my judgment right. I say, I said, and, while I live, will say. He, who is fettered by a worthy chain, though his desire his lady should gainsay, and, every way averse, his suit disdain, though love deprive him of all praised pay, after long time and trouble spent in vain, he, if his heart be placed well worthily, needs not lament though he should waste and die. Let him lament, who plays a slavish part, whom two bright eyes and lovely tresses please, beneath which beauties lurks a wanton heart, with little that is pure, and much of lees. The wretch would fly, but bears in him a dart, like wounded stag, whichever way he flees. Dares not confess, yet cannot quench, his flame, and of himself and worthless love has shame. The youthful Griffin finds him in this case, who sees the error which he cannot right. He sees how vilely he his heart does place on faithless Origil, his vain delight. Yet evil used doth sovereign reason chase, and free will is subdued by appetite. Though a foul mind the lady's actions speak, her, wheresoe'er she is, must Griffin seek. Resuming the fair history, I say, out of the city he in secret rode, nor to his brother would his plan bewray, who oft on him had vain reproof bestowed, but to the left T wards Rama shaped his way, by the most level and most easy road. Him 6 days' journey to Damascus brought, whence, setting out anew, he Antioch sought. He nigh Damascus met the lover, who perfidious Origilla's heart posseused, and matched in evil customs were the two, like stalk and flower, for that in either's breast was lodged a fickle heart, the dame untrue, and he a traitor whom she loved the best, while both the lovers hid their nature base, to others cost, beneath a courteous face. As I relate to you, the cavalier came on huge courser, trapped with mickle pride, with faithless Origil, in gorgeous gear, with gold embroidered, and with azure dyed. 2 ready knaves, who serve the warrior, rear the knightly helm and buckler at his side, as one who with fair pomp and semblance went towards Damascus, to a tournament. Damascus king a splendid festival had in these days bid solemnly proclaim, and with what pomp they could, upon his call. Thither, in shining arms, the champions came. At Griffin's sight the harlot's spirits fall, who fears that he will work her scathe and shame, and knows her lover has not force and breath to save her from Sir Griffin, threatening death. But like most cunning and audacious queen, although she quakes from head to foot with fear, her voice so strengthens, and so shapes her mien, that in her face no signs of dread appear, having already made her leman ween. The trick devised, she feigns a joyous cheer, toward Sir Griffin goes, and for long space hangs on his neck, fast locked in her embrace. She, after suiting with much suavity the action to the word, sore weeping, cried, "Dear Lord, is this the guerdon due to me for love and worship, that I should abide alone 1 livelong year, deprived of thee, a second near, and, yet upon thy side, no grief? And had I borne for thee to stay, I know not if I should have seen that day, when I from Nicosia thee expected, when thou wast journeying to the Plenar court, 209, to cheer me, left with fever sore infected, and in the dread of death, I heard report that thou wast gone to Syria, and dejected by that ill tiding, suffered in such sort, I, all unable to pursue thy quest, had nigh with this right hand transfixed my breast. But fortune, by her double bounty, shows she guards me more than thou, me to convey. She sent my brother here, who with me goes my honor safe in his protecting stay, and this encounter with thee now bestows, which I above all other blessings weigh. And in good time, for hadst thou longer stayed, my lord, I should have died of hope delayed. The wicked woman, full of subtlety, worse than a fox in crafty hardihood, pursues, and so well shapes her history. She wholly throws the blame on Griffin good, makes him believe that other not to be her kin alone, but of her flesh and blood, got by one father, and so puts upon the knight, that he less credits Luke and John, nor he the fraud of her, more false than fair, only forbore with just reproach to pay, nor only did the threatened stranger spare, who was the lover of that lady gay, but deemed to excuse himself sufficient were, turning some portion of the blame away. And as the real brother she professed, unceasingly the lady's knight caressed, and to Damascus, with the cavalier returned, who to Sir Griffin made report that Syria's wealthy king, with sumptuous cheer, within that place would hold a splendid court, and who, baptized or infidel, appear there at his tourney, of whatever sort, within the city and without, assures from wrong, for all the time the feast endures. Yet I of Origilla's treachery shall not so steadfastly pursue the lore, who, famed not for one single perfidy, thousands and thousands had betrayed before, but that I will return again to see 200,000 wretched men or more, burnt by the raging wildfire, where they spread about the walls of Paris, scathe and dread. I left you where King Agramant prepared to storm a gate, and to the assault was gone. This he had hoped to find without a guard, and work elsewhere to bar the way was none. For there, in person, Charles kept watch and ward, with many practiced warriors every one. 2 Angelines, 2 Guidos, Angelier, Avino, Avolio, Otho, and Berlinguer. One and the other host its worth, before Charles and King Agramant desire to show where praise, where riches are, they think, in store for those that do their duty on the foe. But such were not the achievements of the Moor as to repair the loss, for, to his woe, full many a Saracen the champagne pressed, whose folly was a beacon to the rest. The frequent darts a storm of hail appear, which from the city wall the Christians fling. The deafening clamors put the heavens in fear, which, from our part, and from that other, ring. But Charles and Agramant must wait, for here I of the Mars of Africa will sing. King Rhadamant, that fierce and fearful man, that through the middle of the city ran. I know not, sir, if you the adventure dread of that so daring Moor to mind recall. The leader, who had left his people dead between the second work and outer wall. Upon those limbs the ravening fire so fed was never sight more sad, I told withal. How vaulting o'er that hindrance at a bound he cleared the moat which girt the city round, when he was known the thickening crowd among by the strange arms he wore and scaly hide. There, where the aged sires and feebler throng listen to each new tale on every side, heaven high groan, moan, and lamentation rung, and loud they beat their lifted palms and cried, while those who had the strength to fly aloof sought safety not from house or temple's roof. But this the cruel sword concedes to few, so brandished by that Saracen robust. And here, with half a leg dissevered, flew a foot, their head divided from the bust. This cleft across, and that behold him hew. From head to hips, so strong the blow and just. While, of the thousands wounded by the Moor, is none that shows an honest scar before. What by weak herd, in fields of Hyrcany, the tiger does, or Indian Ganges near, or wolf, by lamb or kid, on heights which lie on Typhoeus' back, the cruel cavalier 210 now executes on those, I will not, call phalanxes or squadrons, but a mere rabble, that I should term a race forlorn, who but deserved to die ere they were born. Of all he cuts, and thrusts, and maims, and bleeds, there is not one who looks him in the face. Throughout that street, which in a straight line leads up to St. Michael's Bridge, so thronged a space, Rhadamant, terrible and fearful, speeds, whirling his bloody brand, nor grants he grace in his career, to servant or to lord. And saint and sinner feel alike the sword. Religion cannot for the priest bespeak mercy, nor innocence avail the child, nor gently beaming eyes, nor vermeil cheek protect the blooming dame or damsel mild. Age smites its breast and flies, while bent to wreak vengeance, the Saracen, with gore defiled, shows not his valor more than cruel rage, heedless alike of order, sex, and age. Nor the impious king alone with human blood, lord of the impious he, his hand disdains, but even on walls so sorely vents his mood. He fires fair houses, and polluted fanes. The houses almost all were made of wood. Then, as 'tis told, and this, by what remains, may be believed, for yet in Paris we 6 out of 10 no better builded see. Though flames demolish all things far and wide. This ill appears his furious hate to slake. Where'er the Paynim has his hands applied. He tumbles down a roof at every shake. My lord, believe, you never yet espied bombard in Padua, of so large a make, that it could rend from wall of battered town. What, at a single pull, the king plucked down, while the accursed man, amid the rout, so warred with fire and sword, if at his post King Agramant had pressed it from without. The ample city had that day been lost. But he was hindered by the warrior stout, who came from England with the advancing host, composed of English and of Scotch allied, with silence and the angel for their guide. It was God's will, that while through town and tower the furious Rhodomont such ruin spread, thither arrived Rinaldo, Clermont's flower. 3 leagues above, he o'er the river's bed had cast a bridge, from whence his English power to the left hand by crooked ways he led, that, meaning to assail the barbarous foes, the stream no obstacle might interpose. Rinaldo had, with Edward, sent a force 6,000 strong, of archer infantry, and sped, with Ahriman, 2,000 horse, of lightest sort, and foot and cavalry, sought Paris by those roads, which have their course directly to, and from, the Picard Sea, that by St. Martin's and St. Denis Gate they might convey the aid the burghers wait. Rinaldo sent with these the baggage train, and carriages, with which his troops were stored, and fetching, with the forces that remain, a compass, he the upper way explored. He bridge, and boat, and means to pass the Seine had with him, for it here was ill to ford. He passed his army, broke the bridges down, and ranked in line the bands of either crown. 211. But having first the peers and captains wheeled about him in a ring, the cavalier mounted the bank which overtopped the field, so much, that all might plainly see and hear, and cried, My lords, you should thanksgiving yield, with lifted hands, to God, who brought you here, through whom, o'er every nation, you may gain eternal glory, bought with little pain. 2 princes, by your means, will rescued be, if you relieve those city gates from siege. Him, your own king, whom you from slavery and death to save, a subject's vows oblige, and a famed emperor, of more majesty than ever yet in court was served by liege, and with them other kings, and dukes, and peers, and lords of other lands, and cavaliers. So that one city saving, not alone, will the Parisians bless your helping hand, who, sadder than for sorrows of their own, timid, afflicted, and disheartened stand, and their unhappy wives and children moan, which share in the same peril, and the band, or virgins, dedicate to heavenly spouse, lest this day frustrate see their holy vows. I say, this city saved from deadly wound, not only will Parisians hold you dear, but habitants of all the countries round. Nor speak I only of the nations near, for city there is none on Christian ground, but what has citizens beleaguered here, so that to you, for vanquishing the foe, more lands than France will obligation owe. If him the ancients with a crown endued, who saved one citizen by worthy deed, for rescuing such a countless multitude, what recompense shall be your worthy meed? But if, from jealousy or sloth, so good and holy enterprise should ill succeed, believe me, only while these walls endure, is Italy or Almain's realm secure, or any other part, where men adore him, who for us upon the cross was hung. Nor think that distance saves you from the Moor, nor deem your island strong, the waves among. For if, from far Gibraltar's straits of yore. And old Alcides pillars, sailed the throng, to bear off plunder from your sea-girt strands. What will they do when they possess our lands? 212. And, if in this fair enterprise arrayed, no gain, no glory served you as a guide, a common debt enjoins you mutual aid, militant here upon one church's side. Moreover, let not any be afraid. Our broken foemen will the assault abide, who seem to me ill-taught in warlike art, a feeble rabble without arms or heart. Such reasons, and yet better for, that need, might good Rinaldo in his speech infer, and with quick phrase and voice, to valiant deed, the high-minded barons and bold army stir. And this was but to goad a willing steed. As the old proverb says, who lacks no spur. He moved the squadrons, having closed his speech. Softly, beneath their separate banners, each. He, without clamor, without any noise. So moves his triple host, their flags below. Zerbino, marching by the stream, enjoys the honor first to assail the barbarous foe. The paladin the Irishman employs more inland, with a wider wheel to go. Thus England's horse and foot, the two between, led by the Duke of Lancaster, are seen. The paladin rode on, along the shore, when he had put the warriors in their way, and, passing by their squadrons, pricked before valiant Zerbino and his whole array, until he reached the quarters of the Moor, where Oran's king, and King Sobrino lay, who, half a mile removed from those of Spain, posted upon that side, observed the plain, with such a faithful escort fortified, and sure, the Christians who had thither wound, with silence and the angel for their guide, no longer could stand mute or keep their ground, but hearing now the foe, with shouts defied their host, and made the shrilling trumpets sound, and with loud clamors, which heaven's concave fill, sent through the Paynim's bones a deadly chill. Rinaldo spurs before the troops combined his foaming courser, and his weapon rests, and a full bowshot leaves the Scots behind. So all delay the impatient peer molests, as oftentimes an eddying gust of winds issues, ere yet the horrid storm infests. So sallying swiftly from the following herd, Rinaldo forth upon Bayardo spurred, as the aspect of the paladin of France. The wavering Moorish files betray their fear, and, trembling in their hands, is seen the lance, their thighs and stirrups quivering, like the spear. King Pullian only marks the knight's advance, knowing Rinaldo not, unchanged in cheer, nor thinking such a cruel shock to meet, gallops against him on his courser fleet. He stoops upon the weapon which he strains, whole and collected for the martial game, then to his horse abandoning the reins, and goading with both spurs the courser, came. Upon the other side no valor feigns, but shows, by doings, what he is in name. With what rare grace and matchless art he wars. The son of Ammon, rather son of Mars. Well matched in skill, they aimed their cruel blows, with lances at each other's heads at rest. Ill matched, in arms and valor, were the foes. For this passed on, and that the champaign pressed. More certain proof of worth, when warriors close. There needs the knightly lance, well placed in rest. But fortune even more than valor needs, which ill, without her saving succor, speeds. With the good spear new levelled in his fist, at Oran's king behold Rinaldo dart, of bulk, and bone, and sinew, to resist. The monarch was, but ill supplied with heart, and his might pass for a fair stroke in list, though planted in the buckler's nether part. Let those excuse it who refuse to admire, since the good paladin could reach no higher, nor did the buckler so the weapon stay. though made of palm within, and steel without. But that it pierced the paunch, and made a way to let that mean and ill-matched spirit out. The courser, who had deemed that all the day he must so huge a burden bear about, thanked in his heart the warrior, who well met had thus preserved him from so sore a sweat. Rinaldo, having broke his rested spear, so wheels his horse, he seems equipped with wings, who, turning swiftly with the cavalier, amid the closest crowd, impetuous springs. Composed of brittle glass the arms appear, where Sir Rinaldo red fusberta swings. Nor tempered steel is there, nor corslet thick, which keeps the sword from biting to the quick. Yet few the tempered plates or iron pins, with which encounters that descending brand. But targets, some of oak and some of skins, and quilted vest and turban's twisted band. Lightly such drapery good Rinaldo thins, and cleaves, and bores, and shears, on either hand. Nor better from his sword escapes the swarm than grass from sweeping scythe, or grain from storm. The foremost squadron had been put to flight, when thither the vanguard Zerbino led. Forth pricking from the following crowd, in sight, appeared, with levelled lance, their youthful head. With no less fury those who trooped to fight beneath his banner, to the combat sped. Like lions, like so many wolves, who leap in fury to the assault of goat or sheep. Both spurred their coursers on, with rested lance, when either warrior to his foe was near. And that short interval, that small expanse of plain, between, was seen to disappear. Was never witnessed yet a stranger dance. For the Scots only ply the murderous spear. Only the scattered Paynims slaughtered lie, as if conducted thither but to die. It seemed as if each coward Paynim grew more cold than ice, each Scot more fierce than flame. The Moors believed that with Rinaldo's thew and muscle fortified, each Christian came. Sobrino quickly moved his ordered crew, nor stayed till herald should his call proclaim. Better were they than those which went before, for captain, armor, and for martial lore. Less worthless men of Africa were they, though ill had they been deemed of much avail. Ill harnessed, and worse trained to martial fray. Forthwith King Dardanel, the foe to assail, moved up his host, himself in helmet gay, and sheathing all his limbs in plate and mail. The 4th division I believe was best, which, under Isolier, to battle pressed. Thraso, this while, the valiant Duke of Mar, glad in the tumult, for the cavaliers, who muster in his train, uplifts the bar, and to the lists of fame his following cheers. When Isolier, with horsemen of Navarre, entered in that fierce fray he sees and hears. Next Ariadance moved his chivalry, who was of late made Duke of Albany. The deep sonorous trumpets bellowing, and sound of drum, and barbarous instrument, combined with twang of bow, and whiz of sling, wheel and machine, and stone from engine sent. And, what more loud than these appeared to ring? Tumult, and shriek, and groan, and loud lament, composed a direr whole than what offends the neighboring tribes where deafening Nile descends. The arrows double shower the ample sky, with wide extended shade is seen to shroud. Breath, smoke of sweat and dust ascend on high, and seem to stamp in air a murky cloud. By turns each host gives way, and you might spy, now chasing, now in flight, the selfsame crowd, and hear some wight, beside his foeman slain, or little distant, prostrate on the plain. When, harassed with fatigue, a wearied crew withdraw, fresh files their fellows reinforce. Men, here and there, the wasted ranks renew. Here march supplies of foot, and there of horse. Her mantle green for robe of crimson hue. Earth shifts. Ensanguined were the warrior's course, And there were azure flowers and yellow sprung. Now slaughtered men lie stretched their steeds among. Zerbino was more wonders seen to do. Than ever stripling of his age, he strode the ground with heaps of dead, and overthrew the Paynim numbers which about him flowed. The valiant Ariadants to his new entrusted squadron mighty prowess showed, filling with dread and wonder, near and far, the squadrons of Castile and of Navarre. Chalindo and Mosco, bastards were the twain, of Calibran, late king of Aragon, and one esteemed among the valiant train, Calamador, of Barcelona's town, leaving their standards, in the hope to gain, by young Zerbino's death, a glorious crown, attacked the warrior with united force, and wounded in his flanks the prince's horse. Pierced by 3 lances lay the courser strong. But bold Zerbino quickly rose anew, and, eager to avenge his charger's wrong, the assailants, where he sees them, will pursue. Zerbino at Mosco first, that overhung him, in the hope to make him prisoner, flew, and pierced him in the flank, who from his cell, pallid and cold, upon the champaign fell. When him so killed, as 'twere by stealthy blow, Chalindo viewed, to avenge his brother slain, he charged, intent the prince to overthrow. But he seized fast his courser by the rein, and, thence to rise not, laid the charger low, destined no more to feed on hay or grain. For at one stroke, so matchless was his force, Zerbino cleft the rider and his horse. When that fell blow Calamador espied, he turned the bridle short to speed away. But him with downright cut Zerbino plied behind, and cried withal, "Stay, traitor, stay." Nor from its aim the sword stroke wandered wide, though from the mark it went some deal astray. The falchion missed the rider as he fled, but reached the horse's croup, and stretched him dead. He quits the horse, and thence for safety crawls. But he with little boot escapes his foe. For him Duke Thraso's horse o'erturns and mauls, oppressed the ponderous courser's weight below, where the huge crowd upon Zerbino falls. Ariadants and Lurcanio go, and with them many a cavalier and count, who do their best Zerbino to remount. Then Artalico and Margano knew the force of Ariadant's circling brand, while Casimir and Eniarco rue more deeply yet the puissance of his hand. Smote by the knight, escaped the former 2. The others were left dead upon the strand. Lurcanio shows what are his force and breath, who charges, smites, o'erturns, and puts to death. Sir, think not that more inland on the plain the warfare is less mortal than along the stream, nor that the troops behind remain, which to the Duke of Lancaster belong. He valiantly assailed the flags of Spain, and long in even scale the battle hung, for horse and foot, and captains of those bands, on either side, could deftly ply their hands. Forward Sir Oldrad Pricks and Firemont, this Gloucester's Duke, and York's the other knight. With them conjoined is Richard, Warwick's Count, and the bold Duke of Clarence, Henry Hight. These Folican and Madalist affront, and Barricond, with all they lead to fight. Almeria this, and that Granada guides, and o'er Majorca Barricond presides. Well matched awhile the Christian and the Moor appeared, without advantage in the fray. Not this, now that gave ground, like corn before the light and fickle breeze which blows in May, or as the sea which ripples on the shore, still comes and goes, nor keeps one certain way. When hollow fortune thus had sported long, she proved disastrous to the Paynim throng. The Duke of Gloucester Madalista bold assailed this while, and hurtled from his cell. Firemont Folican o'erturned and rolled, in the right shoulder smit, on earth as well. The advancing English either Paynim hold, and bear their prisoners off to dungeon cell. This while, Sir Barricond is, in the strife, by Clarence's bold duke deprived of life. Hence 'tis among the Moors amazement all, while hence the Christians take such heart and pride. The bands do not but quit their ground and fall, and break their order on the Paynim side. What time the Christian troops come on, and gull their flying rants, which nowhere will abide. And had not one arrived to aid their host, the Paynim camp had on that side been lost. But Pharaoh, who till this time ever nigh Marsilius, scarce had quitted him that day, when half destroyed he marked his chivalry, and saw that baffled banner borne away, pricked his good courser forth, in time to spy, where mid those squadrons hottest waxed the fray, with his head severed in a griesly wound, Olympio de la Serra fall to ground. A stripling he, who such sweet music vented, accorded to the horned lyre's soft tone, that at the dulcet melody relented the hearer's heart, though harder than a stone. Happy, if, with such excellence contented, he had pursued so fair a fame alone, and loathed shield, quiver, helmet, sword and lance, destined by these to die a youth in France. When bold French beheld his cruel plight, for whom he love and much esteem professed, he felt more pity at the doleful sight, than, mid those thousands slain, for all the rest, and smote the foe who slew him with such might, that he his helm divided from the crest, cut front, eyes, visage, and mid-bosom through, and cast him down amid the slaughtered crew. Nor stops he here, nor leaves a corslet whole, nor helm unbroken, where his sword is plied. Of this the front or cheek, of that the pole, the arm of other foe his strokes divide. And he, of these divorcing body and soul, restores the wavering battle on that side, whence the disheartened and ignoble throng are scattered wide, and broke, and driven along. Into the medley pricks King Agramant, desirous there his bloody course to run. With him King Baliverzo, Fararant, Soradin, Bambarego, Prussian, and next so many more of little vaunt, whose blood will form a lake ere day be done, that I could count each leaf with greater ease, when autumn of their mantle strips the trees. Agramant from the wall a numerous band of horse and foot withdraws, and sends the array beneath the king of Fez, with a command behind the Moorish tents to make his way, and those of Ireland in their march withstand, whom he sees hurrying with what haste they may, and with wide wheel and spacious compass wind, to fall upon the Paynim camp behind. The king of Fez upon this service pressed, for all delay might sore his work impede. This while King Agramant unites the rest, and parts the troops who to the battle speed. He sought himself the river, where he guessed the Moorish host might most his presence need, and, from that quarter, had a courier prayed, by King Sobrino sent, the monarch's aid. He more than half his camp behind him led, in one deep phalanx. At the mighty sound, alone, the Scotsmen trembled, and in dread abandoned honor, order, and their ground. Lurcanio, Ariadance, and their head Zerbino, there alone the torrent bound. And haply he, who was afoot, had died, but that in time his need Rinaldo spied. Elsewhere the paladin was making fly 100 banners, while the cavalier so chased the quailing Saracens, the cry of young Zerbino's peril smote the ear. For, single and afoot, his chivalry amid the Africans had left the pier. Rinaldo turned about and took his way, where he beheld the Scots in disarray. He plants his courser, where their squadrons yield to the fierce Paynims, and exclaims, "Where go your bands, and why so basely quit the field, yielding so vilely to so vile a foe?" Behold the promised trophies, spear and shield. Spoils which your loaded churches ought to show. What praise! What glory! That alone, and reft. Of his good horse, your monarch's son is left. He from a squire receives a lance, and spies. King Persian little distant, sovereign. Of the Alvarachii, and against him hies. Whom he unhorses, dead upon the plain. So Agricult, so Bambarego dies. And next sore wounded is Sir Soradane. Who had been slain as well amid the throng. If good Rinaldo's lance had proved more strong. That weapon broken, he Fuspert arrears. And smites Sir Serpentine, him of the star. Though charmed from mischief are the cavaliers. Good arms, he falls astounded by the jar. And thus Rinaldo round Zerbino clears. The field so widely, where those champions war. That without more dispute he takes a horse. Of those, who masterless, at random, course. That he in time remounted it was well. Who haply would not, if he more delayed. For Agramant at once, and Dardanel. Sobrino, and Balastro thither made. But he, who had in time regained the cell. Wheeled, here and there his horse, with brandished blade. Dispatching into hell the mixed array. That how men live above their ghosts might say. The good Rinaldo, who to overthrow. The strongest of the foemen covets still. At Agramant directs a deadly blow. Who seems too passing proud, and greater ill. Works there. Than thousand others of the foe. And spurs his horse, the Moorish chief to spill. He smote the monarch, broadside charged the steed. And man and horse reversed upon the mead. What time, without, in such destructive phrase. Hate, rage, and fury, all offend by turns. In Paris Rhodamont the people slays. And costly house. And holy temple burns. While Charles elsewhere anther duty stays. Who nothing hears of this, nor aught discerns. He, in the town, receives the British band. Which Edward and Sir Ahriman command. To him a squire approached, who pale with dread. Scarce drew his breath, and cried, "Oh, well away! Alas! Alas!" And thus he often said. Ere he could utter aught beside, today. Today, sire, is the Roman Empire sped. And Christ to the heathen makes his flock a prey. A fiend from air today has dropped, that none henceforth may in this city make their one. Satan, in sooth, it can no other be. Destroys and ruins the unhappy town. Turn, and the curling wreaths of vapor see. From the red flames which wander up and down. List to those groans, and be they warrantry. Of the sad news thy servant now makes known. One the fair city wastes with sword and fire. Before whose vengeful fury all retire. Even such as he, who hears the tumult wide. And clatter of church bells, ere he espy. The raging fire, concealed from none beside. Himself, to him most dangerous, and most nigh. Such was King Charles, who heard, and then descried. The new disaster with his very eye. Hence he the choicest of his meany steers. Thither, where he the cry and tumult hears. With many peers and chiefs, who worthiest are. Summoned about him, Charlemagne is gone. He bids direct his standards to the square. Whither the Paynim had repaired. Hears groan. And tumult, spies the horrid tokens there. Of cruelty, sees human members strown. No more, let him return another time. Who willingly will listen to this rhyme.